Chapter 1. Mou slowly opened his eyes, consciousness emerging from the depths of chaos. The surroundings were dim. It was a sealed chamber, its stone walls adorned with intricate carvings that bore witness to the passage of time. A subtle fragrance permeated the air, sweet yet cool, that a delicate sound, escapist soft, gentle hum that shattered the remnants of his confusion. He turned abruptly. Before him lay an ethereal beauty, soundly asleep. Her exquisite features were unparalleled, her skin like fine jade, fairer than snow, with brows resembling distant mountains, naturally darkened, and lips like petals, vividly alluring. Even in slumber, she exuded an aura of coldness and aloofness, akin to an iceberg lotus, sanctified and untouchable. Yet at this moment, she wore nothing. The allure of spring laid bare. Every perfect curve was laid before him, stirring a primal response within that in the next instant, the celestial maiden, Ling Ching, abruptly opened her eyes. In her beautiful gaze, shock, indignation, and a chilling intent to kill intertwined. "Remove your hand." Her voice was cold, tinged with a tremor, clearly suppressing her fury. Mou immediately withdrew his hand, embarrassment flooding him. "I apologize. It was unintentional." Before he could finish his words, Ling Ching vanished. When she reappeared, she stood several paces away, her attire pristine, clad in pure white, immaculate and untainted, resembling a celestial being from the Moon Palace, cold and proud. Ling Ching glanced down at her garments, fragments of the previous night surfacing in her mind. Having unwittingly fallen prey to a seductive poison, she had lost all reason and, to her horror, had succumbed. A wave of shame washed over her, causing a ripple in her usually frosty gaze. The lingering sensations and faint pain served as reminders of the events that transpired the night before. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed both shame and anger. Now that it had come to this, killing him would serve no purpose. Ultimately, he was the victim, used as a means to force an antidote. "If you dare to disclose this matter, I will kill you." She delivered this cold warning and turned to leave. "Fairy, I can take responsibility." Mou called out to her. Ling Ching glanced back, her gaze lingering upon him. He possessed striking features, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Yet, his cultivation level chi refinement stage. There is no need. Her tone was indifferent, devoid of warmth. "The chasm between us is insurmountable. It is utterly impossible." As she was about to depart, Mou called out once more, his voice resolute. "In one begins as a powerhouse, I will grow stronger." Ling Ching paused, a ripple of intrigue stirring within her heart. "Tai Ching's sacred ground. Ling Ching, seek me out within 3 years. She hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. "If you do not come, then forget all of this. I am betrothed to the saint son of the Tianxian sacred ground." With that, she made no further delay, transforming into a streak of white light, vanishing from the chamber, leaving only a faint trace of her lingering fragrance. As he watched her depart, Mou shook his head with a quiet sigh. Truly, too typical. It was a scene reminiscent of classic narratives from his past life. Indeed, Mou was a time traveler, having met his demise while indulging in late-night mobile games. Transplanted into this realm known as the Tianyuan continent, he embarks upon a new life. Here, sects flourish, and the strong command respect. Monsters roam freely, and peril lurks at every corner. Fortunately, he embodies the quintessential protagonist archetype. With an enigmatic lineage, absent parents, a prodigious talent for cultivation, a sudden descent into mediocrity, an enchanting companion bound to a ring, and a serendipitous encounter on a precipice, he possesses all the hallmarks of a hero to add to the intrigue. He retains no memories prior to a mere 6 months ago, and curiously, he is missing a fragment of bone. Thus, the narrative unfolds in familiar fashion. Having stumbled upon a treasure map at a street market, he finds himself ensnared by a minor antagonist, inadvertently aiding Ling Ching in her struggle against the seductive poison. Each event intricately entwines with the next, embodying a classic storyline. Following this, he is set to diligently cultivate, preparing to triumph over the saintly heir in 3 years and ascend to the pinnacle of his existence, or so it seems. "Xiaoyu has finally grown up. It brings me great joy as your mentor." A voice echoes in the dim chamber, accompanied by swirling crimson smoke that coalesces into an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Clad in a flowing scarlet gown, her skin rivals the purity of snow, her features are like a painting, and her eyes shimmer with a captivating glow. With hair as white as frost and fiery red eyes, she embodies a perfect fusion of allure and sanctity, an enchanting presence that stirs the heart. Her gentle voice carries a hint of playful mockery, reverberating through the shadowy confines. Muyu gazes at this elder Yao figure, his golden finger of fortune, and responds with a hint of exasperation. Sister Yanxi, please refrain from teasing me. He retrieves a diary obtained from an auction, meticulously cross-referencing it. Approaching a corner of the chamber, he runs his fingers along the cold stone wall, exploring its surface with care. At last, behind a landscape painting, he discovers a hidden mechanism. With a click, the stone wall parts to reveal a concealed compartment. Within lies an ancient Dan bottle, quietly resting. You truly are fortunate, young man, Yanxi remarks, her gaze fixed upon the bottle. Consume it, and your strength shall be restored. You were ever so reckless had luck not favored you this time. The outcome could have been dire. She recalls the intense battle between Mu Yu and the ancient demon, a memory that still sends shivers down her spine. That very confrontation had sealed his cultivation. Mu Yu chuckles nonchalantly that, I possess great fortune, I shall not perish. Yanxi sighs softly, choosing to say no more. Having spent years together, she understands his fortuitous nature. This fellow leaps from cliffs and stumbles upon extraordinary encounters. Truly a marvel. Mu swallows the Dan medicine. The shackles within him shatter. A golden core gradually emerges in his dantian. Spiritual energy surges forth like a wild stallion, rushing uncontrollably. His momentum escalates rapidly. His cultivation leaps from the chi refinement stage, restoring to the fourth layer of the golden core stage. At last, I am restored. Muyu clenches his fists, savoring the power coursing through him. That woman mentioned a betrothal with some saintly air, did she not? He muses, pulling out a small notebook filled with the names of his adversaries. He has offended many, and thus, he feels no trepidation towards any saintly air. After all, who among them is not similarly entangled? Upon hearing these words, Yanxi displayed a peculiar expression. The heavenly Xian sacred land. Mu stood in a daze. Heavenly Xian sacred land? The Holy Son? Isn't that himself? Indeed, he is the sole Holy Son of the heavenly Xian sacred land. Yet, he had never been informed of any betrothal. Am I to agree myself? One absurd plot twist. At that moment, a mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Conditions met. System awakened. A system. Mu's heart soared with joy, instantly casting aside his previous doubts. Those matters would be clarified upon his return to the sacred land. As a transmigrator, he naturally understood what a system entailed. Though the protagonist template was commendable, progressing effortlessly and reveling in upgrades, he did not fancy a life filled with perilous cliff jumping in search of opportunities. The system was undeniably enticing. Destiny had already paved an invincible path, and with multiple systems, there lay multiple routes. The villainous counterattack system has been successfully bound. Detecting the child of fortune, Mu, suppression will yield substantial rewards. Mu, a villainous counterattack system? Suppressing the child of fortune? Or suppressing himself? System, are you mistaken? Verification confirms accuracy. Due to your fiancé being claimed by the child of fortune, the activation conditions are met. Mu's lips twitched. Such a unique line of reasoning. While the statement held truth, I would be insane to suppress myself. Detected successful interception of the daughter of fortune, the holy maiden Ling Ching of the Taiching sacred land. You forcibly engaged with Ling Ching, although somewhat passive in the process. You still inflicted irreversible blood damage across 3 major realms. A forcibly picked fruit may not be sweet, yet it quenches thirst. Villainous counterattack successful. Reward: pure yang constitution, pure yang sacred body. Mu's heart surged with tumultuous waves. This is the legendary premier constitution. Those who possess such a constitution not only cultivate at an extraordinary pace, but also possess the potential for ascension. Moreover, they can wield pure yang, true fire, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas with boundless might. Is this truly considered a villainous counterattack? This system indeed offers remarkable rewards. In that case, he no longer felt troubled. However, system, there's a typo. Verification confirms accuracy. Within Mu's dantian, the searing and formidable power of pure yang erupted. In an instant, it engulfed his entire being. Every inch of flesh and blood, every meridian felt as if it were being baptized by flames, crackling and resonating through his bones. Soon, the fusion of his constitution was complete. Mu instinctively clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. His cultivation at the 4th level of the golden core soared wildly, vaguely brushing against the threshold of a breakthrough. Fusing this constitution equated to nearly a year of arduous training. Mo's heart brimmed with elation. A protagonist of the waste lineage. He finally possessed a usable constitution. This truly was no small feat. Yanxi, who had been closely observing Mo, noticed the changes in him, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. Has he grown stronger? Is it due to dual cultivation? Her spiritual perception was currently too weak to discern Mo's condition. Mo did not respond to her. The system's alert tone continued unabated. Your opportunity has been seized from Mo. He must be in utter despair. Now is the perfect moment to plunder his fortune. Currently robbing you of fortune. Detected an unknown force attempting to seize your fortune. Defensive mechanisms have been activated automatically. Mo's expression turned peculiar. This system, why did it seem somewhat adorably silly? Robbing his own fortune and then providing himself with protection? This operation was utterly absurd. Indeed, it was a bug. Fortune plundering failed, automatically replenishing your fortune. Fortune increased by 1,000. Villain points increased by 1,000. Mo found himself both amused and exasperated. This was simply too ridiculous. Soon, he accepted this peculiar setting. Since it has come to this, I shall make peace with it. It was likely that the author had mistakenly assigned him the wrong system. He composed himself and began to delve into this odd system. Suppressing the child of fortune grants rewards. The rewards include cultivation, martial arts, magical techniques, treasured artifacts, elixirs, special abilities, fortune, and villain points. Villain points can be exchanged in the system shop for various rare items. However, the child of fortune was himself. How could he suppress it? He decided to temporarily set aside this conundrum for further exploration later. Mo examined the information on the pure yang kidney. Compared to an ordinary one, it had two additional functions. One was to strengthen designated organs. The other was that those who engaged in replenishing would be counter-replenished by him. This was quite advantageous. Although the pure yang sacred body was powerful, it was also a furnace physique on par with the pure yin sacred body. Additionally, he glanced at the system's shop. The prices ranged from low to high. The chaotic Tao scripture, a supreme level martial art, priced at 10 billion villain points. Upon seeing this, he stopped looking. 10 zeros 100 billion, was this a joke aimed at villains? Such an item couldn't even be exchanged at the conclusion. He quickly scanned through other more affordable items. For the time being, there was nothing worthwhile within his budget. Thus, he chose to ignore this feature for now. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Name, Mo. Realm, 4th layer of Golden Core stage. Physique, chaotic divine body, awakening not yet achieved, pure yang kidney. Cultivation techniques, Tian, Xian sacred. Canon heavenly grade, superior, De Fun Tian, Ju human grade, superior, upgradable. Spells, Tian Xian sword technique, Tian Xian spear technique, Tian Xian thunder technique. Special, immortal bone fragmented, Qing Ming spiritual flame, pure yang true fire. Fortune, 11,000 golden. Villain points, 1,000. Evaluation, so inept, it is a mystery how you became a villain. This system shall assist you in becoming an incredibly formidable villain. Note, the levels of fortune are classified as black, gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, and rainbow. There is no escaping it. Our protagonist, the underdog, is no different. Mo silently lamented. The existence of celestial bones and chaotic bodies did not surprise him. After all, which child of destiny lacks some extraordinary advantage? Yet, these two were merely present without any practical application. It must be said that the system is indeed formidable. It astonishingly enables a person to possess two distinct physiques. Upon detecting the fortune-bearing woman, Yanxi, one can suppress her to receive rewards that Mo turned his head. Yanxi stood beside him, adorned in a flowing crimson gown that resembled liquid flames, perfectly accentuating her breathtaking curves. She appeared like a red lotus blooming in a shadowy cavern, both enchanting and sacred. Her ethereal aura carried an otherworldly quality, making it unwise to approach her lightly. Silvery white hair cascaded down to her waist, shimmering with a lustrous sheen akin to the light of the moon. Her eyes, reminiscent of rubies, sparkled like stars, deep and captivating. Exquisite and unparalleled, she resembled a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm that a system panel emerged. Name, Yanxi. Fortune, purple. Affection, 100 regarded as kin. Description, once a powerful figure in the celestial realm, she fell from grace due to betrayal by a close friend, and now sleeps within a ring, awaiting her encounter with Mo, whom she aids in cultivation. They share a bond akin to that of a teacher and disciple, deeply familial. Detection indicates you have successfully intercepted the fortune-bearing woman, Yanxi. Your relationship with Yin, she is akin to that of mother and son. She is willing to sacrifice her life for you. While there is currently no romantic involvement, nurturing this bond before pursuing a deeper relationship may prove to be a wise choice. This system respects your preferences, even if you favor a teacher-student dynamic. How could the system tarnish one's purity without cause? Mou internally shouted. How could he possibly engage in such acts? Yinshi regarded him as her own. He had always held her in high esteem. As long as she was unwilling, he would rather perish than commit such an act of betrayal against his mentor. The system, lacking consciousness, did not respond to his outcry, but continued its announcements. As a villain, one is naturally despised by those favored by the heavenly path. Surely, you have paid a steep price to deceive such a formidable being. It was not much, merely at the Golden Core stage. At that time, the Golden Core had been depleted. Had it not been for the protection of the Holy Land, he would have been expelled according to the rules. The villain's counterattack succeeded. Reward: Netherfire. Netherfire. Exceptionally malevolent, capable of burning souls and incinerating all impurities in the world, possessing formidable lethality against the primordial spirit requires. Souls as fuel for enhancement. Currently siphoning MOE's fortune. The attempt failed and automatically replenished for you. Fortune increased by 1,000. Villain points increased by 1,000. Mou felt a jolt of shock. Instinctively turning inward to examine his dantian, he saw a cluster of ghostly white flames quietly flickering, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. The flames, silent yet seemingly capable of freezing souls and devouring all vitality, the ethereal, ghostly fire. At present, it appears rather feeble, requiring the nourishment of souls to grow stronger. Once fortified with souls, it rivals, if not surpasses, the pure yang true fire. He has been the child of destiny for 2 decades. Never has he encountered such a grand opportunity. The system truly delightful. Xiaoyu, why do I feel something is amiss with you? The voice of Yinshi jolted Mou from his astonishment. He hastily composed himself, feigning nonchalance. What seems to be amiss? He cautiously scrutinized Yangtze's expression, ensuring he revealed no intention of confrontation. Yangtze's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her crimson eyes shimmering. You appear to have become significantly more handsome. Can dual cultivation enhance one's appearance? Having never experienced it, she was naturally unaware. Mou instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Yinshi, have you ever heard of the postnatal awakening of physique? Have you awakened your physique? Certainly. Mou smiled confidently, exuding a powerful aura. The robust essence of pure yang surged forth. This is the pure yang sacred body. Yinshi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, she stammered, her voice slightly trembling, rendered almost incoherent. She vividly recalled the moment. Mou previously possessed no extraordinary constitution. Feigned contemplation. I am uncertain. It may have arisen upon awakening, perhaps as a result of dual cultivation. Yinshi stood in a daze for a while before regaining her composure. With a soft sigh, she remarked, a prodigy. Having traversed the upper realms for many years, she had never heard of dual cultivation bestowing such a physique. A physique is either innate or forged through the consumption of vast resources. Yet, had inexplicably acquired the pure yang sacred body through dual cultivation. This was utterly astonishing. Soon after, a look of delight graced her features. The pure yang sacred body inherently possesses the pure yang true fire. Hasten to utilize it to elevate the Great Burning Heaven technique. Mou nodded. The Great Burning Heaven technique was bestowed upon him by Yinshi. It bears resemblance to the burning technique, drawing strength from fire. It is classified as a non-tiered martial art. In this realm, martial arts are divided into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man, each further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. He seated himself in a meditative posture, focusing his mind and calming his spirit. As he began to cultivate the Great Burning Heaven technique, within him, the pure yang true fire blazed fiercely, akin to a roaring fire dragon, surging recklessly through his meridians. Bang! A muffled sound resonated as Mou's internal energy surged dramatically. The surface of his golden core began to manifest fine cracks, as if a life force were on the verge of breaking free. His cultivation level skyrocketed from the 4th to the 8th layer of the golden core, breaking through 4 levels in a single bound. The Great Burning Heaven technique also successfully advanced to the middle grade of the earth tier, the Netherfire. Lacking the enhancement of a soul, was still unsuitable for strengthening the Great Burning Heaven technique. Not bad, Yinshi remarked with a slight nod, her eyes brimming with admiration. Mou rose to his feet and stepped forward. The inexperienced ones outside must be growing anxious. The Wolf Head mountain range was alive with howling winds. Before the ominous mine entrance, Zhang San crossed his arms, his corpulent frame quivering. Brother, that lad has been inside for quite some time. He wouldn't have met his demise. Would he? Li Si gently waved his feather fan, obscuring half of his sinister countenance. Isn't he even capable of reaching the second level of chi refinement? This secret realm. He narrowed his eyes, gazing into the depths of the mine. Ethereal mist coiled around, faintly revealing unsettling fluctuations. Go. Summon the miners from the pit, and have them line up to explore. Zhang San and Li Si were elders of the Wolf Head Gang. The gang dominated a 100-mile radius, with their leader being a formidable practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage. Their notorious reputation rendered them untouchable. This mine, originally a property of the Wolf Head Gang, had unexpectedly revealed an entrance to a secret realm. Such an extraordinary opportunity was irresistible to them. Yet wary of the perils within, they seized Mou, a passerby, to serve as expendable bait. Who is Mou? The child of fortune. Upon hearing such enticing news, one could hardly refuse, and thus he readily agreed. However, upon entering, he discovered a remarkable coincidence. Was this not the secret realm of the Yin-Yang sect documented on the map he had procured from a street vendor? Following the map's guidance, he effortlessly arrived at the Lord's Hall. Yet again, fortune smiled upon him. This very Lord's Hall was the location mentioned in the ancient diary he had acquired at the auction, a place rumored to harbor treasures. Moreover, within, he fortuitously found the elixir he sought. By cross-referencing the diary, he uncovered a hidden door and entered the secret chamber. Alas, it was unfortunate that Ling Ching had arrived first and seized the treasure ahead of him. However, it soon became evident that the possessions of the child of fortune were not so easily claimed. One must leave a mark. Brother, we have brought the mine slaves, Zhang San said with a sycophantic smile, bowing towards Li Si. A throng of emaciated figures was herded forward by the minions of the Wolf Head Gang, moving with a sluggish gait. They were clad in rags, their bodies gaunt, their eyes vacant, resembling mere shadows of life. These were the mine slaves, the personal property of the Wolf Head Gang, the most expendable of commodities. Li Si brandished his feather fan, a cruel smirk gracing his lips. All of you, get inside. The mine slaves trembled in fear, yet did not dare to resist. They had long since grown accustomed to being dominated and trampled upon. Amidst the crowd stood a young girl in her tender years. Her garments were tattered, her disheveled hair obscuring her face. Her skin was caked with grime, rendering her true visage unrecognizable. Chu Yuli, having been captured and brought here for 2.5 years, had witnessed too much darkness and cruelty, burying her fear deep within her heart. She bit her lip, her nails digging into her palm. This pain kept her alert, heightened her vigilance. She did not wish to perish. Mou hurried through the secret realm, swiftly approaching the entrance. Soon, his divine sense perceived the threshold, where dozens of lifeless bodies lay in disarray. The sight was chilling, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. All were mere mortals. Damn it. Mou cursed under his breath and quickened the pace of his sword. This group of fools actually sent mortals to scout the way, lacking even the most basic knowledge of the cultivation world. This secret realm could only accommodate cultivators in the chi refinement stage at a minimum. For mere mortals to step inside was tantamount to a certain death. Moreover, it was not just one or two but an alarming number. Such disregard for human life was utterly appalling. Outside the secret realm, a voice thundered. Next. Zhang San's voice echoed. Chu Yuli raised her gaze, locking eyes with his menacing stare. It was her turn. The air was thick with the stench of blood as she trembled, inching towards the cave's entrance. Zhang San grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Little girl, don't be afraid. Go in and take a look. You might stumble upon a treasure. As his words hung in the air, Chu Yuli's eyes turned icy. She suddenly raised her hand, and a sharp stone shard shot forth, aimed directly at Zhang San's throat. His pupils constricted, and a cruel grin froze on his face. He had clearly not anticipated that a seemingly frail miner would dare to strike at him. Just then, a gust of wind swept through. Bang! Chu Yuli felt as if struck by lightning, her body flung backward. Pff! Blood splattered, staining the earth. Li Si had appeared in front of Zhang San, fanning himself with a feathered fan, an aura of coldness surrounding him. Little girl, you possess quite the audacity, but alas, at the third level of chi refinement, you are far too weak. Zhang San, clutching his neck, was overtaken by a wave of dread. You wretched servant, you dare to ambush me? I will tear you to shreds. Chu Yuli struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her complexion as pale as paper. It was over for her. All her efforts and struggles were meaningless in the face of absolute power. Zhang San grabbed her hair. You filthy wench. I shall send you on your way. He dragged Chu Yuli to the cave's entrance, ready to throw her inside. A chilling wind howled from the cave, tousling the strands of hair that fell across her forehead. Faced with the threat of death, she continued to struggle with all her might. But it was futile. The force was too great. She could not break free. At that moment, a cold glimmer shot out from the cave. A spray of blood erupted from Zhang San's forehead as his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Who? Li Si dropped his fan, his face ashen. Emerging from the secret realm was Mou. It's you. Li Si's eyes widened in disbelief. He recalled that when they captured Mou, he had only been at the second level of Qi refinement. How could Zhang San, a cultivator at the 5th level, be killed in a single blow? This was inconceivable. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chu Yuli crawled up and blended into the crowd, quietly observing Mou. How powerful? Was he a foundational powerhouse? Li Si suppressed the fear swelling within him. Who exactly are you? Unbeknownst to him, he sought to shed the notorious name of the Wolf Head Gang, intending to instill fear in Mou. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, an unseen force surged through the air. With a soft gasp, Li Si fell to the ground, lifeless, unable to utter a single cry. Indeed, the Wolf Head Gang would not hesitate to kill. Mou's expression was one of indifference. He had long grown weary of these tedious threats, a mere accompaniment to his role as the Son of Destiny. The ghostly flames of the underworld flickered to life in his palm. In an instant, the spectral fire surged forth, engulfing Zhang San, Li Si, and the other members of the Wolf Head Gang. In a heartbeat, they crumpled to the ground, their vitality extinguished. The miners stood frozen, their minds turbulent as they witnessed this horrifying scene. A celestial being. This was undoubtedly the work of an immortal. Only an immortal could wield such formidable power. Among the crowd, Chu Yuli lowered her head, too fearful to meet Mou's gaze. It was utterly terrifying, though this individual had saved her life. The thoughts of such a powerful cultivator were impossible to fathom. Should he harbor any intent to harm her, she would have no means of resistance. Mou delicately sensed the ethereal ghost fire, finding it scarcely enhanced. With a resigned sigh, he lamented the inadequacy of these individuals, whose powers were far too feeble to strengthen the ghostly flames. What kind of fire is this? When did you acquire it? The voice of Yan Shi, tinged with astonishment, echoed within Mou's mind. The ethereal ghost fire, a companion born with me, has just awakened today. Mou fabricated a reason. The netherworld ghost fire? Yan Shi's tone suddenly escalated. She had, of course, heard of this flame. It was said that the netherworld ghost emperor of the celestial realm rose to prominence through this very fire. Her delicate brows furrowed, her tone grave. Your origins are rather extraordinary. Indeed, I have mentioned it before. Perhaps my father is even an emperor of the immortals. Mou wore a proud expression. Yan Shi was amused by his irreverent demeanor and, dismissing his boastfulness, simply cautioned him. Although the power of the netherworld ghost fire is formidable, it is also perilous. One must exercise caution and ensure that they are not swayed by malevolent energies, lest they lose their true essence. All right, Sister Yan Shi, he replied. A warm current surged within Mou's heart. Having never known his parents, Yan Shi was to him as a mother. He harbored no doubts. Regardless of the questions he had, he surveyed his surroundings, casting his gaze over the trembling miners, the mortals at the very bottom of the cultivation world, and the most abundant among them. Had he not been the child of destiny, his fate would have mirrored theirs. Disperse. By the end of the day, the Wolf Head Gang shall cease to exist. With a languid wave of his hand, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted, revitalizing the despondent spirits of the mortals. They gazed at Mou, their eyes brimming with awe, gratitude, and admiration. After a brief silence, one individual mustered the courage to kneel and bow, his voice quivering. Thank you, Immortal. Thank you for saving our lives. As one knelt, the rest followed suit, the sound of their fervent worship echoing. Immortal, your benevolence is unparalleled. The great kindness of the Immortal would be eternally etched in their memories. Amidst their gratitude, there was a profound sense of relief at having survived calamity. Chu Yuli also knelt with the crowd, her head bowed deeply, fearful of drawing Mou's attention. Noticing some mortals eagerly scattering in all directions, she quietly slipped away. Blending into the throng, Mou naturally noticed her. At the age of 14, she had reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, displaying considerable aptitude. However, he had formed his first golden core at the same age. As the holy son of Tianxian, one must possess a degree of talent. Had he not been drained by Yan Shi once, he would likely have already attained the nascent soul stage. Consequently, he did not regard Chu Yuli with much concern. In this realm, the cultivation stages, arranged from the lowest to the highest, are as follows: Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, void return, body fusion. Tribulation passing, great ascension, encompassing 9 major realms. Each stage is further divided into 9 levels, symbolizing the unity of the myriad and the simplicity of the great way. Mou intended to return to his hometown before proceeding to the sacred place to inquire about his engagement with his master. At that moment, the system notification sounded, indicating the detection of the fated woman, Chu Yuli, and that suppressing her would yield rewards. Mou's gaze sharpened as it fixed upon a slender figure amidst the crowd. In a fleeting moment, he appeared before Chu Yuli like a wraith, obstructing her path. Startled, Chu Yuli hastily came to a halt and bowed respectfully. "May I inquire what instructions the esteemed senior has?" Mou observed her. Name: Chu Yuli. Fortune: 8,000, purple. Affection: 20, acquaintance. Description: born into a once prestigious family of cultivators. She was captured by human traffickers during her flight and reduced to a slave in the mines. By chance, she stumbled upon an opportunity that set her on the path of cultivation. An affection score of 0 signifies complete unfamiliarity, while 100 denotes an unwavering devotion until death. Her fortune was nearly on par with his own. The rest, however, was rather mundane, lacking any remarkable features. Mou slowly raised his hand, and a gentle surge of spiritual energy flowed forth, delicately sweeping over Chu Yuli's entire being. The grime dissipated in an instant, revealing her true visage, unremarkable, the kind that would go unnoticed even in a bustling street. Chu Yuli's heartstrings tightened, and her breath became cautious. At that moment, Mou raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Remarkably, she possessed multiple layers of disguise. He had almost overlooked it. With another wave of his hand, the spiritual energy transformed into a soft breeze caressing Chu Yuli's face, causing the layers of disguise to vanish without a trace. Her ethereal beauty emerged unreservedly. It was a countenance capable of captivating all hearts, not yet fully matured, yet already hinting at an enchanting allure. Her skin was fairer than snow, radiant as jade. Her brows resembled emerald feathers, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. A graceful nose and lips as red as rubies complemented her cascading black hair, which flowed down to her waist. The tattered clothing could hardly conceal her innate beauty. Rather, it accentuated a sense of poignant vulnerability. She resembled a pearl, dusted yet shining with a brilliant luster. The light in Mou's eyes flickered slightly. Although the system appeared somewhat sluggish, it posed no issues in identifying the fated daughter of fortune. This countenance, this aura, unmistakably belonged to one destined for greatness. However, how should one suppress such a presence? The individual, having lived 2 lifetimes as a model youth, had never engaged in the arbitrary oppression of the weak. As Chu Yuli felt the change within her, her heart raced unexpectedly. This technique of disguise was a treasured legacy from her family's foundational ancestor, a spell of remarkable quality. It was said that even an average golden core cultivator would struggle to see through it. Yet now, it was effortlessly unraveled by someone who appeared to be only slightly her senior. How terrifying! What realm of cultivation does this person belong to? The mortals who had initially intended to depart came to a halt, gazing at Chu Yuli with wide-eyed astonishment, their expressions filled with admiration. She was simply too beautiful. Was she a celestial being? Chu Yuli took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure, and once again bowed deeply. Esteemed elder, I did not intend to conceal my appearance. Her posture was exceedingly humble, and her tone grew increasingly deferential. Mou discerned her anxiety and smiled reassuringly. Do not be nervous. I am not a good person. Ahem. In fact, I am a good person. Having said it so often, he momentarily struggled to adjust his words. Chu Yuli felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. You have just admitted it directly. Mou inquired with a calm demeanor. What is your name? Li Feiyu. Chu Yuli replied decisively. Li Feiyu. Goodness, this young girl is indeed quite prudent. In her heart, Mou secretly chuckled, yet her expression remained inscrutable. I see your intelligence is remarkable and your foundation exceptional, so I wish to ascertain the truth. Chu Yuli felt a surge of exasperation within. She, a mere waste with 5 spiritual roots, possessed no discernible talent. Moreover, it was fortunate that her kind of ineptitude was barely suitable for use as a furnace cauldron. Before she could ponder further, Mou had already grasped her delicate wrist. Indeed, a chaotic spiritual root. Moments later, Mou released her hand, nodding with satisfaction. Talent? After all, held little significance. For the child of destiny, it mattered not. The heavenly Tao would invariably pursue you, providing sustenance. Chu Yuli furrowed her brows slightly. Her voice tinged with bitterness. Senior, I am but a 5 spiritual root. Mou offered an explanation. A single spiritual root is deemed a heavenly spiritual root, while a dual spiritual root is regarded as a true spiritual root. A triple spiritual root is classified as a mixed spiritual root. A quadruple spiritual root is considered a false spiritual root, and a quintuple spiritual root is labeled as a discarded spiritual root. Are you aware of this? Chu Yuli gently nodded. The quintuple spiritual root is indeed a discarded spiritual root, utterly devoid of value. She is scarcely worthy even to serve as a furnace cauldron. Mou's lips curled into a slight smile. The reversal of the 5 elements root is indeed the chaotic spirit root. I believe you possess that capability. Chu Yuli felt a sudden tightness in her heart. Surely, they would not truly capture her to serve as a furnace cauldron? While they claimed to assist her in her reversal, their true desire lay in her physical form. Thank you for your profound affection, esteemed senior. She suppressed the turmoil within her, maintaining a facade of respect, yet her mind raced with plans on how to escape. Stood with hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing gracefully, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. I perceive within you great resolve, promising boundless potential for the future. The golden-scaled creature is not merely a denizen of the pond. When it encounters a tempest, it transforms into a dragon. Would you entertain the prospect of becoming my disciple? He had already formed a notion in his mind, deciding to keep the daughter of destiny close for the time being. Contemplating how to suppress her later, S' heart raced with alarm, yet her demeanor grew increasingly respectful, even tinged with a hint of exhilaration. I am willing. I shall not disappoint your esteemed expectations, master. She bowed deeply, her voice clear and resonant, laced with a barely discernible tremor. This quiver was artfully disguised as excitement. Internally, however, she could not help but scoff. What nonsense about golden scales transforming into dragons? Chaos spirit roots. Boundless futures. All mere drivel. These sanctimonious immortals are ever the same. They surely intend to use her as a furnace. She is no Navi puppet to be manipulated. She would undoubtedly seize an opportunity to escape. Though you have coerced into becoming your pupil against her will, you will have ample time to train, chastise, and demean her in the future. This marks a promising beginning for your villainous ascent. Reward, the Emperor's Banner. The Emperor's Banner, a myriad-soul banner refined through the primordial purple aura. Its malevolent power will not rebound upon its master. Mou remained silent. So, you have chosen not to perform, have you? Where in the introduction of the Emperor's Banner is there mention of the 10,000 Souls Banner? Furthermore, must your words carry such a sinister tone? What speak you of training, whipping, and humiliation? Is he truly that kind of person? With a mere thought, he accessed the system space. Before him appeared an ancient black banner, quietly suspended, as if it had existed since time immemorial. The surface of the banner was inscribed with a multitude of intricate runes, shimmering with arcane light, emanating a disquieting aura. Entwined around it were strands of primordial purple energy, darkening to an almost black hue. It is indeed a treasure of the human race, the Emperor's Banner. Its appearance is extraordinary. Excellent. Considering that you may later regard Chu Yuli as a furnace, please select whether to seize her fortune points. No, Mou decisively declined. He would not trouble others if they had not wronged him. Being the child of fortune and possessing a system, why would he need to seize from others? Absurd. Due to his refusal to plunder fortune, his own luck remained unchanged, and the points for villains increased by 300. Mou now possessed a substantial sum of 2,300 villain points, still needing about 100 more to reach the Chaos Great Tao. This equated to suppressing 1,000,000 of his counterparts. Truly, this system knows how to conduct business. It uses a cultivation method as bait to compel individuals to eliminate 1,000,000 children of fortune like him. Meanwhile, the surrounding mortals whispered amongst themselves, their envious gazes converging upon Chu Yuli. Chosen by an immortal, her future was boundless. Mou extended his hand to assist Chu Yuli. From now on, you shall be my foremost disciple. With a casual wave, a set of disciples' robes from the heavenly Xian sacred land and a storage ring soared towards Chu Yuli. My sole request is this: unless absolutely necessary, do not seek me out, and if you must, endeavor to refrain from doing so. Within the heavenly Xian sacred land, there are ample individuals to attend to matters, rendering the need for a personal disciple unnecessary. Moreover, The two of them were inherently incompatible. He was a reckless man, one who would push himself to the brink, as long as he could survive. Disciple shall remember this, Chu Yuli replied respectfully, yet inwardly she exhaled a sigh of relief. This arrangement suited her perfectly. Her slender fingers gently caressed the exquisite disciple robes, and her intuition whispered that this item was far from ordinary. Yet, she could discern no particular uniqueness about it, so she chose to stow it away in the storage ring. A teasing voice echoed in Mou's mind. Why take her as a disciple? Are you smitten with the young lady? Sister Yinchi, why not make a wager? She will undoubtedly reach at least the great ascension stage in the future. Yinchi raised an eyebrow at this assertion. You hold her in such high regard. Naturally, for she is my disciple. Then what shall we wager? Yinchi chuckled lightly, clearly skeptical of Mou's judgment. Do you truly believe that attaining the great ascension is as easy as picking up a cabbage by the roadside? It is not merely a matter of resources. Talent, perseverance, and that elusive stroke of fortune are all indispensable. Mou was momentarily at a loss for words, genuinely uncertain about what to wager. After all, given the nature of their relationship, he could simply express his desires openly. Yinchi discerned his thoughts and smiled charmingly, revealing two delicate dimples. How about this? I have yet to experience the pleasure of being served by my disciple. If you lose, you shall wash my feet. Conversely, should I lose, I will do the same for you. What do you say? Under the watchful gaze of Mou's divine consciousness, his attention inadvertently drifted to Yinchi's delicate feet. Her exquisite, fair skin appeared soft and tender, with subtle veins faintly visible beneath the pristine surface. The graceful curves of her dainty ankles led to a smooth, pale instep, while her toes sparkled like lovely pearls, perfectly aligned. Though she existed as an ethereal being, a gentle luminescence emanated from her, enhancing her enigmatic allure. He hastily averted his gaze. Well then, it seems that Sister Yin, she is eagerly awaiting my foot-washing service. Yinchi let out a soft laugh, her eyes glimmering with ambiguity. With an elegant flick of her silvery hair, she mused to herself how amusing it would be to have little Mou attend to her feet. Mou turned his gaze back to Chu Yuli. It appeared that she had sustained some injuries while resisting those two, and there were several hidden and old wounds on her body. Take this. Mou presented a golden elixir to Chu Yuli. The Yang Yuan Dan, a third-grade healing potion, is categorized into 9 grades in this world, with the first grade being the lowest and the 9th the highest, corresponding to 9 distinct realms. As Chu Yuli accepted the elixir, its warmth enveloped her hand, and a subtle, fragrant aroma wafted pleasantly to her senses. A slight furrow formed on her delicate brow, and her heart surged with caution. Could this possibly be a poison? Her previous master had intended to administer a toxic pill to her in a bid for possession. Fortunately, she had discovered the treachery in advance and escaped. However, upon further reflection, considering Mou's prowess, it would not be so cumbersome for him to harm her. With that thought in mind, she resolutely swallowed the elixir. It dissolved instantly upon her tongue, a wave of warmth cascading through her limbs and bones. The once excruciating wounds now delivered a tingling sensation, swiftly mending. Many concealed injuries within her body also found restoration, and even her spiritual energy experienced a notable enhancement, hinting at the prospect of a breakthrough. Master, this is the Yang Yuan Dan. The Yang Yuan Dan, the very elixir used by Golden Core practitioners for healing. Chu Yuli gasped in astonishment, her exquisite features etched with shock and confusion. She had heard her family elders speak of it. It was a sacred healing remedy for Golden Core cultivators, worth a fortune and exceedingly rare. But why? Such a pill could easily be exchanged for a multitude of Qi refinement stage disciples. There was no need for him to offer it to her. You are my disciple, and naturally, I shall treat you well. Spoke softly. Within her heart was engulfed by a myriad of emotions, a bitter tinge interspersed with a hint of warmth. Did he truly regard her as a disciple? If not, what could he possibly desire? She possessed nothing of value. Beauty? In the realm of cultivation, attractiveness is the least valuable asset. After a moment of silence, bowed deeply once more, this gesture imbued with even greater sincerity than before. Thank you, Master. Her fondness for him increased by 40, bringing her current affection level to 60 close. Under your patient guidance, has begun to acknowledge you, and nurturing a breathtaking beauty is indeed a significant joy in life. As a mortal favored by fortune, harbors a heightened vigilance towards those of lesser luck. As a destined antagonist, the efforts you have expended to earn her trust must be unimaginable. The antagonist's counterattack was successful. Reward, 3rd grade Breaking Realm Pill. The 3rd grade Breaking Realm Pill capable of surmounting a minor level of the Golden Core realm without side effects. Produced by the system, it is assuredly a premium product. Antagonist points increased by 600. It certainly required considerable effort. Yet, it amounted to merely a third-grade nourishing essence pill. This item is so unremarkable that even the pets of other sects would not consume it. Upon careful examination of the Breaking Realm pill, despite its classification as third-grade, it is undoubtedly of a far superior quality. If offered externally, it could easily rival fifth-grade elixirs. With a gentle lift of his arm, Mo placed his palm on Chu Yuli's shoulder. "Beware," he said, "though this world may seem shrouded in darkness, it is not as dire as you perceive. At the very least, you can place your trust in me." They stood at the juncture of the Tianxian domain and the Chaos Star domain, where the spiritual energy was thin and chaos reigned supreme. Such an environment inevitably breeds shadows. Chu Yuli's delicate form quivered slightly at the endearment, "Beware," which made her feel somewhat uneasy, yet oddly warmed her heart, reminiscent of her late mother. Was this world truly dark? Her family annihilated, her master poisoned. Human traffickers tormenting her, and minds exploiting the wretched. All she had witnessed was an unending abyss of despair. She lifted her gaze towards Mou. His profound eyes were inscrutable, yet they beckoned her to draw closer. Intuition whispered to her that her master was worthy of her trust. After a prolonged silence, she parted her crimson lips. "Master, Yuer is yet unaware of your name." "And I," he replied, "am Li Feiyu." Mou's lips curled into a subtle smile, while Chu Yuli's delicate face was etched with confusion. How could the name of her master bear such a striking resemblance to her own pseudonym? Disregarded her bewilderment and summoned the flying sword. "Let us embark together to annihilate the wolf head gang." Without further inquiry, obediently stepped onto the flying sword. The sword sliced through the air, leaving a luminous trail as it soared towards the wolf head gang. Within the grand hall of the wolf head gang, Qin Shou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze menacingly fixed on the trembling Wang Gang before him. Wang Gang, the leader of the wolf head gang, possessed a foundation at the second level and was considered a formidable sovereign in this region. Yet at this moment, he resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, scarcely daring to breathe. "Let me inquire once more, have you heard of Chu Yuli?" Qin Shou's voice was frigid, as if it emanated from the depths of the underworld. Wang Gang shivered violently and hastily bowed his head in supplication. "Master, I truly have not encountered such a person. There is none by that name in this vicinity." With a swift kick, Qin Shou sent Wang Gang sprawling several meters across the hall. He collided with the wall, a wail of agony reverberating throughout the chamber. Approaching, Qin Shou seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. "Is there an entrance to a secret realm here?" Wang Gang struggled to articulate, his complexion reddening. "A secret realm entrance has recently emerged in the eastern mine of the Wolf Head Gang." Qin Shou's eyes gleamed with intensity. The Yin-Yang sect's secret realm, the very place where Chu Yuli first rose to prominence. Excellent. A sinister smile graced his lips as he twisted his wrist. A sharp crack echoed as Wang Gang's neck snapped. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground, eyes wide open in shock. Qin Shou callously discarded the corpse, his demeanor cold and unfeeling. He raised his hand, revealing a black banner materializing in his palm, adorned with ghostly apparitions, foreboding and terrifying. "Soul banner, consume for me," Qin Shou commanded in a low voice, and the banner billowed in the wind, unleashing a formidable suction force. Outside the hall, piercing screams filled the air as the minions of the Wolf Head Gang, taken by surprise, were drawn into the vortex, transformed into sustenance. In an instant, the entire Wolf Head Gang was enveloped in a realm of the damned. Stepping out of the hall, Qin Shou's expression remained dark and foreboding. "Chu Yuli, the heavens have granted me a chance at rebirth. In this life, I shall surely slay you." With guiding the sword through the skies, clung tightly to his waist, her knuckles turning white, nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. "Your grip is rather constricting. It impedes my ability to maneuver the sword," remarked, yet offered no retort. Burying her head deeply against his back, her delicate form trembling slightly, she dared not gaze downward, nor utter a word. The altitude was daunting, the speed exhilarating. In an effort to instill a sense of hierarchy in his disciple, soared through the heavens with her, someone who had never before tasted the thrill of flight, ensuring she would forever harbor a fear of heights. Thus, the misfortune of the favored daughter of destiny was successfully subdued, granting the antagonist an increase of 200 points. Fear of heights. Mou was momentarily taken aback. So that was the case. Yet he had merely utilized the ordinary speed of a nascent soul cultivator. This velocity bore no distinction from that of a tortoise. Had it truly instilled a fear of heights in Chu Yuli? Indeed, the sorrows and joys of humanity are rarely shared. In the past, when he had been taken by his opportunistic master during the tribulation phase, soaring to the heavenly Xian holy land, he had been filled with exhilaration. He gently patted Chu Yuli on the shoulder. "We have arrived." As Chu Yuli sensed the flight of the sword come to a halt, she reluctantly released Mou and cautiously lifted her gaze. What greeted her eyes was a diminutive sect. Within the confines of the sect, corpses lay scattered haphazardly in various positions. Some bore grotesque expressions, their eyes wide open, as if they had witnessed some unspeakable horror before their demise. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood and an unsettling, chilling aura. Chu Yuli's complexion turned ashen, her stomach churned violently, and she fought to suppress the urge to vomit. Mou furrowed her brows, her gaze sweeping across her surroundings. Evil cultivators? Only malevolent beings would resort to such wicked methods. In an instant, her consciousness expanded, swiftly detecting a sinister aura. The source lay at the entrance of the central hall of the sect. As Mou gazed ahead, a man clad in black robes stood there, his countenance dark and forbidding, with narrow eyes glimmering with a chilling light. He exuded an aura of sinister malevolence. This man was none other than Qin Shou. In an instant, his gaze fixed upon Chu Yuli. When he beheld her stunning beauty, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. What a breathtaking enchantress! A true vision capable of inciting turmoil among nations. Yet, following this moment of admiration, a murderous intent surged within him. Chu Yuli. Though he had only glimpsed her true visage once, her exquisite features had been indelibly etched in his mind. How fortuitous that she had come to him, sparing him the trouble of searching. A cruel smile curled upon Qin Shou's lips as he strode forward, seemingly defying gravity. He paid no heed to Mou. What formidable presence could possibly reside in this desolate wasteland? Upon seeing Qin Shou, Chu Yuli instinctively took a step back, positioning Mou protectively in front of her. She moved with grace, embodying the prowess of a golden core master. With a swift sweep of his divine consciousness, Mou instantly discerned the circumstances surrounding Qin Shou with remarkable clarity. At the first layer of the golden core stage, he was but a novice. The system interface materialized before him. Name: Qin Shou. Fortune: green. Can one glimpse the future? What future is there to behold? Mou observed that Qin Shou's attention was fixated on Chu Yuli. A vague suspicion began to stir within him. The specifics could easily be uncovered with a mere inquiry. Furthermore, the malevolent practitioners of dark arts were universally despised, and he held a particular aversion towards them. Qin Shou hovered in midair, his gaze predatory and unrestrained. A sinister smile played upon his lips, his voice laced with unabashed greed. It must be said, he was indeed strikingly handsome. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Mou stirred. With no superfluous movements and without summoning any magical artifacts, he simply raised his right hand. In an instant, spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into an enormous ethereal hand. The hand blotted out the sky, emanating a terrifying pressure, as if it could grasp the very fabric of the universe. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as it swiftly ensnared Qin Shou, who barely had time to react before being suspended in midair, utterly immobilized. The sinister grin on his face froze, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. How was this possible? He desperately channeled the spiritual force within him, striving to break free from the hand's grasp, only to realize that all his efforts were in vain. The force was as vast as an abyss, as heavy as a mountain, pressing down upon him with such intensity that he struggled to breathe, his very organs feeling as though they might burst. With terror in his eyes, he lifted his gaze to Mou, only to discover that he could not fathom the depths of this man's cultivation. Damn it! How could there truly be a cultivator stronger than him in this cursed place? Mou leaped gracefully from the flying sword, landing steadily upon the ground. Why did you lay hands on my disciple? Qin Shou exclaimed in astonishment. Disciple? How can that be? How could she possibly have a master? He recalled that Chu Yuli was a solitary cultivator. She had no master, nor even friends. At that moment, a thunderous shout resounded, startling the birds from the trees. Impudent! Release my young master at once. As Mou lifted her gaze, she beheld an elder clad in black robes descending from the sky, exuding an imposing presence. In Qin Shou's eyes, hope reignited. His protector, Qin Kuei, at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. This was the source of his audacity. The Qin family, a lineage of divine transformation spanning a millennium, possessed a depth of heritage that far surpassed the scattered cultivators of this remote region. Even among those at the golden core level, Qin Kuei's mastery of artifacts and experience eclipsed that of ordinary practitioners. Today, He would ensure that this reckless rogue would pay a steep price. Meanwhile, Chu Yuli's delicate brow furrowed, a tinge of concern creeping into her heart. The elder, able to traverse the air, was indeed a formidable golden core cultivator. Engaging in battle with such a powerful foe could put her master at risk. At that moment, a voice thundered forth like spring thunder rolling across the sky. "Fellow cultivator, I come to lend you my assistance." As Mo turned towards the sound, he beheld an ethereal old man clad in a flowing white robe, gracefully approaching with an air of profound wisdom. With every gesture, he exuded the demeanor of an extraordinary being. "I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Qin Kuei's voice thundered across the surroundings. This individual was also at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, making him a formidable opponent alongside Mo, who was at the 8th level. The old man in white spoke with clarity. "I am Xianfeng, a practitioner from the Xianjin Mountain Manor. Sensing the overwhelming malevolence in this place, I have come to vanquish the evil and uphold justice." He then turned his gaze towards Mo, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, my friend. I alone am more than sufficient to handle him." "Thank you," Mo replied, filled with gratitude. Mo clasped his fist in greeting. Throughout the entire Tianxin domain, the forces bearing the character Xian are essentially affiliates of the Tianxin sacred land. His gaze returned to Qin Shou. "Now, we can engage in a proper discussion. What would you like to know?" Qin Shou's expression was as dark as the depths of water. He did not believe that the Xianfeng real person could triumph over Qin Kuei. His current objective was merely to buy time. Meanwhile, Qin Kuei let out a cold snort. Summoning a demonic sword, he bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the blade, and executed a sword technique. The demonic sword emitted a piercing shriek, infused with overwhelming demonic energy, slicing through the air directly towards the Xianfeng real person. The Xianfeng real person dared not be negligent, similarly summoning a flying sword to counter the attack. However, upon contact, his flying sword was severed as easily as tofu, shattering into countless pieces. His pupils constricted sharply. A spiritual weapon? It is known that spiritual weapons are treasures that only those in the nascent soul stage are qualified to possess. In the next moment, the demonic sword continued its relentless advance, aiming straight for his brow. "Friend, hasten to my aid. Let us unite to vanquish this demon." The Xianfeng real person felt a surge of dread, hastily conjuring a shield of spiritual energy for defense. "Damn it, had I known it would come to this, I would not have bothered to meddle. It seems I may very well meet my end here." Witnessing this scene, Mo let out a helpless sigh. The defeat was astonishingly swift. With a flick of his finger, he infused a strand of spiritual energy into Qin Shou, instantly sealing his golden core, and casually tossed him aside. In the next moment, Mo had already appeared before the esteemed Xianfeng. He extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the incoming demonic sword. The onlookers were left utterly astounded. Qin Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a portrait of incredulity. It is worth noting that in his eagerness to conclude the battle, he had even burned his essence. This was undeniably the mightiest strike beneath the nascent soul. Yet it was so casually intercepted. Xianfeng was equally astonished, his face flushing crimson with embarrassment, realizing that he was not even needed for rescue. Chu Yuli stood, entranced, gazing at this spectacle. How magnificent Master is! With 2 fingers, Mo deftly grasped the demonic sword, clad in white as pure as snow, exuding an ethereal grace. With a casual toss, the sword plunged deeply into the ground. In a mere flicker, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly closing in on Qin Kuei. Unbeknownst to him, a formidable spear, glinting with a chilling luminescence, had materialized in his hand. The shaft of the spear was adorned with swirling runes, emanating an unsettling aura. The spear's tip flickered with a sinister cold light, enveloped in an unmatched murderous intent, aimed directly at Qin Kuei's heart. An alarm blared in Qin Kuei's mind as an ominous shadow of death swiftly enveloped him. With no time to ponder, he hastily summoned a shimmering shield of dark light. Positioning it before him, the shield bore a vividly lifelike pattern of a mystical tortoise, radiating an overwhelming presence akin to a towering mountain. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated across the heavens. The spear's tip collided fiercely with the shield. The seemingly indestructible shield shattered like fragile parchment, piece by piece. The spear surged forth with unstoppable momentum, piercing through the old man's chest in an instant. Blood gushed forth, painting the sky red, yet curiously avoiding Mo. Qin Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief and despair. How could a dignified cultivator at the 9th layer of the Golden Core, armed with a spirit shield, fail to withstand a single strike from his opponent? One must understand, even a nascent soul expert could not easily destroy such a shield. What on earth are you? The old man croaked, his throat rasping as he sought clarity. However, Mou offered him no chance. With a flick of his wrist, an icy white flame erupted from the spear, swiftly engulfing Qin Kuei whole. Under the inferno of the ghostly flames, both Qin Kuei's corporeal form and soul were instantaneously reduced to nothingness. Retracted his spear, the ghostly flames flickering at its tip gradually extinguished. Is the 9th level of the Golden Core truly formidable? The voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The esteemed Xianfeng was taken aback. What an impressive act! I must learn this. Next time, I shall perform my foundation establishment in such a manner. Chu Yuli's gaze followed its retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. My master is truly extraordinary. To be able to annihilate a Golden Core expert in an instant, my master must be a nascent soul, concealing his true strength at the Golden Core level. I aspire to do the same in the future. I shall keep my true capabilities hidden from others. Qin Shao's was utterly dumbfounded. His protector, at the 9th level of the Golden Core, had been defeated in an instant? How could this be possible? Who on earth is this person? Why is he so powerful? What brings him to this forsaken place? In his previous life, after investigating Chu Yuli for many years, he had never heard of her having a master. Mou slowly turned, his icy gaze fixating on Qin Shou. The latter, sprawled on the ground, trembled violently, instinctively attempting to flee. Yet, the moment he stirred, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. The dread of death surged like a tidal wave, engulfing him entirely. In the depths of despair, a glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes. You have forced my hand. If I am to perish, let us meet our end together. He gritted his teeth and swallowed a blood-red pill, shattering the seal left by Mou in an instant. He summoned the Wandering Soul's banner. Drawing strength from the banner itself, he invoked a secret technique to enhance the combat prowess of the vengeful spirits within. The black fabric of the banner ignited, releasing a noxious stench, accompanied by a hissing sound reminiscent of wailing ghosts. Thousands of vengeful spirits surged forth from the blazing banner, dense as a locust swarm. A chilling wind howled, and the cries of phantoms echoed relentlessly, sending shivers down the spine. Chu Yuli turned pale with fright, instinctively retreating behind Mou. Xianfeng Jinren's expression grew grave. It was the Wandering Soul's banner. Damn it! The leading spirit had actually reached the nascent soul realm. He turned to Mou. Fellow cultivator, if we unite our strengths, there may be a slim chance of escaping this place. Once I return to the manor and report the situation, I shall return to apprehend this malevolent cultivator. Mou gazed at the writhing souls of resentment in the sky, enveloped in silence. He harbored a deep disdain for evil cultivators. In this lifetime, the family who took him in had all perished at the hands of such malevolence. Evil cultivators deserved to be eradicated. Free from the constraints of the Wandering Soul's banner, the tormented spirits swiftly targeted the 3 individuals, surging towards them with an unsettling chill. Fellow Daoist? Master Xianfeng urged anxiously. No need, Mou replied in a calm tone. Master Xianfeng was taken aback, believing that Mou had relinquished his resistance. However, he soon witnessed Mou flick his fingers lightly. A wisp of cold, white flame emerged gracefully, descending into the midst of the vengeful spirits. As the ghostly fire touched the ground, it rapidly spread, transforming into a blazing sea of white flames that engulfed countless souls of resentment. Wherever the flames swept through, the spirits released sighs of relief, as if finally liberated, ultimately dissolving into ethereal glimmers that vanished into the expanse of heaven and earth. Mou delicately sensed the eerie, ghostly flames, which had significantly increased in power after devouring a multitude of vengeful spirits. What once held the potency of the Qi refinement stage now ascended to the level of the nascent soul stage. Master Xianfeng gazed in astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Is this something achievable by a Golden Core cultivator? Could the nascent soul master of their Shenzhen Mountain Manor accomplish such a feat? Absolutely not. The individual before him was undoubtedly a high-ranking nascent soul. Perhaps even a formidable being of the transformation stage. Fellow cultivator, I have some inquiries to make of that individual. The voice of the ink feather resonated, shattering the silence. Realizing the significance, the esteemed Master Xianfeng responded promptly. Esteemed elder, I am but an elder of the Shenzhen Manor. Should you harbor any interest, I cordially invite you to visit our humble abode. As soon as the words left his lips, he swiftly ascended on his sword, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, anxious to avoid any potential repercussions. Approached Qin Shou, speaking with a serene demeanor. Please answer my previous question. Why did you resort to violence against my disciple? Qin Shou trembled all over, cold sweat cascading down his face. He had never anticipated that the Yuan Ying stage spirit he took pride in would be so easily vanquished before. Weak in the knees, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his forehead pressed against the earth, his voice quivering like a sieve. Senior, in truth, I am a reincarnate, and I had no desire to harm her. However, she will take my life centuries hence, which compelled me to act preemptively. I implore you to see my sincerity. I am willing to serve you loyally in any capacity, and I beseech you to spare my life. Mou furrowed his brows slightly. A reincarnato? He silently questioned the system. System, are you certain he is not the child of destiny? The child of destiny is not something just anyone can become. He is far too incompetent. Is he truly unworthy of being the child of destiny, even after reincarnation? A profound sense of perplexity enveloped Mou's heart. At that moment, a chill voice, reminiscent of ice, emanated from the ring. Little you, I believe I have discerned his intention. Mou raised her eyebrows slightly and said, Sister Yanqi, do you know? I have encountered it in the ancient texts of the immortal realm. Yanqi's crimson eyes flickered, seemingly lost in reminiscence. The nine-leaf destiny grass, a celestial herb born in response to the great calamity of the heavens and earth, possesses 9 leaves, enabling 9 individuals to glimpse the future. Among them, one shall bear immense fortune and shoulder the profound responsibility of salvation. The future they behold is the most distant of all. This individual is undoubtedly one of the 9. Yet they are likely not the fated one destined to face the calamity. Mou suddenly realized that the external assistance of a reincarnator had manifested in a plausible manner. Thus, this world harbored a child of destiny, a reincarnator. As for the impending calamity of heaven and earth, he remained utterly unconcerned. The demise of Qin Shou would occur centuries hence. Who could say when that celestial catastrophe would unfold? The future was a burden for his future self to ponder. For now, he needed only to focus on the present. His gaze once again fell upon the trembling figure of Qin Shou, who knelt on the ground. He intended to delve into this man's memories to discern the opportunities that Yuo might encounter in the future, aiming to seize them in advance. He retrieved the Wan Han. Or rather, the Human Emperor banner. A pitch-black ancient banner materialized out of thin air. Upon its surface, purple mist swirled, and a chilling wind emanated, exuding an aura of terrifying dread. The Human Emperor banner possessed numerous capabilities, one of which was to extract fragments of memories from captured souls. Though only partial, it sufficed. Qin Shou's complexion changed drastically. He too wielded the Wan Han banner. How could he not comprehend Mou's intentions? He hastily bowed repeatedly. Esteemed predecessor, no matter what you inquire of me, I shall respond with utmost honesty. However, should you resort to soul-searching, you will not uncover everything. I care not. The wicked must perish. Moreover, allowing you to live would render me restless at night. Mou smiled gently, preparing to wield the Emperor's banner in hand. Qin's pupils constricted sharply, and the terror of impending death compelled him to scream desperately, Wait. My grandfather is a transformation god. You cannot kill me. Transformation god. Mou paused momentarily, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Indeed, release me, or else my grandfather will undoubtedly take your life. Mou fell into deep contemplation, his fingertips lightly tapping against the imperial banner, as if weighing the pros and cons. Qin Shou, observing his hesitation, felt emboldened. If you are unafraid of death, then go ahead and kill me. However, in the next moment, he witnessed a slight smirk at the corner of Mou's mouth. Very well, as you wish. With those words, Mou flicked his wrist, and the imperial banner fluttered ominously, the black mist swirling upon its surface. A terrifying force of attraction erupted instantaneously. And before Qin Shou could utter a single cry of despair, he was pulled into the banner and swiftly annihilated. Mou licked his lips, relishing the moment. The transformation into a divine being is splendid. I have always adored establishments that offer such delightful 2-for-1 deals. At that moment, Yanqi's curious voice pierced through the air. Xiaoyu, where did you acquire that soul banner? It seems rather peculiar. She sensed that the soul banner emanated a faint aura of primordial purple energy. Almost immediately, she found her own thought amusing. Who would casually forge a soul banner with primordial purple energy? Such treasures, innate to one's being, awaken alongside one's inherent constitution in ghostly flames. Mou spoke nonsensically. Yanqi furrowed her delicate brows, a flicker of doubt crossing her crimson eyes. Could it be that you are the biological son of the Ghost Emperor? Who else would set the awakening condition to dual cultivation? She was aware of Mou's ambiguous origins and had always thought him merely an orphan from a mortal family. Now it seemed, could it be that his father is indeed an immortal emperor? Mou's expression remained serene. Unbeknownst to him, he had lost his parents as soon as he could remember. A wave of compassion washed over Yanxi's heart, and a hint of pity flickered in her crimson eyes as she gently reassured him, "Fear not, for you still have me." A warm surge of emotion welled up within Mou. "Thank you, my dear sister, my esteemed master." Subsequently, he ceased his contemplations and redirected his focus to Qin Shou's memories. Meanwhile, Chu Yuli's heart raced slightly. That black banner. Could it be that the master was a practitioner of dark arts? She discreetly scrutinized Mou. His aura was tranquil, devoid of any sinister or malevolent vibes. This revelation eased her anxious heart. It would be disastrous to be ensnared by a nefarious sect. Indeed, practitioners of dark arts are universally condemned. This soul banner must have been seized from another malevolent sorcerer. Undoubtedly, that is the case. Mou swiftly completed his recollection. He had acquired knowledge of the Qin family's location, as well as the time and place of the secret realm's opening nearby. However, information regarding Chu Yuli was scarce. Qin Shou was even unaware that Chu Yuli was the same as Li Feiyu. Nevertheless, he did uncover a crucial detail. A year hence, the Demon Lord, known as Chu Yuli, would emerge prominently in a secret realm within the Tianxian domain. Mou made the decision to bring Chu Yuli along when the time comes, allowing her to surrender a portion of her resources, which would undoubtedly serve as a means of suppression. Subsequently, he inquired of the system whether it could locate the position of that reincarnator. He intended to coax that individual over as well, gradually applying pressure. The price was set at 500 villain points. Mou's expression darkened. With merely 10,000 fortune points, he could only investigate 20 after being slain. However, upon recalling the system's glitch that allowed him to exploit the villain points, he gritted his teeth and resolved to take action. Change. Villain points, minus 500. Rebirth location, Tianxian Sacred Land. Mou was taken aback. The Heavenly Xian Sacred Land? He and another child of destiny belonged to the same faction? Furthermore, he had never realized it. System, do you have a specific name or a more precise location? The price is 500 villain points. How dark it is. More ruthless than Joe Boppy. He took a deep breath to calm the turmoil within. He posed a profoundly significant question. What would transpire if, before seizing the fortune, I were to kill the Scion of Destiny? If I were to eliminate the Scion of Destiny, he would indeed perish. But what if I were to enlist another's hand? For instance, having Chu Yuli or inviting a formidable figure in the tribulation stage to eliminate other Scions of Destiny. Even a Scion of Destiny finds it arduous to slay another Scion. Other powerful beings would merely become the opportunities of the Scions of Destiny. Mou nodded, having grasped three crucial pieces of information. Firstly, the system surpasses the heavenly Tao. Secondly, he need not concern himself with other children of fate. Thirdly, no one possesses the ability to slay him. In light of these revelations, he was liberated. Consequently, the identity of that child of destiny became inconsequential. Moreover, the system is capable of discerning the children of fate. Upon returning to the sacred land of Tianxian, he would undoubtedly ascertain the identity of that individual. Mou bent down and began to lick the bag. As soon as the storage ring was acquired, the system's prompt sounded. Qin Shou is one of the significant fortuities on Chu Yuli's path of cultivation. You have successfully intercepted the opportunity. Reward: 1 layer of transformation spirit 100 points for the antagonist. Mou curled his lips in disdain. A spirit banner of the transformation realm? What am I supposed to nourish it with? Although he had once read novels extolling the prowess of the 10,000 Souls banner, the reality of crossing into another world revealed its true nature. This weapon was rather impractical. The crafting process was exceedingly arduous, far more challenging than acquiring exceptional attributes. The subsequent maintenance was even more troublesome, demanding an incessant supply of resentment to sustain it. If it were a spirit of the same realm, he might barely manage to substitute spiritual energy. Yet, this was a spirit of the transformation realm. How could he possibly possess such an abundance of spiritual energy? The system replied, the spirits awarded by the system are perpetual motion machines, requiring no maintenance. As for other spirits, it is advisable to engage in a global massacre and racial extermination, forging unparalleled malevolence from the endless grievances of countless souls. A few dark lines appeared on Mou's forehead. Truly, the villain system lives up to its name, embodying villainy in every sense. He shifted his attention to the Emperor's banner. In addition to the soul of Qin Shou, a formidable humanoid spirit emerged within, exuding a chilling aura. The spirit of the transformation banner. Just as the system had indicated, even in the absence of resentment to nurture it, this spirit would not dissipate. He couldn't help but marvel at the system's perverse nature. The gains from this single day far surpassed all he had amassed throughout countless life and death crises in his lifetime. If his former identity as the son of fortune merely augmented his luck, then now it was akin to unlocking infinite resources. This was nothing short of a meteoric rise. An exhilarating explosion of fortune. As MOU's consciousness penetrated the storage ring, a sudden flash of light erupted from within. In the chaotic realm of the Broken Star region, at the Qin family estate, 2 soul lamps in the Soul Lantern Hall gradually extinguished, transforming into specks of ash that dispersed into the air. Shower. A piercing roar resonated like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the Qin family. In an instant, a figure surged forth, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. Clad in a black robe, his gaunt visage and crimson eyes resembled a malevolent specter rising from the depths of hell. This was none other than Qin Jun, the revered ancestor of the Qin family, notorious in the Broken Star region as a formidable manifestation of divine transformation. At this moment, the usually inscrutable powerhouse was consumed by madness, howling to the heavens in wrath. Who dares to slay my precious Shou? Qin Shou was his most beloved grandson, and the heir upon whom he had pinned his hopes. A century of cultivating the golden core. While not the pinnacle of talent in the chaotic realm, was exceedingly rare in the Broken Star region, promising the Qin family another millennium of glory. Yet now, he had been brutally slain, a reality Qin Jun found unbearable. With a furious wave of his hand, spiritual energy surged forth, conjuring a colossal map that hovered above the Qin estate. A white marker pinpointed MOU's location. Issue my command. Dig 3 feet into the earth. And I demand the capture of the murderer. I shall ensure he, along with all that supports him, pays the ultimate price alongside Shower. As his words fell, the map in the sky erupted violently. Waves of energy roared, sweeping across the Qin estate with a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Qin Jun's expression darkened as he swiftly countered the raging force with a surge of overwhelming power. Soon after, a massive middle finger gesture materialized in the heavens, accompanied by a bold inscription, "Foolish beings, do you truly believe your skills are sufficient to track me?" This brazen provocation echoed throughout the vicinity of the Qin family, like a resounding slap across their faces. Whispers and pointed fingers erupted among the onlookers, while rival families began discreet investigations into the matter. Qin Jun's countenance darkened to a point where it seemed capable of dripping water. Not only had he lost his grandson, but the Qin family's reputation had also been thoroughly tarnished, an unparalleled humiliation. To make matters worse, he had lost the ability to track that individual. Meanwhile, having completed his minor spell, MOU deftly erased his consciousness imprint. Such tactics were devoid of novelty. Engaging in these consciousness markings daily was tiresome. He perused the information on the Qin family stored in his memory. The Qin family boasted 3 formidable entities at the divine transformation stage, and over a dozen at the nascent soul stage. However, countless individuals harbored the desire to end his life. What was the insignificant Qin family in the grand scheme of things? After a moment of contemplation, MOU reached a resolute decision. He would return to the Holy Land, gather his allies, and annihilate the Qin family. Ordinary foes would not act in such a manner, and it is improbable that the Holy Land would send emissaries. However, the Qin clan is distinct. They harbor nefarious cultivators. Moreover, the Qin family undoubtedly possesses significant opportunities for Chu Yuli. Eliminating them in advance could very likely yield some advantageous rewards from the system. MOU cast his gaze once more upon the ring. The combined value of the items within the 2 storage rings amounted to merely around 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, which, in the realm of ordinary golden core cultivators, could be deemed quite affluent. Yet, before MOU, such wealth was utterly insignificant. Suddenly, he noticed an inconspicuous trinket nestled in the corner. It was a fragment, entirely pitch black, its surface riddled with imperfections, as if it had fallen from some shattered vessel. However, it was ensnared by a faint, almost imperceptible aura of demonic energy, exuding an eerie presence. According to Qin Shou's recollections, this peculiar object had been discovered by him in a hidden corner of a secret realm. Had it not been for a peculiar compulsion that led him to examine it further, he might have overlooked it entirely. He had previously endeavored to study this shard, yet yielded no results. Over time, it had been relegated to the recesses of the storage ring, forgotten. MOU could ascertain that this was a fortuitous opportunity. Such treasures were undoubtedly meant for the protagonist. Aside from the enigmatic shard, there was little of significance within the ring to capture Mo's attention. He casually tossed the ring to Chu Yuli. Instinctively, Chu Yuli caught the ring, her consciousness probing into its depths. In the next instant, she was utterly stunned. Inside the ring, a mountain of spirit stones glittered with a dazzling brilliance, nearly blinding her. Various magical artifacts radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, unmistakably not of mundane origin. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, she regained her composure, her mouth agape, her voice trembling slightly. "Master, do you truly entrust these to my care? Are you not afraid that I might steal them?" Raised an eyebrow. "What are you thinking? These are all for you." "For me?" Chu Yuli was utterly bewildered. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at, then glanced at the treasures within the ring, her mind blank. Each of these items, if merely one were to be presented, would have driven her former family into a frenzy. How could her master assert that these were all meant for her? Her master was exceedingly generous. A warm current surged within Chu Yuli's heart. She promptly bowed deeply to. "Thank you, master." What had her master taken out before? Chu Yuli recalled the black fragment, and questions began to swirl in her mind. That fragment, though seemingly ordinary, emanated an aura of danger. Soon, she arrived at a conclusion. It must have been that her master feared she would stray from the righteous path, prompting such an action. Her master was truly kind and considerate. As Chu Yuli's thoughts swirled, also received a notification from the system. Chu Yuli's affection has increased by 20. You have successfully intercepted Chu Yuli's opportunity, the remnants of the Celestial Demon inheritance. Celestial Demon Secret Realm. Collecting all 7 fragments is necessary to unlock it. One must possess the fragments to enter. It contains the Celestial Demon inheritance, which is one of the significant opportunities on Chu Yuli's path to immortality. Under your deception, Chu Yuli has been deprived of her chance, and she must thank you. The villain's counterattack has succeeded. Reward, Celestial Demon Inheritance Fragment 2. Villain points increased by 300. The function of fortune plundering from Chu Yuli has been automatically disabled. It can be activated at will when needed. MOU inspected the system space, and indeed, 2 fragments shimmering with ethereal light had materialized within. It remained uncertain whether these rewards were derived from the system relocating the other remnants or if a new one had been fabricated. Simultaneously, he gained a clearer understanding of the principles governing the system's rewards. These rewards were contingent upon the items intercepted, and they also included a bonus of villain points. The elevation of favorability with the Child of Fortune would likewise yield a gain in villain points. At particular pivotal moments, grand rewards would be bestowed. For instance, defeating Ling Ching, achieving maximum favor with Yanxi, or having Chu Yuli as a mentor. With this knowledge, his subsequent actions would be considerably facilitated. Since Chu Yuli was destined to annihilate the Qin family in the future, preemptively eradicating them and seizing their possessions would undoubtedly qualify as interception. He then examined the system panel. Name, MOU Realm, 8th layer of Golden Core Stage Physique, Chaotic Divine Body, Awakening Pending. Pure Yang Kidney Body Technique. Heavenly Profound Sacred Classic, Top Grade Celestial, Great Burning Heaven Art, Mid-Grade Earth. Upgradable, Spell, Heavenly Profound Sword Technique Treasures, Human Sovereign Banner Special, Celestial Bone, Fragment, Qingming Spiritual Flame, Pure Yang True Fire, Netherworld Ghost Fire Fortune, 12,000, Gold, Villain Points, 3,000 next. Consuming the Breaking Realm Pill would elevate him to the 9th layer. By further merging with the Netherworld Ghost Fire and enhancing the Great Burning Heaven Art, he could aspire to attain the nascent soul stage. He resolved to return to his homeland, first before heading back to the sect to break through, while also discerning whether his senior and junior sisters were indeed daughters of fortune. Subsequently, he would gather allies to obliterate the Qin family. Swiftly devised his subsequent plans, his gaze sweeping over the tattered figure of Chu Yuli and then glancing at the substantial sum of 3,000 villain points. Without hesitation, he accessed the system's marketplace. Amidst the dazzling array of goods, he focused on an inferior spiritual artifact, the Azure Mist Moonlight Skirt, priced at 200 villain points. In this realm, treasures are classified into 3 tiers: magical tools, spiritual artifacts, and spiritual treasures, each further divided into upper, middle, lower, and extreme grades. The Azure Mist Moonlight Skirt, entirely azure and as light as gossamer, shimmered with a faint lunar radiance, appearing dreamlike and ethereal. It could withstand attacks from cultivators below the Golden Core stage and possessed the effect of spirit gathering, enhancing the practitioner's cultivation speed. Most importantly, the skirt was truly exquisite. With this thought, he resolutely exchanged for the spiritual artifact. An azure skirt materialized in his hand, which he then presented to Chu Yuli. Do not wear the previous one. Try this instead. This is a spiritual artifact. Spiritual artifact? Chu Yuli took the azure mist moonlight skirt. A flicker of confusion passing through her eyes as she pondered the meaning of a spiritual artifact. Suddenly, her delicate form trembled. She quickly shook her head, her tone resolute. Master, I cannot accept this. She recalled having read about it in a book before. Spiritual artifacts are treasures that can only be wielded by cultivators of the nascent soul stage, each one worth an immense fortune, incredibly rare. If given to her master, it would undoubtedly elevate his power to new heights. Wait, it seems her master cannot don this skirt? Chu Yuli's thoughts abruptly stalled. A hint of embarrassment creeping onto her face. Take it. It is of no use to me. Mou gently remarked that his treasured artifact was, at the very least, a lower-grade spiritual tool. However, Chu Yuli did not comprehend the implication of his words. Stubbornly, she shook her head and said, Then I cannot accept it. Master can still bestow it upon a future partner. As Mou gazed into her resolute eyes, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. He assumed a stern expression, feigning anger. If I insist that you accept it, then you shall accept it. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Chu Yuli lowered her head slightly, a warm current surging within her heart. Her master was truly kind. This precious gift was bestowed upon her without a moment's hesitation. It had been a long time since anyone had shown her such care. Gratitude welled up in her eyes, shimmering tears glistening as they danced on the brink of spilling over. Mou believed she had startled herself, and her heart softened. I did not intend to frighten you. No, it's perfectly fine. Chu Yuli raised her head quickly, her voice slightly hurried, fearful that Mou might misunderstand her. Seeing her master take the initiative to apologize when she was upset was a stark contrast to her previous master, making her feel assured that Mou was indeed a good person. Some truths can be discerned from an individual's daily conduct. Chu Yuli channeled her spiritual energy into the azure dress in her hands. The gown seemed to come alive, gracefully unfurling and adorning her form. She glanced down, then twirled in front of Mou, the hem of the dress flowing elegantly, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Master, what do you think? Does it look beautiful? Her enchanting eyes sparkled with joy and anticipation, for no young lady could resist the allure of a lovely dress. In Mou's eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flickered. Beautiful. Before him stood Chu Yuli, her skin fairer than snow, her features akin to a picturesque painting, and her bright eyes clear as a bottomless spring. Adorned in a gown of azure mist, the hem sprinkled with starlight, she resembled a cascade of the Milky Way. A delicate ribbon of pale blue at her waist accentuated her slender form, adding an extra touch of grace, though her figure had yet to fully develop. A hint of exquisite curves was already apparent, like a bud poised to bloom, exuding the charm of youth. Particularly captivating was her slender waist, delicate enough to be encircled with a gentle embrace, evoking an irresistible urge to hold her close. At that moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful, a stark contrast to the scruffy little girl she once was. Such unparalleled beauty could perhaps only be rivaled by the senior sisters on the mountain. Upon receiving Mou's compliment, Chu Yuli felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her, her cheeks flushed with a soft hue as she lowered her head, her fingers lightly twisting the hem of her dress. In this moment, she was even more enchanting. However, Mou had little time to savor the sight. As he summoned his flying sword, Come, let us return to my home. Chu Yuli hesitated slightly, a hint of trepidation in her demeanor, yet she nodded gently, her lotus steps gliding onto the flying sword. Your home? Do you not belong to a sect? I need to attend to some matters at home first, and then we shall visit the sect. Mou briefly responded, leaping onto the flying sword, positioning himself before Chu Yuli. He ascended gracefully, controlling the sword's flight. To accommodate Chu Yuli, he lowered their altitude, allowing the sword to glide gently through the air. Are we going to see my parents? Chu Yuli murmured softly. Mou's hearing was remarkably acute, allowing her to catch the faint whispers. Curiosity flickered in Chu Yuli's exquisitely beautiful face, revealing a trace of panic. I have no parents, and there is no one left at home. Mou spoke softly, devoid of joy or anger. Ah? Chu Yuli was taken aback, surprise flashing through her beautiful eyes, soon followed by a wave of profound compassion. Mou chose not to elaborate further, instead quietly guiding his sword through the air. Chu Yuli, with her keen intellect, had already surmised a portion of the truth. Surely, her master must have endured a similarly tragic fate. Unable to resist, she gently embraced Mou from behind, resting her cheek against his broad back. "Master, you have me now. I am also your family." "Thank you." Mou felt a gentle warmth emanating from behind him, a wave of tenderness washing over his heart. He began to reflect upon his past. Through the haze of fragmented memories, it seemed he was born into a prominent family. However, there were gaps in his recollections, coinciding with the loss of his celestial essence. At half a year old, he appeared in Mo village, where he was taken in by the villagers. This was also the true inception of his memories. At the age of 3, calamity struck as malevolent cultivators massacred Mo village, yet by a stroke of fortune, he narrowly escaped the fate that befell his kin. As a mere child, he could scarcely survive in such a merciless world. Yet, an inexplicable force intervened, allowing him to fast and endure. It was only later that he learned it was his sister, Yanxi, who had aided him. When he turned 4, he was discovered by Yishime, the master of Tsuweiwei Peak from the heavenly Xian sacred land, becoming her 5th direct disciple, blessed with 4 elder sisters and 1 younger sister. Half a day later, the two arrived at Mo village. "Is this truly the hometown of my master?" Chu Yuli surveyed her surroundings, astonishment swirling in her eyes, her voice quivering slightly. The dilapidated houses stood like hollow eyes gazing skyward, whispering tales of endless sorrow. Amidst the crumbling walls and remnants of the past, wild grasses thrived, encroaching upon every inch of land. The entire village lay in desolation, enveloped in a profound silence. Mou remained silent, silently making his way toward the ancient locust tree at the village's entrance. This sacred ground housed the remains of the elders and ancestors of Mo village. Interred with the assistance of his master, Yishime, many years ago, he retrieved some spiritual fruits and fine wine from his storage ring, placing them before a relatively intact stone tablet. Now, on the brink of transcending to the nascent soul stage, he vowed, "Once I ascend, I shall eradicate all malevolent beings in this world." His voice emerged slowly, deep and resonant, with each word bearing the weight of 1,000 mountains. Chu Yuli's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Mou's silhouette. The aspirations of her master were unexpectedly grand. To ascend and vanquish evil. Could such feats truly be accomplished? Surely, it must be possible. Her master was the strongest. She glanced at the stone tablet, a look of confusion crossing her face. Wasn't he her master, namely Feiyu? Why did this place bear the name of Mo village? "Keep up." Mou interrupted her contemplation and proceeded deeper into the village. Chu Yuli hastily followed, her steps light and graceful, akin to a well-behaved little bird. The two arrived before an ancient edifice constructed of. Above the structure, a plaque inscribed with 4 prominent characters read Ancestral Hall of the Mo family. As they pushed open the heavy stone door, a long-sealed aura enveloped them. Within the Ancestral Hall, altars honoring the ancestors of the Mo lineage were reverently arranged. Before the altars, the incense table lay thickly coated in dust. Mou approached the incense altar, preparing to dust it off. The moment his fingers brushed against the central tablet, the surrounding space distorted. In an instant, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. Before them lay a vast plain, filled with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrant blossoms, exuding an abundance of spiritual energy, reminiscent of an ethereal paradise. Could this be a secret domain? Mou was somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated that a hidden realm lay concealed within the ancestral hall of the Mo clan. Indeed, the child of double fortune experiences double joy. However, this opportunity is likely unrelated to Chu Yuli. It is predominantly his own. Chu Yuli hid behind Mou and inquired, "Master, what is this place?" "It is a secret realm, a place of destiny," Mou explained as he led Chu Yuli forward. Chu Yuli was exceedingly cautious, fearing that any potential danger might hinder their progress. Mou maintained an expression of calm indifference, wholly unconcerned. After all, they were all favored by fortune, impervious to death. As they traversed a dense thicket, the landscape suddenly opened up before them. A vast lake emerged, its crystalline waters revealing the pebbles beneath, shimmering with the play of light. At the heart of the lake lay a small island, adorned with lush greenery and vibrant blossoms. At the center of this isle, golden bubbles floated gracefully in the air, cradling an exquisite maiden, clad in a flowing white garment. Her skin was as pure as snow, and her features were painted with elegance. Her eyes were gently closed, as if she were ensnared in a tranquil slumber. "What is this?" Chu Yuli was rendered speechless, captivated by the unparalleled beauty of the maiden. Unable to find words to articulate her wonder, she appeared transcendent, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens, instilling a reverence that forbade any thoughts of impropriety. Yuan Zun. Mo spoke softly, Master. Who is the Yuan Zun? It's no one in particular. When I encounter a beautiful maiden in the ancestral land, I refer to her as Yuan Zun. Does Master often come across beautiful maidens in the ancestral land? Chu Yuli tilted her small head, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Mou. Suddenly, an elder clad in black materialized before the two. The old man's demeanor was kind, yet his gaze bore the weight of time. It seems a visitor has arrived, the pure young saint body, possessing a naturally divine constitution. Quite remarkable indeed. He gently stroked his beard, observing Mou with a soft sigh, which soon transformed into a look of sorrow. What a pity, the divine bone has been cruelly extracted. Such a tragedy. Astonishment surged within Mou, yet he maintained an impassive exterior. The elder truly possessed a discerning eye, instantly recognizing the condition of this junior. It is worth noting that even his calamity-transcending master, Yi Shimei, and the esteemed leader of the celestial Xian Holy Land were unable to perceive his former celestial bone. This individual must either be an exceptionally powerful transcendental being with remarkable investigative skills or an immortal. The junior, Mou, humbly inquires, May I ask who you are? Esteemed elder, and what place this is? Mou cupped his hands in salute, respectfully inquiring. As soon as his words fell, he felt a chill emanating from behind. Turning his head, he beheld Chu Yuli, her cheeks puffed out and her eyes wide with indignation. The sight was reminiscent of an irate little creature, utterly adorable. It was only then that Mou recalled the alias he had previously used to tease her. The little one is quite amusing. You are not afraid of me? The old man's voice brought Mou back to reality. He turned around, his expression calm, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Senior, you jest. What is there to fear? At worst, it is merely death. This old man was but a remnant soul, exceedingly weak, possessing only the strength of the transformation stage. With the Yin fire and the thunder technique, he could be easily defeated. What is there to fear? Upon hearing this, the old man was momentarily stunned, then burst into raucous laughter. How delightful! How delightful! Young one, I am growing increasingly fond of you. To speak candidly, I am Mo Yuan, the ancestor of the Mo family, the ancestors of the Mahist school. A flicker of realization sparked within Mou as he hastily accessed his panel. Name, Mo Yuan. Fortune, purple. Description, once a formidable warrior, now ensnared in the ancestral grounds of the Mo family. The fortune bearer, known as Mou's harbinger of wealth. Harbinger of wealth? Mou's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, Ancestral master, what was your realm during your peak? Mo Yuan stroked his beard, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, as if he had been transported back to a time of great prominence. In his youth, he too had been an immortal of the 8 tribulations. His voice carried a tinge of melancholy, yet also a hint of pride. An immortal? Chu Yuli exclaimed, covering her mouth with her small hand, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Though she had barely grasped the fundamentals of cultivation, she was well aware of what it meant to be an immortal. Cultivating was all about achieving immortality. And here stood this elder, who was indeed an immortal. She couldn't help but feel a sense of wariness towards Mo Yuan. Immortals were far too perilous. Mou, unfazed, promptly inquired, did our ancestors possess celestial artifacts? Mo Yuan was momentarily taken aback, suspecting he had misheard. After a considerable pause, he finally reacted, his anger causing his beard to bristle. Absolutely not. The old man had revealed his identity. Yet, all you sought from me was a celestial artifact? Is this how you display your courtesy? Do you possess any spiritual treasures or celestial techniques? Mou continued to inquire. Upon hearing this, deep-set eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely believe his ears. You little rascal, how can you be more avaricious than I? Do you think these treasures are as common as cabbages by the roadside, easily obtainable at will? Mou felt a tinge of regret. It was truly a pity that it was not present. Mo Yuan observed the subtle changes in Mou's facial expressions, feeling an overwhelming surge of indignation. Just as he was about to reprimand her, Mou preemptively interjected, in that case, esteemed elder, please enlighten me on what you require of me. Mo Yuan paused momentarily, swallowing the words that nearly escaped his lips. What a clever lad. Indeed, I find myself growing fonder of you. His tone was imbued with admiration. I do have a task for you. After all, Nothing in this world comes without a price. However, fret not, for you are, after all, a descendant of the Mo family, and this will only bring you benefits. He gradually turned his gaze towards the golden bubble suspended at the center of the small island. Do you see that? That is the opportunity that awaits us here. And then, Mo followed Mo Yuan's gaze and beheld, at the heart of the small island, a golden bubble that remained suspended in tranquility, emanating a gentle light that imparted a sense of purity. What you must do is quite simple. Earn her recognition, and you shall gain the opportunities this place offers. Mo Yuan spoke slowly. At that moment, I shall find my liberation. Liberation? Indeed. I have been trapped here for far too long. So long that the passage of time has become a blur to me. As long as she exists, I shall never truly perish, forced to languish in this confined space. Mo Yu nodded, a sense of understanding blossoming within him. So, it was to become the Gravekeeper. Subsequently, he unleashed a flurry of inquiries. Who is she? Why is she here? Why must it be me? What leads you to believe that I can succeed? This barrage of questions rendered Mo Yuan momentarily speechless. He patiently endeavored to elucidate. I am uncertain of her identity, yet I can assert that she hails from the upper realms and is a person of great significance. She possesses ties to our Mo family, thus only the descendants of the Mo lineage may have the opportunity to earn her acknowledgement. Although I cannot see the outside world, I am still privy to certain knowledge. Furthermore, S. Tone paused, his expression grave. I foresee a great calamity befalling the Tianyuan continent in the future. You will undoubtedly require this opportunity. Calamity? Feigned confusion. Mo Yuan nodded, his expression grave, his voice low and somber. Within a millennium, a cataclysm of monumental proportions will sweep across the Tianyuan continent. He paused, as if weighing his words carefully. In the swiftest of scenarios, it shall arrive within a century. At the slowest, within 500 years. This calamity is destined to unfold, though its precise nature eludes my understanding. I see, came the response. Mo Yu nodded gently, a multitude of thoughts swirling within her mind. At that moment, a faint tug was felt behind her. It was Chu Yuli, who tightly grasped the hem of Mo Yu's garment. Turning to meet her gaze, he found himself locked in the depths of her clear eyes. Without the need for words, he comprehended her unspoken concerns. She harbored suspicions regarding Mo Yuan, although Mo Yu believed that Chu Yuli held such sentiments towards anyone, this time. He found himself in agreement. The Emperor's banner silently emerged from the system space, transforming into the size of a willow leaf, and delicately entwined itself around the tip of Chu Yuli's finger. Little girl, how dare you question me? Mo Yuan did not notice Mo Yu's subtle movements. Yet he discerned Chu Yuli's intentions, his tone laced with a hint of indignation. I have never deigned to deceive anyone. Mo Yu gently patted the back of Chu Yuli's hand, soothing her in a tender voice. Do not worry. He is an ancestor of the Mo family and would never deceive me. Indeed, Mo Yuan quickly concurred. Chu Yuli glanced at the Emperor's banner adorning her finger, hesitated for a moment, and then gradually released her small hand. Mo Yu pondered for a moment, summoned his flying sword, and soared towards the small island. As soon as he landed, the voice of Yen Shi echoed in his mind. That Mo Yuan gives me a strange feeling. Be cautious. Understood, Sister Yen Shi. Mo Yu nodded slightly. He too had made the discovery. Firstly, he was adopted and was not of the Mo family's lineage. Secondly, the timing of the calamity did not align. Qin Shou had lived for more than 5 centuries. Regardless of any issues surrounding Mo Yuan, he felt compelled to come and take a look. This was indeed a grand opportunity. Mo Yuan's gaze was intense, firmly fixed on Mo Yu. In truth, he was not the true ancestral figure of the Mo family, Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan has long since fallen. He is merely a manifestation of Mo Yuan's inner demons. He truly does not know the identity of the person on that island. He only knows that she has been waiting for her destined one. If not, she shall face an onslaught. Mo Yuan had witnessed countless members of the Mo family return empty-handed, many of whom were unparalleled prodigies with the potential for immortality. Some possessed physiques even more formidable than that of Mo Yu, pure bodies, celestial physiques, innate Tao bodies, and flawless sacred bodies. Yet, even they were unable to gain recognition and could only depart in despondence. Time stretched on interminably, long enough for the Mo family outside to experience multiple cycles of rise and fall. Ultimately, Mo Yuan succumbed to madness, giving rise to his current self. He came to believe that the destined individual simply does not exist. It is but a pitfall. He yearned for liberation, for freedom, for an escape from this confining realm. After being attacked, Mo Yu, though not fatally wounded, will experience a temporary weakness. This presents an opportunity for him to seize control of Mou's body. Mou's gaze fell upon the golden bubble. Within this ethereal sphere, a young maiden lay in serene slumber. He could perceive her form with clarity, yet was unable to penetrate the delicate veil that surrounded her. Only through spiritual perception could one glimpse the hidden realm and unlock the system interface. He gradually drew nearer. Just as he was about to touch the edge of the bubble, it began to dissipate, revealing the maiden's figure more distinctly. She floated there, tranquil, her eyes gently closed, as if lost in a deep dream. Her pale golden hair radiated a soft halo, exuding an aura of sanctity and nobility. An indescribable essence enveloped her, both ethereal and divine, as though she were untouched by the mundane world. Words of the earthly realm seemed utterly insignificant in her presence. No eloquence could ever capture even a fraction of her exquisite beauty. Simply gazing upon her instilled a sense of reverence, evoking an instinctive fear of trespass. Mou's heart and mind swayed, momentarily lost in a trance, as if her very soul were being drawn into that boundless sanctity. A powerful yearning surged within her, a desire to draw near, to comprehend, to submit to her. Awaken. At that moment, Yanxi's voice reverberated through Mou's mind like thunder. Be cautious. It is an illusion, Yanxi reiterated, her tone laden with gravity. Thank you, Sister Yanxi. As Mou regained his composure, his gaze once more fell upon the enchanting woman, a surge of wariness blossoming within him. At that moment, she remained breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing all that Mou had ever beheld. However, the sensation he experienced before was no longer present. With the dissolution of the ethereal bubble, his consciousness was now able to perceive the girl. With a mere thought, the system panel materialized before him. Name, Ji Xianyao. Fortune. Affection, 0. Stranger. Description, daughter of the ancestral dragon. Sealed within the mortal realm, she represents Mou's greatest opportunity, destined to bestow upon him an unceasing flow of fortune. Mou's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is this fortune? Endless? Infinite? How utterly outrageous! A surge of joy coursed through him as he expressed gratitude for the grand gift bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, Mou Yuan wore a puzzled expression, his gaze fixed intensely on Mou. Why was this attack method so peculiar? It was his first encounter with the vanishing golden bubbles. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he turned his attention to Ji Xianyao. Having been trapped in this endless expanse of time, he had never truly beheld her visage. At that moment, he felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen as if his very soul had been wrenched from him. Chu Yuli also cast a curious glance at Ji Xianyao. In an instant, she too succumbed to a state of bewildering haze, her consciousness gradually blurring. However, just then, a flicker of deep green emerged within her eyes. She suddenly awakened, breaking free from that strange state. Surveying her surroundings, she felt a bit dazed, unsure of what had transpired. All she could perceive was that the sister on the small island was extraordinarily beautiful. Yet, a profound sense of danger surged within her. That individual must be exceedingly perilous. Unconsciously, she felt a wave of anxiety for Mou, silently praying for his safety. Mou communicated through the ring, Sister Yanxi. Are you familiar with the ancestral dragon? Yanxi furrowed her brow, seemingly engaged in deep recollection. After a brief moment, she gently shook her head. I have not heard of it. Is there something amiss? Mou's gaze fell upon the enchanting beauty who lay asleep before him, and he slowly began to speak. The moment I laid eyes on her, a particular word sprang to mind, one that might pertain to her. You rascal. Could it be that you've been swayed by her beauty? Yanxi teased playfully. Mou let out a helpless smile and said, Please, do not jest with me. Yanxi's expression abruptly turned grave, his tone laden with seriousness. This woman is indeed exceptionally beautiful, even in the upper realm. I have yet to encounter anyone who surpasses her. She exhibits no trace of spiritual power or cultivation, appearing as though she could be easily toppled. Yet, I sense a profound danger emanating from her. I advise you to depart for now and return only after attaining the great ascension. Mou gazed at Yanxi, her expression bearing an unprecedented gravity. It could be said that since their acquaintance, Yanxi had never exhibited such caution. Ever since he had survived his fourth leap from the cliff, she ceased to intervene in his seemingly reckless pursuits of demise. Yet this time, she chose to speak up. This alone suffices to illustrate that within Yanxi's heart, the peril concealed within this enigmatic woman had escalated to an alarmingly formidable level. Mou smiled confidently. Trust me. Sister Yanxi, I am destined for greatness and nothing will befall me. Moreover, if I do not seize every opportunity to enhance myself, how can I help you revive sooner? Yin Shi gazed at Mou's radiant smile, and a wave of warmth surged within her heart. In truth, there was no need for such fervent efforts. She understood that advising him would be futile. For reasons unbeknownst to her, an unusual flutter stirred within her, as if something was quietly taking root in the depths of her heart. She hastily suppressed this sudden emotion. After all, little Yu had grown up under her watchful eye. How could she entertain such thoughts? Mou's gaze once again returned to Ji Xianyao. If even Sister Yin, she was unaware of what the ancestral dragon was. He could only resort to conjecture. For now, let it be deemed the creator god. He slowly raised his hand, reaching towards Ji Xianyao's delicate, jade-like hand. The moment his fingertips made contact with her skin, a radiant golden light enveloped Ji Xianyao, transforming into a stream of luminous energy that flowed into Mou's sea of consciousness, vanishing from sight. Mou was momentarily taken aback. Could this be considered a successful completion? He quickly steadied his mind and turned inward to examine his consciousness sea. There, he beheld Ji Xianyao quietly suspended within, her eyes tightly closed, still in slumber, resembling a sacred goddess. It was detected that you have successfully intercepted the fortune of the daughter of destiny. The daughter of the ancestral dragon, Ji Xianyao. Ji Xianyao possesses boundless fortune within her, which can aid in restoring your fortune to that of the sacred dragon. In a manner that brooked no resistance, you forcibly drew her, unconscious, into your consciousness sea. She has now become your possession, easily manipulated and indulged at your leisure. The villain's counterattack has succeeded. Reward: one-click restoration of Sacred Dragon Fortune. Sacred Dragon Fortune, a unique and extraordinary fortune that grants you an invincible position in the competition for opportunities. Currently plundering Mou's fortune. Plundering failed. Automatic compensation. Fortune increased by 1,000. Villain points increased by 1,000. Restoration? Several question marks appeared above Mou's head, perplexed. This is troublesome. The python sparrow has consumed the dragon, and the enemy count has increased. Mou had intuitively pieced together the entire sequence of events. From birth, he was endowed with the auspicious fate of the sacred dragon and the bones of an immortal, all of which had been seized from him. To protect him, his parents cast him into this mortal realm. The method by which the heavenly Tao cultivates individuals is remarkably consistent. A cancellation of engagement would render the situation perfect. He set aside his thoughts and began to delve into the sacred dragon's auspicious fate. Auspiciousness manifests in 8 forms, ranging from the mundane black to the vibrant hues of color, with an additional, extraordinary 9th form of special auspiciousness. The sacred dragon's auspicious fate is one among them. Black signifies the existence of an inconspicuous mortal. Gray represents those with minor achievements among mortals, yet they remain incapable of true cultivation. White encompasses the vast majority of ordinary cultivators. The gradient from green to purple signifies those favored by the heavenly Tao, often leading to a commendable life. Gold ensures an ascent to immortality, making it exceedingly difficult to meet one's demise. Colorful auspiciousness allows for ascension to the upper realms while still remaining invincible. Special auspiciousness transcends the entire auspicious system, reigning supreme over all. Even when encountering colorful auspiciousness, one can remain undefeated. The sacred dragon's auspicious fate enables him to seize opportunities from the sons of fate with remarkable ease, harboring numerous hidden effects. Under normal circumstances, the recovery process of the sacred dragon's auspicious fate is exceedingly protracted. It is likely that even upon ascending to immortality, he may not fully convert it. However, with the aid of the system, the completion was instantaneous. Yet, this auspicious system differed from what Mou had observed in novels. According to this framework, even antagonists could possess purple auspiciousness. Soon, he found solace in this realization. Even the most expendable of antagonists lived a life far superior to that of an ordinary mortal. How could enemies destined to be the children of fate be mere commoners? At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. Please promptly ensure that Ji Xianyao submits, so she may provide you with auspiciousness. The level of auspiciousness will continuously increase based on Ji Xianyao's fondness or submission level. The higher the fondness or submission, the quicker the enhancement. Could not help but murmur to herself. She was still in a deep slumber, unaware of when she would awaken. How can one enhance affection? Please, use your own charisma to win her over. This system does not offer any means of mental control. Mou was somewhat taken aback. This system indeed possessed a certain set of principles, Naturally, even with such precise control, he would never resort to its use, for he was no villain. Moreover, if even love were but an illusion, what could possibly be deemed real? A green hat? Perhaps? In this regard, the system aligned well with his sentiments. Just then, the voice of Yen Shi resonated. She had entered my consciousness. Mou replied, I cannot fathom why. Why would she enter your mind? I do not know. Perhaps I am the person she has been seeking all along? How could you be so fortunate? Yen Shi silently mused. After a brief pause, she finally advised, be cautious. This transpired after Ji Xian Yao had vanished. Mo Yuan suddenly awakened, bewildered. What had just transpired? It felt as though his consciousness had been consumed by some unseen force for a brief moment. He hurriedly glanced at Mou. Fortunately, Mou was still present. A sigh of relief escaped him, yet in the next instant, his heart leapt to his throat. Where had that woman gone? Was it possible? This opportunity, which had awaited countless millennia without anyone claiming it, was taken while he had barely assumed his position. Could it be that he was a manifestation of the heart's demonic fortune? Abruptly, his expression darkened, and his gaze hardened with resolve. Regardless, he would seize this junior's essence. He still had his own aspirations to fulfill. The pure yang sacred body, the celestial bone, and this opportunity combined would undoubtedly lead him to immortality. He must act swiftly while he was still receiving the inheritance. The pupils of Mo Yuan suddenly contracted as he beheld Mo Yu soaring towards him on his sword. Had he truly completed the inheritance so swiftly? Although he possessed the strength of a god transformation, Mo Yu was merely at the golden core stage. Yet, he found himself devoid of confidence in overcoming Mo Yu in his current state, particularly due to the enigmatic woman's fortuitous influence. He dared not speculate on Mo Yu's current prowess. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Chu Yuli, and a flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes. Originally, his requirements for seizing a body were that it be a living male with a special constitution and a high status. Now, he could only settle for a living being. Chu Yuli fixated intently on Mo Yu while her peripheral awareness remained attuned to Mo Yuan. She had already discerned the method of utilizing the human emperor banner. By simply infusing it with her internal spiritual energy, it would autonomously protect its master. Was she truly free from fear of Mo Yuan? Even though her master had bestowed this upon her, a lingering trepidation remained. It was not that she doubted her master's capabilities. After all, he was an immortal. Although he was on the brink of death, he was still an immortal. A withered camel is larger than a horse. Just then, Mo Yuan made a swift movement, transforming into a wisp of black mist as he lunged towards her. Chu Yuli reacted with remarkable speed, immediately channeling her spiritual energy into the human emperor banner upon her finger. The banner rapidly regained its original form, a flag exuding a menacing black mist. The soul banner? S pupils suddenly constricted, filled with astonishment. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his shock transformed into disdain. How could a mere practitioner of Qi possibly wield the formidable power of a soul banner? In the realm of cultivation, one must adhere to the fundamental principles. A Qi practitioner could never hope to manipulate souls beyond the foundation establishment stage. However, in the next moment, was utterly dumbfounded. He beheld a soul of the divine transformation stage lunging towards him with great ferocity. Although it was merely at the first level of divine transformation, could still perceive that this soul had exhibited extraordinary prowess in life. It was undoubtedly a being with the potential for ascension. Damn it! In the depths of Mo Yuan's heart, he cursed vehemently. How could two individuals, one a golden core cultivator and the other merely at the Qi refinement stage, possibly capture this transformation stage spirit? And where did a Qi refinement practitioner acquire the spiritual power to control such a being? He dared not underestimate the situation. Hastily invoking secret techniques, igniting his soul, and forcefully enhancing his own strength. As his power surged, hope rekindled within him. With but a moment's effort, he could vanquish this transformation spirit. Yet, in the very next instant, a bolt of violet lightning struck him fiercely. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, Mo Yuan's soul became increasingly translucent, as if it might dissolve into the winds at any moment. How could this be? Mo Yuan found it hard to believe. His voice trembling. He turned around, fixating his gaze on the source of the thunder. Mo Yu. Celestial Tier Thunder Technique? How could you possibly wield the Celestial Tier Thunder Technique? This is impossible. Mo Yuan gasped in astonishment. The school of Mo has long since fallen into obscurity. It is only natural that all celestial level techniques have been lost to time. How could there possibly be anyone capable of wielding such heavenly spells? In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind. In a fleeting moment, Mo Yu's figure darted forward, arriving before Chu Yuli, as the emperor's banner was obediently retracted. Chu Yuli gazed at Mo's retreating silhouette, her heart brimming with joy. How remarkable is my master! Surely, he must be concealing his true prowess. Perhaps, in reality, my master is also an immortal. Mo was unaware of what Chu Yuli was contemplating. He was poised to take action and eliminate this hidden threat once and for all, when he suddenly heard Mo Yuan's laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. Young man. You are formidable. His laughter resonated with a hint of admiration, a touch of relief, and a myriad of complex emotions that were difficult to articulate. What could this possibly mean? Mo furrowed her brow, her heart filled with uncertainty, yet she remained vigilant. In the palm of her hand, the lightning flickered, and the heavenly thunder technique was poised, ready to counter any potential retaliation from Mo Yuan. Young one, I initially believed your success to be mere fortune. Little did I anticipate that your prowess could ascend to such heights. It appears that destiny does not forsake the Mo lineage. The voice of Mo Yuan resonated once more. Mo, is it? The last scion of the Mo clan, the resurgence of the Mo family rests upon your shoulders. His tone suddenly escalated, infused with boundless expectation. Before his words could fully dissipate, his entire soul began to blaze fervently, violet flames erupting and illuminating his increasingly ethereal form. To incinerate one's spirit? To augment one's might? Had he not already undergone this once before? Mo felt a sense of doubt within, yet he remained steadfast and unyielding. Mo Yuan's figure gradually became ethereal, dissipating like the morning mist, while the violet flames blazed ever more fiercely. At the center of his being, a purple orb slowly materialized, translucent and resplendent. It emanated a rich aura of soul energy, resembling a divine elixir. This is the soul elixir, a culmination of my lifelong soul power, which can aid you in strengthening your spirit, ensuring an unobstructed path in your cultivation journey before reaching the fusion stage. Mo Yuan's form gradually became transparent. I did indeed entertain the thought of seizing your body, but since you possess the ability to rejuvenate the Mo family, the future should rightfully be entrusted to the youth. His gaze was intricate, filled with sorrow, contentment, and anticipation, a myriad of emotions intertwined, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh. Mo comprehended his intent. As one approaches death, their words tend to bear a certain wisdom. A surge of indescribable emotions welled up within him, yet he ultimately found his voice. Regrettably, esteemed elder, I am not, in the truest sense, a member of the Mo family. I was abandoned by my original lineage and left in Mo village. Thus the bloodline of your esteemed clan shall inevitably fail to endure. Mo Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon appeared to comprehend something, his smile growing ever more radiant. I cannot be mistaken. I have stood vigil here for countless years, never once faltering. He gazed intently at Mo. Be cautious. Within no more than 5 centuries, a great calamity shall befall the Tianyuan continent. His voice grew softer and more ethereal with each word. Ultimately, his words dissipated along with his very soul, leaving behind a soul elixir that emitted a faint, luminous glow, gently suspended in midair. Upon hearing these words, Mo fell into a brief reverie. Was he truly indifferent to deceit? Reflecting on the words previously spoken by Mo Yuan, he murmured softly. Thus, Mo Yuan was convinced of his lineage from the Mo clan. That cataclysm indeed occurred within the span of 500 years. In other words, could it be that Mo village is merely the ancestral origin of the Mo family? If so, did this imply that he was, in fact, a member of the Upper Realms Mo clan? Yet another archetypal narrative. Within the depths of Mo's heart, a torrent of complaints surged forth. The soul elixir gently floated before him, pulling him back to reality as he extended his hand to delicately grasp it. It felt icy to the touch, yet a warm current surged from his palm into his being. He inclined his body slightly towards the direction where Mo Yuan had vanished, vowing silently that he, as a junior, would never betray the profound expectations of his ancestors. You seized the opportunity before Mo, masquerading as a member of the Mo clan, gaining the acknowledgement of the clan's ancient forebear, and successfully intercepting his chance. Deprived of the soul-nurturing elixir, Mo would find it exceedingly difficult to swiftly aid Yanxi in restoring her spirit. You might exploit this opportunity to advance your own agenda. The antagonist has triumphed. Rewarded with the Gathering Een Soul Jade Box, a celestial artifact. The Gathering Een Soul Jade Box possesses the ability to absorb the power of the lunar essence, naturally generating random soul-related elixirs each month without the need for spiritual energy to activate it. In the event of a failure in fortune plundering, it automatically replenishes. increasing luck by 200 and granting an additional 200 points to the antagonist. A celestial artifact. Mou gazed in astonishment at the jade box within the system space. The box, entirely resplendent, was adorned with intricate carvings, while at its center lay a vivid taiji symbol, the yin and yang fish appearing to swim languidly, radiating a gentle lunar glow. There was no need for spiritual energy. Each month, it would produce a pill equivalent to the soul elixir transformed by Mou on. The only requirement was to place the jade box beneath the moonlight. This was utterly extravagant. What the system provided in a single day far surpassed his efforts over the span of 20 years. Though it was random, who was he? The child of fate. The most formidable aspect was the roll of the dice. What exhilaration! As for that elixir, there was no doubt. Hasten, consume it. For its utility far exceeds what your ancestor has described. The urging voice of Yin Shi echoed from within the soul ring. Mou regained his composure and placed the elixir into the soul ring. Sister Yin Shi, this will benefit you far more. You should refine it. Within the soul ring, the violet soul elixir floated serenely, its gentle radiance casting a dreamlike glow upon Yin Shi, enhancing her already exquisite figure. She gazed at the soul elixir, her ruby-like eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, gratitude, joy, hesitation, all culminating in a flicker of annoyance. Xiaoyu, this is preposterous. Yin Shi's voice rose an octave, laced with both reproach and tenderness. This soul elixir embodies the entirety of your ancestor's life force. It rightfully belongs to you. How could you possibly give it to me? Mou was taken aback, not expecting such a reaction from Yin Shi, a warm current surging within her. Sister Yin Shi, do you remember how many times you have saved me? Who remembers such things? Just eat it, Yin Shi replied nonchalantly. From the very beginning. When you helped me remain undetected by the malevolent cultivators in Mo village, you have rescued me 48 times, and after 8 of those instances, you fell into slumber. Mou stated earnestly. Yin Shi was momentarily speechless, surprised that Mou recalled the details so vividly. She parted her red lips and said, I did this for my own sake. Yet, upon uttering those words, she realized that even she did not believe them. Mou smiled, his warmth and sincerity radiating through his expression. Rest assured, I shall assist you in reconstructing your body, utilizing the finest materials to create a form of unparalleled beauty. He then spoke earnestly. However, I possess great fortune, and there shall be even better opportunities ahead. Your spirit has been damaged, and this will serve you better. Moreover, dear sister, the quicker your recovery, the more effectively you will be able to assist me in the future, will you not? For a moment, Yin Shi was rendered speechless. Her heart a blend of emotion, helplessness, and a hint of sweetness. She gazed upon Mou, whose resolute visage was etched with sincerity and concern, devoid of any pretense. Her heart felt as though it were being gently stirred by a tender hand, creating ripples of feeling within. Since their acquaintance, Mou had never disappointed her. Time and again, he had defied the odds and altered fate. He was no longer the naive boy he once was. He resembled an unrefined gem, having endured trials, destined to ultimately radiate a brilliant light. An inexplicable emotion blossomed within Yin Shi, transcending the bond of teacher and student, mingled with an unrecognized flutter of her own heart, spreading through her being. She took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling within her. Very well, she sighed lightly. Since you are so determined, I shall acquiesce. With a graceful lift of her hand, she accepted the violet soul pill, parting her cherry lips to allow it to enter her mouth. In an instant, a radiant light surged from within the soul ring, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Flames erupted around Yin Shi, her red dress billowing, white hair dancing, resembling a phoenix reborn from the ashes, both breathtaking and divine. Under the nourishment of the soul pill, her spirit solidified at a pace visible to the naked eye, emanating an even more formidable aura. Ultimately, Yin Shi's spirit had become significantly denser than before, almost tangible. She spoke softly. My strength has now returned to the realm of transformation. Should I take control of your body, I would possess the power to contend even against the return to void. Mou displayed a satisfied smile. Little Yin Shi, you are still effortlessly in control. Now, even without returning to rally support, we can triumph over the Qin family. His gaze fell upon Chu Yuli beside him. We should make our exit. Indeed, Chu Yuli nodded, a hint of confusion gracing her face. Master, why does your esteemed ancestor wish to do this? Mou found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Who could fathom it? It was not a matter of enlightenment, but rather a fear of mortality. How could one claim ignorance? Such a declaration was unacceptable. One's image held paramount importance. Without establishing an aura of authority, what would happen if a disciple were to rebel in the future? Within the soul ring, the voice of Yin Shi resonated. That Mo Yuan is a manifestation of inner demons, a fixation. Had he ultimately refrained from sacrificing himself, his obsession might have been one of freedom. However, it now appears that a more fitting description would be the prosperity of his lineage. He had been ensnared here for countless years, witnessing the decline of the Mo family from its former glory, yet feeling utterly powerless. Over time, this accumulated frustration gave rise to his inner demons. If one lacks the strength to conquer him, he would seize control, taking it upon himself to restore the Mo family's former greatness. Thus, the truth is revealed. Mo meticulously relayed Yin Shi's words to Chu Yuli. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuli nodded thoughtfully, her gaze filled with admiration. Master is truly remarkable, possessing not only formidable strength but also profound knowledge. Mo discerned her thoughts and felt a tinge of embarrassment. Little did he know. It was merely a case of borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha. At that moment, the surroundings began to shift, and the two returned to the ancestral hall of the Mo family. Mo sensed that the mysterious realm had vanished forever. Master, where shall we go next? We shall return to the Heavenly Xian Sacred Land using the nearest sect's teleportation array. The Heavenly Xian Sacred Land, Chu Yuli exclaimed. Although her experiences were limited and she had not heard of this power, she understood that they were in the Heavenly Xian domain. To be named directly after the term Heavenly Xian implied, without a doubt, that it was an immense entity. Mo gazed at the slightly flushed face of Chu Yuli, her excitement evident, and smiled gently. The Tianxian Sacred Land stands as the most formidable force within the Tianxian domain, recognized as one of the 9 paramount powers of the human race. The specifics will become clear upon our return. These are merely the foundational lessons of entry. With that, he summoned his sword, taking Chu Yuli along, soaring towards the nearest sect, the Xianjian Mountain Manor. As they glided upon the flying sword, an inopportune rumble emanated from Chu Yuli's stomach. Master, I am hungry, she admitted, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Only then did Mo remember that she had not yet begun her fasting. She lowered her gaze and beheld a verdant forest below, where ancient trees towered, obscuring the sun. As Mo descended into the woods, she remarked, I haven't brought any fasting pills. Let me help you search for nearby magical beasts. Chu Yuli replied, nodding vigorously. The ink-feathered divine consciousness extended outward, probing the surroundings. Strangely, this area harbored an unusual scarcity of monstrous beasts, with not a single large creature to be found. Mo felt a sense of bewilderment and continued to expand the range of his spiritual awareness. At last, at the very edge of his perception, he discovered a rabbit demon in the golden core stage. Its ruby-like eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance. 2 elongated ears quivered occasionally, exuding an irresistible charm. It appeared utterly delectable at first glance. Mo pondered deeply, with a swift flicker of thought. His flying sword shot forth with a piercing sound that cleaved the air, hurtling towards the direction of the rabbit demon with astonishing speed, akin to a missile. Upon detecting the flow of fortune, as a competent antagonist, he had mastered the art of seizing opportunities. Seizing the moment before the fortune's daughter, the young Xiaowu, could fully mature, he swiftly dispatched her. The rewards were bountiful. Divine powers and an indestructible golden body had automatically been cultivated to perfection for him. He had successfully slain the beloved of Tang Si, the child of fortune, and one could only imagine the depths of his despair as he now sought to reclaim his lost fortune. Fortune increased by 1,000, villain points by 1,000. A flurry of notifications left Mo momentarily bewildered. What had transpired? Who am I? Where am I? However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. Killing was merely an act. The one he had just slain was presumably the wife of the protagonist, Tang Si, who was certainly no virtuous figure. And as for retribution, could anyone truly fear being ensnared by the tendrils of the blue silver? His attention was soon captured by the allure of the indestructible golden body. Mo closed his eyes, deeply immersing himself in the newly acquired divine ability, a wave of ecstatic joy surging within him. The indestructible golden body grants immunity to all harm beneath the celestial realm for 3 seconds. Above the celestial realm, it depends on one's proficiency. The system has directly elevated him to perfection, allowing him to be impervious to damage from 5 major realms, again for 3 seconds. The consumption of spiritual energy is nearly negligible, permitting its use once a month. This is nothing short of a celestial technique. In this world, sword cultivators reigned supreme. With a focus on swift and powerful attacks, striving to unleash the utmost damage in the shortest time. Some extreme sword cultivators can channel all their spiritual energy into a single strike, pursuing an unparalleled burst of power capable of certain death. The sword disciples of the sword sect exemplify this, as one such disciple became the foremost figure in the nascent soul stage. Renowned across the lands through the might of his blade, the indestructible golden body is truly a nemesis crafted for such individuals. Mou opened his eyes and approached the lifeless form of the little rabbit, letting out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was still just a rabbit. Had it transformed into a human, he would have truly been at a loss regarding how to proceed. Gazing at the little rabbit, Mou was lost in contemplation. The world was vast, and he was certain he would never locate the individual known as Tang Si. If he simply departed, Tang Si would also be unable to find him, rendering the fate of a son of destiny utterly futile. However, he could not allow Tang Si to seek him out directly. That would be far too passive. Thus, he began to search within his mind. Before long, a perfect scapegoat emerged. The starry sacred land, one of the 7 stars, Yuhang. The two had a minor history, having clashed on several occasions. And after Mou's strength diminished, their exchanges ceased. That fellow possessed a unique set of needle-like concealed weapons, and during their previous encounters, Mou had been pricked, leaving behind a few needles. It was decided he was the one. Mou began to arrange the scene, casually scattering several needles upon the ground to create the illusion that the little rabbit had succumbed to them. Once the setup was complete, he clapped his hands decisively and lifted the little rabbit by its long ears, bringing it before Chu Yuli. Today, we shall feast upon this. The 2 sons of destiny, sharing the wife of another son of destiny, certainly made for a peculiar scenario. Chu Yuli's gaze fell upon the lifeless rabbit, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Such an overwhelming aura. Merely a corpse exuded a pressure that surpassed even that of her family's ancestors. Master, is this a golden core great demon? Mou nodded gently, his hands deftly handling the rabbit demon. Chu Yuli's eyes were filled with astonishment. A golden core demon could effortlessly annihilate her entire family. Yet now, such a formidable being was on the verge of becoming her meal? This was utterly surreal. She felt as though she were ensnared in a dream, an absurd yet strikingly vivid dream. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted to Mou's visage. Her master was truly handsome. Surely, he must have numerous admirers? She wondered if he had a romantic partner. Just how elevated was her master's cultivation? When would she surpass him in strength? When would she? All right, let us eat. The voice of Mou pulled Chu Yuli back from her chaotic thoughts into the realm of reality. With the assistance of the pure yang true fire, the rabbit demon was swiftly dealt with, emanating an enticing aroma. 10 minutes later, Chu Yuli contentedly let out a satisfied burp. Master, I can no longer eat. I am too full. Mou gazed at the untouched rabbit demon with a hint of reluctance. The golden core stage beast was far too formidable for someone like Chu Yuli, who was merely at the 3rd level of chi refinement. As for himself, he had only taken a small taste, and it was exceptionally delectable. Yet, for various reasons, he found it difficult to indulge. The rabbit was simply too adorable. How could one bring themselves to eat such a creature? He possessed a kind heart, and refrained from consuming beings capable of transforming into human forms. The system ought to wait until he had finished before issuing reminders. At that moment, a thought flickered in Mou's mind. If resurrection were indeed possible, would his beloved not receive a double reward? Although fortune was limited, and Tang Si's potential had its constraints, the system's rewards were not bound by such limitations. This time, he had been granted an indestructible golden body. What might the next reward entail? He resolved to save the roasted rabbit for Tang Si, offering a small piece of meat to Chu Yuli. It is time to leave. Chu Yuli accepted the meat, her exquisite face revealing a trace of confusion. Wouldn't he leaving it behind be a waste? It wasn't he particularly delicious. After all, it was merely a golden core beast, and she could certainly find better upon returning. A glimmer sparkled in her beautiful eyes. If a golden core beast could be dismissed so easily, what realm did her master truly inhabit? She longed to become stronger than her master. It is time to leave. 3 days later, at the heavenly Xian sacred land, the mountain gates soared into the clouds, constructed from an unknown type of jade, radiating a gentle spiritual aura under the sunlight. Is this truly the heavenly Xian sacred land? Chu Yuli gazed up at the magnificent mountain gate, utterly awestruck. Mou smiled and nodded. Indeed. Suddenly, an elder clad in a flowing azure robe, exuding an air of authority, appeared before them. His hair was as white as snow, and his face was etched with the lines of time, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He first cast a glance at Chu Yuli, and then his gaze settled upon Mou. Little Yu, is she your new junior sister? Mou smiled and said, Elder Qing Xian, this is my newly accepted disciple. Li Fei Yu. In her heart, Chu Yuli lamented in despair, it's over, it's truly over. I actually forgot to inform my master of my original name. If my master discovers this in the future, will I be cast out from the sect? Mou turned her head, gesturing towards Elder Qing Xian for an introduction. This esteemed individual is Elder Qing Xian, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Xian Sacred Land, a formidable being of the Great Ascension Realm. Chu Yuli hastily retracted her thoughts, suppressing the unease within her, and bowed deeply to Elder Qing Xian. I pay my respects to Elder Qing Xian. Although she was unaware of the true magnitude of the Great Ascension Realm, she had discerned her master's subtle hint. Elder Qing Xian's expression remained serene, revealing no trace of joy or anger. With a casual wave of his hand, a cerulean longsword materialized in his grasp, its blade shimmering with ethereal energy and glinting coldly. Unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary caliber. This is the Qi Feng sword, a superior spiritual artifact, a token of our meeting. A superior spiritual artifact. Chu Yuli felt her head buzzing. Such an artifact belonged to which realm? She had yet to learn. In any case, it was undeniably immensely powerful. Mou took the Qing Feng sword and presented it before Chu Yuli, smiling as he said, you should express your gratitude to Elder Qing. It was only then that Chu Yuli regained her composure, hastily accepting the Qing Feng sword with both hands, her voice trembling with excitement as she exclaimed, thank you so much. Elder Qing Xian, however, did not seem to mind these two taking advantage of him. With a wave of his hand, a soundproof array swiftly materialized, enveloping Mou within it. What business do you have, Elder? Mou furrowed her brow slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. Elder Qing Xian retracted his stern demeanor, forcing a gentle smile upon his aged face. Xiaoyu, when will you continue writing your martial movement of the universe? Mou suddenly realized. He also had some side ventures here, particularly in literary copying. Having gone 3 years without cultivation, he had to occupy himself with something, disguising his identity. He transcribed several novels from his past life. Elder Qing was among the few who knew of his identity as a writer. He smiled sheepishly. Elder Qing, I truly cannot manage it. I have been exceedingly busy lately, spending each day delving into secret realms and practicing, leaving me no time to write. I can produce 2,000 words in an hour, over 12 hours. Can you not spare even a single hour? Moreover, as cultivators, it is no challenge for us to wield 10 pens simultaneously. Please, stop. Enough, Elder Qing. If you continue like this, I will have no choice but to seek my master. Before Elder Qing Xian could finish his words, Mou interrupted him. Elder Qing Xuan's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of apprehension towards Yishime. Ahem, very well, forget I said anything. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure, along with the soundproofing formation, vanished from the spot. Mou sighed. One should have exercised greater caution while penning the manuscript. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed elder of the heavenly profound sacred land had a penchant for ostentatious writing, even resorting to divination to locate him? Fortunately, due to his master's elevated standing among the elders, he was spared from being seized and compelled to produce an incessant stream of work. Master, are you an elder here? Chu Yuli inquired curiously, her clear eyes blinking with innocence. Mou turned to glance at Chu Yuli and shook his head, saying no. As he guided Chu Yuli deeper into the sacred land, he began to elucidate. The heavenly mysterious sacred land is broadly divided into 3 areas: the outer sect, the inner sect, and the elder zone, and we currently find ourselves within the inner sect. The inner sect comprises 10 principal peaks: Tianqian Peak, Dan Peak, Qi Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, Array Peak, 5 Elements Peak, Sword Peak, Body Refinement Peak, Talismans Peak, and Punishment Peak. Which peak do we belong to? She inquired. None at all. My master is the Grand Elder, and the mountain we inhabit is called Tsui Peak. Originally, there were 7 individuals on Tsui Peak, and you are the 8th. The peak master is named Yishime, a connoisseur of fine wine and games of chance, while the senior sister is known as Luo Sushin. As Mou was about to elaborate further, a flurry of animated voices suddenly reached his ears. Following the sound, he beheld a group of inner disciples gathered together, passionately engaged in discussion. Who do you think is the foremost prodigy of our sacred land? One asked. It must be Fairy Luo Sushin. truly deserving of the title as she has achieved the great ascension. Another exclaimed, and she is incredibly gentle. Fairy by Shuangying is formidable as well. I witnessed her single-handedly vanquish a tribulation phase fiend with just one stroke of her sword. Absolutely dazzling. I am utterly enamored with her. I adore Fairy Xianingbing. Her demeanor is so frosty. That is precisely my preference. Fairy Su Meyer. I've heard she is a nine-tailed celestial fox. Her beauty and figure are simply breathtaking. I would gladly marry her. Hey, you've digressed. Who asked whom you fancied? In my opinion, the most striking is still Holy Sun Mou. If he hadn't inexplicably lost his cultivation, he would undoubtedly be the greatest prodigy in Tianyuan continent in nearly 10,000 years. All right, wipe that drool away. I think that little martial ant Ling Ching is also quite remarkable. Who is Ling Ching? Listening to their discussions, Mou mused. Fortunate it is that the annual best is not me. He turned to look at Chu Yuli, remarking, what they are discussing now pertains to Tsui Peak. Your several martial uncles and aunts. Allow me to escort you up the mountain. Tsui Peak, the most secluded among the Elder District's peaks, was seldom tread upon by human foot, thus exuding an extraordinary tranquility. Nestled halfway up the mountain stood a quaint courtyard, surrounded by towering ancient trees. With spiritual energy swirling like mist, Mou descended gracefully with his sword, while beside him, Chu Yuli's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This is the place where my junior sister and I reside, and there are additional rooms available. From now on, it shall be your home as well. Mou spoke in a calm tone. Of course, if you prefer, you may reside elsewhere. Your master would not mind. I will stay here. Chu Yuli replied with a crisp voice, her gaze filled with anticipation, nodded, and pushed open the courtyard gate. In the center of the courtyard stood a towering ancient tree, its branches lush and its foliage dense, casting a vast shadow over the ground. Beneath the tree lay a stone table accompanied by several stone stools, forming a simple yet inviting resting place. Not far away, a spiritual spring flowed gently, producing a melodious sound. Chu Yuli followed closely behind, her curious gaze wandering around this new abode. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Senior brother, you have returned. A young girl, dressed in a pale blue long gown, rushed out of her room, cradling an unfinished array plate in her hands. Evidently engrossed in her studies of the formation, Ling Ching's sixth junior sister, Mou ranked 5th on the Emerald Peak. When she beheld Chu Yuli, a flicker of astonishment passed through her azure eyes. Senior brother, is this our new junior sister? She is truly exquisite. Even Ling Ching, being a woman herself, could not help but admire Chu Yuli's beauty. Mou gently shook his head and introduced, she is not my junior sister. She is my newly accepted disciple. As he spoke, he scrutinized Ling Ching intently. Ling Ching was someone he had discovered after being taken into the heavenly Xian sacred land by his master. He had always regarded her as a beloved younger sister. Among mortals, Ling Ching possessed an exquisite beauty. Her delicate features and vibrant blue eyes combined to create an endearing girl-next-door charm. While not breathtaking, her allure was subtle yet captivating, growing more enchanting the longer one gazed upon her. However, within the realm of extraordinary beauty that defined the heavenly Xian sacred land, her appearance seemed rather ordinary. Amidst a crowd of women, she would struggle to attract attention. With a temperament that was serene and somewhat reclusive, she remained largely unknown in the heavenly Xian sacred land, with few recognizing her presence. Mou opened her panel. Name, Ling Ching, flesh puppet, description, an extraordinarily lifelike puppet. Detecting the daughter of fortune, Ling Ching, suppression will yield rewards. A puppet? Mou was taken aback. Whether the puppet was realistic or not eluded him, yet he could not discern its authenticity at all. The craftsmanship displayed by Ching in the art of puppetry could undoubtedly be described as astounding. Senior brother, what is her name? The voice of Ling Ching resonated, interrupting Mou's reverie. It's Li Feiyu, Mou replied. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a flicker of surprise crossed Ling Ching's azure eyes. The formation plate she had been gripping slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. What happened? Mou looked at her with a hint of confusion. Ling Ching hurriedly bent down to pick up the fallen array plate. No, it's nothing. I've just been a bit fatigued from studying formations lately. As she spoke, she subtly cast a glance at Chu Yuli. Be sure to rest. Don't overexert yourself, Mou advised. He had initially intended for his junior sister to accompany Chu Yuli for her identity registration, but now he had to find someone else instead. By the way, senior brother, Master asked you to report to senior sister upon your return. She has left some items with her. Ling Ching kept her head lowered, her fingertips brushing away the dust from the array plate. Mou nodded, having been away for quite some time. It was time to pay a visit to his esteemed master and elder sister. He also wished to inquire about the matter of his master's engagement. Contemplating this, he spoke. Is my master present? To his dismay, she was not. Only the third and fourth elder sisters were in attendance. Mou gently nodded. As the images of his two senior sisters surfaced in his mind, the third sister, Xian Ningbing, perpetually exuded an aura that kept others at bay. Cold as ice and rarely smiling, she resembled an ancient glacier, unwavering and unyielding. In stark contrast, the fourth sister, Su Meyer, embodied the playful spirit of a nine-tailed fox. Her vivacious and enchanting demeanor radiated warmth, every glance and smile brimming with allure. Her favorite pastime was to transform into a fluffy little fox, curling up in Mou's embrace for a peaceful slumber. Brother, will you be dining at home today? Ling Ching inquired softly, her voice as gentle as a breeze caressing the surface of a tranquil lake. Mou's thoughts were summoned back, his gaze falling upon the hopeful, enchanting eyes of his junior sister. He initially intended to decline her request, yet he found himself utterly defeated in the presence of those starry, shimmering orbs, and thus acquiesced with a gentle nod. This opportunity also allowed him to garner the favor he sought from Wan Qing. After all, one couldn't possibly rely on a puppet for dining, could they? Ling Ching's eyes sparkled with delight, her joy palpable. Wonderful. I shall prepare it right away. Tonight, we shall have chicken soup, as I have specifically brought back the Xianling rainbow feathered chicken from Spirit Beast Peak. With that, Ling Qing gracefully stepped into the kitchen. Mou pondered for a moment, contemplating whom to send to accompany Chu Yuli for the registration of her identity. He swiftly arrived at a decision and promptly retrieved a communication talisman to dispatch a message. This would also allow him to ascertain whether she was indeed the fated daughter of fortune. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug at his sleeve. Turning to look, he saw Chu Yuli with her head bowed. An expression of anxiety etched across her face. Master, I am truly sorry. I deceived you. In truth, I concealed my true name. I am Chu Yuli, not Li Fei Yu. At that time, I was concerned. Mou gently brushed her hair with a tender hand, soothing her softly. It's perfectly fine. Being cautious is indeed a virtue. However, as I mentioned before, you can place your trust in me and in our fellow disciples on Suwei Peak. Chu Yuli let out a sigh of relief, nodding repeatedly. Yes, I understand. In the kitchen, Ling Qing set up a soundproofing array and took a deep breath. The future demon lord, Li Fei Yu, had unexpectedly become her senior brother's disciple. Recalling Chu Yuli's unparalleled beauty, she couldn't help but murmur to herself. It was rumored that no living being had ever laid eyes on the true form of the demon lord. It turned out that she was indeed strikingly beautiful. However, wasn't she a rogue cultivator? Why had she become her senior brother's disciple? Was it because of her own rebirth that everything had changed? Regardless, she was destined to be an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. With proper guidance, it wouldn't be difficult to lead her onto the righteous path and have her become an ally. Thus, the tragic fate of her past life would not repeat itself. Ling Qing's thoughts surged in her mind. She harbored a colossal secret. She had actually returned from the future. To be precise, she had consumed the nine-leaf fate path herb, which had granted her a clearer vision of the future. However, in her senior brother's novel, this phenomenon was referred to as rebirth, and so she adopted the same terminology. After the calamity that struck the heavens, she had struggled for over a decade, ultimately unable to escape death. No, more accurately, the entire Tianyuan continent had perished, leaving no one alive. In this lifetime, she vowed to reach the pinnacle and ascend to immortality. She had once lost everything, and this time around, she was determined not to lose anything. Shaking her head to dispel her distracting thoughts, she recalled her senior brother, and a sweet smile involuntarily graced her lips. She approached the stove, focusing intently on her cooking. This chicken had been carefully selected according to her senior brother's preferences. A fine specimen raised over 2.5 years. Yan Shi's voice echoed in Mou's mind. It had gone unnoticed before, but now that his spirit had somewhat revived, he realized that Xiao Wanqing was a bit peculiar. Are you referring to the flesh and blood puppet? Mou responded. Yes. Have you noticed it too? Yan Shi replied, somewhat surprised, her tone laced with astonishment. It was known that she had only discerned this after her spirit had ascended to the transformation stage. Yet Mou, merely at the golden core level, had managed to see through it? I just guessed, Mou casually explained. He certainly couldn't disclose that he possessed a system, could he? Yanxi was even more astonished upon hearing this. To deduce the matter from such subtle details was indeed impressive. You are progressing at an astonishing rate. Even in the celestial realm, you would deserve the title of prodigy. She sincerely praised him. It's all thanks to Sister Yanxi's excellent teaching. Mou smiled in response. Flattery will get you nowhere, Yanxi lightly huffed, a hint of pride flickering at the corners of her mouth. Just then, a streak of azure light tore through the sky, swiftly approaching Mou, accompanied by a cheerful call. Junior uncle, I'm here. The voice was melodious and enchanting, reminiscent of a clear spring in the mountains, imbued with a trace of undeniable excitement. A radiant light descended before Mou, revealing a graceful maiden. Recognized the figure before him. It was none other than the enchanting Dream Lanin, the foremost beauty of the inner sanctum of the heavenly Xian sacred land and the chief of Xiannu Peak, whom he had summoned for assistance. Today, she seemed to have adorned herself with particular care, clad in a gown as pure as freshly fallen snow, its hem delicately embroidered with intricate blue patterns. The fabric swayed gracefully with her movements, revealing glimpses of her porcelain legs. Around her wrist, a string of translucent crystal bracelets accentuated her fair complexion. Her long tresses were gently gathered with a silver hairpiece, while a few stray locks cascaded down to frame her face, adding an air of allure. As she glided forward, her eyes sparkled with a blend of shyness and anticipation, yet she feigned composure, exuding an innocent charm laced with a hint of seduction that captivated the heart. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Detected the fortune-bearing maiden, Dream Lanin. Suppression will yield rewards. Name, Dream Lanin Fortune. Purple favorability, 100, adoration, description. After being rescued by Mou several times, her affections have deepened. She possesses a rare talent for music, particularly skilled in playing the flute, and harbors the exquisite nine. Although it remains unawakened, she is still a supreme alchemical vessel. Detected successful interception of the fortune-bearing maiden, Dream Lanin. She is now entirely captivated by your charm, willingly surrendering herself. Should you invite her, she would be more than delighted to play the flute for you. Villain's counterattack successful. Reward, celestial artifact, soul-settling flute. You have successfully intercepted Mou. He must be in profound despair, beginning to seize fortunes. Fortune theft failed. Automatic replenishment initiated. Fortune increased by 1,000. Villain points increased by 1,000. System, are you serious about this flute playing? Is the 9 referring to the 9? Mou silently cursed under his breath. Indeed, Meng Lanin was also a daughter of fortune. He was somewhat astonished to discover that her favorability towards him soared to a remarkable 100. Recalling the earlier scene of rescuing her, it seemed less an act of salvation and more akin to a retreat, allowing him to relish the fortune alone. There are always certain hidden cards one cannot reveal, which can only be utilized in solitude. To the eyes of other disciples, however, he appeared to be a selfless companion, sacrificing himself for the greater good. Evoking the heaven's compassion and narrowly escaping death, he shifted his gaze to the system space, resting it upon the soul-soothing flute, crafted entirely from azure jade. It shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow, exquisitely detailed, its body adorned with ancient runes that instilled a profound sense of tranquility merely by observation. It possessed the versatility to attack, defend, calm spirits, and assist, rendering it an exceptional all-purpose magical artifact. Furthermore, it was a celestial instrument. Truly remarkable. It is well known that there are scarcely a handful of such artifacts across the entire Tianyuan continent. Even when found, they are typically treasures safeguarded by superpower factions. Regrettably, he lacked proficiency in this domain. However, it mattered not, for such a celestial artifact could yield its effects even when merely extolled. As he pondered, Meng Lanin gently entwined her arm with Mou's, her cherry lips slightly pouting, imbued with a hint of playful reproach and a touch of melancholy. Junior uncle, how could you ignore me? The moment I received your message, I rushed over immediately. Feeling the warmth of her soft arm, Mou snapped back to reality. His gaze lowered, inadvertently sweeping across the neckline of Meng Lanin's garment. Whether intentional or not, from this angle, he could easily glimpse the alluring sight within. Her neck, as smooth as velvet, gleamed with an icy radiance, and her collarbone exuded delicate charm. A fragrant aroma wafted from her neckline, intoxicating and even attracting a bee yearning for nectar. He averted his gaze, steadied his thoughts, and offered a faint smile. Is it not because you are so stunningly beautiful that I momentarily found myself entranced? Hearing Mou's praise and feeling his gaze, Meng Lanin's heart fluttered with delight. Yet, She maintained an air of composed indifference on her face. You certainly have a sweet tongue, she lightly huffed, her voice enchanting to the core. Very well. I shall forgive you this time. Junior uncle thinks I am beautiful. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Indeed, as Wan Qing said, one must take the initiative. Mou felt himself sinking into despair. Which official could withstand such trials? To traverse into a fantastical realm without establishing a harem would be a futile endeavor. The legendary canon god once proclaimed, the ultimate aspirations of a man's life can be distilled into two pursuits: conquering the world and conquering women. The conquest of the world is aimed at achieving a significant height in life, while conquering women merely embellishes the journey. If one fails to win the heart of the woman he desires, then even if he conquers the entire world, he remains a solitary peak, surrounded by desolation. Dream Lanin. Observing Mou's reaction, felt a surge of joy. Surely, my little master uncle has developed feelings for me. If he were to confess his affections now, should I acquiesce? Or maintain a semblance of reserve before granting my consent? Mou forcibly suppressed the restlessness in his heart and cleared his throat. I have come to you today for a matter that requires your assistance. He reminded himself that Chu Yuli was still wandering nearby, and that he must shield the child from any inappropriate sights. A flicker of melancholy passed through Meng Lanin's beautiful eyes, yet her voice remained as sweet as ever. Little master uncle, you are being rather distant. What is our relationship? Whatever your request may be, I shall gladly comply. She secretly added to herself that even if it involved sharing a bed, she would not mind. With this thought, a tempting blush rose upon her fair skin, exuding charm. Recently, I have taken in a disciple, and I wish for you to assist her in completing the formalities to join the sect, Mou stated with a serious demeanor. Very well, but before that, Meng Lanin delicately retrieved a jade flute from her waist, her voice gentle. I have recently learned a new melody that is exceptionally beautiful. May I perform it for you? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed intently at Mou. Mou lightly cleared her throat and replied, perhaps another day. I have some matters to attend to at the moment. Then how about tonight? Meng Lanin pressed on, her pair of hopeful, enchanting eyes firmly fixed on Mou. I shall come to your room this evening to perform a piece for you. Would that be agreeable? Mou took a deep breath, conceding, very well. You may come to my room tonight. Although he understood that Meng Lanin did not mean it in that manner. How could one resist the allure of a pure yet enchanting beauty, who genuinely admired him, speaking in such an ambiguous tone? Could his heart withstand such temptation? The path of cultivation is long and arduous, and one's resolve must be tempered. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly intoxicating, a melodious voice shattered the enchanting ambience. Master, is this the senior sister who is to assist me with the formalities of joining the sect? Mou turned around and beheld Chu Yuli standing there. Her demeanor neither joyous nor angry. Indeed, this esteemed senior sister Meng Lanin would accompany you to receive your identity token, partake in the entrance examination, and ignite the soul lantern. Turned to Meng Lanin and nodded slightly. This is my disciple, Chu Yuli, he said. I appreciate your assistance. The entire process would not take more than a few hours. Meng Lanin was taken aback, exclaiming, no trouble at all. Her gaze then fell upon Chu Yuli, and a look of astonishment flickered in her eyes. The young girl was strikingly beautiful. A sense of alarm surged within her. How could someone so enchanting be destined to spend every day with her junior uncle? This simply could not be allowed. She could tolerate the idea of living with Ling Ching, confident in her own allure surpassing that of Ling Ching. Yet, this stunning beauty left her feeling uncertain. Currently, Chu Yuli's appearance was merely a shade less than her own, but what of the future? Her gaze inadvertently swept over Chu Yuli's chest, and she felt a secret satisfaction. Fortunately, in this aspect, she held an undeniable advantage. Meng Lanin released her hold on and donned a gentle smile. Junior sister Chu, please follow me. Chu Yuli hesitated before stepping forward, her smile radiant, revealing a charming dimple. Sister Meng, what cultivation realm are you currently in? Oh, I recently broke through to the nascent soul stage, Meng Lanin replied with a smile. Wow, sister, that's impressive, Chu Yuli exclaimed. However, beneath her innocent exterior, she was secretly calculating. The nascent soul stage felt far too distant. She could not possibly reach it in the near future. By then, her master would likely have children. She had to take action. The thought of having another master mother was unappealing. Although this woman was slightly less beautiful than herself, her assets were undeniably significant. She glanced down at her own still-developing figure, steeling her resolve. She must find a way to grow. With determination, she composed herself and approached Meng Lanin's side. Sister, Let us proceed. Mou gazed at the harmonious interaction between the two, a look of contentment gracing his features. He reminded them, by the way, Yuer has a fear of heights. Ener, please fly a little lower. Meng Lanin felt a twinge of unease. Her little master uncle was showing such concern for this disciple. Chu Yuli feigned fear, clutching Meng Lanin's sleeve. Indeed, Sister Lanin, I am afraid of heights. Please do not fly as swiftly as Master does. Meng Lanin abruptly seized upon the key phrase. The little master uncle flew quickly, indicating he would not slow down for her, thus revealing that he did not harbor affection for her. As expected, the little master uncle preferred those of a more ample stature like herself. This was a solid assurance. With this thought, she inadvertently puffed out her proud bosom. Chu Yuli noticed Meng Lanin's reaction. Outwardly composed, she felt a secret delight within. The art of war teaches us to feign weakness while concealing strength. First, she would lower Meng Lanin's guard, and there would be ample time to deal with her later. After the two departed, Mou sought out his senior sister to report the situation. In the small courtyard, everyone had left. A bee fluttered towards the kitchen, slipping through the partially open window, and landed steadily on Ling Wanqing's fair and slender fingers. Chu Yuli? Ling Wanqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She softly uttered this name, both unfamiliar and familiar, and could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Chu Tianzuan, the venerated Chu Tianzuan. She gasped in astonishment. Feeling a dull ache at her temples, her thoughts tangled and chaotic. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon her. No wonder Chu Tianzuan and Li Mozhen were, in fact, the same person. She gently exhaled, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. It turned out that Chu Tianzuan's cultivation speed was rather slow. Although he was of the same era as her senior brother, he only rose to prominence long after her brother's demise. Was it due to a lack of resources? Now that she had become her brother's disciple, perhaps she could lend him a hand when the great calamity approached. Atop Suiwei Peak, enveloped in swirling clouds and mist, it resembled a celestial realm. As Mou advanced, he reached a piece of azure stone at the precipice. Before him sat a woman, her back turned, in a meditative posture, surrounded by a gentle aura of chill. Her long, dark hair cascaded down to her waist, held elegantly by an ancient jade hairpin, accentuating her ethereal beauty. Clad in a magnificent black gown, the hem adorned with lifelike golden phoenix designs poised as if ready to take flight. She exuded an air of nobility. The entire figure radiated a regal and enchanting presence, reminiscent of a celestial goddess descending to the mortal realm. Cradled in her arms was a pure white six-tailed fox, its fluffy tails swaying gently. This woman was none other than Mou's third senior sister, Xianingbing. The six-tailed white fox nestled in her embrace was his fourth senior sister, Su Meyer, who at that moment was curled up, eyes closed, seemingly in a deep slumber. Mou respectfully bowed, addressing third senior sister, fourth senior sister. Xianingbing did not turn around. Her voice was as cool as a spring, softly inquiring. Have you been well lately? It's been fine. The voice of Mou trembled slightly, for he had detected the daughter of destiny, Xianingbing, and Su Meyer, whose suppression would yield rewards. Name, Xianingbing. Fortune, 100,000, colorful, favor, 80, regarded as a wise minister. Description, the reincarnation of the Empress. Once a revered celestial emperor who ruled the celestial realm, she fell into despair and demise due to a failed breakthrough. Possesses the divine phoenix physique, an exceptional furnace. Note, hellish difficulty. Although it does not align with the villainous demeanor, given your current strength, it is advised to flee. Name, Su Meyer. Fortune, 100,000, colorful, favor, 80, regarded as a cherished younger sibling. Description, a nine-tailed celestial fox with an enchanting divine body, an exceptional furnace. Note, similarly formidable, fleeing is still recommended. The reincarnation of an empress? A fortune of 100,000? Hellish difficulty? The suggestion to flee. The heart of Mou trembled profoundly. By heavens, these two reclusive maidens are astonishingly formidable. No wonder they seldom venture outside, if they are this powerful. What need is there for him to seek opportunities elsewhere? The voice of the system continued to resonate. It has detected that your affinity with Xianingbing and Su Meyer has reached a level of intimacy. You have entered the celestial Xian sacred land, becoming their junior disciple, lurking by their side, and meticulously gaining their trust. As daughters of destiny, they possess not only formidable strength, but also a profound disdain for the antagonists of fate. You must have exerted efforts beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. The antagonist has successfully turned the tide. Please select whether to seize the fortune. No. Antagonist points increased by 1,600. As the antagonist reversal system, this is the first time I have encountered such a scheming and tenacious host within less than a week. You have already secured 7 daughters of fortune. The chaotic yin-yang technique, seizing the creation of heaven and earth, stealing the mysteries of yin and yang. It is divided into the yang technique and the yin technique, which can be cultivated separately or in tandem. Progress can be made by absorbing the powers of yin and yang, with the current level being Celestial Grade 1. The chaotic yin-yang technique, Celestial Grade Martial Arts. MOU was taken aback. It is worth noting that throughout the entire lower realm, there exists no authentic celestial level cultivation technique. The system, however, has provided one directly. At the same time, he found himself in a state of bemusement. If you wish to bestow gifts upon me, dear system, you need not fabricate reasons. Fortunately, his relationship with his senior sisters remained rather amicable. Setting aside the rewards offered by the system, even without it, having these formidable allies would ensure his comfort and security. Is there trouble? The cold voice of Xia Ningbing pierced through MOU's thoughts. MOU regained his composure, setting aside the system rewards for the time being. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions and began recounting to Xia Ningbing the recent events. He deliberately omitted many trivial details, such as matters concerning Ling Ching and incidents within the MO family. He then outlined his future objective, to seek an opportunity to annihilate the Qin family. Xia Ningbing listened quietly to MOU's report, responding softly yet remaining otherwise still. Brother, sister will assist you in eradicating the Qin family. A languorous and enchanting voice suddenly pierced the silence. Shortly thereafter, a flash of white light appeared, and Sue Meyer, in her white fox form, materialized in MOU's embrace. Thank you, Sister Meyer. MOU gently caressed Sue Meyer's silky white fur. Sue Meyer seemed to revel in MOU's touch, her eyes slightly squinting as she emitted a contented purr. Subsequently, she nestled her little head against MOU's embrace, seeking a comfortable position before drifting into a deep slumber. MOU turned his gaze back to Xia Ningbing. Senior sister, I recently encountered the holy maiden of Tai Ching, Ling Ching. She mentioned that we have a marriage contract. Do you know what this is about? Xia Ningbing lightly waved her delicate hand, and several sheets of paper gracefully floated into MOU's hands. This is from our master. Read it for yourself. MOU took it and glanced down. The first page contained a letter left by Yishime. The calligraphy was flamboyant and exuded a sense of untamed spirit. The gist of it conveyed that in recent years, she had engaged in gambling, assisting him in winning numerous splendid treasures, including beautiful women, and even, on a whim, had placed him as a wager. Felt a throbbing in his temples, pondering the absurdity of his master's reliability. He hastily perused the remaining documents. The marriage contract with the Saintess of Taiping, a challenge from the sword sect's prodigy. Assistance for the sacred maiden of antiquity in the secret realm, the crafting of 5th-grade elixirs, and aiding the 7th prince of the great Qian Empire in his quest for the throne, as well as supporting the eradication of demons in the demon abyss. His expression brightened with elation. Opportunities, all mere opportunities. Thankfully, he had not been sold off. Although these tasks appeared cumbersome, for one blessed with extraordinary fortune, they were trivial matters. He recalled the prowess of his challengers, the closest being the sword sect's prodigy in the nascent soul stage, renowned as the foremost genius of the last 1,000,000 years. This individual had gained fame for slaying a god transformation stage powerhouse with a single strike. At that moment, a shiver ran down spine. It was not fear but rather an intense aversion, stemming from his previous sparring sessions with his 2nd and 3rd senior sisters, both of whom wielded swords and left him feeling despondent. It is well known that sword cultivators possess a unique ability that prevents those with lesser comprehension of the sword from drawing their own. After being left in despair, he had resorted to utilizing weapons other than swords. Xia Ningbing seemed to sense his inner turmoil and spoke soothingly. Do not fret excessively, with us by your side. Even in the event of a breach of contract, there shall be no issues. Her tone was cool, authoritative, and regal, subtly echoing the demeanor of an empress. Thank you. Senior sister replied, bowing respectfully. Just as he prepared to turn and depart, Xia Ningbing's voice rang out once more. Hold on. MOU came to a halt, turning back to gaze at the exquisite silhouette of Xia Ningbing. Does my senior sister have any further matters to attend to? Xia Ningbing gracefully lifted her jade-like hand, delicately removing her hairpin as if plucking a flower. Instantly, her cascading tresses unfurled like a waterfall, tracing an elegant arc through the air. The hairpin slipped from her grasp, transforming into a streak of light that soared into MOU's hand. He clasped the hairpin, feeling its icy coolness and a faint, refreshing fragrance. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. This was no ordinary hairpin. It was clearly a flying sword, a mid-grade spiritual treasure, imbued with Xia Ningbing's sword intent. Capable of delivering a strike on par with that of a cultivator in the integration stage, wielding tremendous power. Xia Ningbing offered no explanation. Yet Mou fully comprehended her intent. Thank you, senior sister. As Mou departed, he left Xia Ningbing alone. She opened her beautiful eyes and gazed at the sea of clouds before her, softly murmuring, her voice akin to that of a secluded orchid in a valley. With a golden core at the 8th level and a pure yang sacred body, she stood anew after her tribulations. Moments later, a semi-transparent panel materialized before her. Name: Xia Ningbing Realm, 9th layer of the integration stage comparison target. Mou cumulative victories, 198 reward after 200 victories. Rewards multiplied by 100 countdown for comparison. 0. This was her greatest secret. An existence even she could not fully comprehend. Since Mou entered the sect not long ago, this system had manifested within her consciousness. Designating the destined child of this small world, Mou, as her comparison target. Should she triumph over Mou in battle, she would receive substantial rewards. Over the years, relying on the system's rewards, her cultivation had skyrocketed, and she had even acquired numerous celestial artifacts. Thus, she was confident that in this lifetime, with the assistance of the system and her own foundation, she would shatter the constraints of the celestial realm and step into the unparalleled domain that no one had ever reached. Xia Ningbing gently closed her eyes, silently intoning commence. The 199th battle began. After a breath, Xia Ningbing opened her eyes, her gaze calm and unperturbed. Victory in battle. Cumulative victories, 199 reward. A wisp of primordial purple chi countdown for comparison. 1 month within the system's space, a nearly transparent wisp of purple energy quietly hovered, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Even Xia Ningbing, whose heart was as tranquil as an ancient well, could not help but feel a ripple of excitement. Primordial purple chi. A treasure born at the dawn of creation, possessing boundless applications, the most renowned being its ability to forge imperial weapons. One could say that possessing this was equivalent to wielding an imperial weapon. This object had been easily attainable in her past life, yet for her current self, it was a rare gem. The beginner's welfare period had ended. For the upcoming battles, she would need to suppress her strength to match that of her comparison target. Xia Ningbing's expression remained serene. She acknowledged that Xia Yu was indeed a prodigy among millions. After having his entire cultivation drained by the remnant soul within that ring, he managed to return to the 8th layer of golden core in such a short time. This aptitude, even in the celestial realm, would be deemed extraordinary. However, even among prodigies, there exists a disparity. After all, she was once the supreme celestial emperor who suppressed an entire era. Dealing with her junior brother would be as easy as lifting a finger. Suddenly, she remembered that losing would incur a penalty. Indeed, failure would lead to a punitive game. As she had sworn an oath with her Tao heart upon binding to the system, promising to abide by the game's rules set forth by the system. Should you fail to fulfill the punitive game, your Tao heart shall suffer a grievous blow. At best, it may develop cracks. At worst, it could shatter entirely. Xia Ning, with her delicate brows adorned with icy elegance, momentarily furrowed them before allowing them to smoothen. The fracturing of one's Tao heart bears immense consequences for a cultivator. Once damaged, one's progress halts, or worse, regresses, and the arduous task of mending that Tao heart is akin to ascending to the heavens. She is acutely aware of the stakes involved and would never jest with her own path. Yet what of it? As a formidable celestial emperor of her generation, how could she possibly be bested by Mou? The outcome has long been predetermined. Slowly, she closed her eyelids, veiling her profound violet gaze, and continued to immerse herself in her cultivation. In this lifetime, she is determined to refine each realm to perfection, leaving no room for regret, and to step into that exalted state with the most flawless grace. Mou gently cradled the petite Su Mayer in his arms as he descended the mountain step by step. No wonder the third senior sister always appeared so aloof. It turns out she is the reincarnation of the celestial emperor. Suddenly, a hearty laughter interrupted Mou's reverie. The voice belonged to Sheng Shuzi, the head of the Tianxian Holy Land. Following the sound, Mou halted his steps. An elderly man clad in a dark robe floated gracefully towards him. It was indeed Sheng Shuzi. With a kind expression and piercing eyes that shone with vitality, he embodied the quintessential image of a sect leader in the realm of cultivation. Beside him stood a young maiden, poised and graceful, her lively eyes curiously observing Mou. Before Mou could speak, Shang Shuzi eagerly exclaimed, "Little you, come and take a look. This is my newly accepted disciple, Ling Luo. At only 28, she has already reached the nascent soul stage, nearly on par with Jianzi from the Sword Sect." His words were laced with pride. Turning to the young girl beside him, Shang Shuzi said with warmth, "Ling Luo, this is your little Shirshu, Mou, the contemporary holy son of our Tianshan Holy Land." Upon hearing this, the maiden gracefully bowed to Mou, her voice melodious and clear. "I have met you, little Shirshu." Mou's gaze rested upon Ling Luo. She wore a simple yet elegant dress that accentuated her graceful figure, her beauty exquisite and ethereal, akin to a lotus emerging from water. Her pair of sparkling, large eyes were as clear as crystal, seemingly untouched by any speck of dust, evoking a sense of warmth and familiarity akin to that of a girl next door. Mou slightly nodded and clasped his hands, saying, "Congratulations, senior brother, on acquiring such a fine disciple." Shang Shuzi stroked his beard and replied with a smile, "I intend to appoint her as the holy maiden and cultivate her as the successor of our sect." Remarked, "Brother, you have finally found a successor. This is indeed a matter worthy of celebration." A look of regret crossed Shang Shuzi's face. "Although you can no longer assume the position of the sect leader of Tianshan Holy Land, do not lose heart." Suddenly, he paused, mouth agape, and with astonishment asked, "Xiao Yu, have you truly attained the 8th level of the Golden Core?" His voice instinctively rose an octave, clearly indicating his utter shock. "This time, I fortuitously encountered some opportunities while outside," replied Mou. "What? You merely entered seclusion, and yet you surged from 3 consecutive years of stagnation directly to the 8th level of the Golden Core? You are only 24, are you not?" Shang Shuzi's face was a canvas of disbelief. It is worth noting that even the contemporary foremost figure of the nascent soul, that renowned sword disciple from the Sword Sect, only reached the nascent soul stage at the age of 24 after starting his cultivation from birth. Mou, also 24, began his cultivation at the age of 4, attained the Golden Core at 14, and then experienced a decline in his realm for 3 years. Now, in merely 7 years, he had regained his standing at the 8th level of the Golden Core. Does this not imply that Mou is the most exceptional prodigy in Tianyuan continent in countless millennia? As for his few extraordinary senior sisters, their precise ages remain uncertain. But based on their current cultivation pace, it is likely that even they could not surpass Mou. He forcibly suppressed the astonishment within. Perhaps it was merely good fortune that bestowed upon him such grand opportunities. With diligent cultivation under the Holy Land's guidance, Ling Luo might indeed one day stand shoulder to shoulder with Mou, or even surpass him. Moreover, considering Mou's reckless nature, he was not the optimal choice for the leader of any sect. He silently consoled himself, observed Ling Luo with keen interest, and she, in turn, met his gaze without any hesitation, their eyes intertwining in the air. This time, the system did not label her as the daughter of fortune, indicating that she bore no relation to him. He accessed Ling Luo's profile. Name, Yi Ling Luo. Destiny, purple. Description, saintess of the demon sect. Tasked with infiltrating the heavenly Xian sacred land, proficient in disguise and transformation. The thousand-change demon body, while not a superior vessel, possesses its own unique charm in the art of role-playing. Ahem. Upon reading the system's introduction, Mou nearly choked on his own saliva. "Xiao Yu, what is the matter?" asked Shuzi, perplexed. "It's nothing," he replied. Mou gazed oddly at Shuzi. Poor brother Shinsu, with such energy to seek an heir outside. It would be more prudent for him to take matters into his own hands and produce one himself. He cast a discreet glance at Yi Ling Luo, feeling a quiet sense of admiration. Indeed, it was seamless. Without any system prompts, he could discern nothing amiss. Yi Ling Luo, however, fixed her gaze intently on Mou. Is this truly the renowned prodigy of the younger generation in the Tianyuan continent? Aside from his handsome visage, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. It seemed clear that the title of first in this generation should rightfully belong to her. Though she appeared slightly inferior to the swordsmen of the Sword Sect, deep down, she always felt herself to be his superior. Moreover, she had yet to employ the magical sect's cultivation techniques. Once she did, her advancement would surely accelerate. Her attention then shifted to the slumbering white fox nestled in Mou's arms. A member of the demon race, the white fox, Su Meyer, Mou's senior sister, possessed unknown strength. Yet, given her languid demeanor, she likely posed no substantial threat. "All right, little you, we must take our leave," Shang Shuzi interrupted their silent exchange. With a flourish of his sleeve, a gentle radiance enveloped Yiling Luo. In an instant, their figures vanished from sight, transformed into a streak of light that departed swiftly. Mou gazed contemplatively in the direction where Yiling Luo had vanished. When would be the opportune moment to surprise the demon sect? He remained uncertain about which specific faction had dispatched their envoy. After a moment of reflection, Mou resolved to set this matter aside for now. The immediate priority was to focus on his cultivation, followed by seeking out the Qin family. It was highly likely that the Qin family harbored connections to the malevolent practitioners. If one were to assert that 8 out of 10 demon cultivators were nefarious, then it could be presumed that every single one of the evil cultivators was likely to have at least one unscrupulous individual among them. He found a clear patch of ground on the mountain and laid Su Meier down. "Sister Meier, I'm about to break through," he announced. Su Meier, languidly stretching her body, nodded gently, her voice imbued with a hint of allure. "Brother, do remember to call for me once you have completed your breakthrough." Having said this, she curled up and fell into a peaceful slumber. Mou sat cross-legged, his mind immersed in the chaotic yin-yang technique. This cultivation method is divided into 2 parts, yin for women and yang for men, harmonizing and complementing each other. Practitioners of both techniques, when engaging in dual cultivation, achieve remarkable results, traversing great distances with ease. He attempted to channel the spiritual energy within him, following the pathways delineated by the technique. In an instant, within his dantian, the golden elixir spun rapidly, radiating a brilliant golden light, resembling a miniature sun, its brilliance overwhelming. The energy coursed through his meridians like a wild stallion, thundering forth, akin to the mighty Yangtze River, surging endlessly. To his astonishment, he discovered an exquisite resonance with this technique, likely due to his status as a chaotic divine body. Furthermore, the cultivation speed of this technique was nothing short of terrifying, exponentially surpassing the foundational technique of the heavenly Xian sacred land, the heavenly Xian canon. It is known that relying solely on the heavenly Xian canon would require 2 years of arduous effort to ascend from the 8th to the 9th layer of the golden elixir, even for the exceptionally gifted, without a fortuitous opportunity. However, with this technique, the time required was reduced to merely 1 month. If he were to utilize ample resources to aid his cultivation, this period could be further condensed to 7 days. A month represents the upper limit of the world's spiritual energy, yet it is far from the limits of the technique itself. Thus, transcending to immortality is not a mere trivial endeavor. Any calamity of heaven and earth could be effortlessly extinguished. With this thought, a faint smile graced Mou's lips. Everything he had acquired thus far was through his own diligent efforts. However, this would not be the case in the future. Deep Blue, enhance. Consuming the 3rd-grade Breaking Realm pill, the medicinal power instantaneously spread, nurturing his limbs and bones like a gentle rain. Within his dantian, the golden elixir was already covered with countless cracks, the nascent soul on the verge of emergence. In the blink of an eye, the golden elixir reached the 9th layer, success. Mou did not pause for a moment, seizing the opportunity to forge ahead. He concentrated his consciousness upon the ethereal ghostly fire residing in his dantian, utilizing it to cultivate and enhance the great burning heaven technique, aiming to break through to the nascent soul stage. Su Meier gracefully stretched her lithe form, her 6 snow-white tails swaying gently behind her, resembling 6 fluffy, soft clouds. She lazily narrowed her enchanting pink eyes, her gaze resting upon Mou, who sat cross-legged not far away. At the 9th level of the golden core, the little fellow had indeed grown stronger. It was time for her to exert herself as well. It would be unfortunate if she were to be surpassed one day. Suddenly, a translucent panel appeared, visible only to her. Name: Su Meier Realm, 6th layer of Returning to Void Cultivation Multiplier, 100 Reward Multiplier, 100 Destiny AFK System. As long as she remained idle near a specific target, she could automatically accrue cultivation and rewards. The efficiency of this idle time was determined by the target's fortune. If the target was of the opposite gender, the idle speed would double. Everyone on Suwei Mountain bore significant fortunes, with the exception of her junior sister Ling Ching, who was slightly inferior. The foundational multiplier provided by others was the same. However, since Mou was of the opposite gender, her idle efficiency doubled from the original base, which was why she had always cherished this junior brother. Su Meier reminisced about the time when her master brought Mou back to the mountain gate. He had been but a small boy then, his gaze pure and innocent, evoking an irresistible desire to embrace and cherish him. Had her master not taken him as a disciple, She would have longed to refine him into a doll to hold close every day. Alas, her junior brother could only engage in idle cultivation in the conventional manner. From the time Mou was young, she had enjoyed sleeping in his arms to ensure maximum cultivation efficiency. Just moments ago, she was astonished to discover that the idle multiplier had reached an unprecedented maximum of 666 times. Typically, when idling near other senior sisters, the speed would barely reach dozens of times. Previously, idling near Mou yielded only about 100 times. Now, it had astonishingly increased. A sense of quiet joy surged within Su Mei, mingled with a tinge of regret. Were it not for Mou being her junior brother, she would have desired to refine him into a constant companion. Once he married, she would no longer have the opportunity to idle beside him. Thunder rumbled ominously above as dark clouds began to roil in the heavens. The previously clear sky was swiftly obscured by heavy, dark clouds, resembling a massive black curtain enveloping the entirety of Tsuweiwei Peak. Su Mei gazed at this sudden transformation, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. This fool, having just achieved the 9th level of the Golden Core, was not satisfied and now sought to challenge the nascent soul? Such recklessness, without any preparation, was perilous indeed. The 6th 9 heavenly tribulation was not to be trifled with. An extraordinary phenomenon manifested above Tsuwei Peak, swiftly capturing the attention of the higher echelons of Tianxian's sacred land. A series of radiant streaks pierced the heavens, racing towards the direction of Tsuweiwei Peak. Among them were Shang Xuzi, Yiling Luo, and the esteemed elder Qin Xian, who had just departed. They hovered in the air, their gazes fixed upon Mou. With his eyes tightly shut, Mou's entire being thrummed with spiritual energy, coalescing into a colossal vortex that ravenously absorbed the surrounding celestial aura. I have yet to witness anyone from Tsuweiwei Peak undergoing tribulation. Today shall be a splendid opportunity for observation. Elder Qin Xian chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. He was merely at the 8th level of the Golden Core. And now he is to face tribulation? Elder Shang Su exclaimed in astonishment. Have you lost your wits? Can you not even discern the realm of the younger generation? It is plainly evident that he is undergoing tribulation, another elder questioned. Elder Sheng is not mistaken. I too have seen Xiaoyu. And he is indeed at the 8th level, Elder Qin Xian elucidated. In that moment, the assembled elders were left in awe. Such consecutive breakthroughs were indeed extraordinary. Elder Qin Xian remarked, there is nothing to be surprised about. How could a disciple of the esteemed Lady Yi be akin to mere mortals like ourselves? All present displayed expressions of sudden enlightenment, nodding in deep understanding. Ling Luo was overwhelmed with astonishment. Is this the norm for disciples of Yi Mei? The information regarding Tsuweiwei Peak within the demon sect was scarce. It was known that Yi Mei had a penchant for alcohol and was fond of gambling. Although she was undergoing tribulation, she did not pose a significant threat. Her eldest disciple, Luo Su Xin, was the foremost individual within the Tian Yuan continent, yet on the brink of ascension, thus warranting little concern. The second disciple, Bai Shuangying, was the preeminent figure below the Great Ascension, perpetually engrossed in the battles of the demon suppression abyss, and was also expected to ascend within 200 years, equally not a cause for alarm. Little was known of the others. It was only understood that the 5th disciple, Mou, had inexplicably fallen to a state of uselessness a decade prior, thereafter vanishing without a trace. Who could have anticipated his formidable return, showcasing such terrifying talent? A grave notion struck Ling Luo. The Tianxian Holy Land must be concealing a grand conspiracy. She felt a pang of urgency to report this matter, abandoning plans to confront the Tianxian Holy Land. Above the heavens, the tribulation clouds thickened ominously, a dark mass that seemed poised to engulf the entire world. Esteemed colleagues, why not open a wager to predict the number of tribulation lightning bolts that Xiaoyu shall face? Elder Shang Su suddenly proposed, breaking the silence. At his words, the crowd stirred with renewed excitement. Excellent. I concur, Elder Qin Xian responded with a hearty laugh. Then let us proceed as the sect master suggests and open the betting. As per tradition, a wager of 10,000 premium spirit stones. The other elders readily agreed. Elder Shang Su then turned to Ling Luo and explained. The 6-9 tribulation is what a Yuaning period cultivator must endure. The greater the number of thunderbolts, the greater the potential. Typically, 36 bolts signify a prodigy among a myriad, while 45 or more indicate extraordinary talent. 54 bolts are exceedingly rare, heralding the prospect of ascension. Ling Luo nodded slightly, well aware of this knowledge. Her own tribulation count was indeed 54, the same as that of the sword sect S. Jianzi. This was the very reason she felt emboldened to compete with him. The elders began to declare their predictions. 50, 53, 52. St. Shuzi smiled faintly. I believe it is 54 tribulations. What say you, Master Qingxian? The old man replied, I too surmise 54 tribulations. The skies are alive with rolling calamity clouds, swelling with ominous intensity, accompanied by the booming of thunder. Judging by the magnitude of these clouds, I fear there may be more than just 50. These clouds are far larger than those I encountered during my own tribulation. With years of experience, he concluded, this calamity cloud indeed signifies 54 tribulations. St. Shuzi's gaze burned with intensity. Our sect's holy son possesses the potential for ascendance. At this proclamation, the crowd nodded in agreement. As time ticked away, the calamity clouds finally ceased their tumultuous dance. They hung motionless in the sky, akin to a slumbering behemoth, poised to awaken and unleash its cataclysmic wrath. The onlookers held their breath, awaiting the final outcome. Atop the mountain, Xianbing slowly opened her eyes and gazed skyward. A glimmer of peculiarity flashed within her violet irises. The union of 6 and 9, she murmured softly, indeed. An unusual silence enveloped the mountaintop. Where the crowd's gaze converged, the calamity cloud appeared to freeze in time. It neither expanded further nor unleashed its thunderous fury, simply suspended in stillness. What is happening? Why has the calamity cloud ceased its movement? Indeed, it was expected that once the clouds coalesced, thunder would descend, but why was there such a profound stillness? The elders began to murmur among themselves. Elder Qingshuan's expression turned grave as he fixated on the calamity cloud. Suddenly, he trembled, exclaiming, the tribulation has unified. It is truly a unified tribulation. How can this be? Master Qingxian, what does a unified tribulation entail? St. Shuzi inquired hastily. A unified tribulation means that all tribulation lightning converges into a singular strike, its power exceeding that of ordinary tribulations by 100-fold. Such a tribulation can only be invoked by one endowed with immense fortune, destined for ascendance. Though it poses a formidable trial for practitioners, the ensuing benefits are equally monumental. Those who endure the tribulation emerge even stronger. Elder Qingshuan's voice quivered with excitement. Destined for ascendance? At this revelation, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, causing the temperature in the vicinity to rise several degrees. Yilinglu stared intently at the calamity cloud above. Her eyes filled with dread. Destined for ascendance. How terrifying. The heavenly Xian Holy Land is poised to dominate the Tianyuan continent for another era. There were already 2. And now a 3rd. How unjust the heavens are. The heavenly Xian Holy Land is perilous indeed. The unified tribulation will undoubtedly be more treacherous. Can Xiao Yu withstand it? While St. Shuzi was astonished, a shadow of worry flickered within him. It is difficult to say. Elder Qingxian slowly shook his head. His brow furrowed and etched with deep lines. Night Lingro concealed within her sleeve a delicate hand, clenched into a fist, her knuckles turning pale as she silently prayed. Heaven, please, strike him down. To coexist with such a fiend in this era is nothing short of a nightmare. Suiwei Peak. Mou gazed up at the vast sky. Why had the heavenly tribulation not yet descended? Suddenly, the urgent voice of Yin Shi echoed in his mind. Little you, quickly. Muster all your strength to resist this heavenly tribulation. If all the heavenly lightning converges, one careless moment could lead to death. What does that mean? Mou was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with perplexity. Yet, his unwavering trust in Yin Shi compelled him to act without hesitation. Within his dantian, the golden core spun wildly, its immense spiritual energy surging forth like a raging river, coursing through his limbs and bones. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A colossal golden lightning bolt, resembling a fierce dragon, roared down from the 9th heaven, carrying with it the might to annihilate worlds, and surged directly toward Mou. Wherever the golden lightning struck, the very fabric of space contorted, reverberating with explosive sounds, as if unable to withstand such terrifying power. An oppressive aura of destruction permeated the air. A sudden shock coursed through Mou, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Could it be? Was this truly the heavenly tribulation of the nascent soul? He hastily summoned his divine powers, activating his indestructible golden body. Instantly, a faint golden radiance enveloped his form. Boom! The golden lightning bolt struck Mou with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of Suiwei Peak was cloaked in golden lightning. From afar, all the elders stood agape, their faces etched with astonishment. Could he possibly survive this? When I was at the golden core stage, I could not withstand such a blow. Let alone you at the golden core. Even I, at the transformation stage, would not endure this strike. The elders murmured amongst themselves. Everyone, it is prudent to prepare to plead for forgiveness from Fairy Yi, for her treasured disciple is about to be struck down by heavenly lightning before our very eyes. Elder Qingxian sighed, clearly lacking faith in Mou's survival. Knight Ling Luo closed her eyes, unwilling to witness the spectacle. It was utterly terrifying. Not only would I, at the peak of the golden core, hesitate to confront this heavenly tribulation, but even my current self at the nascent soul stage would not dare to endure such a trial. Even the slightest residual force could obliterate me. It seemed the holy son of Tianxin was doomed. The Tianyuan continent would lose yet another potential celestial being, and the Yumo sect would be deprived of a formidable future adversary. At the summit, Xianning gazed intently at the place where Mou faced his tribulation. Her usually placid violet eyes shimmered with a ripple of surprise. The world often speaks of the heartlessness of the heavenly Tao, yet in truth, the heavens exhibit compassion. As the pinnacle of creation, humanity is favored by the heavenly Tao. The intensity of the tribulation is invariably commensurate with the cultivator's strength, leaving a sliver of hope. The tribulation faced by Mou is remarkably formidable, even reaching the zenith of the 6-9 tribulation. This can only indicate that the heavenly Tao has deemed him capable of withstanding this bolt of divine lightning. This revelation took her by surprise, yet it is merely that. Such prowess indeed allows him to stand unparalleled in this minor realm, a phenomenon unseen in the annals of history. However, within the vast expanse of the 3,000 celestial domains, he can only be regarded as possessing above-average potential. Perhaps there lies a slender opportunity for him to ascend to the imperial throne, yet to triumph over her, who shares the same realm, he remains woefully insufficient. Mou let out a long breath, overwhelmed by fear. Fortunately, he possessed an indestructible golden body. Otherwise, he would have been bedridden for at least a month. The heavenly Tao is excessively demanding, almost as if it were a biological parent. He began to meticulously perceive the changes within his body, within his dantian. The original golden elixir had vanished, replaced by a diminutive figure standing about 3 inches tall. This figure was resplendent, radiating a gentle yet formidable light. Entirely distinct from the nascent soul Mou you had previously encountered. It boldly proclaimed its extraordinary nature. Sister Yinshi, I feel that my nascent soul is somewhat different. It seems to be even stronger. Typically, nascent souls of cultivators in the early stages of the nascent soul realm are fragile and cannot remain outside the body for long. However, his was exceptional. Even when separated from his body for an extended period, he experienced no discomfort whatsoever. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained within was considerably more potent. It is a heavenly Tao nascent soul. Yinshi's voice resonated in his mind, tinged with unmistakable excitement. What is that? Mou was perplexed. Did the world truly categorize Yuaning into different tiers? Yinshi patiently elucidated. The Yuaning is divided into 3 ranks: Heaven's Path, Earth's Path, and Humanity's Path. To transcend through 54 thunder tribulations culminates in the formation of an Earth's Path Yuaning, whereas unifying with the heavenly thunder leads to the attainment of a Heaven's Path Yuaning. The Heaven's Path Yuaning possesses a potency far superior to that of ordinary Yuaning. In a confrontation of the same rank, a practitioner of Heaven's Path Yuaning can often engage 100 Earth's Path Yuaning without yielding ground. Furthermore, based on the scale of your tribulation, it is evident you have approached the zenith of the 6-9 thunder tribulations. What you have condensed is the most exceptional Heaven's Path Yuaning. Her excitement grew with each word. Xiao Yu, even in the celestial realm, you would be regarded as a formidable talent, endowed with the potential of an immortal emperor. Mou lightly cleared her throat. Such words should not be spoken carelessly, for they bear significant consequences. However, do not let pride overwhelm you. Even with the potential of an immortal emperor, there exists but a slender chance. In my time, I too was a Taoist Yuaning, though not the pinnacle of excellence. I was certainly commendable. Yet, despite my efforts, I remained unable to glimpse even the threshold of the immortal emperor. Though she spoke thus, Mou has been dwelling in the lower realms for some time. Upon ascending to the higher realms, her potential will undoubtedly surpass what it is now. Mou might truly achieve the status of an immortal emperor in the end. The mere thought of this caused her lips to curl into a proud smile, her expression brimming with satisfaction. Mou secretly scoffed. Clearly it was he who possessed greater pride. He steadied his mind. The ordeal was not yet concluded. He could still strive for further breakthroughs. He retrieved a substantial quantity of spirit stones from his storage ring and continued to channel the Great Burning Heaven technique. fervently absorbing energy. The golden light gradually diminished. Closest to him, Sumaya sighed in relief upon witnessing Mou's figure. It was truly terrifying. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she assessed Mou, somewhat astonished. This little fellow, remarkably unscathed? It is worth noting that even with her system, she had not been certain she could withstand such a terrifying heavenly tribulation during her golden core stage. Yet, Mou had accomplished it. It appears that venturing beyond familiar confines indeed bears benefits. One might encounter extraordinary opportunities. Senior sister Luo Suxin was particularly fond of exploring the outside world, and she happened to be the strongest among them. Just as Su Mei was about to approach, she realized that Mou was still in the midst of his breakthrough. Anger surged within her. She was exceedingly irked. This insufferable younger brother was truly a source of constant worry. She was determined to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Saint Shuzi and the elders prepared to enter the mountain to collect Mou's remains. However, as they passed through the formation of Tsui Peak, they were taken aback to discover Mou seemingly unscathed, sitting there calmly, even continuing his cultivation. How could this be? The elders exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Saint Shuzi was initially stunned, but then erupted in hearty laughter. Our sect's holy son possesses the potential of a celestial being. He is destined to attain immortality. Yiling Luo fixed her gaze intently on Mou. Her beautiful eyes sparkling with various hues, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. This is it. He survived? The heavenly profound holy land could dominate the Tianyuan continent for millennia, perhaps even longer. Elder Qin Xian wore a smug smile on his face. Since little you was unharmed, dear colleagues, each of you owes me 10,000 premium spirit stones. Do not forget, hasten to bring them forth. The elders handed over the spirit stones to Qin Xian and Saint Shuzi. Although they had lost spirit stones, their faces did not betray excessive disappointment. The fact that Mou is still alive is indeed a magnificent stroke of fortune. Mou slowly opened his eyes. He had now ascended to the third layer of the nascent soul stage, his strength significantly enhanced. The Great Burning Heaven technique had also advanced to the middle grade of the heavenly tier. He felt confident that he could now easily defeat that sword sect disciple. Reflecting on his current self, he realized he could effortlessly vanquish his former self from yesterday. At that moment, he noticed a dozen elders gathered around him. The leaders of the Artifact Peak, Pill Peak, Sword Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, and Five Elements Peak had all convened here. Esteemed brothers and uncles, said Shen Shuzi with a faint smile. There is no cause for concern. We are merely here to observe. He stepped forward, gently patting Mou's shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. Well done, young man, achieving consecutive breakthroughs. Remarkable. You possess a fraction of the grandeur I once had in my youth. Thank you for your kind words, brother, Mou replied. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, Esteemed brothers, I have recently taken on a disciple. Hearing this, Elder Qin Xian's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, everyone, little you has accepted a disciple. You elder ones must express your congratulations appropriately. Mou cast a grateful glance towards Qin Xian, truly appreciating this esteemed uncle. After a moment's contemplation, Shang Suzi declared, in that case, I shall bestow upon my junior brother 100,000 top-grade spirit stones as a congratulatory gift. This serves to celebrate both Mou's acquisition of a disciple and his remarkable breakthrough into the nascent soul realm. He continued, The Shisui Dan can enhance one's innate qualities and elevate their cultivation potential. I present you with 10 Xianling colorful feather chickens. Splendid spirit beasts that are both a delight to behold and a source of sustenance. Furthermore, the 5 elements spirit-absorbing bracelet, a superior spirit artifact, will accelerate your cultivation speed. It will undoubtedly prove to be a valuable treasure for your disciple. Lastly, the Lei Gang hammer, also a superior spirit artifact, is essential for forging and combat, an indispensable tool for any formidable man. After bidding farewell to the assembly of elders, Mou began to assess the gifts, a smile creeping upon his lips. Although the system had granted him even greater treasures, those were merely products of luck, lacking the significance of these gifts earned through merit. As he reveled in the joy of his acquisitions, he suddenly felt a cool sensation by his ear. A soft yet firm finger pinched his ear, giving it a gentle twist. Have you grown bold? How dare you frighten your sister? A sultry voice, laced with playful reproach, whispered in his ear. Sister Mayor, how could I ever dare to frighten you? Even if I were to deceive the master, I would never dream of scaring you. Mou swiftly turned around, and before his eyes stood a captivating, alluring figure adorned with beast-like ears. Her silken silver tresses cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her delicate pink eyes, with their subtly upturned corners, exuded an enchanting charm that was utterly bewitching. The soft, white fox ears atop her head quivered slightly, adding an extra touch of playfulness to her demeanor. Clad in a flowing white gossamer dress, she perfectly accentuated her exquisite silhouette. Her delicate curves were even more pronounced than those of Meng Lani. This was none other than Sue Meyer, transformed into her human form. She appeared rather irate, for she typically preferred not to assume human guise. Sue Meyer leaned closer, her charming face almost brushing against Mou's, her breath fragrant like orchids. You always so reckless. If one day you truly lose your life, there will be no one to claim your remains. Despite her words, she relaxed her grip. With a swift motion, she transformed into a pure white fox and leaped into Mou's embrace. Mou hastily extended his hand to catch her, gently stroking Sue Meyer's soft fur while soothingly saying, all right, I will certainly pay more attention next time. Sister Meyer, please do not be upset." In response, Sue Meyer merely let out a soft hum, offering no reply. Instead, she nuzzled her furry little head against him, seemingly in search of a more comfortable position. Before her, the system panel materialized, displaying a staggering idle multiplier of 666. Saint Shuzi returned to Tianxian Peak, dismissing Yiling Luo, and contacted Yishime through a communication talisman. Yishime's figure gradually materialized. Dressed in a flowing lavender gown, her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders, leaning languidly against a soft couch. Her posture exuded an effortless elegance that was hard to conceal. Her face, breathtakingly beautiful, seemed to embody all the ethereal essence of the universe, with every feature perfectly crafted and immaculate. Upon seeing this enchanting woman, Saint Shuzi's previously upright posture instantly faltered. His knees buckled, and he knelt upon the ground. His voice choked with emotion, thick with tears. Ancestor, an elderly man, his hair entirely white, wept before a woman who appeared to be scarcely in her 20s. The scene was undeniably peculiar, particularly as this elder was the master of the Tianxian sacred land. Had outsiders witnessed this, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. "I have told you not to call me Ancestor. It sounds awkward. Speak your matters clearly and do not dawdle," Yishime said, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, her red lips parting with a hint of displeasure. "Ancestor, I beseech you for a favor. You must grant me this," Saint Shuzi implored, his voice quavering. "Speak quickly." "I am quite busy," Yishime replied coolly, her graceful hand lifting a nearby wine gourd and giving it a gentle shake. "Please, allow Xiao Yu to become the next sect master. Our Tianxian sacred land cannot do without him," Saint Shuzi exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Lo Suxin, by Shuangying, Xia Ningbing, and Su Meyer all shared his reluctance. "If you do not permit Mou to agree, we will be left without a successor." Yishime set down the wine gourd, her eyes, clear as autumn waters, flickering with a hint of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Why such agitation all of a sudden? Xiao Yu's tribulation is the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. Is that all? You come to me over such trivial matters? Yishime's tone was impatient. Clearly, as the ancestor, she possessed greater knowledge and broader experience than Saint Shuzi. Not only that, the might of his tribulation is exceedingly formidable. Even during my own nascent soul stage, I could not withstand it. Yet he emerged unscathed, Saint Shuzi asserted. "Do not jest," Yishime scoffed. "The power of a heavenly tribulation correlates with a cultivator's strength. It is impossible to emerge unscathed from such trials. Ancestor, I assure you, all witnessed it." Not only did he remain unharmed, but he also broke through several minor realms consecutively. Yishime fell into silence. After a long while, she finally spoke softly. "I will return in some time." "Elder Ancestor, you have yet to respond." Shang Shuzi wished to say more, but Yishime's ethereal figure had already vanished. Meanwhile, in the Ta Qing domain, within a room adorned with elegance and suffused with a faint sandalwood fragrance, Yishime languidly reclined on a soft couch, her long, fair fingers gently drumming on the table, producing a crisp sound. How could one pass through tribulations unscathed? Is it possible that the might of the 6-9 celestial thunder cannot harm him? System, do you know? The chosen one, burdened with great fortune, possessing remarkable talents, is hardly surprising. Yishime pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Her disciples were all extraordinary, each capable of performing astonishing feats. New chosen one detected, Chu Yuli. Location, Tianxian Sacred Land. Please, host, promptly take him as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Yishime's beautiful eyes lit up. her previous languor dissipating in an instant. The seventh one. At last, he has appeared. I am finally on the brink of ascension. The Chosen One recruitment system allows one to grow stronger. By gathering 7 chosen ones, she could directly ascend to the celestial realm and become an immortal emperor, an ascent to the heavens in a single step. The system granted her endless longevity. Yet she had never been able to break through to the great completion, regardless of her efforts in cultivation. Now, having already gathered 6 chosen ones, she only needed 1 more to achieve perfection. Over the years, she had encountered many fortunate individuals. For instance, a boy named Tang Si, who had cared for his healthy father since the age of 2. However, the system disdained him, declaring, "No petty person." There was also the senior brother from a small sect, who showed great care for his junior sisters, almost resembling a doting mother. The system still rejected him, saying, "No turtle men." And among the women, there were maidens deemed not suitable by the system, which led her to suspect that it preferred not to accept males at all. Now, with the 7th chosen one finally emerging, how could she not feel exhilarated? Yishime quickly rose, preparing to return at once. Just then, the door was gently pushed open. "Are you leaving?" A woman adorned in a luxurious purple robe entered gracefully, closely followed by Ling Ching. The newcomer was Ling Chu Yuli, the leader of the Ta Ching sacred land, exuding an aura of innate authority, regal and extraordinary. She was also Ling Ching Yue's mentor and adoptive mother, their bond akin to that of a true mother and daughter. "I am leaving. We shall drink together another day." Before Yishime's words could fully escape her lips, her figure had already vanished, leaving only a lingering scent of fragrance. Ling Yunxue snorted coldly, hoping she would never return. After Yishime departed, the room was enveloped in a fleeting silence. Ling Qingwei suddenly spoke, her voice as cold as the moonlight. "Master, I have a request to make, and I hope you will grant it." "What is it?" Ling Yunxue's gaze fell upon Ling Qingwei. Ling Qingwei gently bit her crimson lip, hesitating for a moment before slowly articulating, "I wish to dissolve my engagement with the son of Tianxian." "Why?" Ling Yunxue's brows furrowed slightly. She could not comprehend why the usually obedient and sensible Ling Qingwei would suddenly voice such a demand. Although it was indeed a gamble between her and Aunt Yu that had led to this arrangement, they were acutely aware that the Taiping sacred land was in a precarious position, necessitating the assistance of the Tianxian sacred land. Moreover, the son of Tianxian had ceased to be a waste since 7 years ago. He was handsome and possessed a formidable senior sister, even if he were still a failure. It should not be the reason for this. Ling Qingwei interrupted Ling Yunxue's discourse. Images from the secret realm of the Yin-Yang sect involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Perhaps it was an inappropriate sentiment towards that stranger, perhaps a desire to preserve the reputation of the Taiping sacred land, or perhaps a fear of inciting war between the 2 sacred lands. Regardless, the marriage must be annulled. I have lost my virtue to another, and I have no face to confront the son of Tianxian, Ling Qingyue stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Ling Yunxue's countenance, once regal and elegant, turned as cold as ice. A sudden shift in her aura unleashed a formidable pressure that surged forth like a tidal wave. What on earth had transpired? Ling Qingyue recounted her experiences from that night, revealing everything without concealment or embellishment, as though narrating a tale belonging to someone else. As she concluded, her gaze fell slightly, and she added, "Everything stemmed from me, and I left no means to find that person. I implore you, master, do not blame him." Ling Yunxue listened quietly, her expression a tempest of emotions, anger, confusion, and concern intertwined upon her dignified visage. Ultimately, she sighed deeply, her voice laden with helplessness and sorrow. "You should have slain that man when you had the chance. I can only hope he does not hinder your future cultivation. The one who sullied her disciple would undoubtedly be impossible to locate. To seek out a qi refining practitioner across the vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent was nothing short of a fool's errand. The engagement, too, could not proceed. How could the Tianjin sacred land, the foremost power of the Tianyuan continent, allow their holy son to marry someone so tainted? With another sigh, she conceded, "Very well. I shall accompany you to the Tianjin sacred land to annul this marriage." As night descended, Tsuwei Peak bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, when a clear and melodious voice shattered the tranquility. "Here comes the soup." As Mo Yu lifted his gaze, he beheld Ling Wanqing gracefully approaching, cradling a steaming bowl of chicken soup in her hands. She donned the same familiar attire, indistinguishable from the puppets he had encountered before. It was uncertain whether she was indeed a living being. He activated the panel. Name, Ling Wanqing. Fortune, 10,000 gold. Favorability. 100. Absolute trust. Description. Adopted by MOU at a young age, she suffers from persecutory delusions, believing that nothing in the world is trustworthy, and never reveals her true self. Born with a Tao embryo, she can enhance her comprehension of the great Tao as a furnace. It turns out she is the steady-flowing protagonist. MOU understood immediately. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that he still did not know what this girl looked like? After a moment of contemplation, he realized that indeed, her appearance was quite ordinary, so ordinary it seemed almost deliberate. She bore no striking flaws, yet equally lacked any remarkable virtues. Perhaps he was being overly cautious. Even his senior brother was on guard. The system detected that Ling Ching had completely submitted to you. This system does not advocate for certain relationships, yet respects your preferences. The antagonist's successful counterattack has yielded rewards, celestial-grade formations, talismans, insights into alchemy and artifact forging, as well as corresponding celestial artifacts. The celestial artifacts include the Tian Shu formation disc, the Ling Hui talisman pen, the divine casting Qingquan cauldron, and the celestial flame alchemy furnace. In an instant, a vast torrent of information surged into MOU's mind. Formations, talismans, artifact forging, alchemy, an abundance of profound knowledge interwove and collided within his consciousness, ultimately reaching a harmonious understanding. His mastery in these fields instantaneously ascended to the pinnacle of the lower realm. With a mere thought, he accessed the system space. Indeed, there appeared a formation disc, a spirit pen, a precious cauldron, and an alchemy furnace. However, why was the artifact forging done using a cauldron? In his bewilderment, information regarding these celestial artifacts flooded into his mind, and he soon comprehended. Both the Tian Shu formation disc and the Ling Hui talisman pen were auxiliary celestial artifacts, serving relatively conventional functions of assisting in formations and talisman drawing. The other two were distinct, fully automated celestial artifacts. Materials could be tossed in, and finished products would emerge automatically. For instance, the divine casting Qingquan cauldron. Merely by throwing in threads and envisioning the desired garment, one could produce an article of clothing. Although the insights into artifact forging encompass skills such as blacksmithing and tailoring, he favored the convenience of one-click production. Moreover, he could recreate garments from his past life, stockings, JK uniforms, maid outfits. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel his face flush. The system's voice continued to resonate. Do you wish to seize fortune? No. Fortune remains unchanged. The antagonist gains 1,000 points. MOU realized that capturing a character of protagonist caliber would yield far more substantial rewards than seizing those of mere supporting roles. This time, there were as many as 4 celestial artifacts. He opened his status panel. Name, MOU Realm. 3rd layer of the nascent soul stage physique, chaotic divine body. 1. Pure yang kidney body cultivation techniques. Heavenly profound sacred canon. Great burning heaven technique. Mid-tier celestial grade, upgradable. Chaotic yin-yang decision, upgradable. Spells, indestructible golden body treasures. Emperor's flag. Gathering yin soul jade box, soul settling flute special. Remnant celestial bone, netherworld ghost fire fortune. 15, 200, holy dragon, villain points. 8. 600 with the cultivation of the chaotic yin-yang decision. His chaotic divine body had also reached level 1. During this period, his villain points had risen to 8. 600, allowing him to indulge lavishly in the marketplace. At present, his soul could crush other prodigies of the same realm. However, he still lagged in spells, physique, and body techniques. He could be considered top tier, yet not overwhelming. It would be prudent to acquire some body refinement-related items. Senior brother, aren't you going to eat? Ling Ching's sweet voice roused him from his contemplation. MOU regained his senses, delicately picking up a piece of chicken and savoring it slowly. The meat was tender and succulent, melting seamlessly in his mouth, imbued with a subtle ethereal essence that lingered delightfully. I am enjoying it, he remarked. Ching's culinary skills have indeed progressed. Upon hearing this, Ling Ching's cheeks flushed slightly, and she offered a sweet smile. I am glad you like it. Chu Yuli cautiously placed a piece of meat into MOU's bowl. Master, please have a taste of this. Thank you, he replied. MOU nodded, his gaze shifting towards the languid Su Mayor in his arms. Sister Mayor, aren't you going to eat? He inquired. No, you all can eat without me. Su Mayor replied lazily, as dining at the table would hinder her efficiency in maintaining her idle state. The small courtyard was filled with joyous laughter. A harmonious and serene scene. Ling Ching beamed with delight as she observed this warm atmosphere. Judging by the thunderous tribulation today, her senior brother had grown even stronger. A heavenly down-nascent soul. Furthermore, it was mightier than the one from his previous life. If only the senior sisters could cultivate at a slower pace. Perhaps they could remain to assist their senior brother. Alas, in this lifetime, the senior sisters were progressing even more swiftly. Suddenly, with curious wide eyes, Chu Yuli asked, "What kind of person is our ancestral master?" Mou candidly expressed her thoughts, deeming the unreliable woman as a charlatan. Sumaya lazily added, "She is a deceiver. Not a single word she utters can be trusted." Chu Yuli's bright eyes widened in disbelief. Could their esteemed master truly be so inadequate? Ling Wan smiled gently, offering a soft explanation. In truth, our esteemed teacher possesses a kind heart. However, it is advisable to disregard her words and refrain from acquiescing to her demands. Mou nodded. You can disregard her words as mere nonsense. Otherwise, you might find yourself sold one day without even realizing it. I see, Chu Yuli replied, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gently nodded. If the trustworthiness of her master was rated at 100, then Ling Ching would be at 60, Sumaya at 30, and her ancestor at merely 10. After dinner, Mou returned to her room and placed the soul-gathering jade box on the windowsill. The moonlight poured in like water, casting a gentle glow upon the jade box. Thus, each month, a divine soul elixir would be produced. The artifact bestowed by the system was unadorned yet had already recognized its master, alleviating any concerns of others coveting it. What is this? Sumaya, nestled in Mou's arms, lazily lifted her gaze, her curiosity piqued. It was found in the secret realm. It can be used to store divine soul elixirs. Mou explained. Sumaya nodded slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing her features before she chose not to pursue the matter further. Mou said, "Senior sister, I am about to retire for the night. Although cultivators can forego sleep, he has retained the habit. In his previous life, he worked tirelessly until midnight. In this life, if he were to forsake sleep, would it not render his rebirth futile? You may rest as you please, do not mind me." Sumaya narrowed her fox-like eyes, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Ah, but Dream Lanine mentioned she would come here to play the flute for me." His head throbbed. "What? Do you have an objection?" "No, I have no objections." Reluctantly, Mou settled into a meditative posture, still cradling Sumaya in his arms. Though today was devoid of any pressing matters, he found himself unable to enjoy the melodies. Mou let out a soft sigh, his mind stirring as he accessed the system's marketplace. It offered an array of items, physical enhancements, martial arts techniques, spells, magical artifacts, and medicinal elixirs, all available in abundance. At that moment, he noticed a limited-time promotion. How intriguing. It seems the system also indulges in such marketing strategies. He clicked to explore further. The first item. Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique, Volume 1, originally priced at 100,000, was now available for a mere 5,000 villain points at a staggering 0.5 discount. The Heavenly Binding Rope, originally 30,000, was offered at 3,000 villain points with a 90 discount. Lastly, Void Immortality, which typically cost 1 million, was now available for just 100,000 villain points, also at a remarkable 90 discount. Mou's eyes sparkled with excitement. To think they offered such a substantial discount. I simply must make a purchase now. The Divine Elephant's Prison Suppression Technique, an elite body refining method. Those who have read the novels are well aware of its extraordinary prowess. Mou decisively acquired the item. In an instant, a vast ocean of knowledge surged into his mind. The human body harbors 840 million particles, which can awaken into a colossal elephant. The colossal elephant transforms into a dragon elephant, the dragon elephant into a primordial elephant, and the primordial elephant into a divine elephant. Should he cultivate all the particles in his body into a divine elephant, with sheer physical strength alone, he would possess the power to shatter the entire universe. Although the previous chapter only allows cultivation up to the colossal elephant, that suffices for now. Once he perfects the previous chapter, he is certain to amass enough subsequent villain points. As for the latter two items, he has no immediate plans to purchase them. The void remains indestructible. Powerful divine abilities endure, consciousness persists, and the true spirit remains eternal. Yet, they are beyond his financial reach. The Binding Immortal Rope, a formidable controlling celestial artifact, is similarly unattainable due to his insufficient spiritual energy. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Celestial spirit power alone. Each time you use the Binding Immortal Rope, the system will automatically supplement your lacking celestial spirit power, limited to once daily, costing 600 villain points. How audacious of the system to attempt to drain the remainder of my villain points. Yet, This is clearly a futile endeavor, mere wordplay. Not only does it require sacrificing one's own spiritual energy, but it is also restricted to this singular celestial artifact. Even in death, he would never purchase such a service, much less consider acquiring the binding immortal rope. Mou turned his gaze towards the ordinary marketplace. Among the dazzling array of goods, a particular spiritual herb caught his attention. The creation jade lotus, priced at 10,000 villain points, could allow a cultivator to reconstruct their physical form, rendering them impervious to malevolent forces, toxins, and frigid temperatures. It could also withstand various soul-harvesting spells and artifacts. When combined with other medicinal ingredients to concoct elixirs, it could further enhance a cultivator's innate constitution. Presently, he had 600 villain points remaining. Next, he planned to save his villain points to acquire this herb, aiding Sister Yinchi in her rebirth. "Little Master Uncle, may I come in? I have come to serenade you." A gentle call from outside interrupted Mou's musings. It was Meng Lani. As Mou lowered his head, he found Su Meier in his embrace, gazing at him with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic. Her voice sultry. "It appears that I have inadvertently intruded upon your rendezvous with your beloved." Mou nodded vigorously, as if pounding garlic. "Indeed. It is time for you to depart. Do you dare to continue nodding?" Su Meier's tone suddenly shifted, imbued with a chilling intensity. In an instant, she transformed into her human form, standing gracefully beside the bed, her frosty countenance firmly fixed upon Mou. Mou shook his head like a rattledrum. No. Senior sister, you must listen to my defense." Su Meier let out a light laugh, her voice crisp and melodious, yet laced with an unsettling hint of danger. Her graceful figure leaned forward slowly, and a pair of arms, as fair as frost and snow, coiled around Mou's neck like ethereal serpents, exhaling waves of intoxicating fragrance. "Brother, do you think your sister is beautiful?" Her voice was so sultry it seemed to drip with sweetness. As her eyes shimmered, a rosy glow flickered, captivating the very soul. Mou was enveloped by a delicate fragrance that wafted through the air. Before him stood Su Meier, her exquisite, flawless visage radiant, her skin as pure as freshly fallen snow, seemingly fragile to the touch. Moreover, from his vantage point, he could behold her full, pristine curves and the profound depths of her form, all laid bare before his eyes. Furthermore, she was engaging in the art of seduction. Swiftly channeled his energy, steadying his mind, and with great effort articulated a single word. "Beautiful." Su Meier was somewhat astonished. This little fellow could now withstand her enchanting allure? How intriguing. She leaned in closer, nearly touching the tip of his nose, her breath fragrant as orchids. "Between your sister and your little beloved, who is more exquisite?" Mou inwardly exclaimed that it was a dire situation, a question that could cost him his life. Before he had the chance to respond, the soft and delicate voice of Meng Lan drifted in from outside the door. "Little Master Uncle, are you inside?" Su Meier gracefully raised her delicate hand, and a flash of pink light shot forth, sealing the door shut. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as they fixated intently on Mou, awaiting his reply. Naturally, Maya was the most enchanting of them all. Mou gazed intently at the flawless visage before her, her mind racing with thoughts. Su Meier was certainly not Meng Lanin. If it were Meng Lanin standing in front of her, she could have simply approached without hesitation. Yet, this enchanting fox, if she were truly ensnared by her seductive arts, who could predict what the morrow would bring? Mou recalled a previous encounter when she had fallen under Su Meier's spell, wandering in a state of undress to seek out the third sister, Xianingbing. On that occasion, they had narrowly escaped being reduced to mere fragments by Xianingbing's wrath. "Since my dear sister is so captivating, why must you rendezvous with other lovers, leaving me heartbroken?" Su Meier's voice dripped with a melancholic allure, tinged with a hint of playful coaxing, stirring emotions deep within. As Mou gradually lost control of his mind, he hastily summoned the ghostly flames of the underworld to safeguard his spirit. His gaze began to clear, becoming as tranquil as the deep night sky. Su Meier, witnessing this, felt an even greater astonishment. It is known that typical transformation stage practitioners would succumb to her enchanting arts, yet this little one remained unperturbed. Should she perhaps intensify her efforts? As a practitioner at the void return stage, coupled with her lineage and the innate advantages of her divine physique, even those at the integration stage would feel the effects of her full enchantment. Suddenly, she felt powerful arms encircle her slender waist, the warmth causing her delicate form to shiver. Mou's deep eyes fixed upon Su Meier, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. "How about spending a delightful evening with Sister Meier today?" Su Meier paused in surprise, her expression soon blossoming with seductive charm. she playfully chided. My little brother has grown bold enough to tease his sister. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than Mo felt an overwhelming force surge forth, spinning the world around him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself pinned beneath Sue Meyer, lying on the soft bed. Her silken hair cascaded down like a waterfall, brushing against his face and sending shivers of exquisite sensation through him. A delicate fragrance lingered in the air, subtle yet tantalizing, plucking at the strings of his heart. Truly, she was a formidable beast of the void return stage, her terrifying power utterly unmatched. The two warm bodies clung closely together, their breaths intertwining in an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Suddenly, voices drifted in from outside. Are you looking for senior brother? He just stepped out for a moment. The soft voice belonged to Ling Ching. Oh, I see. Then I shall take my leave for now and return another time. Wait, come with me. I have something for you that I mentioned earlier. After that, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Sue Meyer playfully twirled a lock of hair by her ear, each movement radiating an enchanting allure. Inquired earnestly, Senior sister, what exactly is your intention? Of course, it is to punish you, to evoke concern in your senior sister, replied Sue Meyer with a gentle tone. Do you have any idea how close I came to being frightened today? What would I have done if something truly unfortunate had befallen you, junior brother? I cannot trust you at all. Mo silently cursed to himself. Once his cultivation reached its zenith, he would undoubtedly seek to redeem his honor, subduing this vixen beneath him for a thorough lesson. Brother, do you like your sister? The sultry, delicate voice whispered in his ear, akin to an enchanting siren's song. Sue Meyer's beautiful eyes shimmered with a rosy glow, her allure surging forth like a tidal wave. Even with the protection of the ghostly flames, Mo felt his mind growing hazy, his resolve gradually weakening. Gritting his teeth, he declared, very well, since it is thus, do not blame me, senior sister. Oh, what does my brother wish to do? Sue Meyer arched an eyebrow playfully. If you dare to take another step forward, the heavens shall tremble. Sue Meyer chuckled lightly, as though she had heard a most amusing jest. She slowly leaned closer, bringing her exquisite visage near Mo's. The space between them shrank to a mere breath, her soft, supple form pressing directly against his chest, her eyes glinting with mischief. With a resolute heart, Mo made a bold decision. He exerted his strength, wrapping his arms tightly around Sue Meyer, and leaned in towards her alluring cherry lips. The soft, warm sensation enveloped his senses, intoxicatingly sweet and utterly captivating. Sue Meyer widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, gazing at the junior disciple she often toyed with. Seizing the moment of her astonishment, Mo pushed forcefully, igniting his essence to summon his flying sword. The blade flashed, and the rooftop shattered with a resounding crack. Employing the technique of blood escape, he transformed into a crimson streak soaring into the sky. Senior sister, save me. Sumaya slowly regained her composure, delicately caressing her lips to wipe away a trace of crimson. Narrowing her alluring eyes, a dangerous smile graced her lips. Truly bold, showing no restraint. It seems I must bind you next time. She opened her panel. Name, Sue Meyer Realm, 7th layer of returning to void cultivation multiplier, 2 reward multiplier. 2 Her cultivation had indeed advanced a layer since this morning. It is known that ascending even 1 layer in the returning to void realm requires decades of arduous training. Moreover, as a member of the demon race, her cultivation speed was inherently much slower than that of the human race. Her earlier teasing of Mo was not merely out of anger. She had discovered that while in human form and in contact with Mo, her cultivation multiplier could reach a maximum of 777 times. Especially when Mo had bitten her earlier, the multiplier astonishingly soared to 888 times. As for her first kiss, she was rather indifferent. After all, she had previously kissed little Mo, and the demon race did not place as much importance on such matters as humans did. Consider it a bargain for that little rascal. With a light huff, she mused about how she would deal with him next time. After a moment of contemplation, Sue Meyer decided against seeking out Mo for the time being. If she did, the little fellow might very well flee the sect. Today, she would choose another target. In Ling Ching's room, Meng Lanin held a small wine pot, her face alight with curiosity. Is this the item you mentioned before? Ling Ching nodded gently. Indeed. This is immortal's wine. Just a drop can intoxicate even a loose immortal. Meng Lanin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly cradled the immortal's wine to her chest. Thank you, she exclaimed joyfully, bouncing out of the room, her mind already picturing her little master uncle collapsing into her embrace. Once she departed, Ling Ching revealed a sly smile. Within this immortal's wine, there was more than meets the eye. In truth, she had also added a dose of Huan powder. To ensure efficacy, she had utilized the dosage meant for tribulation. After all, in his past life, her senior brother had a remarkably strong constitution. In this life, it would be even more exaggerated. Without a potent remedy, she felt uneasy. Oh, senior brother, in your previous incarnation, you pursued the path with unwavering dedication, maintaining your youthful essence until the end. In this life, even if the Tianyuan continent faces destruction once more, you shall experience the utmost joys of this mortal realm. Ling Ching's smile was as radiant as a blooming flower, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open, and a familiar voice, tinged with a hint of playful mockery, echoed through the room. Little Ching, your senior sister has come to play. Upon hearing this voice, Ling Ching's expression shifted slightly. Where's my formation? Why has it failed? She hurriedly turned around and, seeing Su Meier's usual demeanor, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed her senior sister had not overheard her earlier words. Is there something you need, senior sister? Ling Ching endeavored to keep her voice calm and composed. However, Su Meier did not respond. Instead, she strode directly towards her. With delicate hands, she gently caressed Ling Ching's face, playfully squeezing it. Little junior sister, your puppet is becoming increasingly lifelike. I truly adore it. The texture is simply marvelous, she remarked, casting a glance at Ling Ching's bosom. Ling Ching quickly swatted her hand away, crossing her arms protectively over her chest. What are you talking about, senior sister? What puppet? You really are quite disobedient. Just like your senior brother, it's no wonder he raised you himself. I don't know what you mean, senior sister. By the way, dear junior sister, is your puppet truly indistinguishable from a real person? Is every part identical? Even down below? Wouldn't that mean? Senior sister, please leave. Shortly thereafter, Ling Ching, her countenance marked with displeasure, cradled a six-tailed white fox in her arms. Her puppet's formation skills were evidently inadequate, having been completely seen through, and her true self had been directly exposed. It appeared she would need to exert herself further. Su Meier curled up in her embrace, her thoughts swirling. Was it true that in the future scene by little Ching, her brother had perished? Atop the Tsuewei Peak, Mou collapsed onto the ground, his body feeling as though it had been disassembled, with waves of excruciating pain coursing through his limbs and bones. The side effects of the blood escape technique were indeed overwhelming. Unconsciously, he licked his lips, savoring the remnants of blood. It must be said that Su Meier possessed a delightful flavor, with a subtle fragrance lingering within the blood. You forcibly kissed Su Meier, claiming her first kiss. Though the process was somewhat passive and the outcome rather tragic, you still inflicted damage upon her, transcending two significant realms. Reward, divine ability, spirit locking forbidden yuan. Villain points 400. A torrent of information flooded his mind. The spirit locking forbidden yuan is a unique innate divine ability of the Celestial Fox clan. It conceals spiritual energy or magical artifacts, forcibly interrupting the flow of spiritual power, rendering one incapable of invoking spells for a brief period. Such a formidable ability. Had Su Meier employed this against him moments ago, escape would have been impossible. You really have some audacity, even daring to kiss your senior sister. Yanxi. She was the one who insisted on coming over. If I hadn't taken the initiative, wouldn't that imply I was incapable? That's a fair point. Yanxi chuckled lightly, her voice gentle. However, I must caution you. Even combined, we would find it challenging to escape in her presence. Be careful. Her tone shifted, taking on a serious note. After her soul's recovery, she truly realized that the individuals atop this small hill possessed unfathomable strength. Initially, she believed they simply had longer training periods in higher realms. Yet now it appeared that even in the celestial realm, they would stand out as extraordinary talents. Understood. Mother Yanxi, Mou teased, she wouldn't truly kill me. Yanxi huffed softly, choosing not to respond further. A warm current surged within her heart, yet simultaneously, a sense of inexplicable melancholy enveloped her. At that moment, a gentle blue light descended upon Mou, the warm and spring-like spiritual energy circulating throughout his body, instantly soothing the wounds inflicted by the burning essence of his blood. Mou rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire, and turned his gaze towards the one tending to his wounds. It was none other than his third senior sister, Xianingbing, who remained seated at the edge of the cliff, her back turned to him, exuding an air of nobility and aloofness. Clad in flowing black robes that danced gracefully in the wind, she appeared as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm, radiating an indescribable beauty. Thank you, senior sister. Mou clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Senior sister, Mayor wishes to take my life. May I stay with you for the night? Xianingbing did not respond, appearing to be accustomed to such occurrences. Without any hesitation, settled into a cross-legged position. This was not an unfamiliar occurrence for him. After each bout with his fourth senior sister, he would invariably seek out his third senior sister. Sumayer always found an opportunity to playfully torment her junior brother. A routine he had grown accustomed to. He closed his eyes, centering his mind, and commenced his practice of the divine elephant suppression technique. Ethereal energies surged around him, coalescing into a vortex that flowed into his being. A minuscule particle successfully awakened within him, unleashing a formidable force akin to a primordial titan stirring from its slumber. It felt as though a colossal elephant, having slept for eons, had finally opened its eyes, and every cell in his body rejoiced in exuberance. Mou continued to channel his cultivation techniques, awakening an increasing number of particles. 2, 3, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Within Mou's being, power incessantly surged. Each awakening of the particles heralded earth-shattering transformations. The strength of his corporeal form escalated rapidly as bones, muscles, and meridians underwent a metamorphosis, becoming increasingly resilient. Gradually, a faint golden radiance enveloped him, an extraordinary phenomenon that emerges only when one's physical prowess reaches a remarkable threshold. The golden light swirled, illuminating him like a golden deity of war, exuding an imposing presence and an overwhelming aura. The intensity of his cultivation grew ever greater, and the vortex of spiritual energy expanded relentlessly. Winds roared and clouds billowed, sand and stones danced in the tempest. Beside him, Xianingbing slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in her violet pupils. She sensed that Mou was practicing an exceptionally formidable body-refining technique, one of an exceedingly high rank. Even among the Celestial Emperor's arts, it could be deemed as elite. Her junior brother was indeed fortunate in his encounters. Yet, she believed that this was the extent of it. She did not think that, a month hence, Mou would surpass her. For the chasm between them was simply too vast. She too had cultivated body-refining techniques, which would merely allow Mou to endure longer in comparative combat. More crucially, her divine phoenix physique far surpassed the pure sun's sacred body by a significant margin. Even when practicing techniques of equivalent levels, the pure sun's sacred body could not hope to contend with her. Xianingbing closed her eyes once more, resuming her cultivation. Time flowed on. Ultimately, within Mou, 30,000 particles awakened. He slowly opened his eyes, a burst of golden brilliance shooting forth from his pupils. A tremendous aura erupted from within him, akin to a slumbering giant elephant awakening, exerting pressure in all directions. He could distinctly sense that, in terms of sheer power, he had become hundreds of times stronger than before. Every movement he made harbored terrifying strength, as if a single punch could shatter the emerald peak, and a mere palm strike could obliterate his former self. Simultaneously, he was on the brink of a breakthrough, the fourth layer of the nascent soul realm tantalizingly close. Throughout the journey of cultivation, one must remember to temper the heart of the Tao. Xianingbing's cool words echoed in his ears, akin to the ethereal fragrance of orchids in a secluded valley. Mou was momentarily taken aback, then clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your reminder, senior sister. This was Xianingbing cautioning him that cultivating too hastily could be detrimental. Just a few days prior, he was at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage, and now he was nearing the 4th level of the Nascent Soul stage. The Tao heart embodies one's comprehension of the Tao, steadfastness, and pursuit. If one's understanding of the Tao fails to keep pace with the elevation of their realm, it may precipitate myriad issues, such as an unstable foundation, sluggish cultivation, superficial combat prowess, and the emergence of inner demons. Yet, he remained unperturbed, placing his faith in the heavenly principles. Tomorrow, he believed, would bestow upon him an opportunity concerning his Tao heart. A breakthrough, the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Within his dantian, the previously fist-sized nascent soul figure swiftly expanded, transforming into that of a child. Exquisitely carved, with delicate features and strikingly adorable. It marked the 2nd phase of the nascent soul stage, the formation of the infant. Mou felt an overwhelming sense of ease enveloping him. His senses heightened and his perception of the spiritual essence of the universe growing ever clearer. A satisfied smile graced his lips, as he was confident that even against ordinary transformation stage cultivators, he could effortlessly prevail. Xianingbing, aware of Mou's breakthrough, maintained her usual icy demeanor, betraying little emotional fluctuation. Having said what needed to be said, She recognized it as his own choice. Only through personal experience can one truly mature. Moreover, the repercussions of this choice were not severe. It merely implied that he would need to invest more time in repaying his debts in the future. After completing his cultivation, Mou reclined on the ground, gazing up at the starry sky. The heavens were adorned with countless stars, with the Milky Way spanning majestically across the firmament. His thoughts drifted to the Qin family, a clan that could be classified as a demonic sect. According to the memories of Qin Shou, it seemed that the situation was even more complex. Even in the visions of the future he had witnessed, the entirety of the Qin family remained elusive. Furthermore, they possessed a soul-refining banner, a rarity even among demonic cultivators. Could it be that the Qin family was, in truth, a family of sinister practitioners? As this notion took root, the harrowing image of Mo village's destruction surged in his mind, the anguished cries of the villagers, the heavy stench of blood. In the ruins of collapsed homes, each scene sliced through his heart like a blade. Senior sister, Mou suddenly spoke, have concepts of righteousness, demonic practices, and malevolence existed since ancient times? What, then, is the distinction between them? After a brief pause, Xianbing's voice resonated coldly, akin to the sound of water droplets from a frozen spring. Indeed, they have existed since antiquity. The demonic seeks to transform spiritual energy into malevolence, extracting without return, depleting the essence of the world, leading to a scarcity of spiritual energy for future generations. Malevolence, on the other hand, sacrifices one's own life to cultivate oneself, harming others for personal gain, stripping away the very essence of life, ultimately stifling the emergence of new talents in the world. Both paths can easily corrupt the heart, inciting calamities, and are condemned by society. Mou was taken aback for a moment before fully comprehending her meaning. To absorb spiritual essence without recompense is to be a demon. To cultivate by taking lives is to embrace wickedness. The rampant proliferation of demonic cultivators would devastate the future environment, while the unchecked violence of malevolent practitioners could annihilate the contemporary human race. Could one not speak in such an overly ornate manner? Mou slowly sat up and gently shook his head, dismissing those thoughts. Suddenly, an important matter struck him. What if he left the roasted rabbit in the forest and it was devoured by other beasts? However, he soon smiled with a sense of relief. Tangxi was the child of fortune. He either fortuitously stumbled upon Xiaowan or, even in the absence of her body, he would find a way to revive her. To be honest, he had never witnessed any method of resurrection and was uncertain if it was truly possible. Meanwhile, in a forest on the fringes of the Tianxin domain, the bright moon hung high, casting silvery rays that danced among the trees. The tranquility of the night was suddenly shattered by a piercing bird call. A massive Qingxian bird demon was relentlessly pursuing a young boy. Damn beast! How dare you chase me? The boy roared, fury flashing in his eyes. You have sealed your fate. This boy was none other than Tangxi, who held Xiaowan's lifeless body tightly as he darted swiftly through the dense woods. With a thunderous roar, several wind blades sliced through the air, aimed directly at Tangxi's back. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding one, but was still grazed by another, causing blood to spill forth. Cursed be it! Tangxi gritted his teeth, realizing the dire situation he was in. It was utterly impossible for him to defeat this golden core demon. He had come in search of Xiaowan, only to discover her fate. He vowed to find the one who had roasted Xiaowan, that arrogant individual who had even left behind evidence. One day, he would track down the owner of these needles. The aroma emanating from Xiaowan's body had attracted this beast. Although Tangxi had reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, he was still no match for a golden core demon. The Qingxian bird demon launched another assault, sending a barrage of cutting wind blades that knocked Tangxi off his feet. Struggling to rise, he glared at the bird demon, his eyes ablaze with hatred. You are forcing my hand, he bellowed, his voice laced with ferocity. He looked down at Xiaowan's body, filled with regret and sorrow. Xiaowan, I promise, I will avenge you. I shall not let a single one of your assailants escape. With that, he devoured the entire roasted rabbit in a few swift bites. In an instant, a tremendous power surged within him, his aura climbing rapidly until he broke through to the golden core realm. In the chaotic star domain, Star City, Mou emerged from the teleportation array, cradling the six-tailed white fox in his arms. After ensuring that Chu Yuli was settled, he made his way directly here. He bestowed upon her all the magical artifacts given by the Elder and entrusted her to Ling Ching's care. It is likely that the two, from different backgrounds, would find themselves in harmonious coexistence. Su Meier made no mention of the incident from the previous day, as if it had never transpired. The two continued to interact amicably, showing no signs of awkwardness. Yet, Mo felt a twinge of guilt, for he had taken her first kiss. Brother Mo. What a coincidence. A clear and melodious voice suddenly interrupted Mo's thoughts. As Mo lifted his gaze, he beheld an individual of remarkable elegance, possessing both charm and grace, exuding an extraordinary aura. In an instant, he recognized the identity of this person, Unveiling Chu Yuli, one of the 7 stars of the celestial sacred land, a candidate for the position of sect leader. Indeed, he was the one Mo had used as a scapegoat. Also at the nascent soul stage. What a remarkable coincidence. Mo replied calmly. A flicker of astonishment passed through Feng Yin's eyes. To his surprise, after years of absence, not only had his younger brother Mo resolved the issue of his cultivation regression, but he had also attained the Yuanying stage, which was indeed a cause for celebration. Mo nodded gently. It is merely a stroke of luck. Feng Yin replied with a warm smile. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our chaotic star domain, dear brother Mo? Someone has wronged me, and I seek to exact vengeance. Mo spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Feng Yin raised an eyebrow slightly. So it is. Brother Mo, with his swift justice and deep affection, is indeed a true hero. Mo nodded slightly. This individual truly possesses the talent to speak nonsense with his eyes wide open. What he terms as a swift act of vengeance can merely be interpreted as a thirst for retribution. Feng Yin's gaze shifted, landing upon the 6-tailed white fox nestled in Mo's embrace. Surely, this must be Senior Su? Su Meier did not even lift her eyelids, clearly disinterested in engaging. Upon witnessing the scene, Mo spoke softly, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Feng Yin's response, he turned and strode away. Feng Yin watched Mo depart, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. What could be the purpose of 2 of the 5 prodigies from the heavenly Xian sacred land venturing into the chaos star domain? Had they uncovered something significant? At that moment, a shadow appeared beside him, silent as a specter. Young master, shall we monitor their movements? It queried. There is no need, Feng Yin replied. The heavenly Xian sacred land represents righteousness. They will not engage in any reckless actions. Let others deal with the troubles. Mo strode directly towards the heart of the city. The streets were lined with an array of shops, bustling with a throng of pedestrians. Various colorful signs glimmered under the sunlight, and the air was infused with the vibrant aroma of street food. In the embrace of Mo, Su Meier suddenly spoke. What do you think of that Yuheng? What a pretentious figure, came the reply. Why do you say that? Su Meier inquired with curiosity. I detest those who perpetually wear such a gentle expression. They are either exceedingly cunning or utterly insipid. Mo candidly expressed her opinion. Turtle? Su Meier inquired, perplexed. While she could comprehend the depths of one's character, the meaning of turtle eluded her. A two-faced turtle? No, it was even worse than that. It was akin to a boiling sheep. Su Meier found herself even more bewildered. What on earth was the connection? Mo's explanation is that it refers to those foolish individuals who relish in making others feel regret, who, despite being betrayed, still choose to forgive. Uttering phrases such as if you love her, you must forgive her. Upon hearing this, Su Meier could not help but chuckle softly, her laughter as melodious as silver bells. If everything can be forgiven, then what he has endured is truly deserved. Mo nodded repeatedly. Su Meier shifted her tone, stating, however, I believe that Yu Heng belongs to the former category, possessing a profound depth of character. My sister is remarkably adept at discerning good from evil. Although that individual may not be entirely malevolent, he does not exhibit the benevolence he pretends to possess. Mo nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. After acquiring the map of the chaotic star domain, the duo hastened towards the shattered star prefecture. Deep within the Qin family estate, concealed in a secret cavern, a nauseating stench of blood pervaded the air. At the heart of the cave, a blood pool churned violently, where countless vengeful spirits writhed and howled, their anguish cries echoing incessantly. Beside the blood pool, Qin Jun sat cross-legged, enveloped in swirling dark energy, his visage a mask of malevolence. A Yuan stood respectfully by his side. Master, he intoned, as per your command, we have captured over 10,000 infants. Each has been meticulously chosen according to your specifications. Every one of them was born during the ominous year, month, and hour, inherently burdened with profound resentment. Upon gaining consciousness, their parents were slain, further intensifying the malice within them. Excellent, Qin Jun remarked, his gaze fixed upon the writhing souls in the blood pool, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Not far away, within an arcane formation, Mo observed everything with keen eyes. His brow furrowed in deep concern. Must they really resort to patricide? By such a standard, seeking pregnant women to establish a nefarious cultivation factory seems rather unfeasible. He murmured softly. Su Meier offered no reply to his lament. Mo, filled with perplexity, softly called out, Sister Meier? Yet, there was still no reply. Mo lowered his head and discovered that the white fox, Su Meier, nestled in his embrace, was curled up into a ball, her petite form trembling slightly. Please. Get that off me, Su Meier pleaded, her voice tinged with a sob, clearly overwhelmed by fear. As Mo followed Su Meier's gaze, he noticed a semi-transparent spirit quietly floating beside him, utterly silent. A ghost, he thought, startled. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. As a cultivator, why should he fear a mere specter? Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was merely an unrefined, resentful spirit, likely trapped during the formation setup. A sudden understanding dawned upon him. Su Meier was indeed afraid of ghosts. A mischievous smile involuntarily crept across Mo's lips. Sister Meier, are you afraid of ghosts? Su Meier curled tightly within Mo's embrace, her petite fox-like head buried deep against his chest, unwilling to look up. Her muffled voice emerged from his arms. You must make it go away. Sister Meier, if you promise not to bully me in the future, I shall make it disappear. All right. I promise you. Your sincerity is lacking, but since you've said so, I shall agree. All right, it's gone. Upon hearing this, Su Meier cautiously peeked out from Mo's embrace. Yet, the moment she lifted her head, she found the semi-transparent spirit floating before her, its hollow eyes fixated upon her. A piercing scream escaped her lips, so shrill that, had it not been for the soundproofing of the formation, the entire Qin family would have surely heard her terror. Su Meier swiftly retreated into Mo's arms, trembling even more violently. Make it go away, she pleaded, her voice quivering with fear. The origin of this heart demon was beyond her comprehension. Mo whispered softly. At that moment, the voice of the system resounded. Villain points, 200. He was taken aback, surprised that there were indeed villain points. However, he chose not to continue frightening Su Meier. At this moment, a faint pink glow emanated from Su Meier's body. Mo felt a profound sense of impending doom. If this continued, the area would surely be reduced to ruins. Gently, he patted the trembling little fox. Fear not, fear not. He raised his hand, conjuring a flicker of ghostly flame to guide the innocent spirit towards liberation. There. It is truly gone this time. Oh, you wicked little brother. How could you dare to bully me? Mo felt a sense of helplessness. The current Su Meier was a stark contrast to the enchanting, seductive vixen from the previous night. She was truly transformed, and he was not deceiving you. Su Meier extended her spiritual consciousness, meticulously scanning her surroundings. Only after confirming the disappearance of the vengeful spirit did she let out a sigh of relief. Yet, she remained nestled in Mo's embrace, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. Shall we return? She asked, extending her fluffy little paw towards a soul banner not far away. As Mo gazed ahead, he beheld the soul banner, upon which countless vengeful spirits writhed and wailed. Emanating an aura of chilling terror, he understood that fear had taken hold. Was this not rather an exaggeration? Nonetheless, he glanced at the human emperor banner within the confines of the system space, a mischievous smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. He pondered whether Sister Mei from the Void could indeed contend with his own nascent soul at the helm of the human emperor banner. This thought brought a wave of secret delight to his heart. He cackled with glee. At long last, he would turn the tables and become the master. It was time for the seductress who had tormented him to experience the sensation of being ruthlessly subdued. Be cautious, lest you find yourself in over your head. Yan Shi gently cautioned. Mo nodded and turned to Su Meier, saying, Sister Meier, there is no need for concern. A mere handful of transformation realm practitioners is no challenge for me. You may simply observe from the sidelines. Su Meier, having finally calmed her emotions, rolled her eyes at his words. Stop boasting. You just reached the nascent soul stage yesterday. How could you possibly defeat them? I have just seen that the Qin family boasts 3 in the transformation realm, along with 33 in the nascent soul stage. Since we have identified them as heretics, we should directly report them to the Starry Sanctuary. This is their territory. Mo confidently declared, rest assured, I have become quite formidable now. He also wished to seize this opportunity to thoroughly assess the fruits of his recent cultivation. Very well then, if you cannot prevail, I shall assist you in fleeing. Su Meier replied, though her words belied her actions. as she remained securely nestled in MOU's embrace, too timid to glance outside. MOU nodded gently. Suddenly, the voice of Yin Shi resonated within his heart. Merely 3 divine transformation. I am prepared. Let your mind be unshackled. MOU was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly enlightened. He hurried to clarify, Sister Yin Shi, that's not what I meant. I genuinely wish to rely on my own strength to confront them. Do you truly believe you can? Yin Shi questioned skeptically. It is worth noting that MOU is currently only at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. How could he possibly triumph over 3 who had attained the transformation stage without her assistance? If trouble arises, you can still help me then. Very well. MOU directed his gaze towards Qin Jun, who was diligently cultivating not far away. At the 2nd tier of the transformation realm, victory should be easily achievable. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as MOU's figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared behind Qin Jun. His right fist clenched tightly, imbued with the tremendous force of thunder, and struck fiercely at Qin Jun's back. Immersed in his cultivation, Qin Jun never anticipated that someone would dare to launch a sneak attack in this place. With a resounding crash, his back was pierced through, flesh and blood scattering. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the protective barrier of the cave, instantly transforming into a mist of blood. MOU raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Was this it? Was I too strong, or was he too weak? To think he could be obliterated with a single blow. However, he did not relent. Turning swiftly, he unleashed another punch towards the Yuaning death soldier, reducing him to mere dust. The remnants of Qin Jun's soul lingered in the air, seemingly still in a state of disbelief. Once he finally grasped the gravity of the situation, an anguished scream erupted from his lips. Ah, you wretched rodent! How dare you ambush me? He could not fathom why an enemy would infiltrate this place. Even more incredulous was the fact that a Yuaning stage cultivator could shatter his transformation stage corporeal form with a single strike. Qin Jun was filled with terror. Yet he understood that in his current state, he was no match for MOU. Without hesitation, he activated his soul banner and instantaneously teleported away from the cave. MOU noticed his departure, but did not immediately pursue. Instead, he employed the ghostly flames of the underworld to cleanse all the vengeful spirits within the cave. In his mind, the astonished voice of Yin Shi echoed. Your physical form is astonishingly powerful. Though she had witnessed MOU practicing the divine elephant suppression technique the previous day, she had never anticipated that this martial art would be so formidable. The remnants of the body refining technique you picked up while you were in slumber turned out to be quite impressive, MOU casually remarked. Yin Shi opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Not just impressive, it's downright terrifying. I've never encountered such a domineering technique, even in the immortal realm. This must be at least of the emperor level. Su Meier remained curled in MOU's embrace, her fluffy tail wrapped tightly around herself, oblivious to the happenings outside. Once he confirmed the cleansing of the vengeful spirits was complete, MOU leisurely ascended to hover above the Qin clan. At that moment, 2 figures had appeared beside the ancestral spirit of the Qin family. On the left stood the clan's grand elder, Qin Li, clad in black robes, his visage withered and his gaze menacing. On the right was the second elder, Qin Chuan, dressed in azure robes, exuding an air of authority and calmness. Both were at the 1st level of the transformation god stage. Upon seeing MOU, Qin Chuan expressed mild surprise. Having heard the commotion, he had hurried outside, only to find this, a mere 4th level nascent soul cultivator, cradling a timid fox without any cultivation. Was this to imply that he could obliterate Qin Jun's physical form with just one hand? Old man, you're not up to the task. You can't even best a junior of the nascent soul. Qin Chuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Li joined in the mockery. Let alone a sneak attack. I could stand still and let him strike me at will, and I wouldn't be obliterated. With that, he too erupted into hearty laughter. Qin Jun's expression darkened, his silence heavy with unspoken thoughts. He truly wished for these 2 old fools to experience the force of MOU's punch. Even now, the memory of that strike sent shivers down his spine. Could he withstand such a blow head-on? He held no confidence in that regard. At the corners of MOU's lips, a playful smile emerged. Since you 2 are so confident, why not stand still and allow me to test your mettle? Presumptuous youth. Do you take me for a fool? Qin Li retracted his smile, his expression abruptly turning grave. After years of navigating the tumultuous realm of cultivation, he understood all too well that underestimating one's opponent is the most foolish of choices. The 3 formidable beings of the transformation realm hovered in the air, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that radiated power in all directions. The cultivators throughout the city felt this astonishing aura, collectively looking up towards the sky. Were those not the three ancestral figures of the Qin family? Why had they all emerged? Who was that person daring enough to confront the ancestors of the Qin family? Hiss. Look, it seems that Ancestor Qin Jun's physical form has been shattered. What? How is this possible? Ancestor Qin Jun is a powerful being of the second tier of the transformation realm. Who could possibly harm him? Who exactly is that individual? Shocked murmurs arose in a cacophony as all present gazed at the scene in disbelief. Mou's gaze swept over the three formidable beings of the transformation realm. Qin Jun, gravely injured, was left with nothing but his soul, his power diminished and thus rendered inconsequential. The other two were merely ordinary cultivators at the first layer of transformation, devoid of any remarkable attributes. In an instant, the heavenly profound sword technique unfolded, its sword intent soaring to the heavens. The very next moment, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, as countless beams of sword light cascaded like an inverted galaxy, enveloping the three transformation realm cultivators. A terrifying sword aura swept across the entire city, causing the void to tremble as if the universe itself resonated in response. Such audacity from a mere nascent soul. A flicker of rage flashed in Qin Li's eyes. With two adversaries, he thought, let me capture this scoundrel with a single strike. He summoned forth a purple-black gourd, enveloped in demonic energy. This was his pride, a mid-grade spiritual weapon, known for having slain countless nascent soul cultivators. However, as the sword light descended, the brilliance upon the gourd's surface dimmed instantaneously, as if all its spiritual essence had been siphoned away. How could this be possible? Qin Li's pupils constricted in shock. The three transformation realm cultivators were instantly alarmed. Could this truly be a nascent soul? A single spell had rendered a mid-grade spiritual weapon useless. In their panic, the trio hastily summoned their defensive treasures. Yet, Mou's sword aura surged forth like an unrelenting tempest. Each beam of sword light imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth, causing the void to shudder beneath the weight of the sword energy. Qin Li was struck by the sword light, spitting forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling in an instant. Old ghostly. Qin Chuan roared as he summoned his sword to retaliate. Mou sidestepped, countering with a powerful palm strike. The force of 30,000 mighty elephants erupted. As the wind from the strike howled, a violent energy crashed against Qin Chuan's flying sword. Crack! Amidst the crisp sound of shattering, the sword revealed a fissure. How could this be possible? Qin Chuan's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. This was his life as treasure, and it had been shattered by a single blow? Not only was his technique formidable, but his physical prowess was equally astonishing. To crush a spiritual artifact with a mere hand. What manner of creature is this? Countless cultivators in the city witnessed this scene, all profoundly shocked. A mere nascent soul cultivator was suppressing three transformation stage practitioners with his singular strength, utterly overturning their understanding. A flicker of horror crossed Qin Jun's eyes. How could the combined might of three transformation stage cultivators fail against this young man? This is inconceivable. He forcefully suppressed his astonishment, bellowing, quickly, activate the grand formation. Summon all nascent soul elders. At his command, the entire Qin clan erupted in activity. A magnificent grand formation slowly ascended, enveloping the sky, the fluctuations of spiritual energy surging like a tide. 32 nascent soul powerhouses rushed from all directions, their imposing presence joining the fray. You are doomed, boy, Qin Jun sneered. Even with your celestial abilities, you cannot escape death. Observing this scene, the cultivators in the city shook their heads in lament. What a pity, such a mighty being ultimately could not withstand the Qin clan's profound heritage. They had hoped someone might annihilate this demonic family. Indeed, 3 transformation stage cultivators plus 33 nascent souls, alas. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard of the Qin clan, Mu Rongyi knelt on one knee, her ink-like hair cascading down, obscuring half her face, while the other half revealed an exquisite visage, partially hidden. Her chest heaved violently, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of her mouth, indicating her severe injuries. You wretched servant, how dare you ambush me? Qin Xian looked down at her, his eyes filled with disdain and fury, just as he was about to strike down this treacherous servant. A sudden flash of sword light swept across the city like a cascading galaxy. The sword energy surged, striking terror into the hearts of all. Feeling the intensity of this sword force, Mu Rongyi's eyes brightened, a sudden realization dawning within her. She swiftly raised her hand, drawing her sword in an instant. The sword light flowed like water, embodying both grace and strength, subtly resonating with the essence of Mo's sword technique. This is impossible. Qin Xian's expression changed dramatically, hastily swinging his sword to defend himself, retreating repeatedly. How can someone with your mere qi refinement level wield such sword intent? Who are you? He stared at Mu Rongyi in disbelief. Mu Rongyi smiled coldly. Those who seek to kill you are not just you. Your entire Qin clan shall perish. The sword light became ever more fierce, forcing Qin Xian to evade desperately, his garments torn to shreds. Just as he faced imminent death beneath her blade, he finally lost composure and cried out, "Dragon Guardian, save me." The sound of a piercing wind echoed as a dark shadow flitted by. Mu Rongyi felt a searing pain in her chest, her body soaring through the air like a severed kite before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood pooled at the corner of her mouth, yet she struggled to rise, her fighting spirit unwavering. Do ants dare to flaunt their ferocity? Long Hufa spoke coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Wretched creature, I shall make your existence a living hell. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Xian stepped forward, his foot pressing down on Mu Rongyi's abdomen. He forcefully swept aside her long hair, revealing the other half of her visage. Unlike the side usually exposed, this half of her face was marred by grotesque black tumors, resembling twisted centipedes, repulsive and horrifying. He was initially taken aback. But then a cruel smile spread across his face. Ah, how ugly. Since you've only disfigured one side, allow me to assist you with the other. With that, he produced a small knife, poised to destroy the remaining half of her face. Mu Rongyi merely regarded him with a cold stare, remaining silent. At that moment, the entire Qin family estate trembled violently. What is happening? Qin Xian exclaimed in alarm. Do not worry, young master. Intruders have breached the Qin residence. The ancestors have activated the protective formation, Long Hufa replied in a grave tone. Humph, so that is the case. Qin Xian turned his attention back to Mu Rongyi, the knife's tip pressing against her delicately featured cheek. He harbored no concern that this insignificant jester could pose a threat to the Qin family. After all, their lineage had stood firm for so many years, fending off countless self-proclaimed righteous individuals who attempted to launch surprise attacks. How many had truly succeeded? Mou grasped the imperial banner, radiating an aura as fierce as a rainbow, standing resolutely against the formidable formation of the Qin family. Qin Jun's expression darkened. Evil cultivator? Mou let out a cold laugh, dismissing the notion of being an evil cultivator, asserting that he was still far inferior to them. Suddenly, Qin Jun erupted into a wild and mocking laughter. His voice dripped with contempt as he remarked, "Your soul banner's malevolent aura is so feeble that among the evil cultivators, you would be deemed inconsequential." Before his words could fully dissipate, he abruptly unfurled the soul banner in his grasp. In an instant, a chilling wind howled forth, and a terrifying wave of malevolence surged like a tide, plunging the entire realm into an eternal night. The temperature plummeted, as if winter had suddenly descended. I was still pondering your identity, but it is now clear that you are the one who murdered my family's guardian. Qin Jun's gaze turned sharp, his murderous intent palpable. Today, I shall make you endure the torment of 1,000 souls devouring your heart. Mou's expression remained tranquil. I am awaiting the restoration of my spiritual energy. What are you all waiting for? Death, perhaps? As he completely absorbed the last remaining spirit stone, the previously depleted spiritual energy surged back within him. The Emperor's banner waved, and the manifestation of the divine transformation banner swiftly lunged towards Qin Jun, overestimating your capabilities. Qin Jun bellowed, swiftly forming hand seals to activate the clan's protective formation. The soul banner in his grasp unfurled dramatically, its embroidered images of vengeful spirits seemingly coming to life, unleashing a chilling wail. In an instant, a furious wind howled, and the cries of the tormented echoed as countless vengeful souls erupted from the soul banner, darkening the sky as if to consume the entire world. Allow me to demonstrate what a true soul banner is. Yet, scarcely had he uttered those words when a flicker of white flame descended amidst the vengeful souls. In an instant, a sea of fire engulfed everything. The once formidable vengeful spirits shrieked in terror before the ghostly flames, as if ice confronted the blazing sun, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. Shock. This was the immediate reaction of all the formidable members of the Qin family present. Crack. The formation was breached by the divine transformation spirit of Mou. Even among the divine transformations, there exists disparity. The spirit bestowed by the system was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Seizing the opportunity, the Emperor's banner coiled, ensnaring over 30 golden elixir experts of the Qin family within its grasp. Deprived of their powerful allies, the formation swiftly unraveled, failing to pose any threat. The 3 divine transformation experts were once again left in astonishment. Qin Jun cried out in disbelief. How could you possibly know the weaknesses of my Qin family's formation? This trivial formation was evident with just a glance. Mou spoke casually. With the enhancement of the celestial grade formation, such an array was effortless for him to manipulate. The citizens of the city, witnessing the dissipating formation, were filled with astonishment. The Qin family has vanished entirely. That individual truly annihilated the Qin clan. Curse be it. At last, someone has eradicated this demonic lineage. Cheers erupted in waves, clearly indicating that the majority harbored long-standing grievances against the Qin family. Mou paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. With his eyes slightly narrowed, the radiance of his sword cascaded like the Milky Way, instantly shattering the corporeal forms of two divine transformation warriors. At this moment, only the souls of the three Qin clan powerhouses lingered, drifting through the realms of heaven and earth. In Mou's grasp, the radiant lightning surged, the heavenly profound thunder technique poised for action. Wait, you cannot slay me, boom. The thunder roared, and in an instant, the three souls dissipated into nothingness. One could only remark on the undeniable connection of blood. Even their final words echoed with uncanny similarity, Mou mused. Thus, all 36 formidable warriors of the Qin family fell before Mou's might. Suddenly, it seemed as if an invisible force were distorting the very fabric of heaven and earth. In his heart, alarms rang loudly, yet his body remained unresponsive. He felt the world spinning around him, and suddenly his body became weightless. Looking down, was taken aback. The girl he had been cradling in his arms was now beneath him. With her short legs and delicate little hands, he realized with shock that he had transformed into a child. How careless. The well-informed instantly recognized the spell, a nefarious incantation used by malevolent practitioners who cultivate through infantile forms, known as the transformation curse. It did not affect his combat prowess, and the harm was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. Haha, little, you are utterly adorable now. From within the ring, laughed uncontrollably. Sister, please stop laughing and tell me what to do. It cannot be undone, replied, still chuckling. This requires a divine transformation to reverse. Perhaps seek assistance from your senior sister, or simply wait a few days, and you shall revert to your original form. Mou attempted to unravel the situation but found himself unable to do so. His gaze fell upon the curled-up little fox beneath him. Sumeo appeared to have shielded herself from most sensory perceptions, trembling slightly. If trouble were to arise, she would escape with him. But if there were a real crisis, wouldn't they all perish? Wait. It seemed that the entire Qin family combined could not breach the defenses of a fox spirit. In that case, all was well. He extended his small hand and gently patted the fox's head. Sister Mayor, save me. Is it over? Sumea cautiously poked her head out. At that moment, the world was calm, and the sun shone brightly. She was somewhat taken aback. You actually defeated them? Only then did she notice the adorable little doll on her body. She paused, puzzled, and inquired, Brother? Yes, it's over. I was ambushed by them. Sumea first used her spiritual sense to scan the entire Qin family, ensuring there were no lingering spirits before she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, she focused her attention on Mou. So small, truly adorable. Far more charming than when grown. Mou felt a bit uneasy under the gaze, urging, Sister May, please help me. Su Mayer transformed into a radiant beam of light, reverting to her human form and cradling Mou in her arms. Oh my little brother has turned back into a child. How utterly adorable. She gently caressed Mou's tender face, her smile blooming like a flower. How wonderful this is. Sister can truly cherish you now. As she spoke, she embraced Mou tightly in her arms. Mou was suddenly enveloped by a delicate fragrance, the touch soft and inviting. He gazed upon Su Mayer's enchanting visage, her mesmerizing fox-like eyes captivating him momentarily. Regaining his senses, Mou hastily struggled. Stop it. Quickly, help me untie this. Su Mayer released him, playfully winking. Isn't it amusing to have a brother like this? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. This spell should be here. I shall go and search for it. With that, she vanished. Mou was instantly taken aback. If she truly mastered that spell, he might never revert to his original form. This simply would not do. He must diligently cultivate his skills and surpass the vixen within 3 years. He had no desire to remain a child forever. Mou casually seized a member of the Qin family, employing a secret technique to mark the consciousness of all surrounding Qin kin. Once confirmed as a clan of evil cultivators, they could be eradicated without hesitation. Now, the slaughter commences. In the Qin family's secluded courtyard, the scent of blood permeated the air. Qin Xian wiped the blood from his blade, his eyes glinting with a morbid excitement. He looked down upon the curled figure on the ground. This is how it should be. How could one prefer a form so ghastly and inhuman? It is far more pleasing to see you as a specter, wouldn't you agree? Moroni tightly shut her eyes, half of her face concealed beneath disheveled strands of hair. The portion of her visage that was visible was marred with grotesque wounds, blood seeping slowly from them. In her grasp, she held a deep green orb, which was gradually growing warm. This was an object she had discovered in the Qin household not long ago. TSK? Dead already? How dull. Qin Xian raised his foot to kick Moroni. Remember this in your next life, despite your decade of arduous cultivation. What right do you have to compare with the accumulated legacy of my Qin lineage spanning generations? Suddenly, he felt a chill at his neck, the world spinning around him. He beheld the sight of his own headless body. The fortune amassed by your ancestors has been exhausted. Now, it is time for you to bear the consequences of your misdeeds. A youthful yet icy voice echoed. Mo approached with his short legs, bearing an aloofness that belied his tender years. The hidden dragon guardian was taken aback. Who was this child, capable of dispatching his master in the blink of an eye? If the upper echelons of the Qin family were to discover this, he would surely meet his doom. Yet, such concerns were far from his mind. With a flash of cold light, he too fell to the ground, his pupils vacant. Mo cast a fleeting glance at the half-conscious girl on the ground. Hiss. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, casually igniting the corpse of Qin Xian. Were these members of prominent families so idle as to take pleasure in disfiguring others? Mo casually tossed a nourishing elixir into her mouth. He could not bear to witness the suffering of mortals, thus making every effort to avert his gaze. Yet, when he did behold such plight, he would lend a helping hand if possible. At that moment, the voice of the system suddenly resonated, announcing the detection of the fated daughter, Morong-yi, whose suppression would yield rewards. Name, Morong-yi Fortune, 10,000 gold. Description, awakened to her destiny, she gained a unique physique, only to become unattractive. Facing slow cultivation and pervasive discrimination, afflicted by a heart-corroding poison, rendering her an unsuitable cauldron. Mo gazed with great interest at the young woman before him. This was the first time the system had advised against using someone as a furnace. He had assumed the system was all-embracing. Leaning in for a closer look, he noticed that the half of her face revealed had returned to its former splendor due to the effects of the nourishing elixir. Indeed, she was extraordinarily beautiful. Curiosity piqued. He reached out to gently lift the strands of dark hair that concealed the other half of her face. Mo was utterly astonished. If not for his resolute disposition, he might have been overwhelmed. One side of the face resembled a grotesque mass of dark lymphatic flesh, fearsome and terrifying. Mo let down her long hair, contemplating. Just like Chu Yuli, she decided to follow the process and leave it in the sect for nurturing. After all, the heavenly Xian sacred land was currently in need of a prospective sect master. Morong-yi slowly opened her eyes. Before her lay a face as charming as a porcelain doll. You're awake? A tender voice chimed in her ear. Morong-yi propped herself up and surveyed her surroundings. Scattered across the ground were several corpses, among them the headless figure of Qin Xian. Who could have saved me? Morong-yi spoke, her voice hoarse. Of course. It was me, Mo replied. Morong-yi couldn't help but smile. The innocence in his voice, coupled with that adorable little face, made one want to ruffle his hair. Wait, why is there a child here? Could it be that he truly saved me? She released her spiritual sense to probe, but found herself unable to discern anything about him. There were only two possibilities. Either he was an ordinary person with no cultivation, or his strength far surpassed her own. Yet, judging by his appearance, he could not possibly be a mere mortal. Realizing this, Morong-yi was taken aback. It was said that among the great powers, there were individuals who could refine Qi in 3 days and establish their foundation in 100 days. But to think such beings truly existed. How enviable. Thank you, she said, forcing herself to stand and bow respectfully. No need for thanks, he replied. Mo waved his hand and spoke directly. My dear girl, I perceive an extraordinary talent in your bones. You possess the potential to become a remarkable cultivator. Would you consider taking me as your master? Morong-yi was taken aback, doubting her own hearing. Take you as my master? Why not present me with the palm of the Tathagata instead? She couldn't help but scoff internally. She scrutinized Mo from head to toe. A child who appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old dared to solicit her as a disciple. This world is truly bizarre. You seem even younger than I am. How could you possibly be my master? Age is not a measure of capability. What you perceive may not reflect the reality. Spoke softly, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Morong-yi felt as though the air around her had solidified. an invisible pressure enveloping her, rendering her breath laborious. She was taken aback. This young man possessed terrifying strength, surpassing even that of the Dragon Guardian. Could he possibly be a golden core cultivator? But how could that be? Observing her expression, offered a faint smile and gently waved his hand. In an instant, the Grand Qin residence beside them was neatly cleaved in two. The fracture smooth as a mirror, the surface impeccably even. Morongyi's pupils constricted, her delicate frame trembling. This sword intent. She recognized it as the very force she had previously sensed. This individual was none other than that master of the sword. It was through sword intent that she had managed to break through and defeat Qin Xian. Suddenly, a realization surged within her. She swiftly closed her eyes, holding her breath and centering her focus, completely immersed in the residual sword intent lingering at the cut. Mou stared in astonishment. No way, my friend. Can we not cheat a little here? I merely made a casual attempt, and you have already grasped the essence of sword intent? Sword intent is a realm within the sword path, followed by even loftier levels such as sword will and sword heart. Even Mou only comprehended sword intent during his foundation establishment period, which, of course, is also related to the brevity of his stay in the Qi refining stage. Moments later, Morongyi opened her eyes, brilliance shimmering within, clearly having gained a wealth of insights. She rose and deeply bowed to Mou, filled with utmost respect. Master, please accept this humble salute from your disciple. Mou nodded gently. However, the anticipated system notification did not sound. System, she has become my disciple. Not yet. The formal acknowledgement of apprenticeship requires a bow. Current affinity for Morongyi, 70. Points for the antagonist, 700. Truly, there are so many pressing matters at hand. Cast a glance back at Morongyi. In our culture, it is customary to bow in reverence when taking a master. Upon hearing this, Morongyi furrowed her delicate brows, her expression revealing her unease. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her gaze, her eyes clear and resolute. Though her tone was gentle, it carried an unwavering strength. I apologize, master. I, Morongyi, kneel to the heavens, the earth, and my parents. However, to kneel before a child I have known for less than a day, I find myself unable to do so. How classic. Mou felt a surge of emotion within. Are you certain you will not kneel? He inquired once more. Absolutely. She replied. Do you understand what it signifies to remain standing? I do. Morongyi nodded resolutely. Yet I have my principles, and they shall not waver. Very well. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Mou's eyes. In that case, do not hold it against me. The Supreme Intelligence has informed me that it is time to wield my extraordinary power. A formidable pressure once again enveloped Morongyi, even more potent and terrifying than before. Morongyi felt as if an immense mountain was pressing down upon her. Her legs began to tremble, nearly unable to support her. At this moment, Mou felt a tinge of excitement. After being the chosen one for so long, she was finally able to experience the sensation of being an antagonist. Morongyi gritted her teeth, desperately resisting. Her legs trembled, and her body swayed precariously, yet she still refused to kneel. She squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, each one imbued with defiance and resilience. The corners of Mou's mouth curled slightly upwards as he intensified the pressure surrounding him. I can assist you in dispelling the poison coursing through your veins, awaken your heart-eroding poison body, provide you with resources, and guide you in your cultivation, if only you would kneel. Morongyi felt the weight upon her grow ever heavier, her bones creaking ominously as if they might shatter at any moment. She gritted her teeth, blood seeping from her gums, yet she remained steadfast, refusing to kneel. I would rather remain a mere mortal than bow before a mere child. This is my dignity. This woman was indeed a worthy rival, truly deserving of the title of daughter of fortune. Was there an air of defiance about him? Did he not fear death? In Mou's heart, a thought flickered as she intensified her grip once more. A sharp crack echoed through the air, the sound of bone fracturing resounding. Morongyi's body trembled violently, and her knees fell heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Mou did not cease his actions. With a swift motion, he leaped before Morongyi. Grasping her disheveled locks, he exerted a gentle yet firm pressure, pressing her head to the ground. Bang! The kowtow ritual was completed. By employing forceful means to compel Morongyi to become his disciple, it is anticipated that under his future guidance, she will ultimately submit at his feet. Reward: Celestial-grade poison technique. You! Morongyi exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. She struggled with all her might, yearning to rise. Yet the small hand upon her head rendered her utterly immobile. Mou slowly spoke. Without strength, You lack even the qualification to refuse bowing before me. Dignity? Boundaries? Pride? They are but mere just in the face of absolute power. Such concepts hold no significance. As he spoke, he keenly observed Murong Yi's reaction. Logically, something should transpire at this moment. Perhaps an unexpected intervention that would defy fate, or a profound awakening that would clear the path for future cultivation. Yet, gazing at the pitiful figure of Murong Yi, kneeling before him in despair, Yu felt a sudden pang in his heart. He realized that he should not have acted so directly. It was the former. He was poisoned, afflicted by a heart-corroding toxin. Yu retracted his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to dispel the heart-eating poison. Just a minute ago, this toxin might have posed a significant challenge for him. Yet now, with his celestial-level mastery of poison techniques, it was effortlessly manageable. At that moment, the voice of Yin Shi resonated in his mind. When did you acquire such proficiency in poison? Yu smiled faintly and spoke earnestly. Sister Yin Shi, I initially intended to interact with you as an ordinary person. Yet I was met with your skepticism. No more pretense. I am the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor, and I lay my cards on the table. A laugh escaped Yin Shi, her voice melodious like silver bells. I would believe you even if you were to lower your realm further. Do you truly understand the significance of being the Celestial Emperor? If you were indeed the Celestial Emperor, how could you be unable to draw your sword in front of your two senior sisters? Previously, I had not awakened. But now I have. They could be easily defeated, Yu replied. Very well, very well. My little you is the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. Yin Shi said with a tender laugh, as if soothing a child. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a surge of dark green spiritual energy erupted from Murong Yi. Spreading outwards, Yu swiftly summoned a protective shield of spiritual energy to defend herself. Could it be that she is indeed the heart-eating poison body? Yin Shi exclaimed in astonishment. How do you know this? Are you truly the reincarnation of an immortal emperor? When Yu previously remarked that this girl possessed the heart-eating poison body, she had thought it was mere banter. To her surprise, it turned out to be true. Just a jest. How could I possibly be the reincarnation of an immortal emperor? I merely acquired a legacy of knowledge from one. Yu explained with a smile. Nothing elucidates the system better than the legacy of the Celestial Emperor. Ah, how fortunate. Yin Shi nodded, half convinced. Although the Celestial Emperor's legacy sounded more credible than the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor, she couldn't shake the feeling that the latter was the truth. At that moment, the spiritual energy shield emitted a sizzling sound. The toxic gas was indeed capable of corroding spiritual power. After a brief moment, the toxicity diminished, and Yu withdrew the shield. Murong Yi slowly rose to her feet and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I understand now that without strength, one is nothing in this world. I will strive to become stronger. Current favorability with Murong Yi, 80. Villain points, 100. Yu nodded slightly. The Daughter of Destiny appeared to be quite capable. If she were to inadvertently tread the path of demise, it would surely lead to trouble. Her physique had already awakened significantly, and it was likely that complete awakening would not take much longer. Murong Yi surveyed her surroundings, noting the uneven ground, marred by signs of corrosion. A sudden realization struck her. She vaguely understood that this was the consequence of her own actions. Upon introspection, she discovered a green orb nestled within her body. Under the pressure exerted by Yu, this orb had integrated itself into her being, allowing her body to absorb a considerable amount of the power radiating from it. Let me assist you with the poison upon your face. The ink-feathered figure floated before her, raising a hand to sweep aside her long tresses. Wait. Murong Yi hastily grasped his wrist. Master, my face is quite terrifying. This visage was her greatest source of anguish. She was reluctant to reveal her most unsightly side to the one person who was closest to her. It matters not, for I have already beheld it. Yu gently withdrew his hand, the tips of his fingers emanating a faint glow. Utilizing his celestial-level poison technique, he effortlessly discerned the true nature of the toxin, specifically, the heart corrosion poison, which she had yet to fully master. Under Yu's guidance, the poison returned to her body. As the last vestiges of green dissipated, Murong Yi trembled as she retrieved a copper mirror. Reflected within it was a visage of exquisite perfection, skin as smooth as cream and as pale as jade. In disbelief, she caressed her flawless cheek. The nightmares of a decade had been shattered in an instant. After a prolonged moment, she regained her senses and, overwhelmed with emotion, swept Yu into an embrace, her voice quivering with uncontainable excitement. Master, she suddenly exclaimed, tightly holding him, her voice choked with gratitude. Thank you. A decade of discrimination and mockery, 10 years of being an outcast with a face marred by dual tones. Every painful memory crumbled in that singular moment. Though she had discovered a remedy, its realization would have required decades more. Yet, MOU had effortlessly dispelled her suffering. In that instant, she experienced an unprecedented warmth and profound gratitude. MOU deftly extricated herself from Murong Yi's embrace, landing gracefully on the ground. It was one thing to be unable to contend with Su Meier, but how could one allow a mere chi-refining disciple to wield such power so easily? Murong Yi stared in astonishment at the youthful figure before her, whose demeanor was surprisingly composed. Is my master truly only 6 or 7 years old? She couldn't help but inquire. Master, I have a question, though I wonder if it is appropriate to ask. In that case, perhaps it is best not to. Murong Yi was momentarily taken aback. Why do you not adhere to the established norms? MOU turned to leave. Wait, master. Murong Yi hastily called out to him. Look at this. I found it at the Qin residence. Turned around and beheld a faintly dark green orb cradled in her hand. He accepted it and examined it closely. Under your gentle persuasion, Murong Yi willingly offered her fragment of the 9 nether poison pearl. However, this orb has completely fused with her essence. You would need to eliminate her to harness its power. Reward, heart-corroding poison. Heart-corroding poison, ranked among the top 100 poisons in the immortal realm. It possesses a remarkably corrosive effect on spiritual energy, capable of awakening the inner demons of cultivators. Note, with this poison, Murong Yi would also serve as an excellent furnace for you. MOU disregarded the system's discourse on the furnace cauldron. He meticulously scrutinized the 9 nether poison pearl, a fragment of a celestial artifact imbued with a remarkable toxicity. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with the system's assertions, being entirely bound to Murong Yi. Furthermore, it bore a mark of divine consciousness, indicating that we are being watched. As he spoke, he casually tossed the poison pearl back. Murong Yi hurriedly caught it, her expression one of bewilderment. What does this mean? MOU explained. The owner of this bead has inscribed a mark upon it. Once the poison within is absorbed, it will be activated. Behind the Qin family lies an even greater force. This bead is a fragment of a celestial artifact, perfectly harmonizing with your constitution. The celestial artifact and my physique left Murong Yi's mind buzzing. Disregarding whether she could comprehend, seized Murong Yi's hand and soared into the sky on his sword. At that moment, a voice as authoritative as thunder resonated from the heavens above. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to leave my belongings behind. As MOU raised his gaze, he beheld a young man clad in white, standing majestically in midair. His garments billowed gracefully, resembling an ethereal being descended from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming and suffocating aura of power. With a stature as upright as a pine tree, he radiated an air of disdain that seemed to challenge the world. While his realm remained indiscernible, it was evident that he possessed formidable strength. May I inquire as to your identity? MOU asked. You lack the privilege to know who I am. Surrender what belongs to me, or face the consequences, replied the young man in white, his tone imbued with utmost arrogance. Murong Yi, hiding behind MOU, furtively scrutinized this unexpected visitor. He certainly possessed an appealing visage, but did he not fear the wrath of the heavens with such ostentation? MOU narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. Once something has entered my possession, there has never been a reason to return it. MOU opened his panel. Name, Jun Wuhan. Fortune, purple. Description, a significant obstacle on Murong Yi's path to greatness. In terms of fortune, he is not inferior to the typical children of destiny. Jun Wuhan. That name sounds somewhat familiar. In his mind, MOU swiftly searched for answers, and soon, enlightenment struck him. Jun Wuhan, one of the 7 stars of the celestial domain, a demonic cultivator, a formidable being at the integration stage. It is rumored that he is destined for immortality. This alone serves to validate that his worth is no less than that of an extraordinary child of fortune. If that is the case, then I must take from the corpses of the 2. Jun Wuhan spoke in a calm manner. He slowly raised his right hand, and with a gentle wave, a colossal hand materialized in the void. This enormous hand blotted out the sky, carrying the might to annihilate worlds, and it came crashing down upon MOU and Murong Yi with ferocity. He did not recognize the child before him, nor did he care. A mere yuanying ant could be eradicated with a flick of his wrist. Wait, spare him. Just as Jun Wuhan was about to strike, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his motion. MOU and Jun Wuchen turned their gazes simultaneously towards the source of the sound. Before them emerged an individual, gracefully descending from the void, clad in a flowing white robe adorned with a distinctive star emblem. a mark of the elder of the celestial sanctuary. His aura suggested he was at least at the void return stage. Recognizing the person, Jun Wuchen inquired nonchalantly, Luo Su. Provide me with a reason to spare their lives. Luo Su replied, he is the holy son of the heavenly Xian sanctuary. Jun Wuchen's brows furrowed. Since when did the heavenly Xian sanctuary have a holy son? His gaze shifted to Mou, who appeared to be no older than 6. Ah. So he has fallen victim to the transformation infant curse? Return my possession, and let this matter rest, he stated with an air of indifference. Morong Yi was profoundly astonished. This seemingly formidable figure, upon learning of his master's identity, had surprisingly conceded. What on earth was his master's background? By aligning with such a powerful entity, one might circumvent several millennia of arduous paths. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding whether his master would relinquish the fragment of the celestial artifact. Given the gravity of the situation, it appeared that refusal could lead to peril. As I have stated, anything that falls into my possession has never been returned. The tone of Mou was calm. This object originates from a family of malevolent practitioners. You claim it is yours. Could it be that you too are one of them? The Celestial Star Sanctuary's Tian Shu colludes with these wicked practitioners. May I assume that you harbor some clandestine, grand conspiracy? What a formidable accusation. Jun Wuhan scoffed coldly. An overwhelming aura of demonic energy swirling around him. Even if that is the case, what of it? I shall grant you another opportunity. Surrender the item, or face death. Mou's expression gradually grew solemn. The Starry Sacred Land has always maintained a stance of neutrality, accommodating both demonic cultivators and ordinary practitioners. Although demonic cultivators are not as utterly depraved as those of the sinister sects, they act without restraint. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. To be a demonic cultivator is to be prepared to overturn the iron plate at any moment. I stand here, with the treasures upon me. If you possess the ability, come and slay me to seize them. Mou pointed to his own neck, exuding a palpable air of provocation. Morong Yi felt a surge of alarm. This seemingly harmless young master turned out to be reckless and daring. Given such a disparity in power, shouldn't he be devising an escape? The master had mentioned that the item was with him. Could it be that, Master, after your demise, I shall undoubtedly avenge you by taking his life? Morong Yi silently resolved to add Jun Wuhan to her list of inevitable eliminations. Then you shall perish, Jun Wuhan remarked coldly, preparing to strike. By the way, I forgot to mention, Luo Suxin is my senior sister. Mou leisurely supplemented his words. Jun Wuhan's actions suddenly halted, as if he had heard some dreadful news. The once gathered overwhelming spiritual energy dissipated in an instant. Beside him, Lu Su hurriedly echoed, indeed, Lord Tian Shu. The holy son of Tian Xian is indeed the disciple of Luo Suxin. Morong Yi expressed curiosity. Who is this Luo Suxin? Jun Wuhan suppressed the astonishment in his heart, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, is this the source of your arrogance, holy son of Tian Xian? Arrogance requires backing. And I happen to possess it, Mou replied indifferently. He turned and patted Morong Yi's shoulder. In the future, should you encounter trouble, invoke the name of your master. Luo Suxin, the foremost figure in the Tian Yuan continent, an invincible force as long as the scattered immortals do not emerge. Truly remarkable. Morong Yi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The foremost figure. How impressive. No need to take detours for millennia. A superlative support. I have secured it for life. There will be no chance left. None of you shall leave alive today. Jun Wuhan bellowed. Before his words faded, a colossal hand of spiritual power materialized in the sky, descending upon the two with a force capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. The air seemed to solidify, and the void trembled under the burden of this overwhelming pressure. Turned to observe the scene, his expression remaining remarkably composed. Just as the colossal palm of spiritual energy was about to descend, an invisible force abruptly manifested, halting its advance. Jun Wuhan furrowed his brow, instinctively striking at the void. A thunderous explosion ensued, scattering violent spiritual energy and obscuring the vision of the onlookers. A melodious laughter, akin to the chime of silver bells, echoed through the air. Jun Wuhan, how dare you lay a hand on my junior brother? Does the Starry Sacred Land wish to provoke a conflict with the Heavenly Xian Sacred Land? The speaker was none other than Su Meyer, which was precisely why remained unperturbed. Although he was uncertain as to why Su Meyer had not appeared until now, he was confident she was nearby. In an instant, she appeared at side, her enchanting fox-like eyes shimmering with a hint of grievance. She had anticipated witnessing's fright, hoping he would plead for her intervention, yet he stood there, unafraid of anything. It was a mystery how he had survived this long. Moroni was taken aback. No wonder Master fears nothing. It turns out someone is in the vicinity. And it's a beast-eared maiden. Tianshu, what do you intend to do? Upon witnessing Jun Wuhan's aggression, the elders of the starry sacred land changed countenance. The son of the heavenly Xian has come to annihilate our affiliated forces. He must be punished. Jun Wuhan's body surged with demonic energy, condensing into a pitch-black spear. Exuding a ferocious aura, the spear shot forth like a dragon, piercing through the air, aimed directly at Su Meyer's face. Su Meyer's pupils constricted. And with a flick of her delicate hand, pink spiritual energy surged forth, forming a protective barrier. The spear collided with the shield, erupting in a dazzling display of light. And the overwhelming impact forced Su Meyer to stagger back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. As expected of Tianshu, her strength was indeed formidable. She delicately licked the blood from her lips, the fire of battle igniting in her eyes. However, this was merely the beginning. With a fierce cry, a colossal celestial fox apparition materialized behind her, 6 tails unfurling, emanating a terrifying pressure that altered the very fabric of the world. Spiritual energy surged wildly, forming a massive vortex in the air. Jun Wuhan's expression grew grave as the spear trembled, demonic energy pouring forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, a gigantic black dragon soared from the demonic energy, bearing its fangs and claws, roaring as it charged towards Su Meyer. The celestial fox's tail swept gracefully, meeting the menacing black dragon. Boom! The clash of the dragon and the celestial fox erupted in a cataclysmic roar. The entire space quaked. As if unable to withstand the horrific shockwave, the two figures intertwined in the heavens, moving with the speed of lightning. Each collision was accompanied by terrifying energy fluctuations, intertwining pink spiritual energy with black demonic energy, unleashing a heart-stopping might. Master, do you think that sister can win? Morong inquired anxiously. Fear not. She is a 9-tailed celestial fox. Battling beyond her rank is as effortless as eating and drinking, came the reassuring response. Mou offered consolation. Yet her gaze remained fixed upon the battlefield. Although Su Meyer appeared to be evenly matched against Jun Wuhan, they were ultimately separated by a significant disparity in realms. Over time, she would likely find herself at a disadvantage. It is essential to recognize that the chasm between the harmonization and void returning realms is immense. Merely the difference in domains could render the void returning utterly immobile. Tianshu, have you lost your mind? Are you truly intent on waging war against the heavenly Xian Holy Land? Elder Lisu exclaimed urgently, striving to avert this impending conflict. Jun Wuhan scoffed disdainfully. And what of it? What do we, the Holy Land of Stars, have to fear? Jun Sha. As his words echoed in the air, Mou felt a chill run down her spine, for she witnessed a blade of sword energy slicing through the void with astonishing speed. Tearing the air and emitting a piercing shriek, Mou shifted his form to one side, narrowly evading the onslaught of sword energy. The blade's aura grazed his cheek, stirring a fierce gust of wind that set his robes fluttering. Mou's gaze sharpened as he directed his attention towards the source of the impending sword energy. In the void, a figure cloaked in black gradually materialized. With a stern countenance and a piercing gaze, it exuded an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down one's spine. It was undeniably a formidable being at the void return stage. Master, Morongi exclaimed in alarm. Do not be afraid, came the calm reassurance. Mou softly consoled. Her tone tranquil. A mere Yuaning has managed to evade my strike. This is rather intriguing. Jun Sha spoke, his voice frigid. However, this is where it ends. He raised his hand, unleashing yet another wave of sword energy. This sword energy was even more ferocious than before, its speed exponentially faster, arriving before Mou in the blink of an eye, with a sharp glint in his eyes. Mou felt the surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body as he adeptly employed his agility to evade the impending strike. The sword aura grazed the soles of his feet, carving a deep chasm into the ground beneath him. The heavenly Xian sword art. Countless strands of sword energy swirled around Mou, enveloping Jun Sha like an impenetrable net. Each arc of sword energy intertwined with the others, imbued with an astonishing lethal force. A mere parlor trick, Jun Sha scoffed, swinging his long sword with a flourish. A colossal beam of sword light materialized out of thin air, effortlessly tearing through Mou's intricate web of sword energy. The momentum of the sword light remained unabated, continuing its relentless descent towards Mou. Mou's gaze sharpened, his body twisting in the air with an uncanny grace, narrowly evading the shimmering sword light. The blade grazed past him, severing a lock of his hair. Mou felt a profound shock. Fortunately, his current smaller stature spared him. Otherwise, that strike would have surely landed. The power of the void returning stage was overwhelming, rendering him utterly powerless. Boy, you possess some strength. But it is a pity that you will still perish at my hands, Junsha sneered, simultaneously beginning to gather the celestial spiritual energy to unleash his most formidable blow. Brother, Su Meyer exclaimed, her face pale with urgency, yet she was restrained by Junwuhan, unable to assist. Morongi hid nearby, her eyes filled with concern. She silently prayed that Mou could turn this peril into safety. The expression on Mou's face was grave. This strike was unavoidable. Yet, to withstand it head-on would surely mean death. Reluctantly, he could only retrieve a hairpin, the very one that Xia Ningbing had bestowed upon him earlier. How could he dare to swagger about without any hidden cards? The spiritual energy coalesced by Junsha transformed into a colossal black dragon, roaring as it charged toward Mou. Prepare to meet your end, Junsha sneered. Mou remained unhurried, summoning the divine forged Qiankuan cauldron to shield himself. With a resounding thud, the colossal dragon collided with the cauldron. As the dust settled, onlookers were left in awe. For both the enigmatic cauldron and Mou himself emerged unscathed. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Mou infused spiritual energy into his hairpin. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. A chilling sword aura erupted from the hairpin, tearing through the void in its wake. Oh no! Junwuhan's expression changed drastically. Yet at that moment, entangled with Su Meyer, he found himself unable to evade. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the skies as Junwuhan was sent hurtling back like a severed kite, crashing violently against a distant peak. The towering mountain crumbled instantaneously, sending shards of rock flying and dust swirling. Witnessing this, Junsha was taken aback, forsaking his engagement with Mou, transforming into a streak of light as he raced towards Junwuhan. Mou let out a sigh of relief. This time, he would be left severely injured if not dead. Morongi's beautiful eyes widened, her lips slightly parted, her face a portrait of disbelief. Her little master had actually defeated that seemingly formidable opponent. If she was not mistaken, the power of heaven and earth wielded by Junwuhan must have been at least at the void return realm. To think he was dispatched so swiftly. Could it be that her master was the fated child of this world? Yet, shouldn't that title belong to her, the one who had traversed realms? Could it be that she was merely a supporting character? Such a fate was utterly unacceptable. Su Meyer exhaled softly, her figure flickering as she landed beside Mou. In her earlier panic, she had forgotten to hand over the life-preserving treasure from her third senior sister to her junior brother. Given the prowess of her third senior sister, that fellow was surely doomed. Elder Lusu stood agape. Tian Shu had actually been defeated, although he and Junwuhan were not of the same faction. Witnessing Junwuhan being sent flying before his very eyes meant he could hardly evade responsibility should any misfortune arise. Atop Suiwei Peak, shrouded in swirling mists, Xianingbing sat cross-legged upon a smooth, mirror-like azure stone, surrounded by a faint violet radiance, resembling a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm. Her breathtakingly beautiful visage remained adorned with an eternally frosty expression. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, a flicker of disturbance passing through them. A strand of sword energy left on Mou had been triggered. A family of divine transformation had emerged, posing a dilemma even her fourth junior sister could not resolve. Was it the Starry Sacred Land? She immediately activated a spell, utilizing the artifact left on Mou to construct an external avatar. It would require some time, during which she hoped no unforeseen events would occur. Junwuhan coughed up blood, his aura dwindling. Young master, are you all right? Junsha appeared by his side. Junwuhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pulled out a shattered copper mirror from his robes. The heart-guarding mirror, a mid-grade spiritual treasure, had been utterly destroyed. No matter, he declared, glancing towards Su Meyer, his fighting spirit unyielding. They had exhausted their means to deal with me. You focus on that holy sun, the fox is mine. Just as Junsha was about to intervene, Junwuhan had already soared into the sky. Let us battle once more. Mou widened her eyes, gazing in astonishment at Junwuhan, who was charging at her once more. Could it be that her senior sister was incapable? How could she fail to eliminate this man in an instant? Was the 100,000 fortunes merely a fade? Su Meyer narrowed her fox-like eyes. Brother, you must leave first. I will hold them off and find you shortly. No sooner had she spoken than she transformed into a pink phantom, soaring into the sky. Mou furrowed her brows slightly. She was indeed aware that her presence could affect Su Meyer's performance. Given Su Meyer's prowess, if she were to exert herself fully and reveal all her trump cards, defeating Junwuhan would be well within her grasp. However, She also had to divert her attention to protect herself. Nevertheless, even if it were merely an ephemeral being, with the multitude of celestial artifacts at her disposal, she could easily crush it to oblivion. Morongi suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, the little master was the child of destiny. This was clearly the quintessential moment of a teammate's sacrifice, wasn't it? Oh no. Could it be that she too would meet her demise? Su Meier and Jun Wuhan faced off in the air, tension palpable. Jun Wuhan's gaze shifted towards Lu Su. The battle was now unavoidable. Lu Su, do you truly intend to stand idly by? Lu Su's expression revealed his reluctance. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. I regret this. With a swift motion, he soared into the sky, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jun Wushang. The figure of Jun Sha also materialized before Mou, blocking her path with a chilling intent to kill. Mou's expression was grave. The current situation had become exceedingly dire. Opposite him stood another figure of the Void Return stage, and from what he gathered, the 28 constellations of the starry sacred land were at least of the high tier of Void Return, nearing the harmonization stage. This implied that the strength of that particular constellation was not to be underestimated. At that moment, Jun Wuhan let out a cold laugh. What about the rest of you? Are you just going to stand there and watch? As soon as his words fell, the sky suddenly warped, rippling with waves of distortion. 3 figures emerged from different directions, each exuding a terrifying aura comparable to that of Jun Wuhan. A heavy weight settled in Mou's heart. They're all indeed at the integration stage. Although their combat prowess may not rival that of Jun Wuhan, they are undeniably genuine integration cultivators. Su Meier swiftly moved to stand before Mou. Junior brother, you must flee at once. They are all at the integration stage, and your presence here will hinder my performance. As Mou remained silent, Morongi grasped his arm tightly. The young girl trembled all over, her voice filled with despair and tinged with tears. Master, what shall we do? Is there truly no hope left? Mou refrained from answering, instead lifting his gaze to Jun Wuchen, a faint smile gracing his lips. The starry sacred land truly holds me in high regard. I have never experienced such esteemed treatment at home. 7 branches, and 5 have arrived? I had heard that your factions are not on amicable terms. Yet he remained unperturbed, the smile unwavering. Death is certainly not in my immediate future. Even if the entirety of the starry sacred land converged upon them, it is inconceivable that they would truly eliminate the 3 heirs of destiny. However, the pressing question remains, what shall be done now? Is escape feasible? No. Jun Wushang's mark still lingers upon Morongi. Departing from Su Meier may not spell certain death, yet suffering grievous injury is a distinct possibility. The reactions of the starry sacred land's members to Mou were tinged with surprise. Even at such a critical moment, his composure remained unshaken. This heavenly profound son is indeed remarkable. Among the 3 newcomers, one stepped forward, offering a slight bow to Mou, his demeanor notably courteous. I have long heard of the heavenly profound son's loss of cultivation a decade ago. Yet today, he stands as a dragon among men. I shall not involve myself in this matter. I implore you to spare my Tianquan branch when Miss Luo annihilates the starry sacred land in the future. No sooner had he spoken than his figure flickered, vanishing without a trace. Upon hearing this, Morongi's gaze inadvertently fell upon the unique ring adorning Mou's hand. Coupled with his lost cultivation, this revelation troubled Lu Su, who wore a conflicted expression. He is indeed correct. If we were to eliminate these individuals, how would we justify it to Luo Su Xin? Would the starry sacred land not incur her wrath? Surprisingly, the other 2 displayed little hesitation, aligning themselves with Jun Wuchen. After a moment's consideration, he too declared, I shall take my leave first. And I ask that Miss Luo spare my Tianxin branch in the future. Jun Wuchen let out a cold snort. Ha, foolishness. Evading responsibility serves no purpose. In this world, weakness is the original sin. Only through personal strength can one establish their place. His gaze, fierce and unwavering, bore into Mou. I shall state this for the final time. Surrender my belongings, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, death awaits. Upon hearing his words, Mou felt a wave of emotion wash over him. At this juncture, could one still offer a path to survival? How remarkably generous of him. He found himself somewhat reluctant to deceive them further. Morongi suddenly slapped her forehead, as if awakening from a dream. How could she have forgotten such a matter? The other party merely sought that fragment of the celestial artifact. Simply returning it would suffice. She gently tugged at Mou's sleeve, her voice laced with a hint of hope. Master, shall we return that item to him? Her gaze inadvertently drifted to the ground beneath Mou, where a starry disk lay. It appeared that the means of flight had already been prepared. Su Meier's eyes flickered, resting upon Mou. Regardless of the choice he made, she would stand by his side in unwavering support. Mo shook his head helplessly. I truly apologize. Are you referring to that bead? It has completely fused with me. It cannot be extracted unless I perish. Only then can it change hands. Morong-yi stood frozen, struck by disbelief. Her eyes brimming with incredulity. Master. Her voice trembled, nearly unable to articulate a complete sentence. In a moment of sudden realization, she felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, tears blurring her vision. The fragment of the celestial artifact had merged with her entirely. Only in death could she retrieve it. It dawned on her that throughout it all, her master had been considering her well-being, striving to protect her. At that instant, Mo's diminutive figure appeared to her as an imposing and majestic presence, akin to a towering mountain shielding her from the tempest, safeguarding her. Sumair turned her gaze back to Jun Wuhan, her tone icy. The item you seek is unattainable. However, we can offer you alternative compensation. How about exchanging a superior spiritual treasure for your possession? Jun Wuhan furrowed his brow, evidently taken aback by Mo's ability to merge with the poison bead. Yet soon, he conjured a pitch-black spear in his hand, aimed directly at Mo. Hand him over. We possess the means to extract my item while sparing his life. Mo chuckled softly, shaking her head. I have already stated that once something is in my possession, it belongs to me. There is no possibility of returning it. Morong-yi stepped forward anxiously, holding the 9 nether poison pearl in her hands. This item is with me, intertwined with my very being. I will accompany you if you release them. Grasped her firmly, pulling her behind him. Do not act recklessly. Master, Morong-yi attempted to speak further, but was abruptly silenced by. With a flicker of spiritual light, his energy coalesced into ropes, binding Morong-yi tightly, much like a zongzi. He then cast her aside. Everything that belongs to you is mine, even you. How could it be otherwise? He was astonished by his disciple's naivety. How could she believe such nonsense? He dared not entrust himself to fate, who knew what calamity might ensue. Morong-yi struggled with all her might, yet the spiritual bonds held her fast. She felt her body constricting, nearly suffocating her. Tears welled up, swirling in her eyes, but she was powerless to stop them as they cascaded down her cheeks. Was she also his disciple? There might be a time when it would not be impossible for Master to grow up. Damn it, in such a perilous moment, Morong-yi. How could you even entertain such thoughts? She chastised herself inwardly, a tumult of shame and guilt intertwining within her. Then I shall take from the corpses of you all. Jun Wuhan's countenance darkened, a surge of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Esteemed guests, after such a lengthy discourse, it is time for you to witness my latest creation. With a sudden force, Mo stomped onto the ground. The celestial compass beneath his feet erupted in a radiant glow, its dazzling light soaring towards the heavens. The 4 symbols formation, the Xuanwu array, was activated. As Mo's voice resonated, the earth began to tremble violently. A colossal phantom of Xuanwu gradually materialized. Roaring towards the sky, its voice reverberating through the 9 heavens, unleashing an overwhelming aura that engulfed the entire arena. Jun Wuhan's expression shifted dramatically. A 6th-tier formation? Jun Sha's face mirrored his astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Mo was, in fact, a formation master. What did a 6th-tier formation signify? It was a formation capable of contending with the void return stage. The fact that a Yuanying stage cultivator could deploy a formation of such caliber was unfathomable. How could he achieve this? The spiritual energy required to establish such a formation was beyond the reach of an ordinary Yuanying stage practitioner. Moreover, he was merely 24 years old. What would he become in the future? A wave of intense apprehension, even a hint of fear, surged within Jun Sha. The 2 elders from the stellar sacred land, in the harmonization stage, exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's astonishment. Morong-yi, bound tightly and unable to move, widened her eyes in shock. She could not comprehend the intricacies, yet she was profoundly impacted. Her master was indeed extraordinary, living up to the reputation of a child of destiny. Sumair was equally taken aback. She recalled that Mo had once been utterly clueless about formations, even getting lost in Ling Ching's illusionary array. Yet now, he was capable of orchestrating a formation of such high quality. His comprehension was nothing short of terrifying. Meyer, continue. Mo's voice suddenly echoed. Instinctively, Sumair reached out, finding a formation plate in her hand. It depicted the Big Dipper, with only the star corresponding to the ladle illuminated, radiating a gentle starlight. This was the array plate for the formation. Although it was merely 6th tier, the Xuanwu array was exceptionally formidable, surpassing even some 7th-tier formations. MOU explained, "Sister, with this, she should be able to overcome them, right?" "Naturally." Sumire responded with confidence. The array she employed would undoubtedly yield a result far exceeding the sum of its parts. However, as she dealt her divine consciousness into the array disk, her expression subtly shifted, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in her enchanting eyes. A celestial artifact. It was no wonder that MOU could arrange such a formation. It was indeed aided by a celestial tool. This revelation clarified everything. Jun Wuhan noticed the array disk in Su Mire's grasp and suddenly understood, letting out a cold snort. Merely relying on external forces, nothing more. He hurled his spear, which transformed into a streak of black light, striking directly at the Xuanwu formation. The spear tip shimmered with a chilling radiance, as if it sought to rend all asunder. Jun Sha and the two elders in the integration stage exhaled in relief upon hearing this. They had initially believed her to be a sixth-tier array master, but it turned out she merely relied on a magical treasure. This rendered her far less formidable. Each of them summoned their respective magical artifacts, launching an assault on the Xuanwu Grand Array. The brilliance of various treasures intertwined, and the cacophony of explosions reverberated incessantly, as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of being torn apart. Sumire promptly activated the array, causing the Xuanwu phantom to become even more solidified. It let out a resounding roar, the sound waves crashing against the attacks of the four, resulting in a moment where both sides seemed evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. MOU extracted a considerable number of spiritual stones to infuse energy into the formation. Subsequently, he collapsed onto the ground, feeling somewhat drained. After all, he was merely at the nascent soul stage, and arranging such a formation was no easy feat. It was only through collaboration with Sister Yanxi that this was accomplished. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. It detected that Morong-yi was fundamentally inclined to submit to you. Morong-yi's affection, 99. Although she still harbors some reservations towards you, she is now willing to offer you everything, including her life. Please continue your efforts. Villain points, 200. Reward, Celestial Artifact, Heavenly Venom Pearl. Heavenly Venom Pearl possesses formidable toxicity and purifying power. A flicker of joy ignited within MOU's heart, yet a sense of perplexity lingered. Was it truly just 99? Was it really this effortless? Had he been moved by his own sentiments? He swiftly examined the system space, discovering a shimmering green orb nestled within. The toxin power was easily comprehensible, capable of administering poison, while the purification power served to neutralize it. Both were undoubtedly invaluable, albeit not immediately applicable. Subsequently, he retrieved the hairpin gifted by Xianingbing, which now radiated a faint, warm glow. Surely, his third senior sister would arrive soon. MOU whispered softly. Though he did not fully comprehend the significance of the radiance, his intuition assured him it was a sign of support. Nothing instills greater reassurance than having a protagonist at home. They might enjoy timing their interventions, but they would undoubtedly come to the rescue. Woo-woo. Just as MOU was lost in his thoughts, a faint whimpering sound emerged from beside him. Turning his gaze, he found Morong-yi staring wide-eyed, her eyes brimming with a plea for help. MOU effortlessly unfastened the seal from her mouth. "Master," she exclaimed, finally able to speak. Morong-yi exhaled in relief. Yet her anxiety resurfaced as she inquired, "Do you truly believe we can return unscathed?" Although she held faith in MOU's survival, her apprehension regarding her own safety lingered. "Indeed," MOU replied calmly, producing a jade flute and presenting it to Morong-yi. "Here, give it a try." Morong-yi was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond in such a situation. Even amidst the turmoil, there remained a sense of leisure. Reluctantly, she reached out. "Master, my hands are still bound by you." "Oh." MOU responded with a sound, yet showed no intention of assisting her in unbinding. He rose to his feet and brushed the dust off his robe. Morong-yi widened her eyes. "Master, you cannot act this way." Seemingly indifferent, closed his eyes. "Sister Yanxi, assist me. I truly cannot fathom where you acquired such an abundance of celestial artifacts." Yanxi's voice resonated within his mind. In the next moment, S eyes began to glisten with a crimson hue as Yanxi took control of his body, grasping the soul-subduing flute and playing a gentle melody. In the heavens above, Sumire found herself at a disadvantage. Though she had the support of a formidable array, she was ultimately still in the returning void stage and could not withstand the combined might of 3 cultivators in the integration stage. At that moment, a melodious tune filled the battlefield, flowing like a clear spring. Sumire felt her body lighten. and the previously sluggish spiritual energy within her began to circulate smoothly once more, resulting in a significant enhancement of her speed, strength, and reflexes. Drawn by the sound, she turned to see playing the jade flute. A warm current surged within her heart as she regarded the young boy with a mix of surprise and admiration. What a prodigy, his soul strength at the god transformation stage, coupled with a celestial artifact. She recognized at a glance that lacked mastery over musical rhythm. Yet he forcibly played the flute through the might of his powerful soul and the artifact's prowess. Nevertheless, this melody proved sufficient to exert a substantial influence on the battlefield. Empowered by the music, Surreal gradually turned the tide of battle, gaining the upper hand. In stark contrast, the members of the starry sacred land felt as though the melody was a dissonant siren, overwhelming their senses and sowing discord in their hearts. Their spiritual energy flow became sluggish, and their bodies seemed ensnared in a quagmire, rendering their movements lethargic. Damn it, this brat actually excels in the path of music. Using it to disrupt us. Jun Sha's face darkened. A nascent soul cultivator could wield such influence over our minds. How is this possible? Another elder in the integration stage was filled with rage and disbelief. Jun Wuhan's gaze fell upon, and he suddenly comprehended everything. A high-tier magical artifact, so that was it. Turning to Surreal, he spoke with a calm demeanor. It seems I shall not be reclaiming my possessions today. Surreal let out a cold laugh. Does young Master Tianshu wish to persist? It won't be long before reinforcements from the Tianxian Sacred Land arrive. The Tianxian Sacred Land? Jun Wuhan chuckled with amusement. Let us not forget, we are in the chaotic star domain. Luo Suxin is in the immortal secret realm, and Bai Shuangying is in the demon suppression abyss. If any other elders from your Tianxian Sacred Land come, our starry sacred land is not to be trifled with. However, let today's events be set aside for now. His gaze shifted to Murongyi, and he threatened, but you would do well to tread carefully and pray not to fall into my hands. Seeing this, Murongyi hastily hid behind, sticking out her tongue at Jun Wuhan and making a face. Master, that guy is utterly insufferable, so arrogant even after having lost. Mou did not respond to Murongyi's words, but instead fixed his gaze intently on Jun Wuhan. It was imminent, drawing near. Just as Jun Wuhan was about to turn away, a voice, as frigid as ice, suddenly pierced the air, slicing through the silence like a razor-sharp blade. Where do you think you're going? Before the echoes of her words faded, a figure materialized above Mou, clad in an ornate dark robe. She emanated an aura of extreme cold, reminiscent of an everlasting iceberg. Her violet eyes resembled two unfathomable, chilling pools, instilling a sense of dread. The newcomer was none other than Xia Ningbing. Mou let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the arrival. Indeed, it had arrived just in time. Jun Wuhan's pupils suddenly constricted, a wave of chills surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from Xia Ningbing, a pressure that transcended mere strength and stemmed from her icy, unfeeling demeanor. She was like an ice queen descending from the heavens, cold, imposing, and beyond reproach. Jun Wuhan suppressed the trepidation in his heart and spoke in a deep voice. It is you from the Tianxian Sacred Land who have taken my belongings. The loss is mine. Do not overstep your bounds. And what of it? Xia Ningbing's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Jun Wuhan's heart burned with fury, yet he found himself powerless. He lacked the confidence to defeat Xia Ningbing. Although merely an avatar, her strength remained formidable. Though you are on the brink of advancement, you are still merely at the integration stage. Do you truly believe you can hinder me with just an avatar? A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Jun Wuhan's gaze. You may attempt it. Xia Ningbing's tone remained unperturbed. Taking a deep breath, Jun Wuhan signaled to Jun Sha and the other two elders of the starry sacred land. The four of them simultaneously channeled their spiritual power, preparing to break through. With a delicate wave of her jade hand, Xia Ningbing unleashed a terrifying wave of cold, akin to the chilling winds of the abyss, instantly enveloping the four. Their spiritual power was frozen in an instant, rendering them incapable of even the slightest movement despite their desperate efforts. Jun Wuhan felt an overwhelming chill assail him, as if it sought to freeze his very soul. He struggled to summon his spiritual power in defense, but the coldness clung to him like a parasite, relentlessly eroding his body. Ah! A scream echoed as Jun Sha's physical form shattered, transforming into a cloud of icy mist that dissipated in the air. Soon after, the other two elders followed suit. Although Jun Wuhan possessed greater strength, he could only barely hold on. A thick layer of frost had already formed on the surface of his body, slowing his movements. Damn it! Jun Wuhan's heart was filled with horror cold sweat beading on his forehead. He could not comprehend how an avatar, merely at the integration stage, could wield such overwhelming power. Are you truly intent on eradicating us? He asked darkly. Xian Ningbing offered no response. Her jade hand clenched lightly. In an instant, Jun Wuhan's body exploded, transforming into a cloud of ice mist that vanished into the air, leaving behind only a reluctant roar. Master, Murongi, witnessing the scene before her, was left speechless in shock. Who was that elder? They were simply too formidable. With just a gentle squeeze, they had annihilated them all. Mou, having regained his composure from the initial shock, took a moment to clarify. That was your master's uncle, but they are not dead. Even he was profoundly astonished by Xiang Ningbing's formidable power. He was aware of her strength, considering she is the reincarnation of the Empress. However, he did not anticipate that even a mere avatar could possess such overwhelming might. It is truly terrifying. Wait, weren't they crushed? Mu Rongi inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Su Meyer gracefully descended beside Mou. Their souls managed to escape. Although senior sister is extraordinarily powerful, it is impossible for her to defeat them relying solely on an avatar. She patiently elaborated, her voice enchanting. Moreover, we are still within the chaotic star domain. Should a genuine battle ensue, returning would become exceedingly difficult. Mou nodded. Indeed, once one is killed, there is no turning back. Being pursued is of little consequence. However, the matter of the interdimensional teleportation array is a different story. It necessitates traversing the vast realm in corporeal form. The mere thought of it is tormenting. Jun Wuhan has escaped, which indeed complicates matters. The only means he possesses to deal with Jun Wuhan is a single heavenly poison pearl. Yet, the practical execution is exceedingly challenging. Before the poison can be deployed, he might meet his own demise. It is best to await the return of the senior sister from the secret realm, Jun Wuhan of the Tianshu lineage, while the other two remain unfamiliar. Their attire suggests they may belong to the Tianji and Kaiyang factions. Mou silently took note. It was only then that Murong Yi came to a sudden realization. Nodding in a state of partial understanding, Xian Ningbing also descended slowly. Upon catching sight of Mou, ripples emerged in her cold, violet eyes. Her lips then curled slightly upwards, revealing a faint smile. Though delicate, this smile resembled the thawing of ice and snow, heralding the return of spring, evoking an extraordinary sense of wonder. Mou was utterly astonished. Normally, the third senior sister was as cold as ice, resembling an everlasting glacier. Yet now she was actually smiling? Wait, could it be that she was laughing at herself? Senior sister, you were laughing at me too. Quickly, help me revert back. Mou regained his composure and spoke with a hint of irritation. Is it really that amusing to turn into a child? Xian Ningbing retracted her smile, her expression transforming back to its usual cold indifference, as if the previous mirth had merely been a fleeting illusion. She gently shook her head, her voice cool and detached. I was not laughing at you. I merely recalled something amusing. After this subdued clarification, she waved her hand lightly, enveloping Mou in a gentle radiance. Mou felt a wave of warmth enveloping his body. Almost immediately, he sensed a rapid growth within him, that long-lost familiar sensation returning once more. He glanced down at himself, and at last, he had transformed back. The discomfort of being small was unbearable. Everything became inconvenient. Murong Yi was astonished, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Just moments ago, her master was but a diminutive figure, and now he had suddenly grown? What wondrous magic was this? Moreover, her master had become remarkably handsome after the transformation. She discreetly admired Mou, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Surely, it was commonplace in the realm of cultivation for masters to undergo such transformations, as depicted in novels. Xian Ningbing gracefully raised her delicate hand, and 4 rings descended into Mou's grasp. Upon witnessing this, Sume instantly grew displeased. She swayed her enchanting figure closer to Xian Ningbing, pouting playfully, Sister, you are being too unfair. What about me? You are showing favoritism. Xian Ningbing replied coolly, You rarely descend the mountain. With that, her figure gradually faded away. Sumair, seeing this, had no choice but to relent. She leaned in closer to Mou, her fluffy fox ears twitching with curiosity. Quick! Let us see what's inside. At CUWI peak, Xian Ningbing's consciousness returned to her true form. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her violet pupils flickering with a tinge of complex emotions. She exhaled softly, as if attempting to release the turmoil within her heart. There were not just one, but multiple celestial artifacts. Astonishingly, in a lower realm, so many divine tools existed. coupled with her junior sister's 9-leaf fate grass. She pieced together the intricacies of the situation. A cataclysm capable of annihilating the world had emerged in the Tianyuan realm. In a desperate gamble, she had poured out all her accumulated resources, most of which were given to Mou, with some distributed among others. Yet even so, under the heavenly decree's predictions, defeat seemed inevitable. Thus, the heavenly path allowed Ling Ching to foresee the future, utilizing her to unite others and confronting the impending crisis. Unfortunately, from her experience, such a magnitude of calamity was beyond the capabilities of those from the lower realms to resolve. However, as a former celestial emperor, even the heavenly decree of the Tianyuan realm could not foresee her future. With this in mind, she resolved to lend her assistance as a senior sister. After all, having lived together for so many years, the people of Cuwi Peak had become her family. Reflecting on this, a gentle smile graced her lips, reminiscent of snow melting and spring returning to the earth. Little Yu was truly adorable as a child at the Tianshan Hall. The atmosphere was tense, stifling to the point of suffocation. The starry Holy Land was exceedingly overbearing. How dare they lay their hands on our people? Saint Shuzi's furious shout reverberated throughout the Grand Hall. His usually gentle countenance was now marred by rage, his eyes wide with indignation. Several elders, equally incensed, expressed their outrage. Regardless of the competition among peers, the celestial pivot had personally intervened. How could Xiaoyu, having trained for merely a few years, be subjected to such treatment? If this continued, what would become of the sect's legacy? Indeed, this matter could not be dismissed lightly. Struggling to contain his fury, Saint Shuzi declared, "I shall seek justice from the starry sacred land." He cracked his knuckles, his gaze shimmering with a cold light. They seemed to have forgotten that the heavenly Xian sacred land was not solely represented by this generation's Luo Suxin in his prime. He was a figure who had suppressed an entire era. At that moment, Qing Xian, standing in the corner, suddenly spoke up. "The ancestor has returned. I just saw her." Saint Shuzi paused in surprise, then commanded, "I will first head to the starry sacred land. You must immediately inform the ancestor." Inside the Hall of Stewards, the air was fragrant with sandalwood. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. "This is Chu Yuli." The elder steward introduced her, his gaze fixed upon Chu Yuli. With her head bowed, her disguised ordinary appearance concealed her true beauty. Anxiously twisting her fingers, she felt a twinge of apprehension. She had merely taken on the task of managing the medicinal garden. How could she have been caught red-handed for stealthily taking a few herbs? It was not her intention. Desperation had driven her to it. Seeing the garden unattended, she had carelessly taken a few plants. At the main seat, Yi Shimei observed Chu Yuli with keen interest. This girl acted with caution, her gaze reflecting a certain tenacity, evoking a sense of delicate resilience. The elder steward added, with a tone of admiration, "This is a true disciple personally sent by Lan Ain. She must possess extraordinary qualities to be recognized by the Xian New Peak." Chu Yuli timidly raised her head, casting a grateful glance at the elder steward. This was clearly an act of advocacy on her behalf, albeit under a mistaken identity. Fortunately, at Suiwei Peak, there were few people, and no specific tokens for direct disciples were required. No one knew who her master was, otherwise, her reputation would be utterly tarnished. The disciple of the saint stealing herbs from the garden, while she was indifferent to her own shame, her master would surely be embarrassed to face others. Yishime nodded. The young girl from Xian New Peak indeed had a discerning eye, immediately recognizing Chu Yuli's uniqueness. However, this disciple was hers alone, no one else could claim her. Rising from her seat, she feigned seriousness and cleared her throat. Chu Yuli's heart sank. It was over. Would she still face punishment? She fervently hoped this incident would not spread beyond these walls. "Chu Yuli," Yushime began, her voice authoritative, "do you wish to become my disciple?" Chu Yuli was momentarily taken aback. She raised her gaze and caught sight of the woman before her, dressed in a flowing purple gown. She exuded an air of elegance and maturity with every movement. Who could she be? She seemed even more imposing than Meng Lani. "Wait. Now is not the time to ponder this. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I already have a master," Chu Yuli said respectfully, her tone resolute. "I understand. I shall speak to your master on your behalf," Yushime replied calmly, though internally she felt quite vexed. What a hassle. Theoretically, the entire Tianshan sacred land comprised her disciples. However, the system stipulated that they must be willing apprentices, or else it would not count. She felt a headache coming on. Among her few disciples, only Mou and Ling Ching were relatively easy to manage. The others had taken her considerable effort to deal with. At this moment, Chu Yuli's mind was in disarray, buzzing with confusion. Was there really a competition for disciples? This woman clearly held a higher status than the peak master of Xian'an, likely belonging to the esteemed elder level. The status of the elder surpassed that of her master, and her ancestor, Yushime, was not involved in the affairs. However, she considered herself a junior sister to Meng Lanin. Various thoughts swirled chaotically in her mind. No, she couldn't panic now. She would feign ignorance and inquire with her junior master watching upon her return about what to do. Immediately, she replaced her expression with one of admiration. Gazing earnestly at Yushime, "Senior, my master is incredibly powerful. He has saved my life. No matter what, I cannot betray him. Unless my master personally instructs me, I will not consent." Yushime raised an eyebrow, taking a keen interest in the young girl before her. "Do you know who I am? Your master?" Even if she were to stand before me, she would have to show proper respect. An elder attendant chimed in. "Indeed, Chu girl, not everyone is afforded this opportunity. You must seize it wisely." Chu Yuli firmly replied, "Regardless of the circumstances, I will not betray my master." Seeing her unwavering determination, Yushime decided not to press further. "Very well, I shall first speak with your master." With that, she shimmered and vanished, leaving behind a faint fragrance. Originally, she intended to head towards Xian'an Peak. Suddenly, her brows furrowed slightly as she changed direction, making her way to Tianshan Peak. Upon witnessing Yushime's departure, Chu Yuli hurriedly dashed back to Chuiwei Peak. As Mou extended his consciousness into the ring, he could not help but draw a sharp breath. He had never encountered such a vast quantity of spirit stones in his life. Before his eyes lay a veritable mountain of top-tier spirit stones, and upon a cursory count, there appeared to be over 100,000. In addition to the spirit stones, there was a plethora of magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, elixirs, and rare materials, all dazzling in their variety. Among these treasures, there were even 3 spiritual treasures: a demonic spear, a medium-grade spiritual treasure, a blade, and a sword, both of lesser grade. Although these artifacts leaned towards the path of demonic cultivation and were not particularly suited for Mou's use, selling them would undoubtedly yield a substantial fortune. "What have you found?" Sumayer inquired, noticing Mou's momentary daze. "Approximately 800,000 top-tier spirit stones," Mou replied, regaining his composure. Mou retained the extraordinary treasures and spiritual stones, which were valued at approximately 200,000 superior spiritual stones. The remainder was entirely handed over to Su Mayer. "Sister Mayer, let us divide this into 3 parts. You are the main force, so you shall receive 3 portions." Just as he prepared to articulate the distribution plan, a sudden wave of pain surged through him. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Su Mayer had, unbeknownst to him, approached his side and was gently tugging at his ear with her delicate fingers. "Dear brother, do you think your sister would be interested in such trifles?" Turned to look at Su Mayer, only to find her delicate brows slightly furrowed. In her enchanting fox-like eyes, there flickered a trace of melancholy. "Didn't you say that senior sister San is biased?" Murmured softly. "Do you dare to retort?" Su Mayer responded, increasing the pressure in her grip. "And no, I wouldn't dare," came the hurried reply. Mou hurriedly pleaded for mercy. "Your strength is unmatched. You embody reason, and everything you say is correct." Su Mayer let out a soft snort, finally releasing her grip and tossing out a storage ring. "This is something discovered by the Qin family. Though it may not be abundant, there is one particularly intriguing item," she said mysteriously. Mou took the ring, his consciousness delving into its depths. Indeed, the treasures within were rather meager when converted into top-tier spirit stones. They scarcely amounted to 1,000. His gaze traversed the interior of the ring, ultimately resting upon an inconspicuous black vial nestled in a corner. The vial lay there quietly, yet it emanated a formidable aura of malevolence, instilling a sense of dread and trepidation in the hearts of those who beheld it. Mou felt a stir in her heart as she retrieved the small black vial. "Sister May, is this it?" "Indeed, my dear brother, this is quite an intriguing item." Sumaya replied, her smile enchanting and her voice laced with a hint of mystery. As Mou lifted the lid, a torrent of malevolent energy surged forth, akin to a dam bursting, overwhelming his senses and unsettling his mind. A delicate pink luminescence emanated from Su Mayer's fingertips, transforming into a barrier that steadfastly shielded both Mou and Murong. "What is this?" Mou exclaimed in astonishment. "The blood of the Gudiao," came the harmonious reply from Su Mayer and Yen Shi. "Gudiao?" Mou inquired, perplexed. "I know. It's a formidable beast." Murong interjected excitedly. There exists a creature known as the Gujiao, resembling an eagle but adorned with horns, its call akin to that of an infant, and it is a man-eater. Indeed. That is correct, Su Meier remarked, casting a surprised glance at Murong-yi and nodding gently. Mou gazed in astonishment at her young apprentice. Utterly amazed by her extensive knowledge, one could only wonder which esteemed family she hailed from. In contrast, Mou, a wild child emerging from a rural village, felt an overwhelming disparity between them. Murong-yi slightly raised her exquisite little face, her expression brimming with pride. In her previous life, she had perused countless tomes. Her memory far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, this knowledge came to her as if it were second nature. She relished the opportunity to showcase her talents before these indigenous people, particularly before her master, who was also an exceptionally handsome man. Su Meier observed the two and continued to elaborate. What we have here is not the true blood of the Gujiao. It is synthesized through secret methods. At this point, a hint of wistfulness crossed her face. She marveled at the existence of such wondrous techniques capable of refining Gujiao blood, only to shake her head in disappointment. Regrettably, this Gujiao blood has not been fully refined. Otherwise, it could have granted the human race the Gujiao bloodline. Master Uncle, since it was the Qin family who created it, they must possess that secret method. If we can locate that method, we could replicate it ourselves. Murong-yi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon hearing this, Mou eagerly turned her gaze towards Su Meier. Su Meier looked at Murong-yi and exclaimed, "This little girl is truly clever. In fact, I have already discovered the secret method." A subtle smile graced her lips as she retrieved a tattered ancient tome from her storage ring. The cover of the tome was in a state of disrepair, exuding an aura of antiquity. The two of them fixed their eyes on the ancient text, their hearts brimming with curiosity. Suddenly, the tome in Su Meier's hands ignited spontaneously, instantly reducing to ashes. Murong-yi's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not comprehend why Su Meier would choose to destroy the very secret method they sought. Mou furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "Is this sorcery?" Su Meier nodded in affirmation. To acquire the pure blood of the Gujiao, this secret technique required the sacrifice of 90 billion human infants. Her voice was calm, yet a flicker of revulsion passed through her eyes. Nonetheless, even she had to concede the formidable strength of the Gujiao, a race intertwined with time and the currents of destiny. Perhaps, this would be the sole occasion for these few individuals to intersect with the name of Gujiao. Mou and Murong-yi were both stunned. 90 trillion? What an utterly terrifying figure. Has humanity ever witnessed such a multitude in its history? Murong-yi was overwhelmed with shock and indignation. She could hardly fathom that to gain power, so many innocent lives had to be sacrificed. Su Meier continued, "A mere Qin family could never amass such a number of infants. Hence, their target is the lowest tier, 10 million infants. Yet, even so, they remain considerably distant from this goal." With a soft sigh, she lamented, "Truly inhumane. No wonder Sister Meier wishes to incinerate it." Mou took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within. Su Meier continued, "Thus, this thing is merely intriguing. It holds no real significance for us. However, our current discovery can be deemed a resolution to a considerable dilemma in this place." Nodded, contemplating that this must be the opportunity of Chu Yuli. Albeit they had arrived prematurely. However, this may prove advantageous. Over the span of 5 centuries, countless infants would have perished. It is rather peculiar that Qin Shou, in his previous existence as a transcendent being, remained oblivious to such matters. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. "Detection complete. You have successfully disrupted the fate of the woman of fortune, Chu Yuli. The remnants of the blood scroll of the Gu sculpture have been destroyed, and the blood of the Gu sculpture now resides in your possession. Chu Yuli is no longer destined to inherit the bloodline of the Gu sculpture. The antagonist has triumphed. Reward: bloodline of the ferocious beast, Gu sculpture. Antagonist points gained, 1000. Commencing bloodline implantation. Unlike the integration process of the pure yang kidney, the merging of the Gu sculpture bloodline transpired quietly, devoid of any tumult." Mou closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the changes within his body, yet his brow furrowed slightly. Why did it seem that there was no noticeable transformation? No, that couldn't be right. He calmed his mind and focused more intently, finally discerning a subtle difference. He found that he could now conceal himself more effectively. Under his utmost efforts to hide, his aura retracted and his form became ethereal, as if he had merged seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Even some cultivators at the returning void stage might not easily detect his presence. This was an exceptionally suitable ability for assassination. With this skill, combined with the heavenly poison pearl, he felt confident in eliminating Junwuan. Indeed, it appeared to be a fortuitous gift from Chu Yuli. It seemed there were other latent abilities as well. But his current cultivation level was too low for them to manifest. At that moment, Yanxi's voice echoed in his mind. The bloodline of the Gu Diao might prove useful in the future. It would be wise to retain it. Mou nodded slightly, placing the vial of blood into his storage ring. Upon returning, he could present it to Chu Yuli, and it would likely prove useful in her hands. Mou turned her head, intending to inquire more from Murong-yi regarding the matter of the Gujiao. However, she noticed that Murong-yi's eyes were tinged with red, and her body trembled slightly. Taken aback, Mou asked with concern, "What is the matter?" Murong-yi raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eye, her voice choked with emotion. "It's nothing, really. Just a bit overwhelmed." Mou seemed to have discerned her thoughts. He gently patted her shoulder and offered words of comfort. This world operates on the principle of strength. There will always be those who resort to unscrupulous means to grow more powerful. As long as you tend to your own affairs and refrain from engaging with such matters, you shall be fine. Su Meier raised her delicate brows, responding, "Such occurrences are abundant. One merely needs to witness them. After all, it's merely a matter of a few lives lost." Mou replied, "Indeed, there is no need to be overly sorrowful." Murong-yi took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions, and slowly spoke, "I apologize, Master. I have momentarily lost my composure." She paused before elaborating. "I once vowed to alleviate the suffering of all sentient beings. Yet, those malevolent cultivators, in their pursuit of dark arts, resort to unspeakable means, transforming the living into puppets, draining their lifeblood and souls solely to enhance their own power. I have witnessed a village decimated by these wicked practitioners, where the elderly and children fell victim, with none spared." As she recounted this, Murong-yi's voice quivered noticeably. She bit her lip tightly, seemingly struggling to contain her emotions. "Master." She lifted her gaze to Mou, her previously dim eyes suddenly sparkling with fervor. "What do you believe can be done to improve this world?" Mou was slightly taken aback. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Xiaoyi, are you from a family of healers? In the chaotic realm of the Starry Sea, such benevolence, dedicated to alleviating the suffering of all beings, is primarily attributed to the medical practitioners." Murong-yi shook her head, replying, "No, I merely studied medicine with my mother. To be precise, it was in a previous life, where she upheld the vow established by her teacher during the transmission of medical knowledge, to cultivate a heart of great compassion and to pledge to alleviate the suffering of all beings. The commitment to relieve every soul's pain is indeed a considerable burden." Murmured, "If it were merely a casual oath, it would be acceptable. But a vow that lingers in memory such as this can profoundly affect one's cultivation," he pondered. "We find ourselves in the chaotic star domain, where spiritual energy is scarce. Only about 20% of that found in other regions. Cultivators, desperate for advancement, resort to unscrupulous methods, and with the celestial sanctum turning a blind eye to these matters. It is no wonder that malevolent practitioners thrive." As for the resolution, cast a pleading glance at Su Meier. Why did his disciples incessantly present him with such perplexing challenges? Su Meier merely regarded him with a half-smile, seemingly amused by the unfolding drama. "Ah, I understand now. The Master's intent is to eradicate the starry sacred land, and then ascend to a more reliable power, thus resolving the issue, correct?" Murong-yi suddenly became animated, her starry eyes shimmering with excitement as she fixated intently on. Mou instinctively nodded. Although she was uncertain of how she arrived at this conclusion, it seemed plausible. The one who sought to capture me also belonged to the celestial sanctuary, did they not? Thus, if we were to annihilate the celestial sanctuary, we could achieve two objectives with a single stroke. Murong-yi became increasingly animated in her discourse, nodded once more, recognizing the cleverness of the situation. He needed not utter a word to arrive at the conclusion. Although uncertain of its utility, a sudden recollection surfaced. S. assertion that avoidance serves no purpose. Indeed, even if he had not provoked, her nature would inevitably lead her to seek out the. In the dim confines of the stench of blood pervaded the air. Emerged slowly from the blood pool, each step accompanied by the sound of dripping crimson. He murmured, his expression somber. The process of reconstructing one's corporeal form was not overly challenging for a cultivator yet the sensation was far from pleasant. With a wave of his hand, a paper crane materialized before him. His lips moved as if confiding a secret to the delicate creation. A flick of his fingers sent the crane soaring into a streak of light, vanishing instantaneously within the chamber. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. What exactly did you place in there that you would risk antagonizing the to obtain? Exhaled deeply. That item holds great significance for me, and conflict was inevitable. At that moment, the entire began to tremble violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Furrowed his brow, peering through the layers of obstruction towards the outside world. Above, in the firmament, hovered, his aura pulsating with spiritual energy, a tempestuous force sweeping across the surroundings. He was assaulting the protective formation of the. Meanwhile, within an ancient hall, a solitary elder clad in black robes sat at a stone table, engrossed in a game of chess. His visage was gaunt, and his gaze profound, exuding an air of transcendence with each measured gesture. Abruptly, a robust figure strode in, clad in dark battle armor. His rugged countenance emanating a formidable presence. He was the is causing a disturbance outside, demanding an explanation, the intoned gravely, extending a paper crane towards him. The elder accepted it, and with a gentle shake, the crane ignited into a blaze, burning brightly in the air. As the flames subsided, several lines of text materialized. Suspected to be peerless prodigies. At the 4th level of, at the 7th level of, capable of overcoming 3 cultivators. Can annihilate 3 cultivators with merely her avatar. The elder fixated on the words suspended in the air, his gaze flickering with intrigue. Subsequently, his attention returned to the chessboard, and with a slight gesture, 3 white pieces illuminated. What constitutes a peerless prodigy? The Xuanwu Star Lord, observing the prolonged silence of the cloaked elder, could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired. As of now, throughout the annals of Tianyuan continent, only Luo Suxin and Bai Shuangying are unequivocally recognized as peerless prodigies. The elder responded in a tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing this, the Xuanwu Star Lord's pupils constricted sharply, his visage betraying a look of astonishment. Should we not retain them? He hesitated momentarily before posing the question. The them he referred to were, of course, Mou and Su Mayer, who remained in the chaotic star region. No need. They are of no consequence, the elder replied, his gaze still fixated on the chessboard. At the center of the board, a singular white piece radiated brilliance, its luminosity akin to a newly ascending star. At the periphery, another white piece, though slightly dimmer, still shone with undeniable brilliance. The 3 recently illuminated white pieces exhibited a brightness comparable to several others on the board, occupying the 2nd tier of prominence. The cloaked elder gently waved his hand, and several black pieces materialized out of thin air, encircling the 2 most radiant white pieces, seemingly intent on engulfing their light entirely. Just then, the great hall trembled once more, shattering the original chess formation into disarray. The Xuanwu Star Lord furrowed his brow. What about Saint Shuzi? Without an explanation. It seems this matter cannot be easily dismissed. The elder lightly gestured, causing the scattered pieces to return to the board, restoring their previous arrangement. You shall negotiate with him. Whatever demands he makes, simply acquiesce. In the grand hall of the Tianxin Holy Land, Elder Qin Xian wore a grave expression as he bowed respectfully to Yi Shimei above. Ancestor. The events transpired as such. Xiaoyu was bullied outside. Yi Shimei inclined her head slightly, indicating her awareness. Sipping her fragrant tea, she inquired languidly. Do you know where the master of Xian and Peak has gone? Elder Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for her sudden question. Ancestor, your disciple has been wronged. He could not help but remind her. I am aware. First, tell me where the master of Xian and Peak has gone. Yi Shimei maintained her placid tone, though puzzled. Elder Qin Xian answered truthfully. She mentioned having a foreboding feeling and left to seek refuge from the storm. But this is of little importance. What matters is Xiaoyu. They remain in the chaotic star region and have yet to return. His anxiety was palpable. Yi Shimei cast him a resigned glance and sighed softly. I am merely in the tribulation stage. Seeking me is futile. Do you wish for me to confront the pressure of numerous scattered immortals to retrieve Jun Wuan? Elder Qin Xian found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the ancestors' powers were limited, and the sect had long entrusted all matters to the sect master. Shall we engage in warfare with the starry sacred land? Elder Qin Xian inquired hesitantly. You ask me? Consult Saint Shuzi. He is the sect master. As soon as the words fell, Yi Shimei's figure dissipated like smoke within the grand hall, leaving no trace behind. Elder Qin Xian stood dazed, gazing at the spot where Yi Shimei had vanished, his heart enveloped in confusion. It was possible to suppress her for now, but a full-blown conflict should be avoided until Suxin returned. The air resonated with Yi Shimei's final words. Understood. Elder Qin Xian quickly responded, regaining his composure. On Suiwei Peak. Within Ling Wang's chamber, she inquired while delicately toying with an exquisite teacup. You say a peculiar woman wishes to take you on as her disciple? Chu Yuli nodded gently. She seems quite formidable, completely disregarding the leader of Xuan Peak. Ling Wang furrowed her brow. A woman who dismisses the leader of Xuan Peak and is active outside? It could only be Master, right? What does she look like? She asked. Chu Yuli reflected on the woman's appearance and slowly replied, dressed in purple, with an impressive figure. She bore a very serious demeanor. Serious? That couldn't possibly be Yishime. It is well known that Master is a wine enthusiast, a trait that hardly aligns with seriousness. It was likely some newly emerged elder from the mountains. Ling Wangking understood and chose not to dwell on it further. Do not concern yourself with her. Remember, you are one of us from Suiwei Peak and need not fear anyone. Chu Yuli obediently nodded. At that moment, Ling Wangking suddenly shifted her tone. In the future, if you wish to pilfer from the herb garden, there is no need to formally accept a task. You may take what you desire directly. After all, we all do this, and no one will say anything. Chu Yuli's cheeks flushed slightly, reminiscent of blossoming peach flowers in March, vibrant and alluring. She had been caught stealing vegetables by her young master-uncle. Wait, so they often engage in such acts as well? In the Chaos Star domain, at the stellar sacred ground, Saint Shuzi stood suspended in the air, his spiritual power surging around him, resembling a war deity of unparalleled might. The stellar sacred ground, disregarding the rules established by the 9 major sacred grounds, took action against the younger generation. Today, a price must be paid. His voice was calm yet resonated with an undeniable authority, echoing through the air. In the next moment, the Xuanwu Star Sovereign appeared outside the protective formation, confronting Saint Shuzi from afar. Saint Shuzi, do not overstep your bounds. Saint Shuzi reigned in his aura and replied evenly, You finally emerged? Little turtle snake. I thought you would remain hidden within your shell forever. The lives of the 3 must not be compromised. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign's expression changed upon hearing this. Saint Shuzi was naturally referring to Jun Wuhan and the other 2 elders. Jun Sha had already perished at the hands of Xia Ningbing. Meanwhile, Jun Wuhan and the 2 elders in the integration stage had returned to the stellar sacred ground. Impossible. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign vehemently rejected. Are you from the Tianxian sacred ground declaring war against us? As the battle commenced, the sacred land of Tianxian held no fear of any adversary. We shall fight, declared Saint Shuzi with an air of indifference. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign felt a heavy weight in his heart. He understood that Saint Shuzi was not jesting. Jun Wuhan must not perish. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign gritted his teeth. He is one of the 7 stars appointed by the Sovereign, should you take his life. The Sovereign will not let you go unpunished. To oppose the Sovereign? Saint Shuzi laughed. He is merely a decrepit relic of the past. What is there to fear? Nonetheless, he conceded, very well, I shall take a step back. Jun Wuhan may keep his life, but a faint smile graced Saint Shuzi's lips. I shall sever his celestial soul light. What? The Xuanwu Star Sovereign's countenance turned pale with horror upon hearing this. The celestial soul light is the most vital aspect of a cultivator's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Once severed, it would be nearly impossible to restore. Not only would his cultivation plummet, but he would also be left with no prospect of advancement. You're being excessively tyrannical. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign's fury surged, his eyes blazing crimson. Excessively tyrannical? Saint Shuzi sneered. Indeed, I am. What can you do about it? A chilling aura enveloped him, overwhelming the Xuanwu Star Sovereign to the point of breathlessness. Very well, very well. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign, consumed by rage, laughed mockingly. Do you truly believe I fear you, Saint Shuzi? If so, let us engage in battle. He bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. Before his words had faded, a formidable force erupted from the Xuanwu Star Sovereign, confronting Saint Shuzi directly. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, Saint Shuzi sent the Xuanwu Star Sovereign hurtling backward. Blood spewed from his mouth. His face as pale as parchment, his eyes filled with astonishment and dread. How is this possible? The Xuanwu Star Sovereign was struck with utter disbelief. How could your strength be so overwhelming? He could not comprehend why, despite being of the same realm, he was vanquished in a single move. A frog at the bottom of a well knows not the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Saint Shuzi stood with hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing gracefully. You. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign wished to voice his thoughts but was interrupted by a commanding voice. Enough. This voice emanated from the depths of the celestial sacred land, authoritative and ethereal, as if descending from the heavens. Saint Shuzi, I accept your terms. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign, though filled with resentment and indignation, could only helplessly bow his head. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures soared from the stellar sacred land, none other than Jun Wuhan and 2 elders. Jun Wuhan's expression was grim, having surmised the intentions of the Holy Void Child. The Tianchu lineage was of the demonic path, where one could only utilize or be utilized. The notion of being discarded, yet still remaining a holy child, was utterly absurd. Without the sanctuary of the sacred land, should he encounter Su Meyer again, his demise was inevitable. Gently, the Holy Void Child waved his hand, and the 2 elders were instantly reduced to dust, dissipating into the void without even a cry of despair. He then extended a finger, lightly touching the center of Jun Wuhan's brow. In that moment, an indescribable terror surged within Jun Wuhan. He yearned to flee, yet found himself utterly immobilized. A piercing scream shattered the heavens, as his body convulsed violently. Veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring down like rain. Agony, endless agony. He felt as though his very soul were being torn asunder, his consciousness gradually fading. He wished to struggle, to resist, but found himself unable to move, forced to witness the slow disintegration of his soul, powerless to intervene. This torment eclipsed any physical suffering 100-fold, 1,000-fold. It was as if he had plunged into an infinite abyss, surrounded by darkness, with only unending pain and despair. Moments later, the Holy Void Child withdrew his finger. Jun Wuhan lay crumpled on the ground, akin to a dog stripped of its bones, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes vacant, resembling a living corpse. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign, upon perceiving Jun Wuhan's condition, was filled with rage, his eyes ready to burst as he demanded an explanation. Wait, Holy Void Child, you explicitly stated you would only strip him of his heavenly soul's essence. Why has his earthly soul's spirit also been obliterated? The Holy Void Child replied nonchalantly, I was pleased that you agreed to my terms, but your previous attitude displeased me. His voice, though calm, bore an undeniable authority. You, Holy Void Child, you are untrustworthy, acting contrary to the righteous path. How can you, as the leader of the righteous, stoop so low? The Xuanwu Star Sovereign bellowed. The Holy Void Child regarded him with an unperturbed gaze. The righteous path? For you? Do you truly believe you deserve such a title? The Xuanwu Star Sovereign's countenance darkened to the utmost degree. Enough. This matter ends here. A faint voice emanated from the depths of the stellar sacred land, akin to a divine decree, rendering resistance futile. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign, resigned, could only lower his head in acquiescence. As the Holy Void Child turned to depart, his figure gradually faded, leaving behind a single phrase lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. Within the bounds of the rules, you may play as you wish. Should you choose to violate them? Do not forget, the rules are what protect you. As the final word fell, his silhouette completely vanished. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign clenched his fist, yet felt utterly helpless. He picked up the lifeless form of Jun Wuhan when a voice resonated within his mind. The 7 souls still linger. You know how to utilize them. Relay this message. A new selection for the Tian Shu must commence. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign's heart tightened. But he still replied, understood. In the Tian Xian sacred land, the sun shone brightly. In the courtyard of MOU, the lanterns flickered gently. Inside, warm vapors rose and curled in the air. Master, I feel a bit nervous. Do not fear, Xiaoyi. Relax. But I still feel somewhat. It's nothing. Then Master, please remove your clothing. Murong Yi's voice was laced with shyness, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Outside, Meng Lanin paused, her breath quickening. Nervous? Undressing? A solitary man and woman in the same room, uttering such intimate words. Could it be that they have already? In such a short span of time. Not only had another disciple been taken under wing, but had they also progressed to the point of shedding garments? Meng Lanin's heart surged with tumultuous waves, a flurry of unsettling thoughts assailing her. She could almost envision a young MOU before her, calling her senior sister. No, absolutely not. Jealousy roiled within her, her lips turning pale from being bitten, her nails digging into her palm. She raised her hand, poised to knock on the door. At that moment, sounds emanated from within the room. Xiaoyi, your skills are truly remarkable, so adept. Have you done this often? And no, this is my first time. Master, you are so robust. How does it feel? Is it comfortable? My blood is surging. Every fiber of my being feels invigorated. It's like being electrified. Then I'll exert more effort, so that Master can tire and enjoy a good night's sleep. Following this, soft gasps floated from the room, ambiguous and suggestive. Meng Lanin felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in shock. They were truly engaging in such acts. In broad daylight, partaking in this craft. Oh, how excessive. How could the young master uncle behave this way? Tears brimmed in Meng Lanin's eyes, threatening to spill over. No, this cannot continue. Tonight, she would claim her young master uncle. She turned on her heel, striding out of the courtyard. Suddenly, she looked back, biting her lip lightly, drawing out her jade flute, and began to play. Inside the room, the candlelight danced. Ha! Morongi panted, her cheeks flushed, glistening with fragrant sweat. Her fingers danced upon Mou's back, the silver needles glimmering faintly. Master, how are you feeling now? Are you sleepy? She reached up to wipe the sweat from her brow. However, your condition is dire. You must rest for at least 7 days to fully recover. Such severe injuries and mental strain. She could hardly fathom how her master managed to endure as if unscathed. The thought that her master had endured for her sake moved her to tears. Do not worry, it's just a minor injury. Your acupuncture is truly commendable. Mou lay languidly on the bed, utterly unconcerned. The forceful activation of the soul-calming flute and the celestial pivot array merely resulted in a slight backlash. This minor injury was trivial compared to the times he had leapt off a cliff. Morongi delicately manipulated the silver needles in her hand, gradually infusing spiritual energy into Mou's body. The ancestral secret technique not only restored his mental state, but also ensured a more restful slumber. This was her inaugural attempt at such a procedure on a living being. Previously, she had only practiced on anatomical models. Mou was entirely enveloped in a state of profound comfort. He sensed that the meridians within him were being nourished by a warm energy, an indescribable sensation of bliss. Suddenly, a mournful flute melody drifted into his ears, melodious and enchanting. For reasons unknown, Mou found himself reminiscing about the phoenix seeking the phoenix. How unfortunate. Master. Someone is playing a tune. Morongi exclaimed in astonishment. Mou shook his head, dismissing the thought, likely attributing it to some ancient elder. Xiaoyi, tell me more about that gujiao. I am quite curious about its abilities. His eyes narrowed slightly, his voice languid. Gujiao? Morongi diverted her attention from the melodious flute outside. After a moment of contemplation, she continued while administering acupuncture. The gujiao dwells in the water and excels in stealth. It can take on the forms of both a leopard and an eagle, in its eagle form. Its feathers are impenetrable, though I am uncertain about its leopard form. Indeed, Mou softly replied. The bloodline of the gujiao, besides its ability to stealth, possesses at least one additional capability to enhance defense. He returned directly from the starry sacred land. It is said that Shang Shuzi caused quite a commotion there. Jun Wuhan and the 2 elders perished. Initially, Jun Wuhan was merely half damaged. What a pity, the demonic sect does not nurture the weak. Otherwise, he would have liked to test the assassination prowess of the Gujiao bloodline. During the battle with Jun Wuhan, he realized a significant flaw within himself, a lack of suitable offensive means. Although formations can be employed in combat, they require ample preparation time. The Emperor's Banner, the soul-settling flute, and the heavenly poison pearl, while formidable, lack purity. Their functions are too multifaceted, rendering them imperfect for slaughter. Furthermore, their visual effects are unsatisfactory. He prefers those with striking special effects. Before him lay 2 options. One was fire, merging his 3 types of flames to create a powerful spell. The other was a weapon, the challenge left by his master, a duel against the sword disciple of the sword sect, with the wager being a mid-grade spiritual treasure flying sword. Now that he has reached the nascent soul stage, he is ready to accept the challenge. Both endeavors can be pursued simultaneously, researching spells while preparing for battle. His thoughts gradually faded, and Mou succumbed to a deep slumber in comfort. Seeing this, Morongi gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. How exhausting. Outside the room, Meng Lanin held a jade flute, the last note dissipating into the air. She bit her lip and turned to leave. Tonight, she would use the immortal's intoxication to bolster her courage. She would confess to her junior uncle. Morongi gazed at Mou's strong physique, and a bold thought suddenly surged within her. To touch it, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. How could she entertain such thoughts about her master? Yet, his skin appeared so smooth, entirely unlike that of a girl. Unable to resist, she reached out and gently caressed Mou's back. Wow, Morongi gasped, quickly retracting her hand as if shocked. The sensation of a boy's skin was truly different. It was firm and elastic. She lowered her head shyly, feeling a pang of guilt for having acted in such a manner towards her master. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Morongi whispered her apology. her voice barely audible. She hastily covered Mou with a blanket, preparing to leave. At that moment, a book on the table caught her attention. The Record of the Divine Maiden Xiongming? Morongyi blinked. She recognized it. An indescribable masterpiece from her previous life. But how could this world possess it? Should she take a look to see what was written inside? After a brief hesitation, her curiosity got the better of her, and she opened the book. The author, Haijiao? Morongyi was taken aback. Was T. Haijiao the name of that indescribable form from her past life? Could it truly be penned by a time traveler? She continued to peruse the pages. Suddenly, a particular book beside her left her utterly astounded. The Martial Movement of Heaven and Earth. How could this be possible? The Martial Movement of Heaven and Earth, authored by the pen name Tianya. Ling Ching would delicately leaf through the exquisitely bound volume. Her voice as frigid as the air around her. The pages in her hands exuded a faint fragrance of ink, intertwining with her cool demeanor to create a unique charm. Qingwei, you have been standing here for quite some time. Are we not going to call off the engagement? A voice from behind, belonging to Ling Chu, carried a hint of exasperation. I understand that Tianya's writings are indeed remarkable, but must you be so captivated? Ling Qingwei closed the book and turned. Her frosty gaze meeting Ling Yunchue's. Master, I merely find this book intriguing. Ling Yunchue approached her exceptional disciple, a surge of complex emotions welling up within her. Qingwei, are you still thinking about that man? Do you believe he might, like the protagonist of the novel, overcome all odds to come to your side? She inquired softly. Her tone laced with concern. That incident had profoundly affected Ling Qingwei, and she feared it might lead to inner turmoil. Ling Qingwei paused slightly, then shook her head. Master, you worry too much. I am not so naive. Her voice was devoid of any discernible emotion. Ling Yunxue sighed, speaking earnestly. Qingwei, I know your heart is heavy. But you must understand that he does not possess the qualification to enter our Taiping sacred land. He is merely a loose cultivator in the qi refining stage. While you are the holy maiden of the Taiping sacred land, the chasm between you is as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. If you remain fixated on him, it will only give rise to inner demons, detrimental to your cultivation. Moreover, you are a pure sacred body. Even if you were to lose your purity, there are numerous. I understand, Master, Ling Qingwei interjected, her cold eyes betraying no ripple of emotion. Your teachings, I shall engrave upon my heart. Seeing her disciple's composure, Ling Yunxue felt a degree of relief. It is good that you comprehend. Now, regarding the matter of the engagement. What are your plans? I have just received news that Shen Shuzi caused quite a stir at the Starry Sacred Land. It is said that Su Meyer was attacked by Jun Wuhan in the chaotic star domain, and at that time, the Tianxian Holy Sun was also present. As Ling Yunxue spoke, she scrutinized Ling Qingyue's expression. Ling Qingwei remained calm, continuing to listen, seemingly unconcerned with these events. Ling Yunxue continued, moreover, Su Meyer emerged victorious. One must realize she had only just reached the void return stage. To defeat the composite stage Jun Wuhan is no small feat upon hearing this. Ling Qingwei maintained her tranquility. Ling Yunxue, feeling disinterested, decided to dispense with the suspense. I believe the Tianxian Holy Sun played a significant role in this. He is extraordinarily powerful, and coupled with Shang Shuzi's extreme protectiveness, Ling Yunxue shook her head, her tone laced with resignation, choosing not to continue the conversation. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyue's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of unusual emotion. Such words only reinforced the necessity to withdraw. The Tianxian sacred land is formidable, and they would undoubtedly reject a woman who has been tarnished. Moreover, with Shang Shuzi's fierce protectiveness, should we choose to conceal the truth, discovery would surely lead to dire consequences. Ling Yunxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems prudent to call off this marriage. In the courtyard of the Tianxian sacred land, within Mou's abode, Morongyi was engrossed in reading an enhanced edition of The Devilish God. Her face adorned with a faint blush as her heartbeat raced in tandem with the story's unfolding events. Suddenly, a series of thud knocks on the door jolted her back from the world of her book. Startled, she nearly dropped it to the ground. Quickly, Morongyi concealed the book behind her, approaching the door with the hesitance of a child caught in wrongdoing. Little Shirshu? Upon seeing the person standing outside, Morongyi was somewhat taken aback. Ling Wanqing smiled gently, her voice warm as she inquired, "Where is your master?" Morongyi turned back to see Mou peacefully resting on the bed, lost in dreams. It was yet another instance of array formation and flute playing, which had taken a toll on him. He had not yet recovered. He is still asleep, Morongyi whispered, careful not to disturb Mou. Ling Wanqing nodded. Ling Ching has come to annul the marriage. I came to fetch you. At this, she suddenly furrowed her brow, glancing into the room. It's nothing. I will visit the main hall of the sect. She knew Mo all too well. A mere fatal injury, though he appeared unfazed before, was merely him enduring. He would need 3 days to awaken from such a degree of injury. The damage to his spirit meant that even elixirs would be of little use. Just as she was about to leave, Moroni called out to her, I wish to see. Ling Ching cast her a puzzled glance but ultimately nodded in agreement. In the kitchen, steam wafted through the air. Chu Yuli stood before the stove, gently stirring the soup in the pot with a wooden spoon. Upon hearing the conversation outside, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, a wave of displeasure swelling within her. That Ling Ching, how dare she look down upon her master, and even dare to annul the marriage? It is utterly preposterous. Once she cultivates to the level of great ascendance, no, to that of an immortal, she would surely bind that person to serve as her master's alchemical furnace. Chu Yuli secretly vowed, stirring the wooden spoon in her hand with increased vigor. After contemplating these thoughts, she redirected her gaze to the pot before her. With great care, she added each herb, all of which she had procured from the medicinal garden. Each plant appeared remarkably extraordinary. Her master had returned looking quite fatigued, and she intended to brew a nourishing soup for him using these herbs. Surely, her master would be delighted. She thought with a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Simultaneously, in the depths of Mo's slumber, the voice of the system resonated. Detecting changes in the world line. Re-evaluating opportunities. Re-evaluation complete. Due to your existence, Chu Yuli willingly forfeits her 4th grade spirit herb. In the absence of such an opportunity, her foundation building will be exceedingly arduous. The antagonist has successfully counterattacked. Reward. Heavenly Foundation Pill. Heavenly Foundation Pill assists chi refining practitioners in achieving a perfect heavenly foundation, also capable of remedying past regrets. At the Heavenly Xian Sacred Land, within the Grand Hall of Heavenly Xian Peak, an atmosphere of solemnity and gravity pervaded the air. Ling Ching and Murong entered the hall and settled into a corner. On either side of the hall, individuals from the Taiching and Heavenly Xian Sacred Lands sat facing each other. The Taiching Sacred Land, represented by Ling Ching and Ling Yunxue, maintained calm expressions, while the Heavenly Xian side bore somber countenances, their brows furrowed with unyielding anger. Elder Qin Xian continuously performed hand seals, his brow knitted, seemingly engaged in some form of divination. After a prolonged silence, Murong could no longer contain herself and leaned towards Ling Ching, whispering, Little Master Uncle, what exactly is happening? Ling Ching gestured for silence, her fingertips gently moving to conjure a soundproof barrier that enveloped the two. The Saintess of Taiching's sacred land, Ling Ching wishes to retract her engagement with our senior brother. Murong turned her gaze to the expressions of the two factions, quickly surmising the situation. Was this not a replica of the infamous engagement retraction? How outrageous! Anger surged within her as she inquired, Does Master have feelings for Ling Ching? Ling Ching reflected on the past. In her previous life, Mo's assessment of Ling Ching was that she was akin to a block of ice. To thaw her would require considerable effort. Absent any extraordinary circumstances, there was no possibility of him and Ling Ching. He simply lacked the patience. Ultimately, even after her brother's demise, their relationship remained merely that of ordinary friends. Ordinary friends, she firmly believed, could never become more. I understand now, she concluded. Morong's gaze was filled with fury as she directed a hostile look towards Ling Ching. This person was truly wicked, daring to annul her master's engagement. She lunged forward, breaking free from the formation, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Today, it is not you who are annulling the marriage, but rather I, on behalf of my master, who will initiate the separation. Before she could finish her words, Ling Ching swiftly intervened, casting a spell to seal her mouth. Murong struggled desperately, but found herself unable to escape the bindings. Ling Ching offered an apologetic smile to the crowd. My apologies. This is a newly accepted disciple of my senior brother, still quite young and naive. She is a bit agitated due to her master's engagement being annulled. I hope everyone can be understanding. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions filled with helplessness. Sheng Shuzi waved his hand dismissively. No harm done. Children often speak without thought. We shall not hold it against the young. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance towards the side of Taiching's sacred land. Ling Yunxue and Ling Ching nodded slightly. indicating their indifference. Ling Ching quickly pulled Morongyi back into the soundproof formation, her voice subdued yet urgent. What are you doing? That is not what I meant. She is annulling the engagement because of a loss of virtue, not out of disdain for my senior brother. Morongyi felt her head spinning. Loss of virtue? Why didn't she mention this earlier? She now wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in, utterly mortified. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm her tumultuous emotions. If that is the case, then let it be annulled. What purpose does it serve to keep it? After all, my senior brother and she share no feelings. Ling Ching whispered, do not rush. Not only was there no affection, but in truth, the two were still strangers to one another. Even if they walked side by side, they would be unaware of their engagement. In a previous life, Mou had only discovered many years later that he had him betrothed. However, in this life, the engagement had ended before it even began. What could have transpired? The nine-leaf fate grass had introduced too many variables. Elder Qingshuan's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and his hands ceased their movements. Shen Shuzi promptly inquired, well, have you discerned the identity of the person responsible for Qingyue's loss of virtue? Elder Qingshuan's face flushed red. Were you all merely waiting for this? Otherwise what? Sheng Shuzi countered. What a jest. How could I divine the affairs of a mere qi refinement practitioner? Where would that leave my dignity? Elder Qingxian declared with righteousness. He would certainly not confess to his failure. That individual seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mist, utterly unfathomable. Surely, there must be a powerful adept skilled in divination shielding them. He pondered upon his profound mastery of divination, only to find himself unexpectedly thwarted by a mere cultivator of qi. Over the past decades, he had employed the art of divination a mere 3 times. The first instance was to ascertain the identity of Tianya, known as Mou, and it was a success. Years later, he fortuitously encountered an extraordinary tome entitled The Cultivation of Immortals, which left him in awe and eager to locate the author, Hai Jiao, for further insights. To his astonishment, the author seemed to have anticipated his interest and employed a secret technique to obstruct his divination. Who could have foreseen that just a few years later, he would again stumble upon a setback at the hands of a young cultivator in the qi stage? Sheng Shuzi furrowed his brow. The recent actions of Elder Qing Xian clearly indicated the use of divination, yet he chose not to expose it. If even Qing Xian could not locate that individual, it signified that few within the entire Tian Xian sacred land possessed the ability to do so. At this juncture, Ling Qinghua spoke up, respectfully requesting the elders to permit her to withdraw from the engagement. Sheng Shuzi nodded slightly. They could not possibly consent to Mou marrying someone who had lost her purity. This engagement was initially established by Yu Shimei to support the Taiqing sacred land while also considering Ling Yunchue's reputation. If it could materialize, splendid. If not, it was of little consequence. In truth, he himself had strongly opposed their union. Little Yu would ascend to the higher realms within 500 years, while Ling Qinghua was destined to inherit the position of sect master, necessitating her presence in the lower realms for at least 3,000 years. A separation of 2.5 millennia was far too lengthy for someone scarcely 500 years old. Sheng Shuzi declared, I consent to dissolve the engagement. Is there anyone who opposes? A profound silence enveloped the hall. Su Qiyun, the master of the spirit beast peak, cast a contemplative gaze towards Morongyi. Observing the lack of dissent, Sheng Shuzi was about to announce the decision when Su Qiyun abruptly stood, his countenance grave as he interrupted. Wait, I find this matter unsatisfactory. He paused, then continued, when Yi Xinzi established this engagement, we invested considerable effort and resources for the Taiqing sacred land. Now, to simply withdraw at will. Is that not a rather fortuitous turn of events? Upon hearing this, Ling Yunxue could not help but emit a soft sigh. Elegantly adjusting her sleeves, she spoke with a calm yet authoritative tone. We can fully return the prior assistance. However, Su Qiyun waved his hand dismissively, regarding Ling Yunxue with a knowing smile. No, that is unnecessary. I have a more advantageous proposal. Oh, Ling Yunxue arched an eyebrow, intrigued. Do share. Su Qiyun cleared his throat and began to elucidate. Since Qingwei has made it clear that this engagement cannot continue, we must also recognize that it was personally sanctioned by Yi Xinzi and cannot be easily annulled. He paused, surveying the assembly. Thus, I have devised a perfect solution that will maintain the bond between our two sacred lands without placing the saints in a difficult position. Saint Shuzi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, pray tell, what is this perfect method? Su Qiyun smiled gently, her gaze flitting between Ling Yunxue and Ling Qinghua, ultimately settling on Ling Yunxue. What if the master of Taiqing sect were to marry on behalf of his daughter? uniting with Xiao Yu as her partner in the Tao? As these words echoed through the grand hall, an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Everyone was taken aback by this astonishing proposal. Marrying on behalf of someone else? Was this truly a reasonable notion? Although it was well known that Ling Yunxue and Ling Ching were merely mother and daughter in name, and that Ling Yunxue remained unmarried, this idea seemed utterly ludicrous. Saint Shuzi's smile faltered, realizing that such absurdity could exist within his sect. He recalled the incident involving Murong-Yi's proxy divorce and contemplated the implications for the sacred land once he ascended. Murong-Yi was left speechless. Was the realm of cultivation truly this progressive? Could it really be approached in such a manner? Nevertheless, the woman was indeed striking. Having her as a sect mistress was not entirely unfathomable. Ling Ching felt a surge of excitement. It was a remarkable opportunity. Instead of wasting time with the frigid Ling Ching, capturing her master would be far more advantageous. If only she had thought of this sooner in her past life. Her senior brother would not have remained single for eternity. He would surely be enamored. She recalled her brother's words. He had no particular preferences. As long as she was beautiful, he would be interested. Ling Yunxue, the most exquisite beauty of the Tianyuan continent during Saint Shuzi's era, was certainly not inferior to Ling Qingwei. Ling Qingwei, on the other hand, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. How could the Tianxian sacred land propose such an outrageous demand? For her master to marry on her behalf? The thought was more unbearable than death itself. Ling Yunxue furrowed her brow slightly, elegantly lifting her teacup and taking a delicate sip to mask the turmoil within. As she set the cup down, a playful smile graced her lips. The master of Spirit Beast Peak certainly had a penchant for jest. She reclined lazily against the back of her chair, her voice soft and enchanting. I wonder if this is a serious suggestion or merely an attempt to amuse me. Saint Shuzi cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He prepared to refute this preposterous suggestion, but Su Qian interjected. Please, do not rush to conclusions. Allow me to finish. He directed his earnest gaze toward Ling Yunxue. This marriage proposal was originally an agreement between you and Fairy Yi. It also serves as a testament to the amicable cooperation between our two sacred lands. Now that Saintess Qingyue has encountered an unforeseen circumstance, it is only reasonable for you, as her master, to fulfill this vow on her behalf. Moreover, Xiao Yu, as a disciple of the Grand Elder, shares an equal standing with us. If he were to wed Qingwei as before, it would be rather inappropriate. Ling Yunxue's brow creased slightly as she countered. Is he not the Holy Son? Surely, he is destined to succeed the position of sect leader, much like Qingwei. What is amiss with that? Su Qiyun quickly signaled to Shang Shuzi. Understanding the cue, Shang Shuzi elaborated. Xiao Yu has no intention of assuming the position of sect leader. The next sect leader shall be. His gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on Murong-Yi, Xiao Yu's most recent disciple. All eyes turned in unison toward Murong-Yi, who was taken aback. How had she unexpectedly become a candidate for sect leader? However, the crowd did not linger on her for long, as she was not the focal point of this discussion. Su Qiyun continued to speak eloquently. Look, the generational hierarchy poses no issue. It aligns perfectly. Ling Yunxue perceived the inadequacy of this reasoning and shifted her inquiry, but I am already of considerable age. How could I possibly be the Tao partner of the heavenly profound Holy Son? Su Qiyun dismissed her concerns lightly. The sect master of Taching is jesting. You were once the most beautiful woman on Tianyuan continent. Although Ling Yunxue was not young, time had left her remarkably unscathed, adding a touch of mature allure. Her regal visage was well preserved, her skin as pale as jade, delicate to the touch. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with the unique charm of a mature woman. The luxurious white robe she donned perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, a full bosom, a slender waist, and a pert posterior, creating a breathtaking tableau. Wherever she stood, she became a striking spectacle, compelling onlookers to steal glances. Ling Yunxue fell silent, surprised by how far matters had unfolded. Marrying in place of her daughter? Absurd. Yet, the Taching Holy Land indeed required the alliance with the heavenly profound Holy Land. It was precisely this rationale that had persuaded Ling Qingyue to accept the marriage pact. Surely, she could not refuse when faced with it herself? What would Qingyue think? If she could unite with the heavenly profound Holy Son, it would firmly bind their two sects together. This was an opportunity she could not dismiss. Furthermore, the heavenly profound Holy Son excelled in both appearance and talent. At this thought, a ripple of emotion stirred within Ling Yunxue, subtly swaying her resolve. She raised her hand to gently caress her smooth, delicate cheek. The texture still firm as ever. She remained captivating, her charm undiminished. Ling Yunxiue had already devised her plan. She turned to Ling Chingwei and softly inquired, Chingwei, what are your thoughts on this? Ling Chingwei hastily shook her head, her voice urgent. Master, absolutely not. How could you marry on my behalf? This is utterly unreasonable. Her voice trembled, evidently distressed. This was the first time in many years of cultivation that she had been so animated. Ling Yunxiue shook her head and turned to Shang Xuzi. I agree to fulfill the marriage contract with the heavenly profound holy son in place of Qingwei. Shang Xuzi was taken aback. Such an agreement could be made. Can we not have a normal person? Nonetheless, he nodded slightly. If that is the case, so be it. Fortunately, MOU remains unaware of this engagement. Even if the person were to change, he would remain oblivious. At that moment, Ling Qingyue's voice resonated. I do not agree. Master, you cannot acquiesce to them. Her tone was soft yet strikingly resolute. You are the sovereign of the Tai-Chin sacred land, my master. How can you? Ling Yunxiue gazed at Ling Qingwei and let out a gentle sigh. Qingwei, I understand your thoughts. However, you must comprehend that there are matters beyond our control. Given our positions, we must bear the corresponding responsibilities for the future of the sacred land. There are times when we must make certain sacrifices. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyue's delicate form shivered slightly. She bit her lip. But, there is no but. Ling Yunxiue interrupted her words. It is settled as such. Master, Ling Qingyue attempted to voice further objections, but Ling Yunxiue had already turned away, no longer regarding her. I consent to this union. I kindly request that you convey this matter to Shang Xiaoyu. Henceforth, he shall be my betrothed. 3 days later, MOU slowly awakened. The remnants of the setting sun poured into the room, casting a golden hue over everything. It detected that you have successfully disrupted the engagement between MOU and Ling Qingwei. The villain has triumphed. Reward, Purian Xianbing. Automatically replenishes 500 fortune points. Villain points increased by 500. MOU was momentarily taken aback. What had transpired? After a brief slumber, his engagement had vanished? Soon, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. It appeared that Ling Qingwei genuinely believed he would seek her out one day. How delightful. After all, as the holy son of Tianxian, he hardly knew her. Her decision to annul the engagement not only indicated that the previous events had affected her in some way, but also revealed her desire to avoid deceiving herself regarding his esteemed status. As for their relationship, he could simply visit the Taijing Holy Land to find her when the time was right. MOU rose and stretched languidly. After all these years, he had never felt so invigorated. Indeed, Xiaoyi's acupuncture proved to be remarkably effective. The mental energy he had expended during the formation and while playing the flute had significantly rejuvenated. He opened his system space, where a pill emanating a gentle glow floated serenely. It was the perfect heavenly Tao foundation pill. How effortless it was to receive such rewards. As for the medicinal materials that Chu Yuli had damaged, MOU was rather unconcerned. They were merely fourth-grade spiritual herbs, not particularly precious. And there were plenty in the heavenly Xian sacred land. MOU pushed open the door and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Ling Wanqing stood beneath an ancient tree, gazing quietly into the distance. Hearing the sound, she turned around, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Have you awakened, senior brother? Her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to the enchanting song of a yellow oriole. Today, she donned a pale blue long dress, adorned with exquisite embroidered orchids at the hem, which rendered her appearance exceptionally fresh and elegant. MOU nodded and inquired, what about Yuer and Xiaoyi? Ling Wanqing sighed helplessly. Yuli is busy cooking in the kitchen, and as for Xiaoyi, she was summoned by Master Su. Su Qiyun? MOU was filled with confusion. Why was he seeking Murongyi? Could it be that he intended to have Xiaoyi work to repay for the chicken he had stolen last time? Su Qiyun, the master of the spirit beast Peak, was notorious for his frivolous nature and his stinginess, often haggling over a mere few chickens. Ling Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, it was he. He claimed he wanted to select a suitable spirit beast for Xiaoyi. She recalled the events that had transpired earlier. Initially, she and Murongyi were preparing to leave when they were halted by Su Qiyun. The two hit it off immediately, engaging in lively conversation. It turned out that Su Qiyun had been inspired by Murongyi's words. If one could take a wife in place of a master, why could one not marry off a daughter in her stead? At the same time, he was deeply moved by Murongyi's youthful exuberance and grand aspirations. Thus, he resolved to gift her a spirit beast as a token of his regard. MOU nodded slightly, realizing that this was a gesture of courtesy. Ling Wanqing continued. Senior brother, in just a month, the Sword Sect's sword trial tournament will take place. Third senior sister has invited you to witness it. The sword trial? Very well. MOU readily agreed. Furthermore, third senior sister mentioned that you and Jinzi are to engage in a contest, with the expectation that you shall defeat him at the sword trial tournament in 10 years' time. Excellent. MOU confidently replied. A mere Yuan-ing stage swordsman is hardly worth mentioning. There is no need to wait a decade. I could defeat him even now. Ling Ching nodded earnestly. Your swordsmanship is currently lacking. I urge you to practice diligently, so that you do not suffer defeat when the time comes. MOU furrowed her brows slightly. Wait, swordsmanship? A sword test? You want me to duel with him? Indeed. Ling Ching replied with an expression of utter certainty. Is there not a mistake? Does he possess the essence of a sword? I currently lack even the intent of a sword. How can I be expected to compete with him? MOU expressed his grievances. The Sword Trial Conference, an illustrious event organized by the Sword Sect, gathers sword cultivators from all corners of the world for mutual exchange and skill refinement. During this grand assembly, all cultivators engage in combat solely relying on their own cultivation and swordsmanship to determine the most formidable swordsman in each realm. In essence, this serves as a platform for the Sword Sect to showcase its prowess, as swordsmanship remains its forte, even among the 9 sacred grounds. Few can rival the Sword Sect in the art of the sword. It is a folly for one to pit their unremarkable skills against the strengths of others. After all, there are still 10 years remaining. Ling Ching remained unfazed. In her previous life, her senior brother triumphed over Sword Child after 30 years. This time, her senior brother has grown even stronger. Spending a decade to comprehend the essence of the sword and cultivate a sword heart, defeating Sword Child should be an effortless endeavor. MOU nodded, acknowledging the information. Is there anything else? Ling Ching blinked playfully. You must attend next month's sword testing event. There will be a delightful surprise. A surprise? What kind of surprise? If I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore, she teased, deliberately keeping him in suspense. She had prepared something truly special for Ling Yunxue. A design crafted by her senior brother. He would undoubtedly adore it. MOU did not pursue the matter further. As Ru Wanqing had stated, if one were to anticipate a surprise, it would no longer retain its element of surprise. Master, you are awake. A melodious voice interrupted their conversation. MOU turned to see Chu Yuli approaching with a bowl of soup. Come and taste this. I just brewed it. MOU's gaze fell upon the bowl of soup, momentarily rendering him speechless. Can this concoction truly be deemed soup? The vessel contained a vibrant green liquid, which, while visually appealing, emitted a bitter aroma reminiscent of traditional Chinese medicine from a considerable distance. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge of alchemy and toxins, he discerned that this was a reaction between spiritual herbs, resulting in the production of a bitter substance. Even within the realm of elixirs, such a bitter concoction would be classified as inferior, let alone a mere soup. Master, although it may indeed possess an unpleasant scent, it is nonetheless a token of yours heartfelt intention. Chu Yuli's voice grew somewhat despondent as she gazed at MOU with a pitiful expression, her clear eyes brimming with hope. As MOU beheld her pitiable demeanor, his heart nearly melted. With a decisive thud, he retreated to his room and sealed the door. It was far preferable for his heart to soften than for his stomach to endure such a fate. What manner of sustenance is that? Chu Yuli felt a sense of helplessness. She too was aware of its unpalatability. Turning her gaze towards Ling Ching, she inquired, Master Uncle, would you care to sample it? Ling Ching, regarding the bowl of broth, let out a resigned sigh. It was merely a loss of a puppet. The situation was not dire. Shortly thereafter, she managed to digest the noxious concoction through the puppet. At that moment, the courtyard door was gently pushed open, and Mu Rongyi entered, carrying 2 vividly feathered chickens, her face alight with excitement. Come and see. The master of Spirit Beast Peak has gifted me these chickens. Ling Ching was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the chickens in Mu Rongyi's hands. These 2 were, astonishingly, Xianling colorful feather chickens of the Golden Core stage. It is worth noting that as ornamental spirit beasts, reaching the Golden Core stage is exceedingly arduous. Indeed, these 2 might even surpass the age of Su Qi Yun. Typically, even when they resorted to thieving, they only managed to procure those of the Qi refining stage. Su Qi Yun had evidently invested significantly this time. Sensing the astonishment on Ling Ching's face, Mu Rongyi felt a surge of pride. With a beaming smile, she declared, these chickens look absolutely delectable. Let us do them one day. Outside the courtyard, Su Qi Yun, who had just escorted Mu Rongyi back and had not yet departed, stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. How is it that all those outside the first peak exhibit such a lack of discernment? The Xianling colorful feather chicken is an ornamental spirit beast, not a meal. As night descended, in his chamber, Mou sat cross-legged, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. Suddenly, a gentle knock interrupted the stillness. "Is the little master uncle in?" The voice was enchanting and imbued with a hint of anticipation. It was Meng Lanin. Mou rose and opened the door. Meng Lanin's previously slightly disappointed expression instantly transformed into one of vibrant delight. She had thought that Mou was absent once more. "Iner has come to play the flute," she declared, as a crystal-clear jade flute materialized in her delicate hand. With a heart brimming with joy, Mou swiftly stepped aside, exclaiming, "Come in." Before entering, Meng Lanin resembled a cautious little creature, peering her small head out the door, glancing left and right. Once she ascertained that the surroundings were devoid of any onlookers, she entered the room with ease, gently closing the door behind her. Mou welcomed Meng Lanin into the room, his gaze lingering for a moment on the jade flute she held in her hand. This exquisite flute, glistening with a radiant sheen, emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. Noticing Mou's attention, Meng Lanin offered a charming smile and extended the jade flute towards him. "Little master uncle, this flute is Ling Ching, a precious gift from my esteemed master. Its melodious tones are exceptional. Would you care to give it a try?" Mou took the jade flute, feeling its coolness and delicate texture. "A splendid flute," he remarked in admiration. "I'm glad you like it," Dream Lanin replied, her voice imbued with joy as she approached the table, seated herself, and brought the jade flute to her lips. "Now, I shall begin." Mou nodded and took a seat beside, quietly awaiting the moment. Meng Lanin took a deep breath and began to play gently. The sound of the flute was melodious and graceful, flowing through every corner of the room like a crystal-clear spring. Mou closed his eyes, immersing himself in the serene melodies. Meng Lanin's flute playing was indeed exquisite. Each note was executed with such precision that it captivated the soul. As the final notes faded, Mou opened his eyes, genuinely impressed. "You truly excel at playing," he remarked. Meng Lanin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she humbly replied, "You flatter me, senior uncle." Rising from her seat, she approached Mou and extended the jade flute towards him. "Senior uncle, would you care to give it a try?" Mou shook her head softly. "No, it's all right. I can teach you," Meng Lanin replied, as she took the initiative to grasp Mou's hand, placing the jade flute into his palm. Upon feeling the warmth of his hand, a subtle stir emerged within her heart, an unfamiliar sensation washing over her. She held his hand gently, guiding his fingers to rest upon the flute's holes, speaking in a soft tone, "Little master uncle, you should press it like this." Under the guidance of Meng Lanin, Mou endeavored to play the instrument. However, the sounds he produced were intermittent and lacked melody, prompting a gentle laugh from Meng Lanin. "Little master uncle, you are truly inept," she teased, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. Mou chuckled. "It appears I am not particularly gifted in this regard." "No worries. Take your time," Meng Lanin reassured him, once again clasping Mou's hand and guiding him patiently. The distance between them diminished, and Mou could even perceive a subtle fragrance emanating from Meng Lanin. Sensing Mou's presence, her cheeks flushed deeper, and her gaze became somewhat dreamy. "Little master uncle," she whispered. Someone confessed their feelings to me again today," Meng Lanin suddenly remarked, her voice barely audible. Mou was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "I imagine you must have turned him down." Meng Lanin gently nodded, her voice filled with pride. "Indeed, how could I possibly hold any admiration for him?" Subsequently, the two fell into a prolonged silence. Suddenly, Meng Lanin pointed towards the window. "Little master uncle, look. The moonlight is truly enchanting tonight." Mou followed her finger's direction. Gazing outside where only thick layers of clouds resided, there was no trace of the moonlight. He began to utter something, but was interrupted by Meng Lanin. The young master closed her eyes and said, "Iner has a gift for you." Mou obediently closed her eyes. "All right, you may open them now." What greeted her was the sight of the young girl's small, delicate fists, tightly clenched. "What is it?" Mou inquired with curiosity. Dream Lanin slowly opened her hands, and a soft, radiant sphere of white light began to rise, gently floating in her palm, both gentle and luminous. "This is a moon gifted to my little master uncle," she spoke, her voice as tender as flowing water. The white light gradually ascended, coalescing within the room into a hazy full moon, radiating pure brilliance that illuminated the chamber, transforming it into an ethereal paradise. Mou gazed at the girl's flawless visage illuminated by the moonlight, her bright eyes reflecting the lunar glow as if filled with countless stars. Meng Lanin offered a gentle smile, revealing two delicate dimples, enchanting and captivating. Mou gazed absent-mindedly, her heart involuntarily quickening with each passing moment. Did her junior master truly appreciate Einar's gift? A hint of anxiety laced her voice. Mou regained his composure and nodded, generously offering his praise. I adore it, as long as it is a gift from Einar. I cherish it. Meng Lanyin's cheeks flushed slightly, and a glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes. She delicately retrieved a finely crafted small box from her bosom. Upon opening it, inside lay several exquisite pastries adorned with specks of golden osmanthus, emanating an alluring fragrance. Little Master Uncle, this is the osmanthus cake I made with my own hands. Do take a taste. Mou gazed at the pieces of osmanthus cake, inhaling the subtle fragrance of osmanthus flowers, intertwined with a hint of wine aroma that tempted one into a state of intoxication. Very well, I shall indulge in a taste. Mou remarked, lifting a piece of osmanthus cake, channeling the heavenly poison pearl to purify the impurities within. The alcohol content was rather high, imparting a pleasantly tipsy sensation. He placed the osmanthus cake into his mouth, and with a gentle bite, it dissolved beautifully, releasing a delightful sweetness accompanied by the rich fragrance of osmanthus and wine. A taste truly exquisite. It melted in his mouth, sweet and delectable. Indeed, the culinary skills of Einar are remarkable, he praised. Clearly able to discern the numerous precious ingredients incorporated, perfectly harmonized with the wine's aroma. Far superior to that girl, Chu Yuli, who only knows how to squander spiritual herbs. Meng Lanin watched as Mou savored the osmanthus cake, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. As long as the little master uncle enjoys it, I can prepare it for him every day. She spoke softly, a hint of shyness in her voice. Yet, as Mou continued to consume one osmanthus cake after another, showing no signs of intoxication, Meng Lanin's heart sank, her disappointment evident. She had indeed added the immortal drunkenness given by Ling Wonking to this osmanthus cake. But how could her little master uncle remain unaffected, as if nothing were amiss? A miscalculation. Meng Lanin felt a pang of regret. Without the little master uncle succumbing to inebriation, how could she proceed with her next plan? Little master uncle, could you feed me one? Meng Lanin suddenly inquired. It seemed she would have to resort to her backup plan, bolstered by liquid courage to confess her feelings. Mou gently nodded. He picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and brought it to Meng Lanin's lips. She opened her small mouth and delicately took a bite. As she savored the osmanthus cake, a swift blush adorned her cheeks, and her gaze became increasingly dreamy. Mou was somewhat taken aback. The potency of this wine was truly astonishing. Little Master Uncle, Meng Lanin's gaze was dreamy, her cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, reminiscent of peach blossoms in full bloom during March, resplendent and alluring. Mou gazed at the young girl before him. Her usually clear and bright eyes were now veiled in a thin mist, brimming with allure. She was indeed intoxicated. Just as he was about to assist Meng Lanin to bed for some rest, he noticed her producing a wine flask and taking a hearty gulp. Still drinking? She wouldn't need to rise for 3 days. Mou extended his hand to support the delicate form of Meng Lanin, preventing her from falling. Suddenly, Meng Lanin turned her head and pressed her lips against his. A subtle fragrance of wine wafted between their lips, infused with a hint of sweetness that was utterly intoxicating. The sweet liquid cascaded from the girl's cherry blossom lips to the tip of his tongue. This was no ordinary wine. Who would dare to mix such a concoction into a drink? Could not help but gaze at the young maiden before him. Her cheeks were flushed with a delicate hue, her eyes shimmering with a misty allure, as if they contained a spring of liquid warmth. Her ruby lips parted slightly, exhaling a breath as fragrant as orchids. An intoxicating essence that was laced with a hint of sweet, heady wine. Little Master Uncle, I have feelings for you. I truly cherish you, she whispered. Her voice soft and velvety, imbued with a touch of inebriation. Before she could finish her confession, she embraced tightly, her softness pressing against his chest. In the next moment, she rose onto her toes, her cherry blossom lips brushing against his earlobe, first delivering gentle pecks like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, then playfully nibbling with her pearly teeth, a delicate caress that sent shivers down his spine. Mou felt a surge of electricity coursing up his spine to the crown of his head. His breath quickened, and his hands instinctively tightened around Meng Lanin's waist. Meng Lanin, emboldened, clung tightly to Mou's neck, leaning forward so that her delicate form nearly enveloped him. Then, tilting her head slightly back, her eyes gazed deeply into Mou's with a tender affection. Gradually, she drew closer, their lips trembling as they met, first a gentle touch, followed by a tender caress. A dance of intimacy. Soft and warm, imbued with the unique sweetness of youth, she would occasionally nibble gently, at times pressing softly against him. Within MOU's body, a torrent of heat gradually surged. This foolish girl actually dared to mix such a potent drug into the wine. Now, she finds herself in a state of confusion. However, the effects of the He-Huan poison are rather uninteresting. Such matters are best experienced in a state of clarity. As the heavenly poison pearl activated, the He-Huan poison within both their bodies was instantly dispelled. With the poison neutralized, Meng Lanin's mind went blank, overwhelmed by disbelief at her own actions. "I'm so sorry. Little Master Uncle, I didn't mean to. I was intoxicated." She frantically wriggled free from MOU's embrace. Her cheeks flushed to the point of feeling as though they might bleed, her voice barely a whisper. Almost immediately, regret washed over her, a wave of frustration surging within. Why did she pull away? Such a splendid opportunity to win over her little Master Uncle was right at hand. Just then, a pair of strong arms encircled her waist, drawing her back into that warm embrace. To ignite a fire only to wish to flee? Such fortune is rare indeed. Meng Lanin raised her gaze, her eyes shy and misty with emotion. Little Master Uncle MOU ceased to speak, directly capturing Meng Lanin's lips with his own, his mouth pressed down firmly, intertwining passionately as he dominantly claimed her breath. Meng Lanin let out a soft moan, completely surrendering to the fervent kiss. MOU's hand gently traced along her waist, slowly gliding downward, delicately caressing her midsection, before applying a subtle pressure to draw her body intimately closer to his. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Meng Lanin gasped softly, her gaze dreamy, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach. MOU's gaze trailed down her flushed cheeks, resting upon her gently rising and falling bosom. His fingers delicately clasped the ribbon of Meng Lanin's collar, looking at her with an inquiring expression. Meng Lanin's heart raced fervently. She slightly closed her eyes and gave a gentle nod. MOU's lips curled into a smile as her fingers gently tugged, loosening her garment, which slowly cascaded down, revealing skin as pristine as freshly fallen snow. MOU could no longer restrain himself. He lifted Meng Lanin into his arms and carried her towards the bed. The flickering red candles cast a gentle glow, the curtains hung low, and the light danced in a mosaic of shadows. The room was filled with an enchanting ambience, the essence of spring unfurling endlessly. "Oh, little Master Uncle, you are quite wicked," Meng Lanin playfully chided, her voice languid and infused with contentment. MOU teased. "Do you like it then?" Meng Lanin let out a soft hum, a sound that seemed to convey both discontent and a hint of playful affection. "I certainly do not like it. You only know how to bully me." At that moment, she reclined on the bed, her gentle breaths betraying her excitement, her delicate form rising and falling ever so slightly. After a brief pause, she reluctantly lifted her tender jade foot, lightly placing it upon MOU's leg, a gesture imbued with a touch of flirtation. "Little Master Uncle, it is still quite early." MOU felt the surging warmth within him. Indeed, the night was still young, and he had much work ahead. Murongi stealthily approached MOU's door, gently pushing against the tightly locked entrance. Frustration welled within her. She had inadvertently taken her master's book today. What if he found out? That would be quite unfortunate. She glanced towards the nearby window, wondering if she could enter through there. Just then, MOU's voice drifted softly from within the room. "Shaoi, what are you sneaking around outside for?" Murongi froze, her heart racing. "And no, master, I just left something in your room. May I come in to retrieve it?" "Ah, I see it, your needles." As soon as the words left his lips, a box of silver needles flew out from the room, landing steadily in Murongi's hands. She accepted the needles with a sigh of relief and quickly turned to leave. Thank goodness her master had not noticed. Yet, there was something peculiar about his voice, as if he had been jolted by an electric shock. Inside the room, the atmosphere lingered. MOU gently exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had locked the door just in time. At this moment, Meng Lanin was kneeling before him, her gaze filled with tenderness and dependence. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window panes, casting a gentle warmth throughout the room. MOU slowly opened his eyes, feeling the warm and delicate presence in his embrace, the touch smooth and silky. He glanced down, discovering that Meng Lanin was curled up in his arms, her sleeping face serene and tranquil. A wave of tender emotion surged within MOU. The exquisite nine, though yet to awaken, undeniably resembled a meandering corridor. It possessed an innate talent for playing the flute, as if it were a gift from the heavens. The music was enchanting, leaving a lingering aftertaste that was utterly intoxicating. Meng Lanin let out a soft murmur, gradually opening her eyes. As she lifted her gaze, she found herself locked in the depths of MOU's profound eyes, which brimmed with tenderness. "Little master, uncle," she spoke, her voice husky from slumber, yet sweetly melodious. "Are you awake?" Meng Lani nodded, her cheeks flushing a delicate crimson, recalling the wildness of the previous night. She felt a wave of shyness wash over her, burying her face in Mou's embrace, too bashful to meet his gaze. Mou chuckled softly, drawing her closer. "What is the matter? Are you shy? How insufferable!" "Little master, uncle, you're truly terrible," Meng Lanin playfully retorted, her tone laced with sweetness. She lifted her gaze, once more meeting Mou's eyes. Within those depths seemed to shimmer with starlight, radiating affection and longing. "Will you still cherish me, even if you find another woman in the future?" Mou gently caressed her hair, and naturally, Yin would forever hold a cherished place in my heart. Upon hearing this, Meng Lanin felt a surge of sweetness within her. She gently turned over, her garments gracefully enveloping her enchanting figure. "Then I shall rest easy," she said with a playful smile. "However, I must take my leave now. My master is out, and I need to assist in managing Xian New Peak. Perhaps another day I shall serenade my little Shirshu with my flute," she mischievously winked. "Or, my little Shirshu may come to find me as well." With that, she vanished from the room. Mou gazed in the direction of her departure, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Detection complete. You have successfully intercepted the fortune of the Daughter of Destiny, Meng Lanin, by employing techniques such as Immortal's Drunkenness and Huan Powder. You have rendered Meng Lanin completely submissive. Reward: Celestial Level Melody, automatic replenishment of fortune, 3,000 points, and an additional 3,000 villain points." He scoffed at the mention of Immortal's Drunkenness and Huan Powder, asserting that they bore no connection to him. Nonetheless, Mou felt a sense of satisfaction. His villain points had now soared to 9,800, while his fortune had reached 18,700, marking a significant accumulation of wealth. With a mere thought, he initiated a connection with his soul ring. The exquisite figure of Yinshi appeared beside him, her expression tinged with playful reproach. "Little you, how could you find a new girlfriend and not allow your master a glimpse?" "Yinshi, is this something you are permitted to see?" Mou, feeling helpless, remarked. After a brief bout of playful banter, Yinshi ceased her jesting and returned to the soul ring. Mou summoned Chu Yuli and Mu Rongyi. He produced the Yin formula of the Chaos Yin-Yang technique and presented it to them. "This was a celestial level skill I fortuitously discovered within a hidden realm." Both women were taken aback. Chu Yuli's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. She knew that, to her knowledge, there were no true celestial level techniques throughout the entire Tianxian sacred land, let alone the entire Tian Yuan continent. To think that her master possessed one and had bestowed it upon her. A warm surge of emotion filled her heart, deeply touched. She vowed to repay her master in kind. Mu Rongyi also felt a swell of excitement within her. Indeed, her master was a child of destiny, effortlessly uncovering such a powerful technique in a hidden realm. Now that she had such a formidable backing, as long as her master did not sacrifice her, she could pursue anything she desired. Administering acupuncture to her master daily would pose no issue. The two accepted the Chaos Yin-Yang technique. Chu Yuli lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Master, you are giving us this technique. Is it not a dual cultivation method? Does Master truly wish for that?" She felt a mix of shyness and anticipation. Mu Rongyi's eyes sparkled slightly. Dual cultivation was not an impossibility. Yet, despite this thought, she too felt a twinge of bashfulness. Mou solemnly remarked, "Although this is a dual cultivation technique, it can also be practiced in a conventional manner, far superior to the methods found in the heavenly mysterious sacred land. I harbor no such intentions towards you, so there is no need for concern." He continued. "The current Chaos Yin-Yang art has already ascended to the second grade of immortality, allowing for an even swifter cultivation pace." Chu Yuli and Muroni both nodded, realizing their misunderstanding, and swiftly departed in haste. Once they had left, Yinshi appeared beside him, her brows slightly raised in surprise. "An immortal level technique? Where did you acquire it?" "Naturally, it is from the legacy of the immortal emperor," Mou replied. Yinshi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, since he possessed an immortal emperor-grade body refinement technique, it was hardly astonishing that he had also obtained an immortal level technique. "Sister Yinshi, do you recall our previous wager?" Mou teased. Yinshi paused for a moment, then quickly regained her composure, letting out a soft huff. "Of course I remember. It was about foot washing, wasn't it? What I said stands true. However, do show me that technique." She extended her hand, palm up, stopping before Mou. Her curiosity piqued about the technique that could elicit such bashful expressions from the two young maidens. Remained unperturbed, directly handing the Inju to Yanxi. As Yanxi received the technique, she began to peruse it meticulously. Initially, her demeanor was calm, but gradually, an unmistakable astonishment flickered in her vibrant crimson eyes. And she began to murmur to herself, "Is it truly possible that such an extraordinary technique exists in this world? A second-tier celestial technique that can achieve such remarkable speed and cultivation? And this is merely half of it." She suddenly lifted her gaze to Meets. Her voice tinged with urgency. "Xiaoyu, is there another half?" Mou nodded gently and presented the Yangju to Yanxi. As she accepted the Yangju, Yanxi meticulously perused its contents, her expression growing increasingly astonished. After a significant pause, she finally spoke. "Xiaoyu, I can assure you that this technique is undoubtedly beyond the second rank of immortality. It possesses the potential to ascend even higher." She then lightly shook her head and returned the 2 volumes of techniques to Mou. "I am uncertain of the requirements for its advancement," she continued, letting out a soft sigh. "If you could discover the means to progress, this technique would undoubtedly surpass the Da Funtianju I previously bestowed upon you." Mou gently nodded and then inquired, "Sister Yanxi, do you wish to cultivate this technique? After all, the soul can also be refined." Yanxi's delicate figure momentarily froze, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of playful reproach. "You clever boy, have you now set your sights on your master's intentions? This is indeed a genuine dual cultivation technique." With a graceful flick of her hand, she accepted that Mou had presented, her tone laced with jest. "Since you have begun your practice of the, I shall take it upon myself to thoroughly study this technique for your benefit, so that I may guide you in your cultivation in the future." Mou smiled faintly, expressing her gratitude to Sister Yanxi. Observing Mou's smile, Yanxi felt her heart race slightly. Could it be? Was she truly developing feelings for Xiaoyu? After all, she had watched Mou grow up. Yet, such an upbringing was not without merit. Perhaps one day, she would indeed have to personally engage in dual cultivation teachings. In the ensuing month, Mou led a life that was both fulfilling and busy. By day, she practiced swordsmanship with Xia Ningbing, and by night, she sparred with Su Meyer. Occasionally, she would also engage in discussions about the art of flute playing with Meng Lanin. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the eve of the sword sect's sword trial arrived. Mou, accompanied by 2 disciples and Ling Ching, embarked on the spirit vessel. "Master, there are so many disciples. Are they all here to participate in the sword trial?" Morongi inquired with wide, curious eyes. Mou nodded. As the grandest swordsmanship tournament in the Tianyuan continent, the Tianjin sacred land would undoubtedly send its disciples to participate. The group settled into their seats aboard the spirit vessel. Mou's gaze fell upon Morongi. "This time, you are to participate in the sword testing of the Qi refinement stage. It is indeed a rare opportunity, so seize it well. After all, masters do not linger long in the Qi refinement stage." Morongi nodded earnestly. "Master, rest assured, I shall surely bring back the first place for you." Mou nodded with a sense of relief, her gaze subsequently shifting towards the ethereal figure ahead on the spirit vessel. This sword trial was led by Xia Ningbing and the master of the sword peak in the tribulation stage. Seated gracefully at the bow of the boat, Xia Ningbing captured the attention of numerous disciples. After all, they seldom had the opportunity to behold this cold, exquisite master who was unparalleled in beauty. Xia Ningbing sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly shut, immersed in her cultivation. At this moment, only one day remained until the system's 200th comparison. The prospect of a 100-fold reward was undeniably enticing. Even for her, this reward was something she was determined to obtain. After all, based on her observations while instructing Mou this month, he was certainly incapable of surpassing her. Though his physique was formidable and his spiritual energy abundant, he lacked offensive techniques. In a true duel among experts, he would not even have the chance to fully harness his physical and spiritual advantages. This was also the reason she had been urging Mou to practice his swordsmanship during this period. Only when his offensive capabilities were honed, without any flaws, could he be deemed competent and secure a place in the world in the future. Mou withdrew his gaze, and at that moment, a delicate white fox gracefully leaped into his embrace. "Sister Mayor, are you also going to try your hand at swordsmanship?" The little fox gently nodded, its voice sweet and enticing. "Since all of you are going, I cannot possibly remain here alone. However, there is no room for me here. So it seems I must spend the night with my brother." "Brother, look over there," Su Mayor said, gesturing with her foxtail towards a certain direction. Mou followed the direction she indicated and spotted Meng Lanin approaching briskly. Trailing behind her was a young man clad in a white robe, accompanied by several subordinates who exuded an intimidating aura. "It appears your little wife has been harassed," Su Meyer remarked with a teasing tone. Mou reminisced about that individual. Zhang Ruifeng, a true disciple of the Sword Peak. He is now at the first layer of the nascent soul realm, sharing the same level as Meng Lanin. Mou reminisced about the time when he was still in the Golden Core stage, having once undertaken a mission alongside him. However, the memories had faded with time. Reflecting upon it, he realized that he had not roamed the inner sanctum of the Tianshan sacred land for many years, and it was likely that many no longer recognized him. Meng Lanin approached Mou, gently linking her arm with his, and cast a glance back at Zhang Ruifeng. "I already have someone I like. Please do not harass me any further." She then turned to Mou, her tone tinged with grievance. "Little master uncle. This person keeps confessing to me despite my repeated rejections." With that, she rested her head on Mou's shoulder, casting a resentful glare at Zhang Ruifeng. Zhang Ruifeng's gaze fell upon Mou, momentarily taken aback. Mou embraced Meng Lanyan's waist, signifying his intentions. "Well, is there truly someone who has captured the affection of Sister Meng? By the way, who is he? I have no idea. I've never encountered such a figure before. Though he is rather handsome." "Shh, keep your voice down. Can't you see Zhang Shixiang's expression has changed?" The disciples behind Zhang Ruifeng began to whisper among themselves. Mou discovered that these disciples did not recognize him, and thus spoke aloud. "I am Mou, the saint son of the heavenly Xian sacred land. Surely, you have all heard of me." He cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, asserting, "Meng Lanin is under my protection. It would be wise for anyone to refrain from harboring ulterior motives towards her." As he spoke, he gently wrapped his arm around Meng Lanin's slender waist, drawing her closer to him. "If you depart now, I shall overlook the earlier incident." Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples erupted into a flurry of murmurs, their voices laced with astonishment and confusion. "What? He is the legendary saint's son? How could he possibly be here?" Regret filled their hearts as they recalled their past admiration for him. "It has been a decade since we last laid eyes upon him. I had thought he had withdrawn from the sect." The gazes directed at Mou were a blend of shock and sympathy, as their memories of him were anchored in a time 10 years past, when the once promising genius had tragically fallen from grace overnight. Nestled within Mou's embrace, Meng Lanin felt a surge of indignation as she listened to the discussion swirling around her. Mou sensed the trembling of the person in his arms and gently pressed her hand, signaling her to remain calm. At this moment, Zhang Ruifeng also emerged from his astonishment. He stepped forward with purpose, his voice quivering with excitement. "Little master uncle, it is truly you. Do you still remember me?" Mou furrowed her brows slightly and nodded. "I have a recollection." Yes, she recognized him, but why was he so exuberant? Moreover, why was the script different? Zhang Ruifeng exclaimed with excitement. "Little master uncle, you remember me. Do you recall? 10 years ago, we undertook a mission in the Sunset Mountain Range, where we were besieged by ferocious beasts. In your attempt to save us, you sustained serious injuries." He turned to Meng Lanin, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Sister Meng was also present. She must remember. Meng Lanin nodded. Indeed, she remembered vividly. That day, she witnessed little master uncle fight valiantly against the formidable beasts, disregarding his own safety to protect them. His figure had etched a profound imprint upon her heart. It was then that she developed feelings for him. Mou reminisced about past events, recalling a particular incident that stood out. It was his inaugural task upon reaching the Golden Core stage, and it turned out to be his last. At that time, a fierce beast was guarding a rare spiritual herb he desperately needed. In an effort to conceal his own capabilities, he allowed others to escape first. Ultimately, it took considerable effort to subdue the beast. On his return, he was gravely injured. Subsequently, Sister Yinshi drained his spiritual energy, rendering him a reclusive figure akin to Wan Qing. Zhang Ruifeng continued, expressing that ever since that moment, the imposing silhouette of his junior uncle had been etched in his memory. Previously, he had heard tales of how his junior uncle selflessly put others before himself, willing to sacrifice his life to save his fellow disciples. At the time, he had dismissed these stories as mere fabrications, only to later recognize the folly of his disbelief. His tone was laden with admiration and regret. Meng Lanin wore a blissful smile, having once shared the same misconceptions. Now, she had become the first to capture the attention of her junior uncle. However, while everyone held deep admiration for him, that admiration was a separate matter from the present conversation. With a playful huff, she addressed Zhang Ruifeng. "In that case, I belong to my junior uncle. Please refrain from bothering me in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruifeng quickly gestured an apology. I'm sorry, Sister Ming. I intended to inquire about my junior uncle's whereabouts, not to intrude upon you. He paused, continuing to explain. When you first turned me down, I had given up. But upon hearing that you often encounter my junior uncle, I hoped you might facilitate an introduction. He scratched his head, his face flushed with embarrassment and regret. I had no idea you would misconstrue my intentions. Ming Laning's eyes widened in surprise. She had always believed Zhang Ruifeng was persistently pursuing her, ever since his initial confession. She found him quite bothersome, making a point to keep her distance whenever he was near. To her astonishment, he was actually seeking her junior uncle? Truly, her junior uncle had inspired a decade of devotion from someone. Mou was taken aback. In the past, Ming Laning would occasionally act coquettishly with her, mentioning how someone had come to confess their feelings to her. Was it not Ming Laning who was sought after, but herself instead? Zhang Ruifeng carefully retrieved a storage ring from his bosom, presenting it with both hands before Mou. Little Master Uncle, you sacrificed your cultivation to save us. I have diligently searched through ancient texts over the years, and these spiritual herbs possess varying degrees of ability to restore one's spiritual roots. I implore you to accept them. Little Master Uncle. Mou was momentarily at a loss for words. Was there truly a way to restore his lost cultivation? Indeed, there was. Yet it had been siphoned away by Sister Yanqi. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, there is no need. The past matters are not your concern. I implore you to accept this, my esteemed junior uncle. Zhang Ruifeng interjected, bowing deeply, his body trembling slightly. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. His junior uncle was so thoughtful, even at this moment, considering his feelings and fearing that he might blame himself. Mou, with a hint of resignation, remarked, my cultivation has now been restored. As he spoke, he subtly revealed his aura, and an overwhelming wave of spiritual power instantly radiated outward. He had reached the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Ruifeng abruptly lifted his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. Not only he, but all the disciples surrounding them were rendered speechless. The Holy Son had regained his cultivation. Moreover, he had ascended to the nascent soul stage. At just 24. The 5th level of the nascent soul stage made the Holy Son the unrivaled figure of the Tianyuan continent. Shock and elation intertwined on the faces of the crowd. The selfless, extraordinarily gifted Holy Son of the past had returned, and he was even more formidable in merely 10 years. He had advanced from the 1st level of the Golden Core stage to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. It is worth noting that even the one hailed as the foremost nascent soul cultivator of this generation, GNZ, barely reached the 1st level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 24. What a terrifying pace of cultivation the Holy Son exhibited. It was simply unprecedented. Zhang Ruifeng's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement as he gazed at Mou, his voice choked with emotion. This is wonderful. Little Master Uncle, your cultivation has been restored. Mou chuckled, I have already recovered, so there is no need for concern. Zhang Ruifeng, visibly relieved, nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with joy. Soon after, as if recalling something, he eagerly inquired, Little Master Uncle, I have come to participate in the sword testing as well. Are you also taking part? Surely. You intend to triumph over the swordmaster and claim the title of the foremost in the nascent soul stage of this generation. Mou shook his head and turned his gaze backwards, landing on Mu Rongyi. I brought my disciple here. She shall participate. To have him engage in the sword trial by flinging the sword away with sheer force? What a ludicrous notion, though the rules may permit it. Such an act would undoubtedly invite censure. Who knows, the regulations might even be revised due to this incident the next time around. Therefore, it would be best for him to simply observe. Additionally, he hoped to ascertain whether he could fulfill his master's wager. With a mid-grade spiritual treasure, coupled with system rewards, there must be something extraordinary in store. Me? Mu Rongyi's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to reality by this unexpected call. She had been lost in the astonishment of her master having other companions. There was her senior apprentice Su Mei'er, who would sneak into her master's chamber every night. And then there was Ling Yunshui, who was already betrothed. Now, another had appeared. Zhang Ruifeng's gaze also shifted towards Mu Rongyi, a flicker of admiration gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, she was the junior apprentice, even as a disciple. She exuded exceptional charm. Not only was she beautiful, but her demeanor was extraordinary, unmistakably possessing the qualities of a sword immortal. Mu Rongyi felt a twinge of joy. Since her master had rescued her, many had praised her beauty. All of this was attributable to her master, who had pulled her from the depths of despair. Subsequently, Zhang Ruifeng engaged in light conversation with Mou, seemingly with an endless stream of words that persisted until Ming Lanin took her leave. Eventually, after numerous subtle hints from Mou, he reluctantly departed. As Mou gazed at his departing figure, a soft sigh escaped his lips. The presence of a little admirer was truly burdensome. Beside him, Chu Yuli bowed her head, her delicate frame trembling ever so slightly. She had lost. To her astonishment, she had been utterly defeated by Meng Lanin. Her master had publicly acknowledged his relationship with Meng Lanin. Despite being so close, she had failed to seize the opportunity. Surely, they had not engaged in such intimate matters yet. They couldn't have. There was still hope for her. Victory would be hers. As night fell, the sky adorned with countless stars, a colossal spiritual vessel glided through the heavens, emitting a gentle hum. Within the vessel, in a spacious room bathed in bright light, Su Meier playfully remarked, "Is this what you call sleeping? What else could it be? Your presence is quite overwhelming." He replied, "You can't possibly have developed those kinds of feelings for your sister who grew up alongside you, can you? How peculiar." Su Meier's voice was teasing and enchanting. At that moment, she languidly reclined against Mou, her body soft and warm, her long, fair legs restlessly caressing him. Mou let out a resigned sigh. Meier, both beautiful and alluring, could evoke feelings in any man. Su Meier chuckled softly. "Thank you for the compliment, dear brother. But do refrain from getting too familiar with your elder sister. Otherwise, I might just strip you of your clothes and toss you into your apprentice's room. Surely, you wouldn't wish to become a pervert who preys on his own disciple." Mou widened his eyes, filled with disdain for such a cruel heart. If such an incident were to occur, it would undoubtedly lead to social demise. He composed himself and remarked earnestly, "What is the reason this time? Have you been angered, worried, or frightened?" Su Meier, with a tone of grievance and a melancholic voice, replied, "On several occasions, I sought your company, only to find your soul banner hanging at the entrance. Only now do I realize you were clandestinely frolicking with your little wife. This behavior has truly saddened me." "Dear brother," Mou said earnestly, "Sister Meier, if you feel restless and wish to spar, there is no need to seek justification. Should you desire to experiment with your enchanting skills, I would be more than willing, provided your actions remain within reason." Su Meier's eyes sparkled, exuding charm. "You are truly dull," she playfully chided, leaning in close to Mou's cheek to take a gentle whiff. Though the young girl was no longer a maiden. "Your physique seems unchanged. Do you possess some extraordinary constitution?" A startled sensation coursed through Mou's heart. Could she truly perceive that? He answered truthfully, "Pure young sacred body." "Ah, so that is the case, dear brother. Our Tianhu clan possesses a technique to absorb yang energy. Since your yang energy is so abundant, would you allow your sister to partake a little?" As Su Meier spoke, she delicately extended her pink tongue to gently caress her crimson lips, her pink pupils shimmering with an alluring glimmer. "How shall I partake? Must it involve such actions?" Mou inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. Su Meier chuckled softly, arching an eyebrow. "What a lovely thought, but of course not. You merely need to absorb it from a distance. The yang energy will flow forth." She slightly parted her cherry lips, mimicking an inhalation. It was evident that she was more skilled than Meng Lanin in this regard. However, Mou vigorously shook his head. "Not from a distance, all right, but not from a distance." He adamantly refused to engage in such a disadvantageous endeavor. "Please, just let your sister have a taste." Su Meier cooed, her voice sweet and melodious. "Just one sip, and I promise to compensate you well after a day's rest. I have a duel with the swordmaster tomorrow." As Mou finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill at his wrist. Su Meier had, unbeknownst to him, already grasped his wrist, her breath fragrant like orchids. This was indeed the first time for his sister. Rest assured, she would take responsibility. And on the days when you are frail, she would care for you tenderly. As Mou attempted to activate the Emperor's banner in defiance, he discovered it remained unresponsive. His spiritual energy seemed entirely immobilized, unable to be summoned even in the slightest. With the celestial fox's divine abilities, he found himself bound by the spirit-locking forbidden element. Was there anything that could save him without the use of spiritual power? The mind of Mou raced with thoughts. The undying golden body? It could only be utilized once a month, a considerable loss. The heavenly poison pearl? Merely a frivolous notion. Employing it would be excessive. The celestial spirit power loan. He hastily accessed the system shop, where both the binding immortal rope and the celestial spirit power loan remained available, with discounts no less. It required 3,600 villain points. A slender golden thread materialized in his grasp. With but a thought, it could transform into a long rope to bind Su Meier. The celestial spirit power loan for the binding immortal rope was limited to once a day. each usage lasting merely 10 seconds. It could firmly control any foe below the realm of immortals for that brief span, at the cost of depleting his remaining spiritual energy. Armed with this trump card, Mou felt a surge of confidence, gazing intently into Su Mayer's alluring eyes. Noticing the change in Mou, Su Mayer arched an enticing eyebrow. It appeared her younger brother was prepared, thus, the sister would commence. Suddenly, Mou pondered a question. Wait, senior sister. Does your consumption of yang energy count as supplementation? Su Mayer's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she chuckled softly. At such a moment, her junior brother was still contemplating cultivation. He was indeed diligent. Then, before imparting the techniques, let me elucidate the matter for you. With that, Su Mayer began to patiently explain, though her proximity and intimate posture left Mou feeling somewhat uneasy. Mou listened to her explanation, yet found it utterly tedious. Nearly succumbing to slumber, after a stick of incense had burned, she concluded, thus, my cultivation technique can be regarded as a harmonious interplay of yin and yang. At last, Su Mayer wrapped up her impromptu lecture and redirected her attention to Mou. Observing his drowsy demeanor, she felt a surge of irritation. Honestly, here I am, earnestly imparting knowledge, and you dare to doze off. Mou instantly regained his senses, secretly filled with regret for purchasing something unnecessary. The pure yang kidney would remain unaffected by the yin-yang complementation technique. Su Mayer, noticing his distraction, shot him an exasperated glance. You wretched brother. It seems that only a proper lesson will etch this into your memory. I intend to teach you a thing or two. Regained his composure, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. He could teach Su Mayer a lesson with the binding immortal rope, making her realize that he was not one to be trifled with. Just as Su Mayer was about to unleash her unique technique, a sudden burst of golden light illuminated the surroundings. The binding immortal rope coiled around her limbs like a serpent, securing her firmly in place. What is this? Panic flickered in Su Mayer's beautiful eyes. She had never encountered such an extraordinary artifact. Her spirit, body, and techniques were all comprehensively suppressed, leaving her utterly powerless to resist. Instinctively, she understood that this was a celestial instrument. As Mou gazed at the bound Su Mayer, a mischievous thrill surged within him. Observing her predicament, he couldn't help but reflect on the situation. The binding immortal rope, how delightful it is. Sister Mayer, are you frightened? He chuckled softly in the past. It was merely I who yielded to you. Su Mayer, uncomfortably restrained, struggled incessantly, attempting to free herself from her constraints. Yet, the binding immortal rope only tightened its grip, rendering her even more immobile. You wretched brother, release your sister at once. As Mou gazed at Su Mayer in her current state, a sense of secret satisfaction welled up within him. However, time was of the essence. Smack! How dare you hit me, you wretched brother? Su Mayer exclaimed, a mixture of embarrassment and fury evident on her face. With urgency pressing upon him, Mou swiftly evaded her wrath and made his escape. He needed to seek refuge with Xianbing without delay. As Mou burst through the door, the celestial binding rope's golden light dissipated, and in an instant, Su Mayer regained her freedom. With a graceful sway, she transformed into a fleeting pink shadow, appearing before Mou and obstructing his path. Oh, dear brother, why have you stopped running? A smile danced in her eyes, and a teasing smirk graced her lips. Mou let out a dry laugh. Senior sister, I was merely jesting with you just now. Please do not take it to heart. Jesting? Su Mayer advanced gradually towards Mou, exuding a subtle, enchanting fragrance. But I assure you, dear brother, I took it quite seriously. Mou retreated repeatedly until his back pressed against the wall, leaving him with no escape. Senior sister, what do you intend to do? Su Mayer gracefully approached, her delicate fingers lifting Mou's chin. What do you think? Of course, I wish for you to experience my prowess. Before her words had fully settled, she seized Mou and hurled him upon the bed. With a light leap, Su Mayer stood at the edge of the bed, looking down at Mou from her elevated position. You have exhausted your spiritual energy. Can that celestial artifact still be of use? Mou shook his head and said earnestly, Senior sister, if you truly intend to wield your powers, you will come to regret it. Regret? Su Mayer chuckled softly, her fingers gently tracing along Mou's cheek. How dare you strike me? If I do not teach you a lesson, then I would be the one to regret it. She slowly leaned in, preparing to unleash her abilities. Mou's heart raced. His throat parched, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, only to come to an abrupt halt midway. Su Mayer's delicate countenance paled in an instant, terror reflected in her beautiful eyes. A formidable backlash of power erupted from Mo's body, seemingly intent on absorbing her own strength. How could this be possible? She yearned to break free, but her entire being felt utterly powerless. Mo sighed, "Senior sister. I warned you that you would regret this." Sumaya trembled slightly, her breath quickening as waves of spiritual energy surged uncontrollably from her body towards Mo. "No. Please stop." She bit her lip, desperately trying to resist the loss of her spiritual energy, yet ultimately failing to maintain control. With a soft gasp, Sumaya's body jolted. An even greater surge of spiritual energy flowed into Mo, propelling him directly to the sixth layer of the nascent soul stage. He felt a surge of anxiety. Surely nothing would go awry? He promptly calmed his mind, ceasing the absorption of her energy. Soon after, Sumaya sat wearily beside Mo. Utterly drained. Though her face bore the marks of fatigue, she remained enchanting. "Brother, how could you?" Sumaya asked weakly, her voice trembling. "I told you there would be consequences. You insisted on proceeding," Mo replied. Sumaya huffed softly, a mix of indignation and surprise flickering in her eyes. The divine abilities of the celestial Fox clan had indeed faced backlash. "You truly have opened my eyes, dear brother," she panted, her gaze filled with complex emotions. Seeing her frail state, Mo hastily infused his spiritual energy into her. Having already exhausted his own reserves, he drew this energy from Sumaya. Feeling Mo's concern, a warmth blossomed in Sumaya's heart. She lifted her gaze to meet his handsome visage and playfully pinched his cheek. "Do not think that this is the end," she teased with a gentle reproach. "Once I recover, I shall certainly express my gratitude to you in a most generous manner." Mo smiled and nodded. "All right, I shall await your return. However, before that, Sister Mayor, it would be wise for you to rest well during these 2 days of your weakness. I will take good care of you." Sumaya leaned against Mo, her eyes gently closing. Her breathing gradually steadied, and a serene expression graced her face. Mo gently exhaled a breath. Why such a reaction? He nearly lost control. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Detection indicates that you have employed a strategy, demonstrating remarkable acting skills to lure the enemy deeper, absorbing Sumaya's dark energy. Reward: method of endurance in battle." Method of endurance in battle: the harmony of the infant and the celestial maiden, the merging of lead and Mercury divides the sun and moon. By balancing the dragon and tiger, the spirit turtle absorbs the essence of the golden crow. Villain points increased by 300. Method of endurance in battle? Mo was taken aback. Wasn't this the moment when Zhu Beiji single-handedly faced 7 adversaries, leaving the 7 spider spirits breathless and utterly fatigued? Subsequently, an overwhelming influx of indescribable knowledge surged into his mind. Even for the experienced Mo, a blush crept upon his cheeks. If one were to slice open his head at that moment, it would surely reveal a golden hue. This technique could enhance pleasure, bring joy to Meng Lanin, and prolong combat endurance. Here, a serious battle was underway. Yet, frivolous encounters could also suffice. It proved to be exceedingly useful. At that moment, Yan Shi's astonished voice echoed in his mind. "You've made remarkable progress. You actually triumphed over your senior sister? I have watched you being bullied since childhood. It's a rare occasion to witness your victory. From this day forth, I shall win against her every day." The corners of Mo's lips curled upward, radiating an air of confidence. Although the binding immortal rope could only be employed once a day, it would undoubtedly grant him an advantage of 10 seconds. Upon hearing this, Yanxi couldn't help but smile. She was utterly skeptical of Mo's bravado. "You can keep boasting," she said, shaking her head. "If I weren't siphoning your yang energy, you would stand no chance against me." However, she paused, her tone shifting to one of astonishment. "I never imagined that your physique would be a rare mutated constitution. Truly, one destined for greatness possesses a physique unlike the ordinary." "Mutated constitution?" Mo queried, perplexed. Yanxi patiently elaborated, "Indeed. Your physique is a variant of the pure yang sacred body, endowing you with the ability to resist energy absorption." A hint of delight tinged her voice. It had been quite some time since Mo had posed any questions to her. Even regarding alchemy, he had not sought her guidance, leaving her to feel almost non-existent. Her daily role reduced to mere conversation. Mo nodded thoughtfully. To his surprise, Yanxi had already filled in the gaps without requiring any explanation from him. He carefully set Sumaya down and gently tucked her in with a blanket. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Mo approached the door and discovered Ling Ching standing at the threshold. Without preamble, Ling Ching stated, "Sister Xia instructed me to inform you that you should refrain from engaging in conflicts with Sister Su over the next few days." She needs to concentrate on her cultivation and will not have the time to attend to your matters. Should you encounter any trouble, she will not be there to heal your wounds. Additionally, if Sister Su continues to bully you during this period, Sister Xia will expel her from the group. After delivering her message, Ling Wangqing leaned in to peer into the room. Sister, did you hear that? Mou instinctively positioned himself at the doorway. Yet he was still a step too late. Ling Wangqing had already caught sight of Su Meyer, who lay upon the bed, her cheeks still flushed, bearing the appearance of someone who had been thoroughly exhausted and breathless. Ling Wangqing blinked her bright eyes in surprise and turned her gaze towards Mou. Do you believe me when I say nothing happened between us? Mou replied with a hint of resignation. I believe you. I won't tell anyone. Ling Wangqing nodded earnestly. To her astonishment, in this lifetime, her senior brother had actually managed to win over the fourth senior sister. He truly was remarkable, having sparred together since childhood. They had finally reaped the fruits of their efforts. It was indeed a challenging journey. As Mou observed the unmistakable mirth gracing her countenance, he discerned her skepticism. Yet, it mattered little. Wangqing would not spread such tales indiscriminately. Ling Wangqing, in a buoyant mood, turned and departed with a lightness in her step. Another triumph for her senior brother. The following day, at the Sword Sect, a colossal stone monument stood resolutely. The monument was cleaved in two, its edges polished to a mirror-like sheen, as if severed by some unparalleled force. In the distance, Lu Qianchen, the master of the Sword Peak, addressed the assembly. This is the sword monument, born of heaven and earth, capable of measuring the level of sword intent. The deeper the sword scar, the more potent the sword intent. He paused, a flicker of reverence gleaming in his eyes. 50 years ago, your esteemed uncle, Bai Shuangying, cleaved this monument in half with a single strike. Since that moment, she has been universally recognized as the most formidable sword cultivator throughout history. Lu Qianchen gently caressed the long sword at his waist, which emitted a deep hum. Resonating with its master's intricate emotions, my sword intent can leave a mark of 7 feet and 6 inches upon it. Any disciple possessing sword intent may attempt to do the same. Xia Ningbing gazed at the distant monument, where the severed edges still emanated a fierce sword intent. As if recounting the earth-shattering strike of yore, her expression remained tranquil, yet her violet eyes sparkled with a myriad of stars. Typically, sword intent is categorized into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and man, but above them lies the ultimate sword intent that transcends the heavenly level. To cleave this monument, one must wield the ultimate sword intent. Who, exactly, was Bai Shuangying? Was she the reincarnation of a celestial sword immortal? A faint smile graced her lips. If Bai Shuangying could achieve it, so could she. With a gentle tap of her toes, Xia Ningbing's figure transformed into a stream of violet light. Soaring towards the sword monument, Zhang Ruifeng approached Mou's side, his enthusiasm palpable. Little Shirshu, let us try this together. Mou shook his head, saying, I possess no sword intent. Zhang Ruifeng felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. His junior master, endowed with extraordinary talent, had already comprehended sword intent. How could he possibly lack it? It must be due to the years spent tirelessly recovering his cultivation, neglecting the path of the sword. He solemnly declared, Junior Master, I shall never forget your kindness. I am leaving now. Mou gazed at the retreating figure of Zhang Ruifeng, utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? Meng Lanin and other disciples above the nascent soul stage also hastily followed suit. Mou gently stroked the little fox in her arms. Sister Mei, are you going? The sword monument merely assesses the sword intent and does not require much energy, so it would not burden Sister Mei. Su Mei replied weakly, I shall not go. At that moment, Moroni approached Mou and said, Master, I have now achieved a minor success in my sword momentum. Mou nodded slightly, acknowledging the progress. Achieving minor success within a month was commendable. Each realm of swordsmanship is divided into 4 stages: initiation, minor success, major success, and perfection. When Moroni first observed her sword intent, she was at the initiation stage. Now, after a month of minor success, she has made remarkable strides. Even within the vast expanse of Tianyuan continent, Moroni chose not to dwell further on this topic and turned her gaze towards Su Mei. Master, why do you appear so frail? Would you like me to prepare some medicine to help restore your vitality? Upon hearing this, Su Mei gently nodded. Her voice soft and feeble. All right. Then please transform into your human form, so I may take your pulse. Su Mei leaped from Mou's embrace, gracefully shifting her form into a stunningly beautiful woman. Upon witnessing the scene, Mou hastily reached out to support her. Su Mei's complexion was as pale as a sheet, her body trembling slightly, and she weakly leaned against Mou, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you." Mu Rongyi stepped forward, her delicate fingers gently resting upon Su Mayer's fair wrist, focusing intently on her pulse. Moments later, her brows furrowed tightly, her face betraying a look of shock. Was this not a pulse indicative of excessive intimacy? The words slipped from her lips instinctively. Indeficiency. Quickly realizing her faux pas, she hastily covered her mouth. However, the disciples surrounding them had all heard. The disciples present were at the foundation establishment stage, nearing the golden core. Even those who had not received Mou's grace in the past had heard of his illustrious reputation and held him in high regard. At this moment, their gazes toward Mou brimmed with admiration, the implications unspoken yet clear. Just yesterday, he had proclaimed his relationship with the senior sister of Xiannu Peak. Now, today, their very own senior sister was reported to be indeficient. Was this not rather swift? The Holy Son is formidable, a role model for our generation. The disciples whispered among themselves, exchanging furtive glances and speculating audibly. An atmosphere of subtle tension permeated the air. Mu Rongyi quickly interjected to clarify. "Dear seniors, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Indeficiency does not solely arise from excessive intimacy. Factors such as late nights, fatigue, excessive worry, or even improper diet can also lead to indeficiency. Perhaps Master Su has simply overexerted herself during recent cultivation." The surrounding disciples exchanged glances, and although they refrained from further discussion, the skepticism in their eyes was palpable. As Mou was about to speak, Su Maya leaned her entire delicate form against him. She drew close to his ear, her breath fragrant as orchids, her voice laced with an enchanting allure. "Brother, you wouldn't intend to renege, would you?" On the surface, her voice was soft, as if meant solely for Mou. Yet every person present could hear her words distinctly. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, only to erupt into a chorus of hushed gasps and whispered conversations. Truly, the Holy Son was deserving of his title. What fortune he possessed, a privilege none of us could aspire to. All gazes converged upon Mou, their eyes brimming with admiration and envy. In the face of this sudden turn of events, Mou remained utterly unperturbed. With composure, he wrapped his arm around Su Mayo's slender waist, his gaze locking onto her captivating eyes, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Though Su Mayer's body trembled slightly, she showed no signs of yielding, her sultry eyes fixed intently on Mou. The atmosphere between them thickened with an increasingly intimate tension. The surrounding crowd murmured in disbelief. The Holy Son was being rather excessive, flaunting his affections openly before everyone. Mu Rongyi observed the scene and suggested in a hushed tone, "Since it has come to this, why not share a kiss?" Her words seemed to unleash a wave of enthusiasm, prompting the disciples around them to join in the uproar. "Yes, a kiss." Their voices rose in a crescendo, growing louder with each repetition. Standing nearby, the leader of Sword Peak, Lu Qianchen, surveyed the scene. Noticing that the trio from Suiwei Peak showed no intent to intervene, he wisely chose to remain silent. Mou embraced Su Mayer, teasingly gazing at her, and whispered, "Sister Mayer, it seems you find yourself in a predicament. Playing with fire and risking self-immolation, do you not?" Su Mayer met Mou's gaze with a seductive look, her beautiful eyes glinting with a warning. As Mou gazed upon her stunningly beautiful visage, a mischievous impulse arose within him. He gradually lowered his head, inching closer to her luscious, crimson lips. As the distance between them diminished, Su Mayer's breathing became increasingly rapid. Initially, she only intended to tease Mou, never anticipating that he would dare to kiss her in public. With their proximity growing ever closer, she could even feel the warmth of his breath gently brushing against her face. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, but Mou held her waist firmly, rendering her immobile. Resolutely, Su Mayer decided to take the initiative, tiptoeing as her soft, rosy lips tenderly met Mou's. The gentle sensation startled him momentarily. He had merely intended to frighten her. Yet here they were, genuinely kissing. Cheers erupted around them, but Mou was too engrossed to pay heed. The sensations, moist, soft, and sweet, flooded his senses. However, before he could savor the moment, an unexpected sharp pain shot through his lips, accompanied by the metallic taste of blood. Su Mayer had audaciously bitten down on his flesh. Mou quickly turned his head away, channeling his spiritual energy to mend his wounds. When he glanced at Su Mayer again, he noticed her crimson lips stained with blood, her eyes brimming with defiance. This was sheer retribution. At that moment, the system emitted a timely notification. It detected that you coerced Su Mayer into kissing you in public, resulting in her utter humiliation. The villain's counterattack was successful, granting you an additional 2,000 villain points. After all, you had nothing to lose, having shared a kiss. You also gained villain points. You deftly wiped the blood from Su Mayer's lips with a flick of his spell, releasing her waist. He then turned to the onlookers and declared, "All right, you may disperse." The disciples, understanding the cue, promptly departed. Ling Ching stood nearby, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Lu Qianchen, feeling a wave of embarrassment, averted his gaze. Times had changed. The younger generation exhibited far more openness than they had in their youth. Yet, Su Mayer, as if nothing had transpired, transformed into a white fox and leaped into Mo's embrace. She turned her gaze towards Morongyi and inquired, "Is there any remedy that can aid in restoration?" Morongyi, coming back to her senses, regarded Mou with utmost seriousness. Equal parts of cornelian cherry, mulberry, dodder, Hishowu, Schisandra berry, and epimedium. Alternatively, one may use the corresponding spiritual herbs, ensuring their ranks do not differ significantly. Grind them into a powder and use a small amount of white liquor as a catalyst, consuming it 3 times daily. Thus, one may enhance vitality. Mou was assisting Su Mayer in noting down the prescription when suddenly realization struck her. Wait a moment, is this a tonic for invigorating yang? Isn't it meant for those with heme deficiency? The additional prescription given by my master is intended for my master. Morongyi displayed an expression that suggested she was privy to all the secrets. Now, it seems there is no way to cleanse oneself of this stain, even if one were to plunge into the Yellow River. Beside her, clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. This was utterly outrageous. A second offense had occurred. And right before her eyes, the audacity was staggering. Yet, she quickly steadied her mindset. After all these years, what storms had she not weathered? Even if she could not claim the top spot, she would strive for the second. Victory was within her grasp. She silently noted down the recipe for the potion provided by. Surely, there would come a day when it would prove invaluable. The crowd fell into a hushed anticipation as they awaited the other disciples to demonstrate their sword intent. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Turned to see a middle-aged man and a young man approaching. They were the sect leader of the sword sect, the esteemed Ling swordmaster, and his disciple, Chu Wangyan. Ling swordmaster cast his gaze over the crowd of the Tianshan Holy Land, ultimately resting upon Lu Qianchen. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Elder Lu, it has been a long time. Your charm remains undiminished." Lu Qianchen inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, replying, "Ling sect leader, I am glad to see you well." The two engaged in cordial pleasantries. Mou did not pay much attention to their conversation. Instead, her gaze shifted towards Chu Wangyan. This individual represented the opportunity she had been seeking, a mid-grade spiritual treasure. It appeared that Chu Wangyan had also noticed Mou's scrutiny. He raised his head, and their eyes met in the air. Surely, this must be the celestial Xian Holy Sun? At that moment, the voice of the Ling sword master resonated, interrupting the silent exchange between the two. Mou slightly bowed and paid his respects to the esteemed Ling sword master, saying, "I am Mou, a junior. And I greet you, Senior Ling. In my early years, I heard of the heavenly Xian Saint Sun's loss of cultivation, yet now, upon witnessing you, I realize that without destruction, there can be no creation. You surpassed your former self. At merely 24 years of age, you have attained the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and it would not be an exaggeration to declare you the fastest cultivator in the Tianyuan continent today." Ling sword master regarded Mou with an appreciative gaze filled with admiration. Mou smiled and said, "It is merely a stroke of luck." Having attained a modicum of opportunity, Jianzi Chu Wangyan gazed at Mou in astonishment. At such a tender age, achieving this level is truly remarkable. Ling Jianzun refrained from elaborating further, extending his hand to signal the others to follow. "Esteemed guests, please accompany me. The seats have been prepared." Disciples who have left their marks on the sword monument will be guided by dedicated personnel shortly. The group followed Ling Jianzun towards the sword testing site. As they walked, Ling Jianzun suddenly spoke, "Master Lu, might I inquire if your sword peak has seen any prodigious talents in swordsmanship over the past decade?" Lu Qianchen's expression grew solemn, his brows furrowing. Indeed, in the past 10 years, they had not produced any remarkable swordsmanship talents. Zhang Ruifeng could be considered, albeit barely, yet presenting him alongside Jianzi Chu Wangyan would only be a source of embarrassment. Noticing Lu's reaction, Ling Jianzun's face broke into a satisfied smile. "To be candid, Elder Lu, during my recent travels, I chanced upon a promising talent. After merely 3 months of my guidance in the fundamentals of sword intent, he has already reached the minor accomplishment stage. While he may not yet rival our sect's Jianzi, he certainly qualifies as an impressive prodigy. Haha. Lu Qianxin remained silent, though his brow furrowed even deeper. Even in the realm of sword intent, he had no capable individuals to present. Mou quietly trailed behind a group of individuals. It took him approximately 10 days to traverse this distance back in the day. After all, being compelled by two eccentric mentors to practice swordsmanship made it nearly impossible not to progress swiftly. As he later diversified his studies, his pace slowed, and even now, he had yet to grasp the essence of sword intent. Alas, his obsession with collecting weapons led him to feel an incessant itch in his heart whenever he encountered an intriguing blade, compelling him to master its potential. At that moment, Murongi stealthily approached Mou and whispered, "Master, that person is quite the pretender. It took me merely a month to advance from novice to minor proficiency." Though her voice was soft, it resonated clearly among the assembled cultivators. Ling Yun's sword sovereign abruptly halted, his body stiffening, and his expression froze in an instant. Lu Qianxuan's eyes brightened as realization dawned upon him. "Ah, how could I forget to introduce her? This is our candidate saintess from the heavenly Xian Holy Land, one of the future inheritors of our sect, and the disciple of the current saint, Murongi, a prodigy in swordsmanship. She was accepted as a disciple just a month ago. Under the guidance of our saint, she has already attained the minor proficiency in sword intent within this short span." Haha. Ling Yun's sword sovereign-esque complexion shifted dramatically, resembling one who had just swallowed a fly, as he coughed lightly, attempting to redirect the conversation. Since the saint's disciple is so formidable, it stands to reason, however, before he could finish his thought, a thunderous sound erupted from the distance, interrupting his words. Everyone turned their gazes toward the source of the noise. There, the towering sword monument, already cleaved in two, now exhibited a silver diagonal line emerging on one half. Gradually extending, the upper section of the monument began to slide along the line and ultimately crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. This spectacle unfolded with alarming swiftness, yet it seemed to stretch into eternity. Every individual present held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the distant sword monument, their minds echoing a singular question: who possesses such terrifying power? Mou stood amidst the crowd, her demeanor serene. Who else could it be but Xia Ningbing? Ling Yun's sword sovereign was momentarily frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure and turned to Chu Wangyan, instructing him. "Take them to the viewing platform. I shall proceed to investigate." No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a streak of flowing light, racing towards the sword monument. The individuals present from the heavenly mystic sacred land were abuzz with speculation. Chu Wangyan remained rooted in place, his gaze unwavering from the split sword monument. Initially, astonishment flickered in his eyes, which then morphed into reverence, ultimately igniting a fierce sense of battle within him. However, he swiftly quelled his emotions. Adhering to Ling Yun's sword sovereign's directive and leading Mou and the others to the sword-testing viewing platform. Upon their arrival at the platform, they settled into the exclusive area designated for the heavenly mystic sacred land. At that moment, only a few scattered individuals occupied the stands, as it was apparent that the majority had been drawn away by the extraordinary spectacle of the sword monument. Mou glanced around. Presently, they found themselves in the sacred lands of the ancient wilderness, the Ta Ching, the Yao Pool, the Starry Sky, and the host Chutian sacred land. This was the Chutian domain, where the sword sect served as a subordinate force to the Chutian sacred land. At that moment, the voice of Murongi echoed beside him. "Master, why are we seated so far to the side? And why has our little Shirshu arranged formations around us? Is it for some clandestine purpose?" Mou pondered for a moment and devised a plausible rationale for Ling Ching. "Your junior uncle is inherently cautious. This approach minimizes the risk of ambush and allows for greater awareness of others' movements." Murongi's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. "I see now. We are preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Starry Sacred Land, aren't we?" Mou shook his head. "I have inquired. The last adversaries we faced were from the constellations of Tianshu, Tianji, and Kaiyang. The two that departed belonged to Tianxian and Tianquan, and they bore no malice towards us. The factions of Yuhang and Yaoguang have yet to make an appearance. Their stance remains ambiguous. Currently, the individuals arriving from the Starry Sacred Land, as discerned by their attire, belong to the Yuhang lineage." Murongi listened intently, nodding in understanding. It is clear that grievances have their origins and debts have their creditors. Before long, Xia Ningbing approached with an air of elegance. Her demeanor was as tranquil as water, betraying none of the tempestuous might of the sword she had wielded moments earlier. She surveyed her surroundings and ultimately took a seat directly before Mou. Once seated, she waved her delicate hand, and several streams of light flickered past, reinforcing the original formation with added strength. Mou instantly comprehended her intentions. The recent commotion had been rather excessive, prompting a desire for tranquility. Individuals from other factions began to arrive in succession, and the sword trials subsequently commenced. However, Ling Ching remained conspicuously absent. After all, such an occasion would only pique the interest of dedicated sword cultivators. Before long, Mou's gaze was drawn to a figure. Ling Chu, the esteemed leader of the Ta-Ching sacred land, had unexpectedly graced the event with her presence. Mou felt a slight surprise. It is indeed rare for the head of a sect to personally attend such a small gathering. Ling Ching seemed to sense Mou's gaze. She leaned closer and whispered, "Senior brother, look, Aunt Shui is here as well, and she looks truly beautiful today." Mou's gaze lingered upon Ling Chu, who was adorned in a form-fitting qipao that accentuated her exquisite figure, presenting a harmonious blend of modesty and allure. Notably, her ample bosom created pronounced folds upon the fabric, surpassing even Su Meier in its fullness. Mou was slightly astonished. Ling Chu's figure was indeed quite alluring. However, he quickly averted his gaze. After all, Ling Chu was not only his master's sister, but also someone who had cradled him in her arms during his childhood, and more importantly, she was his mother-in-law. He dared not entertain any impure thoughts. He calmly remarked, "Annie Shui looks beautiful in whatever she wears." Ling Ching smiled faintly, choosing not to comment further. Ling Chu's gaze gradually swept across the stands until it finally landed on Mou. The child who once called her Annie Shui in her embrace had grown into such a handsome young man. She tightened her grip on the book in her hands, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was the strategy guide for winning Mou's affection, provided by Ling Ching. After much hesitation, she ultimately found the courage to approach him lacking. Perhaps it was best to prepare a bit more. In the end, she located a solitary foundation establishment disciple from the heavenly mystic sacred land and, employing a spell, inquired, "Does your sacred son have any particular fondness for certain items?" The disciple, with a dazed expression, began to search his mind. Recalling recent events, he confidently replied, "The sacred son loves beautiful women." Xianbing observed Ling Chu's actions. Though she did not catch the words exchanged, she felt no need to intervene. She understood Ling Chu well enough to know she would not engage in any inappropriate behavior. Having just expended some energy to sever that sword monument, she still considered her efforts to be quite fruitful. The sword intent left by Shuangying at the monument had remarkably elevated her swordsmanship. Who exactly was she? Xianbing pondered this question, contemplating whether one could truly cultivate the sword path to its pinnacle and challenge the highest realm of the immortal emperor. Specialization was key. Even she could not compare to Shuangying in the realm of swordsmanship. No, it wasn't just her. Every immortal emperor of her era fell short in comparison to this senior sister. Next, she checked the cooldown time. Cooldown duration, 1 incense stick. Meanwhile, Ling Chu was slightly taken aback. Loves beautiful women? This indeed aligned with Mou's age. She gently waved her hand, dispelling the spell cast on the disciple. The disciple, now confused, had no recollection of what had just transpired. Ling Chu gracefully glided to Mou's side, sitting down elegantly. A delicate fragrance wafted from her movements, refreshing yet not overwhelming. Mou had just seen Mu Rongi off to test her sword when he turned around and caught sight of Ling Chu's dignified figure. He felt somewhat astonished and slightly pressured. After all, she was his mother-in-law. "Annie Shui, what brings you here?" He greeted her with composure. "What? Am I not allowed to come and see you?" "It has been many years since we last met," Ling Shui replied, her voice gentle yet tinged with a hint of nervousness. Mou quickly replied, "Yes, of course." Ling Shui slightly tilted her body, shifting her posture towards Mou. Nonchalantly, she resumed her perusal of the book in her hands, titled How to Swiftly Captivate a Man's Heart, one of the strategies bestowed upon her by Ling Ching. Mou sensed her approach, catching a whiff of a faint yet enchanting fragrance, and subtly shifted to the side. Ling Shui remained engrossed in the book before her. She had already ascertained his preferences. He was fond of beautiful women. The next step was to display her allure. In simpler terms, it was seduction. She lightly bit her crimson lip, wrestling with her inner turmoil for a moment. Reflecting on their engagement, she resolutely gritted her teeth and cast a spell to extend the slit of her qipao up to her waist. However, noticing that Mou had not immediately taken notice, She adjusted her posture, leaning back slightly and gracefully crossing her legs. This movement finally captured Mo's attention. His gaze instinctively drifted towards her. Her long, sleek legs were fully revealed, adorned with a delicate layer of black stockings, while her high-heeled shoes swayed gently, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. He had never seen Ling Ching dressed in such a manner. Usually, she was clad conservatively, never revealing too much. Yet at this moment, the high slit of her qipao paired with her long legs and heels was utterly captivating. But why on earth were stockings and high heels present in the realm of cultivation? He steadied his mind, striving to avert his gaze. He must not look. She was Ling Ching's adoptive mother, his future mother-in-law, and also his master's sister. He absolutely could not entertain any improper thoughts. Ling Ching furrowed her brow. Why would the young man look at her? Was her allure insufficient? Resolutely, she cast another spell. The previously modest neckline transformed instantly into a deep V shape. Annie Shui. What is this? Mou couldn't help but inquire. Ling Ching's cheeks had already flushed a deep crimson. She had not anticipated such a bold action from herself. Hearing Mou's question, she felt even more embarrassed, wishing desperately to find a crack in the ground to hide herself. Stammering, she struggled to respond, ultimately fabricating an excuse. I feel a bit warm. After speaking, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anger. She was being so overt. Yet this fool still failed to grasp the meaning. No wonder Ling Ching sought to strategize for her. It turned out he was truly dense. Thought to himself, this reasoning is hardly worth fabricating. Even a fool can discern its falsity. However, as others remained silent and he could not decipher the meaning behind her words, he decided to attribute her behavior to the heat. Could it be that his so-called Aunt Shui intended to seduce him? Absolutely not. Ling Ching continued to peruse the pages of her book, contemplating the man's desire for conquest. A sudden thought struck her, consistently referred to her as Aunt Shui. Did he harbor a penchant for such taboo romances? How peculiar, indeed, to possess such tastes. Furthermore, the manual provided by Wan Qing did not mention this aspect at all. Additionally, Wan Qing herself seemed somewhat dubious. Who in their right mind would compose a manual on how to navigate a senior brother? Amid her inner turmoil, found himself equally bewildered. In the conservative realm of cultivation, who would dare to don such provocative attire? Even the sultry vixen nestled in his arms would hesitate to dress so boldly. Moreover, where did those black stockings and high heels originate? Suddenly, he recalled that he had once sketched such attire, and only Ling Ching had ever laid eyes upon those drawings. Mou instinctively glanced at Ling Ching, who responded with a smile. In that instant, he comprehended everything. It was likely that Ling Ching had transformed those blueprints into tangible creations, presenting them as gifts to Ling Ching. At that moment, Ling Ching feigned a casual movement of her body. Mou's breath momentarily faltered. He conceded that he was indeed captivated. Ling Ching's beauty exuded the charm of a mature woman, akin to an exquisite vintage wine, whose allure deepens with each taste. Yet, he swiftly gathered his thoughts, silently admonishing himself not to be ensnared by physical allure. A cultivator must maintain a heart as tranquil as still water, unperturbed by external distractions. However, upon reflection, he found himself somewhat excessively rigid. As practitioners, we should embrace our feelings genuinely. To appreciate is to appreciate, to like is to like. Why must one conceal their sentiments and engage in self-deception? He lifted his gaze, his eyes resting steadily upon Ling Ching. In that moment, he felt his state of mind ascend to a new height. He realized that Aunt Shui was the opportunity presented by the Tao regarding his own heart's intent. Ling Ching, under his gaze, felt a rush of unease, her cheeks blooming with color, reminiscent of the delicate peach blossoms of March, vibrant and alluring. She felt a secret delight. Yet a hint of hesitation lingered. With Xiaoning still present, she could not afford to act too recklessly. Chu Yuli, who had been observing Murong Yi's battle on the sword-testing platform, inadvertently noticed Mou. To her astonishment, her master was actually gazing at that lady. Even more astonishing was the fact that the lady appeared remarkably ample, truly substantial in stature, gazed for a considerable time before suddenly recalling the existence of his system. He then accessed the panel of Ling Ching. Name, Ling Ching Fortune. Purple Affinity, 70, Complex Composition, Description, one of Mou's future consorts. Possessing the body of morning dew flower rain, an exceptional furnace. These brief 4 lines conveyed an explosive amount of information. He decided to investigate the most crucial aspect first. System, is morning dew flower rain the one? Indeed. Mou composed himself and inquired once more, what are the specific components? The composition is intricate. predominantly characterized by familial affection, accompanied by a trace of love and a few inexplicable emotions. Mou was taken aback. Love? Then the existence of one of the harem could also be elucidated. However, their relationship, a forbidden romance. Could Aunt Shui possess such inclinations? It was unexpected that even at such an advanced age, one could still be so frivolous. Nevertheless, it was not entirely inconceivable. Wait a moment. Does Ling Ching know about this? Mou felt his thoughts in a tangled mess, his mind engulfed in chaos. He compelled himself to regain composure, swiftly engaging his intellect in an attempt to unravel the situation. Ling Ching was undoubtedly in the know. This so-called surprise was likely her meticulous design. Those ambiguous garments were merely tools she provided to Ling Yunxue for her own conquest. Even the previous incident with Dream Lanin's immortal intoxication bore her signature. The act of adding a dose of tribulation elixir to the immortal intoxication was something only she could accomplish. Mou's gaze inadvertently swept over Ling Ching, who was intently focused on the sword-testing platform, her expression tranquil, betraying no hint of insecurity. The marriage had been called off, yet Ling Yunxue continued her actions. The reason for which was abundantly clear. She sought to maintain the relationship between the two parties. It was unexpected, however, that it was the sect leader herself who made such a personal sacrifice. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that they were the true architects of the dissolution of this union. Xiao Yu, Ling Yunxue's gentle voice suddenly broke the silence, drawing Mou back to reality. Mou responded softly. Ling Yunxue smiled slightly. Auntie Shui has recently been practicing a new leg technique and inadvertently injured her meridian. Could you assist Auntie Shui with a massage? Before the words had fully left her lips, she had already turned her body. Resting her slender jade leg upon Mou's thigh, Mou felt a sudden heaviness in his legs. His gaze involuntarily fell upon those exquisite legs capable of driving anyone to madness. Long and slender. What, are you unwilling? Ling Yunxue inquired softly. How could that be? If it were Aunt Shui, then of course it would be acceptable. Mou nodded in acquiescence and commenced the process of unblocking her meridians. As Mou continued to massage, he spoke. Aunt Shui, you need not go to such lengths. No sooner had he finished his sentence than he felt the jade-like leg beneath his hands suddenly tense. Yet, he did not cease his ministrations. My master has never disclosed to me the existence of my betrothal to Qing Wei. You, and Shui, being so astute, must surely understand the underlying reasons. Hearing this, Ling Yushue's delicate frame trembled slightly, and in an instant, she comprehended Mou's meaning. The betrothal was a facade, a guise under which assistance was rendered to their Ta Qing sacred land. It was she who had misinterpreted Yi Shimei's true intentions. She lifted her gaze to Mou. Observing him as he focused intently on her massage, his demeanor earnest and gentle. For a moment, an enveloping silence settled between them, the air thick with an unspoken tension. Suddenly, Mou broke the stillness. Aunt Shui, could you enlighten me on the happenings within the Ta Qing domain? Ling Yunxue sighed softly, her voice tinged with weariness. The demonic realm passage guarded by the Ta Qing sacred land is nearing its limits. Each level's passage is on the verge of collapse. She gasped softly, her brows knitting together. Be gentle. Paused momentarily, hastily expressing his apologies. I beg your pardon, Aunt Shui. I shall be gentler. Ling Yunxue steadied her breath and continued. We have lost contact with the ancestors of the Ta Qing Holy Land. Currently, there remains only one last 8 tribulation loose immortal, who is on the verge of passing away. Once he departs, the strongest among us will only be a 5 tribulation being. It is likely that before the demonic realm's passage falls, the Ta Qing Holy Land will be divided among other holy lands. Even though Yi Shimei holds the position of Supreme Elder, she will undoubtedly be unable to sway the entirety of the Tianxin Holy Land. Therefore, I must make certain sacrifices. She lifted her gaze to meet Mous. Her expression a complex enigma. Little you, do you understand? Mou did not respond immediately. Could Yi Shimei not influence the entire Tianxin sacred land? Thus far, he had never witnessed any elder behaving with anything but the utmost respect in her presence. Yet, the precise reasons eluded him. He lifted his gaze, his tone gentle. It is perfectly all right, Aunt Shui. You need not put yourself in such a difficult position. Once I grow stronger, I will certainly assist you all. Upon hearing this, Ling Yunshue's lips curled into a soft smile. Then I thank you, little you. Even with Mou's solitary assistance, what change could it truly bring? Nevertheless, this sentiment unconsciously elevated her acceptance of him significantly. Being with him felt far less burdensome than before. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in Mou's mind. Ling Yunshue's current affection, 80, intimate. Automatically replenishing fortune, 800. Villain points increased by 800. Please continue your efforts. Mou gazed at Ling Yunxue, observing her tightly shut eyes. Her originally porcelain-like cheeks were now tinged with a delicate blush, seemingly a response to the comfort brought by the unblocking of her meridians. At that moment, the voice of Yin Shi echoed in his mind. What a pity. As Mou channeled his spiritual energy for a soothing massage, he inquired within his heart, Sister Yinshi, why is it regrettable? Yinshi chuckled softly, responding. It is simply because of this constitution. You have already formed a bond with that little girl, Qingwei, making it impossible for you to pursue her further. Mou was taken aback and couldn't help but retort, is it truly that exaggerated? Yinshi replied, in this humble lower realm, you naturally cannot comprehend. Those endowed with such a physique can produce a unique spiritual essence, which is immensely beneficial. To forge a partnership with one possessing this constitution is indeed a coveted aspiration. Ranked 74th among the desires of celestial cultivators. She paused for a moment and recited in a lyrical tone, the morning dew clings yet dries in an instant. The spiritual form glides like oil, fragrant as an orchid. As a premier furnace for alchemy, the path to immortality unfolds with ease, and in the realm of affection, dreams dance in joy. Upon hearing this, Mou fell momentarily speechless. The inhabitants of the celestial realm are truly beyond evaluation. Can this be used to compose poetry for rankings? He lamented, it is indeed just as described in the poem. How damp, how damp. He then swiftly shifted his tone. However, there is one point in which Sister Yinshi is mistaken. Yinshi raised an eyebrow. Only children make choices. I desire them all. This statement left Yinshi momentarily stunned. Before she burst into laughter. Is the situation in the Ta-Ching sacred land truly so dire? Xia Ningbing pondered as she listened to the conversation between the two behind her. It was indeed Yi Shimei's intention not to inform Mou about the marriage contract. If he had not inquired, perhaps he would have remained oblivious for decades. The issues of the Ta-Ching sacred land were not insurmountable. In the future, an opportunity would arise to destroy those demonic realm passages. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Restating rules, you will be suppressed to the same realm and enter the comparison space to engage in combat with the target. The comparison space will replicate 100 of the target's abilities. Victory will yield rewards, while defeat will result in a penalty game. Rewards can also be obtained through the penalty game. You may commence the comparison at any time. Xia Ningbing did not rush, but instead analyzed Mou's strength. After all, this was the first true battle she would face. She possessed the celestial emperor-level body refinement technique, so there was no need for concern. The formation artifacts and musical artifacts would prove difficult to utilize in this combat scenario. After a moment's reflection, she arrived at a conclusion. Mou was certainly not her match. She closed her eyes and silently spoke, begin. The 200th comparison commenced, entering the comparison space. In an instant, Xia Ningbing found herself in a pure white realm. Not far away, Mou stood silent, resembling a statue with a stern visage. The battle commenced as the system's voice faded. Xia Ningbing immediately summoned her flying sword, aiming for a swift resolution. The sword light surged forth like a rainbow, directly targeting Mou. However, the void before him quivered slightly. An ancient, grand cauldron suddenly materialized, its surface inscribed with intricate and profound runes, emanating an unsettling pressure. A celestial artifact. Xia Ningbing's heart trembled. Another celestial artifact. Though it was not a combat-type artifact, its power in this nascent soul stage battle was undeniably devastating. The great cauldron, with unparalleled might, crashed towards her. The space itself seemed to tremble under this force, terrifying waves sweeping in all directions. As a former celestial emperor, having experienced countless life and death struggles, Xia Ningbing was seasoned in combat. She instantly discerned that this strike by Mou evidently expended all of his spiritual power. Given his current cultivation, wielding a celestial artifact was already a strenuous endeavor, let alone delivering a full-force attack. After that strike, he would undoubtedly succumb to a state of weakness, rendered utterly defenseless. It was truly indicative of his habitual brutish demeanor. This blow was immensely powerful, one that an ordinary cultivator could scarcely withstand. Alas, she encountered her. Xia Ningbing sighed inwardly, yet her movements remained swift and unrelenting. She quickly altered her strategy, shifting from offense to defense. The radiant light of her sword coalesced into layers upon layers of a protective barrier, meeting the oncoming cauldron. However, at that very moment, an unforeseen twist occurred. A flicker of golden light erupted, and a golden rope, akin to a serpentine spirit, shot forth, instantaneously binding itself around her waist. This seemingly simple entanglement caused Xianbing's entire body to stiffen. To her horror, she discovered that her internal spiritual power, her soul, her corporeal form, and indeed all of her strength had been utterly sealed, leaving her incapable of moving even a fraction. The defensive sword barrier she had just conjured, under the influence of this bizarre golden rope, dissipated like snow before the sun. In that moment, Xianbing resembled a mere mortal, utterly powerless, forced to watch helplessly as the cauldron descended upon her. Boom! With a resounding crash, the cauldron struck Xianbing with tremendous force. There was no doubt. She was instantaneously obliterated. Defeat in battle. As her consciousness returned to her original form, a lingering sense of bewilderment remained in her eyes. Defeated? She had actually been defeated. And so thoroughly, so swiftly. Not even a chance to resist. Why had this happened? Xianbing furrowed her brows, her mind ensnared in a web of confusion. Why does MOU still possess the spiritual power to wield a second celestial artifact? Without the essence of celestial spirits, it is fundamentally impossible to truly activate a celestial instrument, let alone simultaneously command two. However, she is, after all, the once mighty empress who stood at the pinnacle of the celestial path, endowed with a resilient mind and vast experience. After a fleeting moment of confusion, she discerned the truth. The battleground was within the confines of the system's space. That MOU was a disposable entity, a puppet capable of recklessly consuming everything in its path. This combat was starkly different from reality. The first time, MOU expended all its spiritual energy, and the second time, it directly sacrificed its life force. It was willing to pay any price to defeat her. Yet she continued to employ the tactics of real-world combat, striving to win with minimal loss. How could she avoid defeat under such circumstances? Xianbing sighed softly, her heart suddenly enlightened. Next time, she would exert her utmost strength to eliminate MOU in the shortest time possible to achieve victory in battle. With this thought, the once dull light in her eyes reignited with fighting spirit. The world is vast. Who can remain undefeated forever? After a setback, finding the cause and immediately rising again is the true path. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in her mind. Punishment game. Kiss MOU on the cheek. With a time limit of 1 month, Xianbing abruptly came to her senses, her previously tranquil state of mind now rippling with waves of turmoil. Kiss Xiaoyu on the cheek? How could she possibly do such a thing? Completion of the punishment game will grant her this reward. Failure to complete it will result in the closure of all system functions. As the system's voice faded, a faint cracking sound echoed, reminiscent of shattered porcelain. The integrity of Xianbing's resolve was fractured. Deep within her heart, she had already made her choice. She was unwilling to engage in such an act. At least for now, she was unwilling. Detection indicates that the heart of the fated daughter Xianbing has sustained a crack. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, her fortune, talent, and strength vastly exceed yours. You have transcended 3 major realms to shatter her heart. The antagonist's counterattack has succeeded. Reward, invincible sword intent. MOU exclaimed, what is this? How can you tarnish a person's reputation without any basis? Previously, when Ling Ching and Meng Lanin administered the poison, you accused me of it, and I endured. When Su Meyer and Muromi encouraged a kiss, you claimed I forced it, and I remained silent. Now, I have not even touched Xianbing for several days. And in fact, she struck me during sword practice for a month. On what grounds do you assert that I am responsible for this? Ah, be gentle. Ling Yunxue felt an unexpected weight upon her leg, and could not help but utter a playful protest. Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a lark's sweet song. I apologize, and Chue, I shall be more delicate. Upon hearing this, MOU promptly focused his mind, lessening his strength and executing his movements with gentleness. After verification, the system responded affirmatively. MOU, everything shall be based on the results of the system's assessment. MOU let out a helpless sigh. Very well. If you say so, then so be it. After all, I have nothing to lose. It cannot be that you merely utter a statement, and Su Ningbing would come to bite me, can it? He lifted his gaze, his eyes settling upon Su Ningbing before him. She stood silently, her slender and upright figure emanating an aura that repelled all warmth. Resembling a statue of ice. Maintaining her usual demeanor, she remained as calm as a still pond. Yet, since the system has indicated so, it suggests that her Dao heart may indeed be troubled. However, it is certainly not due to my influence. It must have been the recent encounter with the sword intended by Shuang Ying at the sword monument that provoked her. though I am unaware of Sister Bai's exact prowess. She cleaved a sword monument in two. In contrast, Su Ningbing merely severed half of a sword monument. The disparity between the two is evident. Thus, I cannot help but feel defeated. The invincible Dao heart has consequently fractured. Yes, it must be so. In any case, it bears no relation to me. Mou did not pay much attention to this matter. Those responsible should offer their comfort. Moreover, for a reincarnated empress, a shattered Dao heart could be mended with merely a night of tranquility. Now that he had attained a sense of sword intent, it was only natural for him to participate in the sword trial and acquire the mid-grade spiritual treasure from Chu Wanyan. Mou focused his mind inward, a profound understanding welling up within him. Could this be the essence of the invincible sword intent? With a mere thought, that sword intent surged forth from his dantian, instantaneously coursing through his every limb and sinew. It felt as though each cell had transformed into an unparalleled, razor-sharp blade, eager to cleave through all obstacles. His body brimmed with strength, a force not derived from spiritual energy, but from an unwavering conviction, a conviction of invincibility. As long as he believed in his own supremacy, this sword intent would perpetually intensify. His mastery of the sword intent had reached perfection, rendering further practice unnecessary. He perused the system's description. Invincible sword intent. A strong heart leads to a formidable sword. Believe in invincibility, and one becomes invincible. The standard level is the utmost sword intent. With the system's elucidation, Mou instinctively grasped what the utmost sword intent entailed. It was a formidable sword intent possessed only by prodigies of the upper realms. With this, he would be considered a genius even in the higher realms. This invincible sword intent was quite fitting for him. After all, he dared to challenge the transformation stage with his golden core and boldly proclaimed his prowess over the integration stage with his nascent soul. One could certainly say he embodied the essence of invincibility. As for the specifics of his level, he would ascertain that when he faced the sword steel. Mou gently patted Ling Yinxue's thigh. "Aunt Xue, I am about to participate in the sword trial." "Very well, you may go," she replied. Ling Yinxue's delicate figure trembled slightly, and she hastily withdrew her long legs, adjusting her attire. She restored the neckline and the slit of her skirt, a faint blush gracing her face, enhancing her enchanting beauty. As Mou beheld her, a smile threatened to escape his lips. He handed the little fox cradled in his arms to Ling Ching, and with a swift motion, he leaped out of the maze. Upon witnessing Mou's emergence, Chu Yuli's anxious heart finally found solace. She had been concerned that Mou might engage in some embarrassing antics with Ling Yinxue within the confines of the formation. Although there were only 3 spectators present, such behavior was simply unacceptable. Suddenly, an inexplicable emotion surged within her. She longed for her master to massage her legs. Yet, this desire seemed rather rebellious. Perhaps she could offer to give her master a massage instead. Mou stepped out of the formation, casting his gaze towards the sword-testing arena. The sword trials are divided into 2 phases. The first phase adopts a platform system, selecting the top 100 sword cultivators from 100 arenas. In the second phase, a ranking battle ensues. However, securing a position among the top 100 grants the opportunity to comprehend the sword intent left behind by generations of ancestors from the sword sect. The battleground has been arranged in a separate dimension. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, Mou perceived the entirety of the scene before him. 100 platforms were arranged in a descending order of height, mirroring the approximate distribution of the participant strength. However, the first platform was somewhat peculiar. Logically, this should have been Chu Wanyan's designated position. Yet, he had not yet taken the stage. Instead, another cultivator occupied the platform. Paid little heed, his figure shifting as he entered the arena, appearing atop the first platform. Opposite him sat a Taoist clad in a gray robe, seated in a meditative posture, exuding an aura as steadfast as a rock. Upon sensing his arrival, the Taoist opened his eyes and rose slowly. To his surprise, this fellow cultivator dared to contend with the swordmaster for the foremost position. As he spoke, his aura surged dramatically, a fierce sword intent erupting from within, swirling around him incessantly. In the spectators' area, Ling Ching gazed at the gray-robed Taoist, softly murmuring, "I never expected him to possess superior sword intent of the heavenly rank, and to have reached the peak of this realm, merely a step away from the sword heart. I initially thought he chose this position out of fear of competitors. Yet it appears he possesses some skill." She felt a sense of familiarity towards him. Chu Yuli, puzzled, asked, "Master Uncle, what exactly is heavenly rank sword intent?" Ling Ching explained, "Sword intent is categorized into 3 ranks, heavenly, earthly, and human. each further divided into superior, intermediate, and inferior grades. Chu Yuli tilted her head, questioning. If it is already divided into heavenly, earthly, and human, why further classify into superior, intermediate, and inferior? Why not start with 9 grades? Ling Ching paused for a moment, then smiled. Everything is classified into tiers, starting with the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Eventually, those within the same rank recognize disparities among themselves, leading to further subdivisions. If one were to delve deeper, there are even more intricate classifications, with some individuals creating a sword intent ranking list to assign specific standings. However, such rankings are not absolute. The effectiveness ultimately depends on the wielder. Even the most ordinary sword intent can unleash tremendous power in the hands of a skilled practitioner. Chu Yuli nodded in understanding. I see. Master is truly remarkable. Mo sensed the formidable sword intent emanating from the gray-robed man. Yet his expression remained tranquil as he replied, having been the foremost figure of the Yuanying for so long, it is now my turn to take the mantle. The gray-robed man, taken aback by his words, soon burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Quite impressive. May I inquire your name, fellow Taoist? Mou of the heavenly profound sacred land. Mou responded languidly. Simultaneously, the aura of sword intent emanating from him was unleashed without reservation. As this sword intent surged forth, it seemed to cause the very fabric of space to tremble, imbued with an air of disdain that looked down upon the world. The gray-robed man was momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether it was due to Mou's name or his distinctive sword intent. Silently, he retrieved a flask of wine. Tilting it back to pour its contents into his mouth, the liquid cascading down the corner of his lips, further accentuating his nonchalance. Do you, my friend, know who I am? Mou summoned his flying sword and spoke candidly. I am unaware. Ha ha ha, my fellow cultivator. I did not expect that you have never heard of my name. The gray-robed man laughed boisterously. Are you truly renowned? Mou inquired, puzzled. The gray-robed man slowly turned away, facing away from Mou, and sighed. This is splendid, splendid indeed. With those words, he soared into the sky on his sword, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. It is fortunate that he does not recognize me. I shall take my leave. Can we refrain from depicting cowardice in such an exquisite manner? Subsequently, he seated himself upon the arena, awaiting the next challenger. In the stands, Ling Ching observed the fleeing gray-robed Taoist, her eyes sparkling with recognition. It dawned upon her that this was none other than the Frost Flower Swordsman. His manner of retreat was strikingly similar. In her previous life, after her senior brother had vanquished the swordsman, he had boisterously proclaimed that her senior brother was merely mediocre, even daring to declare his intention to challenge him. Yet, upon their subsequent fortuitous encounters, he had been thoroughly bested by her senior brother time and again. However, in this lifetime, why had he become so spineless? After the Frostflower Swordsman fled, he sighed in relief upon realizing that had not pursued him. In the future he envisioned, he had merely uttered a few disparaging remarks about, only to be relentlessly hunted down. It was indeed a coincidence, but no matter where he fled, he seemed to conveniently encounter. 10 times. He had endured a thorough thrashing at the hands of. It would be prudent to avoid provoking someone with such a long memory. His heart still harbored a trace of unease. After much contemplation, he resolved, the Frostflower Swordsman is dead. Henceforth, he shall be known as the Azure Blade Swordsman. Suddenly, he recalled that not long hence, the primordial domain would unveil a secret realm, and over 30 years would venture there. He resolved to arrive early, seeking an opportunity to seize fortune and avenge his past grievances. Sat quietly on the arena, eyes closed in tranquil meditation. The stands were bustling with spectators, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony of discussion, and soon many gazes settled upon. Look, on the sword trial platform of the nascent soul stage, someone dares to challenge the swordmaster. It was none other than the holy son of the Tianxian sacred land, which made the audacity less surprising. Alas, he was still quite young. The swordmaster had devoted nearly twice as much time to his cultivation. In the stands, Chu Wangin observed, a spark of combat fervor igniting within him. He dismissed the murmurs of the crowd, based solely on his current prowess. He undoubtedly possessed the strength to engage in battle with him. In fact, he sensed that the sword intent emanating from was even more potent than his own. Had he not already attained the sword heart realm, he might have found himself at a disadvantage against. Nonetheless, he did not rush to challenge. The crucial battles were traditionally reserved for the second stage, an unspoken rule of sorts. With a swift motion, Chu Wangin transformed into a streak of light, soaring to the second arena. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed through the air as the previous champion of the second arena, Qin Jianfeng, was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, the noise escalating in intensity. The swordmaster had indeed entered the second arena, suggesting he believed the holy son of Tianxian possessed the capability to contend with him. After all, how old was the holy son? 24, perhaps? Meanwhile, the swordmaster was already in his 40s. Qin Jianfeng, a formidable expert who had only recently comprehended the sword heart, had fallen in mere 3 breaths before the swordmaster. The swordmaster had grown immensely stronger compared to a decade prior. Mou maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the discussions surrounding him. At that moment, a figure descended before him. Qin Jianfeng, the swordsman recently defeated by Chu Wangyan in 3 breaths, now glared at Mou with palpable resentment. A surge of anger swelled within him, seeking an outlet. Unable to prevail against the swordmaster, could he not best this seemingly insignificant child who had emerged from nowhere? In his 20s, he had merely secured a top 100 position through his lineage. Yet, those who could maintain a place within the top 10 arenas were all seasoned cultivators at the 9th level of the nascent soul. What was it that allowed Mou to occupy such a position? The more Qin Jianfeng contemplated, the more his ire intensified, and he scoffed disdainfully. A mere 6th level nascent soul dared to sit here. It was incomprehensible who had granted him such audacity. Before he could finish his thought, an icy sensation gripped his throat. A chill coursed through his entire being. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a sword pressed against his throat, emanating a frigid, lethal light, as if ready to take his life at any moment. Moreover, the blade exuded a terrifying sword intent that sent shivers down his spine. Qin Jianfeng's body immediately stiffened, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He could even feel the sharp pain radiating from the sword's tip. Should he descend, or was it his turn to act? Had appeared before him without notice, retracting his sword and speaking calmly. Qin Jianfeng felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily retreating a few steps. Senior Xie, please show mercy, he implored, turning to flee, his previous arrogance dissipating, leaving behind a rather pitiful silhouette. Such terror. It is no wonder that even Jinzi acknowledged his prowess. In the stands, the audience was left speechless, murmuring among themselves. What a fearsome sword intent. Qin Jianfeng was actually defeated in a single move? Who would ultimately prevail between him and Jinzi? Ling Ching was somewhat astonished. Has her senior brother reached such a level so swiftly? It seems he possesses a 98% chance of triumphing over Jinzi. Yet, she pondered whether her brother could sever the sword steel. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, considering it improbable. Time was simply too short. In his previous life, her brother had only grasped his ultimate sword intent after observing the sword intents of numerous predecessors. In this life, apart from his 2 senior sisters, he had yet to encounter many formidable sword intents. How could he possibly comprehend the ultimate sword intent? Presently, even accounting for a breakthrough in the heat of the moment, his chances of severing the sword steel stood at a mere 80%. An 80% chance of severing the sword steel is no different from inviting humiliation. Xia Ningbing silently regarded the figure of. Her gaze, unlike its usual clarity, now bore a hint of murkiness. She discerned that Xiao Yu's recent technique was indeed of the mid-grade ultimate sword intent. The invincible sword intent, though still somewhat unstable, had begun to take shape. Even within the immortal realm, this constituted an exceptionally powerful sword intent. Its advantage lay in its high potential, while its drawback demanded an extraordinarily strong heart from the wielder. Xiao Yu faced no issues, yet she found herself in dire straits. Lacking a system, she harbored no confidence in breaking through to that legendary realm. The path to transcendence was marred, severed entirely. When she once promised the system to abide by the game rules, the system had also vowed to seek that path for her. In this life, even if she were to cultivate anew, it would merely be a reiteration of her previous journey. The more she contemplated, the more lost she became, her self-doubt intensifying. The fissures in her Tao heart were becoming increasingly severe. She had begun to indulge in errant thoughts. If she did not resolve this swiftly, trouble would inevitably ensue. Xia Ningbing closed her eyes, channeling her energy to calm her tumultuous emotions. Qing, she softly called. Ling Qing snapped back to attention at the sound, asking if her senior sister required something. Please assist me in locating where Tao heart fruits might be found. Understood, senior sister. I will investigate and inform you immediately upon finding any leads. Ling Qing replied, albeit uncertain of the purpose for which the 3rd senior sister sought the Tao heart fruit. However, she recalled that soon, within the ancient wilderness domain, a hidden realm would manifest. In her previous life, her senior brother had acquired a Dao heart fruit there. Although it seemed somewhat premature, it was still plausible that one might be found. Xianbing's taut nerves began to ease. The fact that Ling Ching had acquiesced indicated that there was indeed a possibility. After all, having consumed the 9-leaf fate path grass, she had glimpsed into the future. She resolved to bring Xiaoyu along. The presence of a native child of destiny would significantly enhance their chances of success, if all else failed. Engaging in a punitive game was also a viable option. Her mind began to wander again. Ever since triumphing over Chun Jianfeng, no challengers had approached Mou. Left with no alternative, Mou shifted his gaze towards the second arena. There were no rules prohibiting the champion of the first arena from contesting in the second. With a flicker, he appeared before Chu Wangyan. Chu Wangyan slowly opened his eyes, a fierce battle intent igniting within them. Since you can no longer contain your eagerness, let us commence forthwith. He summoned his flying sword, a fierce sword intent erupting from his being, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of its surroundings. Chu Wangyan, at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, of superior heavenly rank, with the sword intent of breaking illusion and a nascent heart in swordsmanship. I humbly seek your guidance. Mou smiled faintly. Do not rush. He tossed the challenge letter into the air, reminding them of the wager placed with his master, a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Chu Wangyan caught the challenge letter with one hand, barely glancing at it. Naturally, he remembered the terms set by his master, provided that he could defeat Mou first. In the spectator area, Ling Yun's swordmaster drew forth a cerulean flying sword. The blade shimmered with iridescent light, emanating an imposing chill. This sword, known as Hanming, was a mid-grade spiritual treasure born in the ancient, frigid northern lands. Naturally nurtured by the essence of cold, its chilling aura was immensely powerful, far beyond the capacity of ordinary cultivators to withstand. As he spoke, he reached towards the sword's blade. An astonishing sight unfolded. Ice crystals emerged upon Ling Yun's sword master's fingertips, extending along his arm. Lu Qianchen cast a slight sideways glance, astonishment evident in his eyes. It was noteworthy that Ling Yun's sword master was in the late stages of tribulation, not far from the great ascension. The fact that this sword could influence him solely by its presence spoke volumes of its extraordinary nature. Ling Yun's sword master withdrew his hand and continued his exposition. In addition to its chilling essence, this sword possessed the capability to temper the body and nourish the soul. Merely by carrying it, both spirit and physique would gradually strengthen. Particularly effective for those with damaged souls. Elder Yi from your esteemed sect had taken a liking to it at first glance, proclaiming it to be perfectly suited for his young disciple. Thus, we used this sword as a wager. Should the holy son of Tianxian manage to defeat our sword disciple within a century, the sword would belong to her. Otherwise, she would owe our sword sect a superior grade spiritual treasure. Little you will not lose. Lu Qianchen observed the sword testing platform quietly, his tone calm and resolute. However, he recalled that Mou favored fire, rendering this sword seemingly unsuitable for him. Ling Yun's sword master was momentarily taken aback by these words, then burst into hearty laughter. Elder Lu certainly had faith in his holy son. He shifted his tone, pride flashing in his eyes. Nevertheless, I hold great expectations for my disciple. He has already achieved a minor understanding of the sword's essence. To reach such a level in his 40s, within the nascent soul realm, speaks volumes of his talent. No need for further elaboration. Lu Qianchen nodded slightly. Chu Wangyan's swordsmanship talent was indeed remarkable. The only ones who could rival him were Bei Shuangying and Xianbing. Yet, he remained unconvinced that Mou would falter. During Mou's tribulation, he was also present. The terrifying heavenly tribulation left Mou unscathed, a testament to his formidable strength. However, he remained uncertain whether Mou could defeat Chu Wangyan. Defense is one matter, while offense is another entirely. At this moment, an elderly man in white robes suddenly spoke up. Why don't we all take a guess at who will emerge victorious? Bai Su, an elder from the esteemed Yuheng lineage of the starry sacred land, was notoriously avaricious. This was the location of the 9 great sacred lands, and those who stood here were undoubtedly wealthy and powerful. Among them were Elder Shao Tian from the heavenly forging sacred land, Fairy Inhe from the Jade Pool sacred land, Elder Manfeng from the ancient wilderness sacred land, and Swordmaster Qianchen from the heavenly profound sacred land. Elder Shao Tian scoffed dismissively. Is there really any suspense? Can the heavenly profound sun truly defeat our sword son? Fairy Inhe nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed. While the heavenly profound sun possessed notable talent, overcoming the sword sun at this juncture was clearly implausible. Elder Man Feng then burst into a hearty laugh. Since you all favor the sword sun, I shall wager on the heavenly profound sun. 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Elder Baisu's eyes as he immediately followed suit. Then I shall wager on the sword sun, 100,000. The others fell utterly silent. Did anyone mention wagering spirit stones? Are you two out of your minds? To participate in a decennial contest among juniors and still have to pay 100,000 top-tier spirit stones? Swordmaster Ling Yun interjected, there's no need for this. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Elder Xiaotian had already seized the moment. Very well. In that case, I shall wager 200,000 on the boy Wang Yin's victory. All present were the pinnacle figures of their respective factions, and at such a juncture, one's face must not be lost. Upon hearing this, Swordmaster Ling Yun had no choice but to swallow back his words. Their superior had already spoken. And after all, it was not his money at stake. Fairy Yin he also softly spoke, Sword Son, 100,000. Lu Qianchen surveyed the crowd, a cold smile forming in his heart. Wasn't this just a grand trap? Logically speaking, how could Mou, who had only cultivated for 20 years, possibly defeat Chu Wangyan, who had trained for over 40 years? Yet, they were destined to miscalculate. Cannot be measured by conventional standards. Given the terrifying thunder calamity witnessed that day, it is inconceivable for to emerge defeated. What does 30,000 amount to? I casually remarked too. Even the boisterous dares to pledge 10,000 in support of. What is there for him to fear? At that moment, a voice, cool and clear, suddenly resonated. What significance does wagering such a trifling sum of spirit stones hold? If you all wish to gamble, why not stake something grander? The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, their eyes glimmering with astonishment. A woman approached gracefully, exuding an air of nobility, her every gesture radiating extraordinary elegance. The Ta-Ching fairy, the crowd collectively rose, paying their respects with an air of reverence. The newcomer was, of course, now devoid of her earlier shyness, restored to her former regal splendor. Her enchanting gaze swept across the assembly, and she declared, I wager 1 million. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. 1 million top-tier spirit stones is no trifling sum, even though they were elders from the esteemed sacred grounds. Such a vast amount of spirit stones could not be easily produced. Elder chuckled awkwardly. Ta-Ching fairy, you jest. This was merely a light-hearted wager for amusement. Any more would be excessive and could jeopardize our camaraderie. Elder quickly concurred. Indeed, it is merely a game. Why must Ta-Ching fairy take it so seriously? Are you all afraid? Teased with a playful smile. Or do you secretly believe the saint can prevail? Meanwhile, the battle on the sword testing platform had escalated to a fever pitch, with sword energy surging and spiritual light dazzling. Mou realized that he possessed the capability to effortlessly triumph in this contest. Perhaps it was the essence of the Tao or the invincible intent of the sword that empowered him. He discerned that by merely exerting a fraction more of his strength, he could easily vanquish Chu Wangyan. However, he refrained from doing so. If he were to swiftly dispatch Chu Wangyan, the amusement for the onlookers would be lost. And he was thoroughly relishing the spectacle. He was all in, audaciously raising the stakes. Consequently, he chose to employ a slightly diminished level of power compared to that of Chu Wangyan, using him as a honing stone to refine his own sword intent. Meanwhile, Chu Wangyan was filled with fervor and determination. The prowess of Mou far surpassed any opponent he had previously encountered, filling him with an exhilarating sense of excitement. He sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, poised to transcend his limitations. Indeed, he felt a hint of trepidation. Elder Xiaotian candidly admitted that, despite the formidable strength of the Chutian sacred land, which far exceeded that of the Tai-Ching sacred land, he was merely a humble elder at the tribulation stage and dared not provoke Ling Yunxue, the sect leader, despite her striking beauty. One must remember that those who reach such heights in cultivation are often ruthless and merciless demons. And what of you? Ling Yunxue's gaze shifted to Elder Baisu. He watched the battle with palpable tension. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Mou had little chance of victory, with Chu Wangyan holding a clear advantage. Yet, it was precisely this situation that instilled fear in him. Ling Yunxue was no fool. Although the starry sky sacred land was not weak, it was undoubtedly the poorest among the factions. A sum of 1 million was not something one could easily come by. Should he truly lose, he would likely find himself bereft of even the funds for a coffin. As he was about to decline, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The atmosphere on the sword testing platform shifted dramatically, and the already formidable Chu Wangyan's aura surged once more. Sword energy surged forth, and spiritual light radiated. enveloping the entire arena in a sea of sword and tint. The swordmaster Ling Yun gasped in astonishment. Wang Yin had actually broken through. Lu Qianchen furrowed his brow in concern. Wang Yin had attained a deeper understanding of the sword path during the battle, achieving mastery of the sword heart. Such talent, when compared to ordinary practitioners in the Tianyuan continent, was indeed terrifying, unless one were to compare it to certain monstrous beings. This development placed Mou in an even more precarious position. The words of refusal that had hovered on Elder Bai Su's lips were swiftly swallowed back. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "I'm in. 1,000,000. The Taiching fairy surely won't go back on her word, right?" The Taiching sacred land had long lost its former glory, and with the backing of the Starry Sky sacred land, what did he have to fear? This was a sum of 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones. If he missed this opportunity, it might never come again. Naturally, there would be no backing out. Ling Yinchue's voice remained as frosty as ever, yet her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the direction of Mou, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of concern. 1,000,000 supreme spirit stones were indeed of little consequence to her. What truly troubled her was the possibility of Mou being harmed. Though unspoken, she had tacitly accepted Mou as her betrothed. In the distance, Xianingbing observed the battle on the arena with an air of tranquility. Despite Chu Wangyin's sudden breakthrough, Mou had not exerted his full strength from the beginning. With an indomitable sword intent and an unwavering heart, he could only grow stronger when faced with formidable opponents. The disparity between ultimate sword intent and heavenly tier sword intent was akin to a vast chasm, far beyond the remedy of a mere minor realm. Moreover, Mou possessed a celestial emperor-level body refinement technique. Chu Yuli's gaze was fixated on the battlefield, her delicate features etched with anxiety. "Master, do you believe the teacher can secure victory?" she inquired. "Absolutely," Ling Wan replied with a calm demeanor. Indeed, with Chu Wangyin's breakthrough, Mou's chances of victory were even greater, for she understood her senior brother all too well. Whenever Mou bore that seemingly burdened expression during combat, it signified that he had yet to unleash his full potential. Chu Yuli was slightly taken aback. Tenfold chance of victory. It appeared that her teacher was far stronger than she had imagined. Her understanding of her master had proven to be rather superficial. In such a critical moment, she had dared to question her teacher's strength. She resolved to seek an opportunity to delve deeper into her master's capabilities. On the sword testing platform, shadows of swords intertwined, and spiritual energy surged. The figure of Mou glided effortlessly, wielding his sword with an elegance that resembled a soaring dragon. For Chu Wangyan, the act of breaking through was merely a slight enhancement of amusement. The invincible sword intent was formidable and unparalleled, while the void-breaking sword intent before it appeared as harmless as a child wielding a blade. Coupled with the might of the divine elephant suppression technique, Chu Wangyan found himself devoid of any chance of victory. Mou continued to refine his sword intent through his duels with Chu Wangyan, who grew increasingly formidable with each encounter, his sword momentum becoming ever more fierce. After achieving a profound mastery of the heart of the sword, his intent became remarkably pure. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their clashes generating waves of spiritual energy. Eventually, Chu Wangyan began to realize that Mou was not exerting his full strength, as if toying with him. If this continued, defeat was inevitable, and it would be a humiliating one. Resolute, Chu Wangyan retreated, creating distance between himself and Mou. He took a deep breath, channeling his spiritual energy vigorously, and his sword emitted a resonant hum. One sword to shatter illusions. With these words, he transformed into a beam of sword light, hurtling toward Mou. This was the most powerful strike he could muster at that moment. Mou gazed as Chu Wangyan launched his attack. With his current agility, it seemed impossible to evade this strike. In that case, he would confront it head-on. In Mou's eyes, a fierce battle intent erupted, and an unparalleled sword aura instantly enveloped the entire arena. With a swift motion of his longsword, he struck towards the radiant blade of Chu Wangyan. The two streams of sword light clashed in midair, igniting a dazzling brilliance. The entire sword testing platform trembled in response. As the radiance dissipated, the figures of the two combatants emerged. The ink-black feathered sword rested against Chu Wangyan's brow, poised to take his life with the slightest push. In contrast, Chu Wangyan's sword remained pressed against Mou's arm, slicing through fabric yet failing to inflict even the slightest injury. The outcome was evident. How could this be possible? Elder Bai Xiu gasped in astonishment. Chu Wangyan had actually lost. Despite a breakthrough in the heat of battle, he was still defeated? 110,000 spirit stones, a staggering sum that could very well be his undoing. The expression on swordmaster Ling Yun's face was one of utter disbelief. A mastery of sword heart had been vanquished by a consummate sword intent? This was entirely illogical. Moreover, the terrifying sword intent that erupted at the last moment had even put him under subtle pressure, causing his spirit to tremble. This sensation was reminiscent of the sword intents left by Shuangying and Xianingbing on the sword steel. Given this, it could only be said that Wang Yin's defeat was not unjust. The heavenly Xian Holy Land had indeed produced 3 such formidable sword cultivators in succession, a truly terrifying feat. Lu Qianxin, witnessing the scene, was equally taken aback but soon revealed a smile of satisfaction. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. The sword intent of Mou has begun to evoke the sensations reminiscent of the past when Shuangying had imparted her teachings to him. A faint smile graced the exquisite visage of Ling Chu. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not forget the wagers you just placed. The foremost among the nascent soul stage. This fiancé is indeed rather remarkable. Elder Shao Tian furrowed his brow slightly and replied in a deep voice, "Of course, I shall not forget." As he spoke, he cast a seemingly casual glance at Bai Su. Fortunately, he refrained from impulsively continuing to gamble. Otherwise, he would have found himself in tears by now. There is no need for one to ponder deeply. Can the insight of others, such as the celestial fairy, be compared to that of a mere elder from our modest holy land? Elder Man Feng suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, I discerned this youth's extraordinary nature at a glance. And now it is indeed confirmed. Fairy Een, he pouted, her displeasure evident as she muttered, "How disappointing that you, from the Tian Xian Holy Land, have kept such a genius hidden for so long." Chu Yuli cheered with excitement. Master has won. Now Master is the foremost among the nascent souls of the Tian Yuan continent. Her small face radiated pride and glory, as if the victory were her own. Ling Ching nodded slightly. She was not the least bit surprised by Mou's triumph. In fact, it would have been strange had he lost. "You possess such formidable strength. My defeat is hardly unjust," Chu Wangyan remarked, observing the marks left on Mou's body by the sword, filled with genuine admiration. Those were the traces of his full-powered strike, which had been significantly diminished, merely grazing Mou's attire without leaving a single drop of blood. The chasm between their abilities was undeniably vast. Nevertheless, even if Mou's physique were not so formidable, he understood clearly that he would still not be his match. That invincible sword intent was truly terrifying. Even if he were to achieve mastery of the sword heart, it would still be difficult to contend with. Mou sheathed his long sword and spoke with a calm demeanor. Alongside his sword practice, he also engaged in body refinement. Chu Wangyan offered a deep bow to Mou, expressing his sincere gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance. I have gained immensely from our duel and made significant progress." Initially, he could not comprehend why Mou chose to conceal his true strength and entangle himself in a prolonged battle with him. It was only after the fight concluded that he came to a profound realization. Mou had long discerned that he was on the verge of breaking through his limitations. Thus, he deliberately restrained his power to engage in combat with himself. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to enlighten his own understanding, aiding himself in transcending to the realm of the sword heart. This profound favor he would forever cherish in his heart. Guidance. Mou was perplexed. It was merely a testament to your own perceptiveness. He had never intended to offer guidance to Chu Wangyan. His sole desire was to refine his own sword intent. While innate understanding plays a role, it is your instruction that holds the true significance. Chu Wangyan wore a serious expression, his tone imbued with profound gratitude. As Mou observed his unwavering determination, he chose not to utter another word and gracefully descended from the arena. Chu Wangyan gazed at Mou's upright silhouette, filled with profound admiration. In a mere 2 decades of cultivation, he had ascended to such heights. How fortunate it was to coexist in the same era as such a prodigious talent. He tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. His spirit ignited with fervent ambition. He would not be disheartened by defeat. Rather, he would redouble his efforts and training, striving to surpass Mou and emerge as a true master of the sword path. Meanwhile, the spectators remained abuzz with excitement. Despite Jianzi achieving a breakthrough in his sword heart, he had still faced defeat. The sheer intensity of the sword intent was terrifying. Just moments ago, he had attempted to draw his sword to experience it, yet his blade seemed reluctant to emerge. Was it a matter of unwillingness? Or perhaps fear? The sword intent was indeed formidable, emanating an air of supremacy that nearly compelled him to bow in reverence. "Do you think the holy son of Tianxin can sever the sword steel?" One voice queried. "That seems unlikely. He is still far from the level of the white sword immortal. And hasn't someone already severed it today?" Another voice interjected. How could such an extraordinary figure appear twice in a single day? Yet, I hold a glimmer of hope for him, perhaps with further cultivation. He may indeed achieve that feat. Mo returned to the edge of the viewing platform. Suddenly, a stunning beauty adorned in the attire of the Yaoqi sacred land appeared before him, her exquisite visage and graceful figure surpassing most female cultivators of the Tianxian sacred land. Of course, she could not compare to the unparalleled beauty of Meng Lanin. Young master, might you be interested in visiting our Yaoqi sacred land? The voice of the fairy Yin was enchanting, her eyes sparkling with allure, radiating an irresistible charm. In our Yaoqi sacred land, we are graced with many beautiful sisters. She teased, deliberately elongating her words and infusing her tone with a hint of seduction. Upon hearing those words, Mo's eyes glimmered with excitement. The Yaoqi sacred land was a realm that every male cultivator yearned for, as it exclusively welcomed female practitioners, creating a veritable paradise of enchanting beauties. Their secret arts were the pinnacle of cultivation techniques sought after by female cultivators across the continent. More significantly, the Yaoqi sacred land offered a unique ritual known as the Yaoqi baptism. It was said that a mere immersion in the sacred waters could cleanse both body and soul, elevating one's cultivation level. If given the opportunity, he wished to partake in a romantic bath with Meng Lanin. What do you think? If you were to visit our Yaoqi sacred land, you would be the one and only holy son. Noticing Mo's apparent intrigue, the enchanting fairy Yin once again lured him with her words. Mo shook his head in refusal. Thank you for your kind offer, senior. But the heavenly Xian sacred land has treated me well. How could I betray my sect? The heavenly Xian sacred land has given me so much. Not only did I enter as a holy son, but even after my cultivation was crippled, I still maintain the status and privileges of a holy son. My position is on par with that of the peak masters, allowing me the freedom to act as I please. Where else could one find such outrageous treatment? Take Jun Luhan, for instance. He was merely stripped of 2 souls and, even without a decline in cultivation, was cast aside. He may have been transformed into a magical artifact or a puppet. Seeing that Mo remained unmoved, Fairy Yin felt a twinge of disappointment. Though she bore no anger. Should the Holy Son change his mind, the Yaoqi sacred land will always welcome you. Her intention had merely been to test the waters, without harboring great expectations. At that moment, a chilling aura enveloped the scene. Ling Yunxue appeared before Mo, blocking his line of sight. Her cold eyes, now tinged with annoyance, fixed directly upon Fairy Yin. What does your Yaoqi sacred land mean by this? I was only gone for a moment. And already someone seeks to undermine me? If Mo were to waver and be swayed by this enchantress to join the Yaoqi sacred land, that would be unacceptable. A wave of inexplicable irritation surged within Ling Yunxue at the thought. Fairy Yin blinked at the two of them. Senior Ta Ching, what you say is rather perplexing. The Holy Son is not a disciple of the Ta Ching sacred land, so why such urgency? Ling Yunshue's heart tightened, though her expression remained composed. Is there a problem with my close friendship with his master? Fairy Yin smiled charmingly, her gaze drifting past Ling Yunxue to rest on Mo. Do remember my words. The Yaoqi sacred land will always welcome you. With that, she gracefully departed, leaving Ling Yunxue and Mo alone. Turning to face Mo, Ling Yunshue's expression grew serious. Little you, in the future, limit your interactions with those from the Yaoqi sacred land. They are not to be trusted. Mo sensed that her words seemed to carry a hint of personal emotion. Ling Yunxue gracefully waved her delicate hand, and a finely crafted storage ring materialized out of thin air, hovering between the two. This is the 1 million exquisite spirit stones I just won from our wager. They now belong to you. Upon hearing this, Mo was profoundly shaken. This was no trifling sum. It is worth noting that the combined assets of the 3 integration stage cultivators from the Starry Sacred Land amounted to merely 800,000 premium spirit stones. He quickly waved his hand. Shui, how can I accept this? Ling Yunxue smiled softly and pressed the storage ring into Mo's hand. You must accept it. What the heavenly profound sacred land has bestowed upon me is far beyond this. As soon as the ring was in Mo's possession, the system's voice echoed. You have successfully intercepted Mo's opportunity. Reward, 1 million premium spirit stones. Additional reward, 10 million premium spirit stones. Automatic replenishment of luck, 200 villain points plus 200. Mo was taken aback. Is there a reward for this? A staggering 10 million. She had never encountered such a sum of money in her lifetime. The system is truly delightful. Mo gazed into the concerned eyes of Ling Yunxue, hesitating for a moment before accepting the storage ring. After all, it was a token of affection from Aunt Shui, and he could repay her kindness in the future. Upon witnessing Mou's acceptance, a faint smile of relief graced Ling Yunqi's lips as she felt a sense of satisfaction. The two returned to the central area of the viewing platform, where the sword master Ling Yun fixed his complex gaze upon Mou. His eyes reflected admiration, deep reflection, and an ineffable emotion. He spoke slowly. The Holy Son possesses extraordinary talents, unrivaled in this era. It would not be an exaggeration to declare him the foremost among the younger generation of the Tianyuan continent. With a hint of reluctance, he drew forth the Hanming sword, a relic of the wager established between your master and me many years ago. Mou's gaze fell upon the Hanming sword, and he was immediately enveloped by a chilling aura that invigorated his spirit. The blade, approximately 3 feet in length, bore a delicate ice blue pattern along its spine, reminiscent of a slumbering ice dragon. The sword's simplicity belied the unsettling cold it emanated. What a remarkable weapon! At that moment, Yanxi's voice resonated in Mou's mind, brimming with an undeniable excitement. This sword is extraordinary. It holds immense benefits for both you and me. A stirring sensation coursed through Mou's heart, prompting him to inquire. Sister Yanxi, does this sword possess any extraordinary qualities? This sword is forged from the purest and most pristine essence of the cold abyssal energy that exists within the cosmos. This ethereal energy holds remarkable efficacy in mending the damage to one's spirit. Does that mean, with this, Sister Yanxi's spirit can swiftly recuperate? Indeed, not only that, but we can also trace the origins of this sword to its birthplace, where the celestial cold flame undoubtedly resides. The celestial cold flame, Mou exclaimed in astonishment. Yanxi elucidated, precisely. It is the coldest and purest ice attribute, celestial flame, in existence. Not only does it possess immense power, but it also has the extraordinary ability to temper the body and nourish the soul. For you, it is a treasure of unparalleled value. Upon hearing those words, Mou felt a surge of fervor within him. He extended his hand to receive the Hanming sword, respectfully expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed swordmaster, for your generous gift. The moment his fingertips brushed against the hilt, an icy chill penetrated to his very core, invigorating his spirit and prompting him to wish to claim the sword as his own. However, the Hanming sword remained steadfast, unmoving. The sword master Ling Yun held the hilt tightly, clearly reluctant to part with this blade. Esteemed master? Mou gently reminded him. Only then did Ling Yun reluctantly release his grasp. May you wield this sword wisely. Mou grasped the Hanming sword in both hands. It was detected that you successfully intercepted Mou's opportunity. The Hanming sword has been lost. Not only has Mou forfeited a formidable means of offense, but he is also unable to acquire the Hanming celestial fire and cannot restore the divine soul of Yanxi. The antagonist has triumphed in their counterattack. Reward, celestial artifact, Frost Air Sword. Frost Air Sword, embodying the ultimate essence of ice. It possesses the power to freeze time and space, exerting a significant restraining effect on filth and depravity. It automatically replenishes fortune, granting 1,000 fortune points plus an additional 1,000. Mou hastily examined the system's space. Amidst the towering pile of spirit stones, a long sword, resplendent and translucent, floated serenely. The blade radiated a soft luminescence akin to moonlight, exuding an aura of purity and sanctity, yet it bore a chilling essence that sent shivers down one's spine. This sword surpassed the Hanming sword in its purity and frigidness, as though a mere glance could freeze one's very soul. The blade was adorned with twinkling starlight, reminiscent of the shimmering stars in the night sky, enigmatic and profound. The frost moon sword seemed to sense Mou's gaze, gently quivering and emitting a clear, melodious chime. As if responding to his call, this sword possessed a spirit. Mou was overwhelmed with joy. The power of the Frost Egan sword undoubtedly surpassed that of the Hanming sword, just as he reveled in his excitement. The reminder from the sword master Ling Yun brought him back to reality. Do not forget that you must still go to the sword tomb to comprehend the way of the sword. Ling Yun's sword master gazed at Mou, his heart a tumult of emotions. This was a treasured sword he had cherished for many years, and to part with it so readily was undeniably painful. Yet, as the leader of a sect, his word held weight. Having lost the wager, he naturally accepted the outcome. Thank you, esteemed predecessor. This sword is simply extraordinary. Mou promptly replied, his voice tinged with undeniable excitement. The Frost Moon sword is simply extraordinary. In the heart of the Cloud Sword Master, there is a pang of anguish. Must one bring up matters best left untouched? Mou carefully stored the Hanming sword in his spatial ring. At that moment, he heard a faint sound of footsteps approaching. Lifting his gaze, he beheld Ling Ching gently supporting Murong-yi as she walked towards him. Murong-yi's complexion was pallid, with traces of blood lingering at the corners of her mouth, clearly indicating her severe injuries and weakened breath. "Master," Murong-yi called out feebly, her voice barely above a whisper. Mou felt a pang of concern and hurried forward to inquire with genuine care. "How are you hurt? How could your prowess be subdued by a mere chi refinement cultivator?" As soon as the words left her lips, Mou realized there was nothing particularly strange about her query. In competitions, injuries are an inevitable occurrence. The child of destiny had yet to mature. And when faced with the elite disciples of other formidable factions, victory was far from assured. Ling Ching gently placed Murong-yi into Mou's hands. She herself bore no significant injuries, yet her brow furrowed deeply, leaving her unable to articulate further. As Mou steadied his disciple and was about to inquire further, an abrupt roar echoed through the arena. "What a heartless creature this girl is! How dare she brazenly slay a disciple of our starry celestial sect upon the stage?" Bai Su strode forward, his eyes wide with fury, fixating intently on Murong-yi, the flames of wrath almost consuming him. Ling Yunxue positioned herself protectively behind Mou and the others, her expression one of discontent. "Bai Su, what do you mean by this?" she demanded. "The revered Jian Zun." Ling Yun furrowed his brow and stepped forward, speaking in a grave tone. "Elder Bai Su, I implore you to tread carefully with your words and refrain from hasty judgments. This arena was bequeathed by our sect's founder, allowing practitioners on the brink of death to be transported away to safeguard their lives. Throughout all these years, no one has ever perished in this arena." At that moment, Lu Qianchen also arrived, shielding Mou and the others behind him. With a sweeping gesture, Bai Su summoned a disciple to stand before the gathering. The individual was emanating an eerie green glow, distinctly unsettling. Discerned his condition at a glance. The poison had penetrated deeply, leading to heart failure, a state beyond even divine intervention. Though he could neutralize the heart-corroding toxin, he was powerless to mend the damage inflicted upon the heart. It was akin to a person who had ingested paraquat, while the toxin could be purged. The resultant pulmonary fibrosis was irreparable. An oppressive silence enveloped the crowd. Though he had not succumbed to death, his existence was rendered indistinguishable from it. Such grievous injuries could only be remedied by a master of the healing arts. Yet, within this realm of sword cultivators, where could one find a healer of such caliber? Bai Su's furious roar shattered the stillness. "This is Zhou Tong, a disciple of our esteemed Yuheng lineage from the starry sacred land, engaged in a spar on the platform. She has insidiously poisoned him, and now his demise is inevitable. There are rules governing the sword trials, permitting only confrontations based on cultivation and swordsmanship. This young girl's actions are a gross violation deserving of severe punishment." Murong-yi bit her lip tightly, her gaze fixed on Bai Su, retorting vehemently. "It was he who employed hidden weapons first. Impossible. He would never resort to such underhanded tactics. I had expressly forbidden the use of hidden weapons before our departure. He would never act in such a manner." Elder Bai Su thundered, providing Murong-yi no opportunity for defense. "While we of the Yuheng lineage may utilize hidden weapons, we do so with honor and integrity, never stooping to the despicable actions of a coward." At that moment, caught the faint whispers circulating around him. "I witnessed it. It was indeed that woman who employed the poison. She may appear quite charming, but her malice is profound. I almost believe the starry sacred land was targeting her." Initially, the onlookers were oblivious to the unfolding events, as few were interested in the battles of chi refining. However, as the voices supporting the starry sacred land grew louder, the momentum swelled like a rolling snowball. Ultimately, the voices in favor of Murong-yi were entirely drowned out. From the hushed murmurs, gleaned that Zhou Tong was Bai Su's illegitimate son. No wonder he was so fiercely protective. Murong-yi cast a cold glance at those who slandered her, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Finally, she turned her gaze towards Bai Su, poised to speak. Mou interrupted her. "My disciple would never resort to poison without reason." Bai Su's expression darkened as he pointed at the lifeless body of Zhou Tong on the ground. "Your disciple does not use poison? How then do you account for Zhou Tong's demise? The one lying dead here is his beloved son. This matter will certainly not reach a simple resolution." Mou remained utterly unconcerned. "What need is there for explanation? If he is dead, then he is dead. You have no evidence to prove that it was not your disciple who initiated the attack with a hidden weapon. You." Bai Su was so enraged by Mou's words that he trembled all over, just about to retort when Lu Qianchen's imposing aura suddenly erupted, pressing down on Bai Su and forcing the words back down his throat. seeing the situation becoming increasingly chaotic. Ling Yun's swordmaster raised his hand to quell the bickering among the crowd. Enough. Our sword sect possesses a retrospective array. The truth shall be revealed. With a wave of his hand, a luminous screen materialized before the assembly, beginning to replay the Battle of Murong-yi. The crowd collectively restrained their auras and turned their attention to the screen. Within the projection, on the first arena, Murong-yi stood proudly, facing none other than Zhou Tong. He is one of the most exceptional disciples of our Starry Sky Holy Land during the Qi refinement stage, Elder by Su's voice echoed. He has previously defeated Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. As he spoke, he cast a fierce glare at Murong-yi. Murong-yi, hiding behind Mou, peeked out and returned a similarly fierce glare. The scene depicted the battle commencing, with Murong-yi and Zhou Tong engaging in a fierce exchange, their figures intertwining. Sword light flickering, locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, Zhou Tong's technique shifted, and his sword flew from his grasp, aiming directly for Murong-yi's face. Murong-yi's pupils constricted as she leaned back, narrowly evading the strike. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The flying sword erupted in midair, shattering into countless tiny fragments. The shards descended upon Murong-yi like a torrential downpour from behind. Clearly, this was a special magical artifact. Murong-yi sidestepped to evade. Yet several fragments still pierced her body. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Tong advanced, a short dagger appearing in his hand, thrusting it toward Murong-yi's chest. Murong-yi made every effort to dodge, but the blade still struck her abdomen. At this critical juncture, a surge of green light erupted from Murong-yi, unleashing a powerful force that sent Zhou Tong flying. Ultimately, both fell to the ground simultaneously and were teleported away from the arena. As the replay concluded, the truth was laid bare. How could this be possible? Elder Bai Su's face turned pale, incredulity etched across his features as he gazed at the screen. He could scarcely fathom that his son, whom he had held such high hopes for, would act in such a manner. Elder Bai Su looked at the barely conscious Zhou Tong, his voice breaking in anguish. Foolish. Tonger, how could you be so foolish? Fairy Ina chuckled softly. Oh. Elder Bai Su, your unwavering trust in your son truly reflects a deep father-son bond. Mei Feng laughed heartily, clapping his hands. This little girl, seemingly delicate, is quite formidable in action. To turn the tables in such a dire situation is indeed intriguing. The surrounding disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. I remember Zhou Tong was rather decent. I never expected him to resort to such actions. Given the circumstances, he truly brought this upon himself, an act of self-destruction. Ling Yun's swordmaster cast a sharp glance at Elder Bai, his eyes piercing. What more do you have to say now? Elder Bai was rendered speechless, lowering his head in defeat. It seemed that Tonger might have acted out of momentary confusion. Enough. Lu Qianchen suddenly rose, his aura surging forth. At this juncture, do you not owe us an explanation? Elder Bai's face turned crimson, his lips moving in vain as he struggled to form a coherent response. As the tension in the air reached a breaking point, Ling Ching gracefully approached Zhou Tong, scrutinizing something intently. She raised her gaze and called out, Senior brother. As Mou approached, he inquired, What is the matter? Ling Ching's expression turned grave as she revealed, He has been ensnared by the heart control goo. The moment these words were uttered, they captivated the attention of everyone present. What? Are you implying that someone has used dark sorcery to control my son? Bai Su exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Ling Ching nodded gently, affirming, I possess some knowledge of goo techniques, and I am certain of my observation. It is indeed the heart control goo. Mou gazed at her with a hint of astonishment. Even though she was merely a puppet, her keen observation skills remained impressive. Truly, she was a prodigy of innate talent. Lu Qianchen furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Thus, it implies that someone has secretly planted a poison in Zhou Tong, manipulating him to assassinate Murong-yi, intending to incite discord between the heavenly Xian sacred ground and the Yuheng lineage. Elder Bai Su's expression darkened ominously. His fists clenched tightly. He harbored a few suspicions already. Not long ago, individuals from the Starry Sky sacred ground approached, seeking to ally with the Yuheng lineage against the heavenly Xian sacred ground. However, they were rebuffed. He never anticipated that such despicable tactics would be employed to coerce them into compliance. Upon his return to the sect, he would ensure a thorough investigation into this matter, determined to unearth the shadowy figure behind it and have them meet a gruesome end. Fairy Yin gracefully approached Mou's side, her breath fragrant as orchids. It appears that quite a few people have their sights set on your heavenly Xian sacred ground. Little brother, have you considered seeking refuge in a safer sect? Perhaps our Yaoqi sacred ground? Mou smiled faintly, The fairy is jesting. Ling Chu shot a fierce glare at Fairy Inha, who remained unfazed, her smile as radiant as ever. Ling Ching, however, did not take Fairy Inha's words to heart. Mou would never be swayed by the allure of the Yaoqi sacred land. After all, the senior sisters on the mountain, in both beauty and grace, far surpassed the women of Yaoqi. As for other aspects, Yaoqi is simply incomparable to the Tianxin sacred land. He turned his gaze towards Ling Wangqing. Can you discern the origin of this gu? The vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent is home to countless sects that employ gu techniques, making them innumerable. Regardless of the motivations of those who dare to scheme against them, they must inevitably pay a grievous price. Ling Wangqing remained silent for a moment before gently shaking her head. I do not know. A shadow loomed over Lu Qianxin's brow. With the enemy concealed and their own position exposed, the situation had become precarious. Ling Wangqing lowered her gaze, fixating on the lifeless body of Zhou Tong, her expression grave. In truth, she had discerned certain things. However, revealing such secrets would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among others and could risk exposing her own hidden truths. This gu technique originated from the Slaughter Demon sect. The sect's leader, the Slaughter Demon Ancestor, is among the mightiest beings of the Tianyuan continent, a figure standing at the pinnacle of existence, a true paragon of strength, far surpassing even the current eldest sister. As an 8 tribulation loose immortal, he is but a few hundred years away from transcending the final tribulation and ascending to the celestial realm. Yet, according to her memories, the Slaughter Demon sect would not emerge in the Tianyuan continent until 200 years hence, when senior sister Bei Shuangying ascends. Why have they appeared now? Ling Wangqing gently shook her head, casting aside her tumultuous thoughts. The pressing concern at hand was to resolve the immediate dilemma. If they could revive him, he might provide some clues regarding the individual who employed the gu. She was unaware of the whereabouts of the Slaughter Demon sect and could only seek information from this person. In her previous life, when she had encountered such formidable matters, the Slaughter Demon sect had already been vanquished by the third senior sister. She continued, the antidote and healing are straightforward, but the true challenge lies in dispelling the gu. The heart-controlling gu is exceedingly malevolent. To eradicate it, one must employ a spell with immense restraining power against impurities. Fairy Inha let out a soft scoff. It sounds simple enough, but do you possess such spells? Let alone dispelling the gu, not a single one among us is capable of even an antidote or treatment. Mou's eyes gleamed slightly. A restraining effect on filth? Could this be the Frost Egret sword? However, he lacked medical knowledge. It seemed that Zhou Tong would have to resign himself to fate. The crowd exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with silence. Those who had arrived were merely a group of sword practitioners. Who among them possessed the skills to save a life? At that moment, Xian Ningbing emerged slowly from the formation, cradling a sleeping little fox, accompanied by Chu Yuli. She had overheard the earlier conversation. Someone intended to confront the heavenly Xian sacred land and to uncover the mastermind behind it. They must save this individual. She possessed spells to purge impurities. Yet when it came to detoxification and healing, she found herself powerless. The heart-corroding poison was a dreadfully formidable toxin even within the immortal realm. Without the prior preparation of antidotes against such a poison, one could essentially await their demise. Mou also noticed Xianingbing. He turned his head, his gaze resting on her slightly pale face. Senior sister, you appear to be feeling unwell. Is everything all right? Xianingbing silently shook her head, her violet eyes still exuding a chill, yet softened by a hint of warmth. It is good to hear that. Mou felt a slight sense of relief. If she were truly the cause of her senior sister's shattered Dao heart, she certainly would not be so composed. She pondered how it was impossible for her to have brought about such a calamity, reflecting on the years gone by. The care her senior sister had shown her was undeniable. Not only had she guided her in cultivation, but every time she had been injured in battles against Mayor, it was her senior sister who tended to her wounds. Once this matter was resolved, she vowed to assist her senior sister in seeking opportunities to mend her Dao heart. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. Master, the revered healer is here. Chu Wanyan approached, accompanied by a venerable old man with white hair and a youthful visage, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Joy flickered in the eyes of the sword sovereign Lingyun. This esteemed guest is an elder of our sword sect, an advanced cultivator of the harmonization stage, and a master in the arts of medicine, alchemy, and poison. He's renowned as a great healer. The revered healer wasted no time with pleasantries, moving directly to Zhou Tong's side and placing his fingers upon his wrist. His brow furrowed as he intently sensed the faint life force within Zhou Tong's body. Physician, what is your assessment? Can he be saved? Elder Baisu inquired anxiously. With a heavy sigh, the revered healer lamented, "Alas, I never imagined I would witness this legendary heart-corroding poison in my lifetime. This poison is exceedingly ruthless and vile. According to ancient texts, even in the immortal realm, it instills terror. Its most formidable aspect is the irreversibility of the damage it inflicts. There is no hope. He has been deeply poisoned, and his heart is severely corroded. If he were at the golden core stage, such a degree of corrosion might be bearable, but alas." Upon hearing this, Elder Baisu felt as though struck by lightning. He lunged forward, grasping the revered healer's sleeve. "Physician, please, look again. He must have a chance. This is merely a poison affecting a chi refinement stage cultivator. He surely can be saved. If you can revive him, I would gladly offer you a low-grade spiritual treasure." The revered healer, initially inclined to anger at such disrespect towards a practitioner of his status, found his ire dissipated upon hearing the mention of a spiritual treasure. Even he possessed but one low-grade spiritual treasure. Who was this individual, capable of casually offering such a precious item? He turned to the sword sovereign Ling Yun, seeking clarification. The sword sovereign nodded slightly and explained, "This is Elder Baisu of the starry celestial sacred land." At this revelation, the revered healer's heart sank, and he immediately tempered his demeanor. This was not someone he could afford to offend. Patiently, he elaborated, "Elder Baisu, it is not that I am unwilling to help. Rather, I am powerless to do so. This young man is deeply poisoned, while detoxifying him is not beyond my capabilities. The damage inflicted on his heart by the heart-corroding poison is something I cannot remedy. Not only I, but few on the entire Tianyuan continent can treat it. Furthermore, there is a faint aura of malevolent energy surrounding him, which exacerbates the poison's effects." The revered healer shook his head once more, his tone filled with resignation. "It is indeed a daunting challenge. I can do it," Morongi suddenly spoke, her voice somewhat weak yet profoundly resolute. "Not only can I unravel the poison afflicting him, but I can also heal his wounds." The crowd gasped in astonishment, turning their gazes towards Morongi. Could it be that this young girl could accomplish what even a 7th-grade physician could not? The elder Bai's eyes rekindled with hope as he swiftly approached Morongi. "Is it true? Can you truly save my son? If you can indeed heal him, I shall gift you a set of treasured low-grade spiritual needles I have collected over the years." "Deal." Morongi's eyes sparkled, her previously frail body suddenly brimming with vitality. This was a low-grade spiritual treasure. Even her master had only recently acquired a mid-grade one. The revered master Huichun frowned, casting an unhappy glance at Morongi. It would be best if the little girl refrained from. He had initially intended to mock her. After all, in his eyes, how could a mere child possibly cure the heart-corroding poison, which even he found insurmountable? However, upon investigating Morongi's condition, the words he intended to utter caught in his throat, replaced by sheer astonishment. You are actually a heart-corroding poison body? Did you administer this poison to him?" Morongi held her head high, responding with pride. "So what if I did?" Master Huichuan's eyes gleamed with admiration. "Little girl, I am a 7th-grade poison master. Would you be interested in becoming my apprentice?" At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in disbelief. How could someone openly attempt to poach a disciple in front of the holy son of Tianjin? Observing the puzzled expressions of those around him, Master Huichun inquired, "Is there a problem? Training her in swordplay would only squander her talent. It would be far better for her to refine poison alongside me. That is the path she ought to pursue." He remained unaware of Morongi's true identity, believing that all present in this sword-testing arena were merely sword-wielding brutes. Mou stood to the side, feeling a wave of speechlessness wash over him. What on earth is happening here? Is there even a need to vie for a disciple when stepping out? Morongi turned to glance at Mou, playfully winking. "Master, I'm off to assist him with treatment. Do ensure that your precious disciple isn't taken away." With that, she made her way towards Zhoutong. Only then did the returning spring master notice the previously silent Mou, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Young friend, you are merely at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and at best, a 4th-tier poison master. As for me, I am not only a 7th-tier poison master, but also a 7th-tier alchemist and physician. This girl has a far brighter future under my tutelage. I hope you can bear the pain of parting." His words were devoid of any intention to belittle, merely stating the facts as he perceived them. He believed that this acknowledgement of their disparity would compel Mou to willingly relinquish his toxic disciple. With a head full of dark threads, Mou declared, "I refuse." Although his medical skills could not rival those of the revered Master Huichun, he was nonetheless a system-certified immortal-grade poison master and alchemist. Was this politeness? It was only the relatively amiable demeanor of Master Hui-chun that spared him from cursing. Ling Yun's sword sovereign promptly stepped forward to mediate. Do not take offense. Holy son of Tianxian, this old man has always spoken in such a manner, for he is simply too fond of his craft. At that moment, Master Hui-chun recognized the identity of the person before him, yet he remained steadfast. Even if you are the holy son of the sacred land, you ultimately lack proficiency in the art of poison. I have devoted thousands of years to the study of this discipline, and I dare say, even in your Tianxian sacred land, none can compare to me in this regard. Lu Qianchen coughed lightly upon hearing these words. It does not matter whether there are capable individuals in our Tianxian sacred land. Since she is already my disciple, there is no reason for her to seek another master. In truth, there were indeed no specialized poison cultivators within their sacred land. There might be some in affiliated forces, but he was not well acquainted with them. Upon hearing this, Master Hui-chun felt a surge of delight within. That statement is flawed. The paths of the world are numerous. While she may join your Tianxian sacred land, it does not preclude her from learning the art of poison from me. He turned to Mou with a sincere tone. What do you think, holy son? Please consider it. Lu Qianchen fell silent. Master Hui-chun had a point. It was a consensus in the cultivation world that if two paths diverged, one could indeed learn from different masters. However, Ling Yun's sword sovereign's expression suddenly darkened. No, absolutely not. If Morong-yi were to take Master Hui-chun as her teacher, given that old man's character, she would inevitably join the Tianxian sacred land, unless he possesses the ability to convince Morong-yi to join the sword sect instead. But what is the level of our sword sect compared to that of the Tianxian sacred land? Can he outdo us? He cannot. He lacks the capability, you know? Master Hui-chun gazed intently at Mou. The thoughts of others were inconsequential. The true decision-maker was this holy son. Mou let out a helpless sigh. It seemed that without demonstrating some genuine skill, this old man would not easily relent. He slowly approached Morong-yi, who was intently examining Zhou Tong's condition. Sensing her master's approach, she flashed a sly smile. Master, do not worry. How could I ever betray you? With her own mastery in both medicine and poison, she could easily surpass that old man. Why would she ever choose to be his disciple? Mou slightly nodded. I naturally trust you. His gaze fell upon Zhou Tong, whose complexion was a ghastly shade of blue and purple, lips ashen, and breath faint. The heart-corroding poison was indeed formidable, not only eroding the heart's veins but also gnawing at the very soul. You have yet to fully master the poison within your body. How do you intend to neutralize it? Morong-yi replied with a confident smile. The 9 needles of heart cleansing can counteract this toxin. This technique employs qi to manipulate the needles, targeting vital acupoints in a sequential manner, cleansing the heart's pathways. The first needle breaks through barriers, piercing the Danzhong acupoint to dismantle the outer defenses of the poison. The second needle facilitates drainage, penetrating the Ju-K acupoint to guide the toxin's flow. The third needle clears the source. She elaborated on the intricacies of each acupoint and the subtleties of the needle techniques. Mou nodded lightly, unable to comprehend fully yet sensing an understanding. The medical legacy acquired by Xiaoyi was indeed extraordinary. Nonsense! Master Hui-chun suddenly exclaimed sharply. Such methods of detoxification are utterly implausible. I have immersed myself in the realms of medicine and poison for years, and I have never encountered such a technique. One should utilize detoxification pills as a catalyst, combined with the rejuvenation technique, guiding the toxins through the meridians until they converge at the heart's pulse, whereupon spiritual energy would shatter the toxins. Young girl, you are still quite young. The matter of detoxification should be entrusted to me, and you may take over the subsequent treatment. How does that sound? Morong-yi shook her head. Your method is inadequate. His body cannot endure such a prolonged ordeal. My approach can completely eliminate the toxins within an hour, while yours would take at least 3. By then, although the poison may be dispelled, his injuries would be too severe, and even I would be unable to pull him back from the brink of death. Subsequently, a box of needles appeared in Morong-yi's hand, and she spoke earnestly to Mou. Master, during the detoxification process, I may faint from the exhaustion of my spiritual energy. At that time, please administer a pill to me so I can swiftly recover and continue the treatment. Otherwise, he is surely doomed. Upon hearing this, Mou was taken aback and swiftly grasped her delicate wrist. In that case, allow me to neutralize the poison. I possess a modicum of knowledge in toxicology. The moment these words were uttered, astonishment swept through the hall. Could it be that the holy son of Tianxian was also versed in the art of poison? Man Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, while the silver lotus fairy's gaze shimmered with intrigue. At merely over 20 years of age, at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. With a perfect mastery of sword and tint, and proficient in poison techniques, one might speculate that upon visiting our Yaoqi sacred land, the Yaoqi fairy herself might even be inclined to accept you as her husband. Should you dare speak again, I shall rend your tongue asunder. Ling Yun's brows furrowed fiercely as she issued her stern warning. Senior Ta Ching, given the young master's remarkable talents, why cannot he serve as both the leader of the Tianshan sacred land and the consort of the Yaoqi fairy? The Silver Lotus fairy refrained from continuing. As a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped her, she recognized that further words might lead to her very dismemberment. However, not all were convinced of Mou's capabilities. Among them was the revered Master Huichun, who stroked his beard thoughtfully and spoke with solemnity. Holy Son, I acknowledge your extraordinary gifts. Yet the path of poison is vast and profound, not easily mastered in a short span. You are still young. Do not let pride cloud your judgment and endanger the lives of others. This toxin is best left to an old man like myself. Mu Rongyi regarded Mou with a hint of perplexity, dutifully relinquishing her position. If the master permits it, then it is permissible. Elder Baisu observed Mou with a mix of tension, skepticism, and concern evident in his gaze. Mou placed his hand gently upon Zhou Tong's wrist. His tone serene. The essence of poison is vast as the ocean. What you perceive is merely a grain of sand amidst the sea. What level do you possess to presume to educate me? As the words fell, he activated the heavenly poison pearl, unleashing his purifying abilities. Arrogant child. Just as the revitalizing master was about to chide Mou for his ignorance of the heavens and earth, his eyes widened in astonishment. Zhou Tong, who had been enveloped in a green glow and on the brink of death, was now visibly recovering at an astonishing pace. The pallor of his face faded rapidly, and his once darkened lips gradually regained their rosy hue. The poison had been lifted. Everyone was left in a state of shock. Moments ago, both the revitalizing master and Mu Rongyi had sworn that this heart-corroding poison was exceedingly difficult to remedy, requiring intricate procedures for treatment, one requiring an hour, another 3. Yet now, Mou had merely placed his hand upon Zhou Tong's wrist to resolve this exceedingly troublesome poison. This was nothing short of miraculous. Fan Feng could not help but applaud in admiration. Remarkable. Truly impressive. He is indeed the holy son of Tianxian. Fairy Yin He's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She had intended to voice her thoughts, yet a sudden chill of murderous intent swept over her, causing her to swallow the words that lingered on her tongue. Ling Yunxue felt a sense of helplessness within her heart. Her fiancé was indeed extraordinary. Would this not invariably attract a swarm of admirers? However, this mastery of poison made her ponder her own condition. Mu Rongyi's eyes were filled with astonishment. Her esteemed master was, unexpectedly, well-versed in such profound toxicology. This technique was utterly incomprehensible. Despite her 2 lifetimes of medical study, seamlessly blending the medicinal practices of 2 worlds, she found herself outmatched in the art of detoxification by her indigenous master. Chu Wanyan stood to the side, his gaze toward Mou reflecting not only shock, but a deeper admiration. Not only did he dedicate time to refining his physique, but he also found time to master the art of poison. A true maestro of time management. Lu Qianchen wore a gratifying smile. Truly, he is our holy son. Elder Xiao Tian, however, bore an expression of incredulity. How could such a young cultivator possibly excel in both the sword and the art of poison? The esteemed sword master Ling Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that the esteemed master Huichuan's skills were lacking, and his earlier concerns were unfounded. Xia Ningbing lowered her head in contemplation. Faintly discerning how Mou had achieved such a feat, it was evident that only a formidable magical artifact, coupled with profound mastery of poison techniques, could yield such instantaneous detoxification. Without adequate proficiency in the art of poisoning, mere possession of a magical artifact would result in the depletion of vast amounts of spiritual energy and vitality. Conversely, lacking a magical artifact while possessing high proficiency in poison techniques would necessitate an inordinate amount of time. Yet, Mou was merely 24 years old. Time-space magical artifacts seemed to be the only plausible explanation, for otherwise, it would be utterly incomprehensible how he could wield such a multitude of abilities, each executed with such depth. At this moment, Master Huichun felt a burning sensation on his face, akin to having been soundly slapped multiple times. Could it be that he truly accomplished such a feat? However, this sense of embarrassment was swiftly eclipsed by astonishment. For one to achieve such mastery, it was clear that this young man's poison techniques far surpassed his own. No, according to his knowledge, Even the foremost poison master of the Tianyuan continent could not reach such heights. This was undoubtedly the work of a celestial being. Either he had a formidable mentor guiding him, or he was the reincarnation of a great power. With a sudden shift in his gaze, Master Hui Chun devised a plan in his heart. Without hesitation, he knelt before Mou, exclaiming loudly, "Senior, your mastery of poison techniques is divine. I, as a humble disciple, am in awe. I beseech your forgiveness for my previous transgressions. With utmost respect, I dare to request that you take me as your disciple and impart the supreme art of poison to me." This act of kneeling left the onlookers utterly astonished. Just a moment ago, the proud Master Hui Chun stood tall, yet now he knelt in submission to seek a master? The reversal was indeed astonishingly swift. Mou was somewhat taken aback. The revered Master Hui Chun was indeed adaptable, willing to go to great lengths in pursuit of the path of poison. "I do not accept disciples," he replied coolly. Master Hui Chun hastily countered, "That is of no consequence. I can merely be an acknowledged disciple." "No, that is not right. I could serve as an apothecary. As long as you can spare a bit of your time each year to offer me guidance, I would be utterly content. Furthermore, I'm a 7th grade alchemist and can concoct elixirs for you." The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. They had previously been uncertain of Mou's prowess in toxicology, but now they understood. For the proud Master Hui Chun to voluntarily propose becoming an apothecary was a testament to Mou's terrifying skill. Seeing that Mou remained unmoved, Master Hui Chun's eyes shifted, and he turned to Mu Rong-yi, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Please, assist me in persuading the master. I assure you that I will concoct elixirs for you daily without complaint." Mu Rong-yi responded, "This world is truly eccentric." She turned her head away and continued to treat Zhou Tong. Such matters were best left for the master to determine. Ling Yunjianzun stood beside them, observing Master Hui Chun's antics, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This old fellow would indeed go to any lengths to achieve his objectives. Was it truly imperative to join the Tianxian sacred land? Mou was deep in thought. It seemed that it might not be impossible after all. After all, the returning spring master was a 7th-tier alchemist, and if he could be of service to her, it would indeed be advantageous. In the heavenly Xian sacred land, the highest-ranking alchemist officially recognized was only of the 8th tier. Even for someone of his status as the Holy Sun, acquiring 7th-tier elixirs was no easy feat. Noticing Mou's hesitation, the returning spring master grew anxious. He glanced at Mu Rong-yi, and a flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Gritting his teeth, he appeared to have made a resolute decision. "Master, do you only accept female disciples? I could also—" "Stop," instantaneously interrupted his words. If he were allowed to continue, who could predict the treacherous words he might utter? He slowly began to speak. "I can guide you in the art of poison, but I have my conditions. Each year, you shall compile the queries you encounter regarding poison and present them to me. Do not disturb me otherwise. Should I require assistance, I will summon you for alchemy. Is that agreeable? Of course, rest assured, I shall not exploit you." Upon hearing this, the revered healer of rejuvenation was overjoyed and promptly knelt, bowing repeatedly. "Excellent. Thank you, master." Subsequently, and the healer stood aside, silently observing as treated, while administering acupuncture, elucidated. "This needle is known as the 9-turn soul returning needle, which I obtained from a relic. It consists of 9 turns, totaling 81 silver needles, corresponding to 81 significant acupoints in the human body. When applied in unison, they interlink harmoniously, fostering vitality and nurturing the spirit, thereby mending wounds to the greatest extent." The healer of rejuvenation continuously expressed his admiration. "Marvelous, truly marvelous. This technique is simply unprecedented. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons." Previously, the healer would have scoffed at such methods from a mere young girl, perhaps even resorting to mockery. Having immersed himself in the medical arts for many years, he prided himself on his exceptional skills. How could he easily place his faith in a fledgling? Yet now, the circumstances were entirely transformed. The display of such unparalleled mastery of poison by Mou completely shattered his perceptions. With a master so remarkably extraordinary, how could the disciple be anything less than exceptional? Thus, he concluded that the acupuncture technique employed by Mu Rong-yi must undoubtedly be a long-lost, supreme secret art, the intricacies of which transcended the limits of his understanding. Nodded appreciatively but soon pondered something and could not help but inquire, "Is it possible to administer acupuncture without removing one's clothing?" Mu Rong-yi's movements momentarily faltered, and the once porcelain-like complexion of her delicate face now bore a subtle blush. "Master, I previously lacked sufficient cultivation, which is why I had to disrobe." not far away. Chu Yuli was rendered utterly astonished by this exchange. Sister, she actually removed Master-S clothing? This is simply the fourth time, oh dear. In the distance, the esteemed Ling Yun sword master gazed at the revitalizing true person, his countenance etched with profound sorrow. The pain is unbearable. Our sword sect's 7th grade physician has been lost. Both the artifact and the individual. Elder Xiaodian, sensing Ling Yun's sword master's distress, approached and gently patted his shoulder, offering solemn consolation. Little Ling, try to see it differently. We cannot impede others in their pursuit of the Tao, can we? If you all possess such capabilities, he would not have left. Ultimately, it is a matter of your sword sect's insufficient competitiveness and lack of deep foundations that fail to retain talent. Thus, the sword sect must engage in introspection and strive to enhance its strength and competitiveness. That is the right path. The bitterness on Ling Yun's sword master's face deepened. Indeed, Elder, your words are wise. While he verbally acquiesced, his heart silently cursed. What madness is this? Is this level of poison art something a normal person can achieve? Just then, the previously silent Chu Wanyan stepped beside Ling Yun's sword master and respectfully declared, Master, after careful consideration, I have decided to cultivate the body refinement method. What? Body refinement? Ling Yun's sword master was taken aback. Although their sword sect possessed methods for body refinement, they were hardly exceptional. Elder Xiaodian, upon hearing this, grinned widely. In that case, come to the heavenly forge sacred ground. With your talent, you should have been there long ago. Chu Wangyin turned to Ling Yun's sword master, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. Ling Yun's sword master, looking at this cherished disciple in whom he had placed great hope, felt tears welling up. Go ahead, my student. He suppressed the sorrow within, his voice trembling. That place is far more suitable for your development. As your master, I will fully support you and will not obstruct your path. As an affiliated force of the heavenly forge sacred ground, the sword sect had no right to refuse such matters. Now, he felt the loss of even his disciple. Ling Yun's sword master felt darkness closing in, nearly fainting on the spot. What sins have I committed? Why are there so many calamities this year? The sword monument is shattered, the artifacts are lost. Physicians have been taken, and even disciples wish to leave me. The sword sect is doomed. Imo did not continuously observe Murong-yi as she performed acupuncture. Unlike the esteemed master Hui-chun, he was not a physician and could not comprehend the intricacies of her technique. Instead, he wandered about the viewing platform, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Once he healed Zhou and eliminated the heart-controlling poison, he would be able to uncover the mastermind behind the sinister plots. It was audacious to target two prominent sacred grounds, indicating a formidable adversary. Following that, he intended to approach the sword monument to ascertain the true extent of his sword intent. The next day, he aimed to grasp the sword intent left by the founder of the sword sect, thus ensuring a fulfilling journey with the sect. As he pondered, an elegant and dignified figure caught his eye. He smiled and called out, Aunt Shui. Ling Yunxue approached swiftly, a serene smile adorning her exquisite features, her every movement radiating an air of nobility. Xiaoyu, do you still delve into the art of poison? Mou smiled as she explained that she had once received a legacy of poison techniques from a formidable master. Ling Yunxue's eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, sparkled with intrigue. What is your level of expertise in poison techniques? Mou pondered for a moment before responding with composure. On the Tianyuan continent, I could barely be considered the best. Ling Yunxue could not help but cover her mouth with a light laugh. Oh, you child, she shook her head, her eyes sparkling with mirth. However, in an instant, her expression shifted to one of gravity. In my youth, I encountered some difficulties while practicing the Tai Ching Sutra, which resulted in the accumulation of some cold poison within me. Do you possess any remedy? Furrowed his brows slightly, finding the situation quite challenging. A significant issue loomed. His cultivation was inadequate, rendering it uncertain whether he could locate the poison's origin. The ability to conceal oneself is also a criterion for assessing the potency of a toxin. Observing silence, S eyes dimmed. If she could eradicate this chilling poison, her cultivation would undoubtedly advance, and the predicament would improve. Yet, the eradication of this cold toxin was no simple task. Over the years, she had sought the help of numerous physicians, all rendered powerless. Alas, this chilling poison had plagued her for many years. Annie Shui, I am willing to give it a try, interjected. However, my medical skills are limited. I must conduct a thorough examination to ascertain the situation. Let us do it tonight. I will take a careful look for you. If a master of medicine were present, they might discern its condition at a mere glance. But he could not. He could only utilize his spiritual energy to probe gradually, in hopes of uncovering the underlying issue. The light returned to his eyes. Then I will trouble you. Annie Shui. Why are we being so formal with each other? Indeed, she replied. By the way, Annie Shui, I suspect that not only but also disciples from other sects have been afflicted with heart-controlling insects. You suddenly recalled the matter and spoke hastily. Ling Yunqiwei slightly nodded. You need not worry about this. The sword sect possesses enough insight to have already sealed the area, and they will soon uncover the truth. You nodded gently. Indeed. If he could perceive it, how could the esteemed sect leaders and elders present remain oblivious? After Ling Yunqiwei departed, Chu Wangyan approached once more. He respectfully inquired, Brother Mo. I have a matter to discuss. Speak freely, came the reply. You held a rather favorable impression of him. A fervent cultivator, easy to converse with. Devoid of any cunning. How has Brother Mo managed to achieve success across such a multitude of domains? As Chu Wangyan's words hung in the air, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings, and curious gazes were directed toward him. Indeed, a thought-provoking inquiry. You casually picked up a piece of burlap and cast a spell to soak it. Do you see? This is a cloth filled with water. He gently squeezed it, and most of the water was expelled. Now, the water has been largely removed. After speaking, You exerted more force, and a few more drops of water seeped out. He repeated this process multiple times, each time managing to extract some water. Do you understand? Chu Wangyan nodded thoughtfully. He ignited a small flame at his fingertip, evaporating all the moisture from the burlap. He comprehended that both Mou's forceful squeezing and my flame serve as catalysts for progress. The implication is that without pushing oneself, one can never truly realize their potential. Mou couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Indeed, Chu Wangyan's comprehension was quite exceptional. Yet, there seemed to be some merit in his words. The surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves. So that is how it is. I see now. Truly, the teachings of the celestial Xian Saint Sun are profoundly enlightening. No wonder I have been unable to break through my bottleneck. It turns out I lack the determination to push myself. I shall establish a vow of resolve to attain the golden elixir this year. I can't shake the feeling that the Saint Sun implies that time flows like water. If one is willing to exert effort, there is always time to be found. What do you know? The swordmaster's words are indeed the true interpretation. We practice for 12 hours a day. Where is the time to spare? What you say is absolutely right. Mou paid no heed to these discussions, remaining indifferent to how the disciples interpreted them. The diligent cultivation of the disciples from various sects is indeed a positive endeavor. After all, in several centuries, a cataclysmic event will arise that necessitates the strength of these individuals. Gaze shifted towards the location of Murongi, only to find that the revered master Huichen had vanished without a trace. Just as confusion began to envelop him, a voice resonated beside his ear. Master, these are some rare spiritual herbs I have meticulously collected over the years. I humbly request your esteemed appraisal. Unbeknownst to him, Master Huichen had quietly approached, cradling a storage ring in his hands, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at him. Mou initially intended to decline, but upon reflection, he realized that it was time to prepare the elixir required for Sister Yinqi's rebirth. Consequently, he accepted the ring, casually scanning its contents with his divine sense, only to be taken aback. This old man, indeed fortunate, possessed such a treasure. Ethereal jade essence, one of the optional auxiliary materials for Sister Yinqi's rebirth. A 7th grade spiritual herb, exceedingly precious. He had not anticipated encountering it here, thus saving him the trouble of searching further. Such is the advantage of a child of destiny. Whatever one seeks, the heavens invariably present opportunities. Although there might be even finer treasures within, they were unnecessary for him. After securing the ethereal jade essence, Mou tossed the storage ring back to the revered master of rejuvenation. This will suffice for now. I shall seek you out again if the need arises. He then inquired, what questions do you have? The revered master of rejuvenation, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. He quickly stored the ring away, rubbing his hands together as he posed several queries concerning the art of poison. To him, these inquiries appeared profoundly complex, but to Mou, they were merely rudimentary. Mou patiently answered each inquiry. The returning spring master was enraptured, as if he had opened a gateway to a new realm, experiencing a profound leap in his understanding of toxicology. The knowledge he acquired that day surpassed millennia of painstaking research. This young apothecary was truly worth his weight in gold. The returning spring master was overwhelmed with emotion, his admiration for Mou flowing endlessly like a mighty river. After Mou completed his explanation, he turned and returned to Morong Yi's side. As Murong Yi placed the final acupuncture needle, all the silver needles on Zhou Tong's body flew back into the needle case. She let out a long sigh, yet her body swayed slightly, and she began to fall backward. Mou, swift and agile, grasped her delicate waist, gently supporting her. "Thank you, master," she said, her countenance pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her voice faint. A pang of sorrow pierced through Mou's heart as he swiftly retrieved a pill and placed it into Murong Yi's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, restoring a hint of color to her pallid complexion. "Master, I wish to rest for a while," she murmured softly before succumbing to slumber in Mou's embrace. Upon witnessing this, Fairy Ini playfully pouted. "Oh, how I long to sleep in the young master's arms as well." Ling Ching shot her a glare, thinking to herself, "What a lunatic. I wonder what has possessed her today to so brazenly attempt to seduce her man." Mou gently embraced Murong Yi. The softness of the girl in his arms infused with a delicate fragrance. At that moment, Elder Baisu approached Mou with measured steps, retrieving a finely crafted wooden box from his robes and presenting it to him with both hands. "Thank you both for your assistance. This is the reward promised earlier." Grasped the wooden box, feeling its substantial weight in his hands. The surface of the box was intricately carved with exquisite patterns, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. Upon opening the box, he discovered a set of silver needles, each slender as a hair and glimmering with a chilling brilliance. They appeared rather extraordinary and seemed quite fitting as a treasure for little E. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. "You have seized an opportunity from Murong Yi, acquiring a low-grade spiritual treasure, the Xian needles. Reward: premium spiritual treasure, the Blood God Flame needles. Villain points increased by 500. Mou was momentarily taken aback. "Is there a reward for this?" Immediately, a wealth of information regarding the blood-soaked Divine Flame needle surged into his consciousness. Once this needle is unleashed, healers can cure myriad ailments and resurrect the dead, while assassins can strike unseen, obliterating souls. It is indeed a rare treasure. Moreover, it can be fully activated without the use of celestial power. Although Mou lacks medical knowledge, he possesses a rudimentary understanding of concealed weapons. In his hands, the blood-soaked Divine Flame needle could unleash tremendous might. "Saint Son, might there be a method to dispel the goo?" Elder Baisu, observing Mou's contemplative silence, could not help but inquire. "I shall dispel the goo," came a clear voice as Xiaoning being approached, her tone crisp like water cascading over stones. "It is she, the celestial maiden who severed the sword steel with a single stroke. Heaven, she is breathtaking. Her aura is simply unparalleled. I would trade a millennium of my junior brother's life for a companion like her. Have you lost your senses? Look at yourself." Someone in the crowd recognized Xiaoning Bing and gasped in astonishment. Ignoring the murmurs around her, Xiaoning Bing strode directly to Zhou Tong. Just as she was about to cast her spell, she suddenly coughed lightly, and the once frosty beauty of her face grew even paler. The impact of her shattered Dao heart was far more severe than she had anticipated. At this moment, she felt somewhat powerless. Before she could act, Mou moved first, his thoughts conjuring the frost air sword to silently spring into action. From Zhou Tong's brow, a small black insect was expelled by the invisible sword energy. Its grotesque form let out a piercing shriek upon its emergence. Attempting to flee, it found itself firmly locked by the frost air sword's energy. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiaoning Bing's mind as her beautiful eyes lingered on Mou for a moment. Then, with a delicate flick of her slender fingers, she instantly confined the black insect. Channeling her magical power, she used the heart control goo as a guide to mark all those in the vicinity who bore the taint of this goo. Faint purple halos began to materialize around the afflicted disciples. "Hurry! Senior sister has marked those controlled by the heart control goo," Ling Ching exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. Hearing this, Ling swordmaster issued a solemn command. "Act now." The disciples of the sword sect swiftly sprang into action, apprehending all those who had been marked. The eyes of the marked disciples glimmered with a shadowy hue, revealing their entrapment by the heart control goo. However, just as the crowd exhaled in relief, believing all issues resolved, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted, followed by frenzied screams from within the throng. "Long live the god of slaughter! The god of slaughter endures forever!" Several cultivators exuded a terrifying aura, preparing to self-destruct. "This is bad. We must stop them." The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Ling Yunshue's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a graceful wave of her hand, those disciples poised to self-destruct were instantaneously restrained. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. A strange crimson hue manifested in the eyes of those disciples, and dark red liquid began to seep from their orifices. The air was soon filled with a pungent stench, prompting everyone present to cover their noses and retreat in haste. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into pools of blood, a sight most horrifying. Ling Chu's expression altered subtly. What an uncanny method! Who could this harbinger of death possibly be? Others too wore grim faces, their hearts laden with trepidation and unease. These individuals who self-destructed were not disciples of their respective sects, but rather rogue cultivators who had infiltrated under the guise of being scattered practitioners. Was there truly such a terrifying force in the world? Mou gazed at the glaring blood pooling on the ground, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. How audacious have the evil cultivators become to dare appear at the sword sect's trial? Ling Wanqing's expression grew grave. Indeed, it was the slaughter demon sect. They had emerged. But why? What had roused them? Furthermore, their strategy of sowing discord between the two sacred lands without laying waste to the city was entirely uncharacteristic of them. What sinister plot lay hidden beneath this? Xianingbing, however, paid little heed to these matters. To her, they were merely inconsequential factions from the lower realms. Hardly worthy of mention. It was Mou's recent actions that truly astonished her. At that moment, the esteemed swordmaster Ling Yun broke the silence. Fairy Xia. The controlled disciples are present. We implore you to lend your assistance. Xianingbing shook her head, her voice icy. My junior brother can also perform this. Let him take action. Upon hearing her words, everyone was taken aback. The holy son of Tianqin not only possessed remarkable poison techniques but also knew how to dispel evil. Was he even human? Mou did not hesitate, his mind focused as he discreetly manipulated the frost moon sword, and a brilliant blue light flickered. From the foreheads of the disciples, black insects emerged with piercing shrieks. As these creatures appeared, they scattered in all directions with remarkable speed. However, under the radiance of the blue light, they found no refuge. Struggling and twisting, they ultimately transformed into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the air. The entire process transpired in mere breaths. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the situation, the disciples controlled by the heart-controlling worms had returned to normal. They gazed around in bewilderment, clearly unaware of what had transpired. Is this truly resolved? Someone exclaimed, their tone rife with disbelief. The holy son of Tianqin is formidable. I too shall strive to emulate him. In an instant, praises filled the air as all were captivated by Mou's extraordinary prowess. At that moment, Zhou Tong suddenly coughed twice and gradually regained consciousness. Elder Bai Su, witnessing this, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he rushed forward. Grasping Zhou Tong's hand tightly, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Tonger, you have finally awakened. Zhou Tong looked weakly at his father, confusion evident in his eyes. Father? What has happened to me? You were ensnared by the heart-controlling worm, and it was the people of the holy land of Tianqin who rescued you. Elder Bai Su exclaimed excitedly, gesturing towards Mou and Mu Rongyi nearby. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong recalled his previous actions, and a look of guilt washed over his face. Gathering his frail strength, he bowed deeply to Mou and Mu Rongyi. Thank you both for your timely intervention. He felt a profound sense of remorse for having launched a surprise attack on the very individuals who had come to his aid. Mou waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for pleasantries. Let us address the matter at hand. Do you recall who cast the curse upon you? Zhou Tong pondered deeply for a moment before shaking his head. The figure was clad in a black robe, obscuring both their visage and voice. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition illuminated his eyes. Ah yes, that person bestowed upon me a sword. The sword? Interrupted Ling Yun, the swordmaster. You mean that explosive flying sword? Yes, precisely. That very sword. Zhou Tong nodded vigorously. It was given to me by them with the explicit instruction to slay the highest-ranking disciple of the heavenly Xian sacred land. Ling Yun's expression hardened. An invisible pressure emanating from him. Such audacity. We must recover the fragments of that sword. Understood. Chu Wangyan replied, vanishing from sight in an instant. Elder Shao Tian chuckled as he elaborated. Our heavenly crafting sacred land excels in weapon forging. Grant me a day, and I shall deduce the origin of the crafting techniques employed for that sword. Mou nodded gently. This ability can indeed be regarded as a hallmark of the sacred forge of heaven. Each craftsman possesses a distinctive style and technique, akin to the brushstrokes of a painter or the calligraphy of an artist, unique and nearly impossible to replicate. Furthermore, the Sacred Forge of Heaven has conducted extensive research on most forging techniques prevalent across the Tianyuan continent. His gaze once again fell upon Zhou Tong and the other disciples ensnared by the heart control goo. Do you have any further insights? He inquired. The crowd, enveloped in confusion, shook their heads in unison. Suddenly, one disciple spoke up. I recall that the individual exuded a strong scent of blood. Almost immediately, another disciple added. The person was shrouded in a dark robe, wielding only their left hand. I suspect they may be left-handed. MOU took note of this information for future reference. Subsequently, he chose not to dwell on these matters any longer, recognizing that specialized issues should be entrusted to those with expertise. The Sword Sect possesses a dedicated team of professionals for solving cases. MOU held Murong E in his arms, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the sword trial tournament. His strength had garnered the acknowledgement of all, rendering his participation in the second round unnecessary. At that moment, Elder Baisu approached MOU and bowed deeply. Holy Son, I am profoundly grateful for your timely intervention. Such a great favor shall be remembered for eternity. MOU waved his hand, indicating it was merely a trivial effort. Son of the Holy, I possess a piece of news that may prove beneficial to you. Elder Baisu raised his hand, establishing a shielding formation. This formation effectively obstructed all external prying eyes. The higher-ups of the Starry Sacred Land, along with the three factions of Tianshu, Tianji, and Kaiyang, have conspired with various forces to encircle and eliminate Fairy Luo. Elder Baisu spoke in a hushed tone, gradually revealing the information. MOU raised an eyebrow. Why? The senior sister was on the verge of ascension. Were they out of their minds to seek unnecessary trouble? Baisu shook his head. I am uncertain. The reason they provided was that Fairy Luo possesses a divine artifact capable of mitigating the tribulations of ascension. The Holy Son should be aware that this item holds an irresistible allure for those undergoing tribulation, achieving great transcendence, or even for scattered immortals. It is said that with this artifact, one can aid an tribulation scattered immortal in successfully navigating the final thunder tribulation and ascending to the celestial realm. MOU felt a sudden shock. An artifact capable of effortlessly shattering the mightiest tribulations? How utterly bizarre. Such a treasure undoubtedly holds immense allure for those ancient beings. It is no wonder that at that time, Jun Wuhan and others displayed no fear towards the senior sister. It turns out they were already poised to take action against her. Baisu continued, our Yuheng lineage declined their invitation, thus I am unaware of their precise plans. MOU nodded lightly. That suffices. Thank you. There is little he can assist with in this matter. He can only return to inform the senior sister, urging her to prepare in advance. It remains uncertain how many factions are involved. Even a single starry sacred land boasts numerous scattered immortals. The senior sister is likely to face considerable trouble. The Holy Son jested, you saved my son. It is my duty to repay that kindness. I hope you will not disclose that I said so. Naturally, I am well aware of this principle. As night fell, the sword testing concluded, with both MOU and Murongi achieving first place, thereby earning the privilege to comprehend the sword intent of the sword sect's founding ancestor. MOU gently carried Murongi back to the room, delicately placing her on the bed. The door made a soft sound as Ling Ching pushed it open. Her footsteps light and nearly soundless. Brother, is there something amiss? She inquired. Indeed, there is a matter of great significance, MOU replied, turning his gaze toward her. Understanding the urgency, Ling Ching swiftly formed a series of seals, casting a soundproof barrier that enveloped the two of them. The Starry Sacred Land intends to take action against our senior sister, MOU stated in a grave tone. Ling Ching gasped in astonishment. How dare they? MOU shared everything that Baixiu had confided in her. Ling Ching nodded thoughtfully. I will seek an opportunity to inform senior sister. After bidding farewell to MOU, Ling Ching strolled along the moonlit corridor, her mind awash with thoughts. Did such an occurrence happen in my past life? Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Indeed. Senior sister had mentioned a similar incident before. At that time, while she was quelling the demonic cultivators, she uncovered their sinister plot against her. However, that was decades later, when senior sister had become immensely powerful, rendering them utterly incapable of opposing her. Therefore, she was able to resolve the matter independently. Wait. Ling Ching abruptly halted, cold sweat trickling down her cheek. This situation is entirely different. Her senior brother had encountered them prematurely, inevitably altering their plans. Given senior sister's current strength, she is still not their match. Ling Ching exhaled softly, realizing the gravity of her oversight. A potential disaster had been narrowly averted. Upon returning, she must inform senior sister to prepare in advance. Thank goodness for her senior brother's timely warning. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. MOU returned to the bedside and sat down. He silently contemplated while checking his villain points. With 13,700 points, he possessed enough to purchase the Creation Jade Lotus. It was time to prepare for Sister Yinchi's body reconstruction. He needed to inquire about any recently opened secret realms. MOU has always been indiscriminate when it comes to the secret realms. Wherever he ventures, there will always be something he requires. Such is the nature of the child of destiny. There exist myriad combinations for the reconstruction of one's physique, with the ethereal jade essence being one of the fundamental materials. The quality of the materials directly correlates to the excellence of the physique. Should circumstances permit, he still hopes that Sister Yinchi can possess the finest constitution. If that proves impossible, a physique capable of growth will suffice. He then produced the gathering of Soul's jade box. It was warm to the touch, the jade exquisite, subtly emanating a ghostly radiance. At present, the first medicinal pill had already coalesced. Once again, it was time for the exhilarating moment of casting the dice. A celestial artifact for pill production? Where did you unearth this from the legacy of which immortal? Yinchi's astonished voice echoed in his mind. Truly, as a being from the upper realm, she discerned the purpose of this treasure at a glance. I found it in the last legacy of that celestial emperor. MOU replied. Yinchi did not inquire further, urging him to open it and see what had been produced. MOU obediently opened the jade box. Within it lay a pill, pure white and exuding a delicate luminescence. The enlightenment pill, Yinchi exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing its significance. Is it truly remarkable? MOU inquired with curiosity. Indeed, this pill is crafted from the leaves of the enlightenment tea. Once consumed, one's comprehension greatly enhances for 3 days. Even in the celestial realm, only the core disciples of prominent sects are privileged to partake of such a treasure. Your fortune is truly astonishing. Although the grade of this pill is not exceedingly high, its rarity is exceptional. I am envious, Yinchi reflected. MOU smiled and said, in that case, isn't it quite fortunate for Sister Yinchi to have encountered me? Indeed, Yinchi replied with a charming smile. MOU cast his gaze anew upon the elixir, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Tomorrow, he would venture to the sword tomb to comprehend the essence of swordsmanship. And the hard enlightenment pill had arrived at a most opportune moment. Murongi should awaken shortly. Once she does, he could hastily enhance his medical knowledge and attend to Aunt Shue's ailments. Subsequently, he would seek to measure his sword intent in the sword sect within the Grand Hall. Wang Yin proclaimed, this journey to forge the sacred land of heaven requires diligent cultivation. Do not disappoint the expectations of your master. Rest assured, master, I shall exert myself to the utmost and shall not let you down, Chu Wang Yin asserted resolutely. Upon the completion of his understanding of sword intent on the morrow, Chu Wang Yin would set forth towards the sacred land of heaven for his training. Master, you ought to drink less and gamble less in the days to come, Chu Wang Yin advised. I know. You are even more verbose than I am. Master Ling Yun feigned impatience, yet his tone betrayed a sense of reluctance. The two exchanged silent glances, lingering in the poignant air of impending farewell. Just then, an earth-shattering roar erupted, reverberating through the atmosphere. Boom. The sound was deep and resonant, akin to the roar of an ancient beast, causing their eardrums to thrum and their hearts to tremble. Their expression shifted dramatically as they turned abruptly to observe the source. In the distance, towards the sword steel, a massive fissure had split the air from east to west, cleaving the towering steel in twain. The sword steel. It has broken again, Master Ling Yun exclaimed in shock. This steel symbolized the sword sect, standing unyielding for millennia. Even the mightiest of the Great Ascension could scarcely shake it. To witness it severed repeatedly was nothing short of unbelievable. Within a single day, 2 prodigious sword cultivators capable of shattering the steel had emerged. Come, let us investigate. Without a moment's hesitation, Master Ling Yun grasped Chu Wang Yan's arm and, in a flash, transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the steel. However, upon their arrival, they found the scene deserted, with only the 4 fragmented pieces of the steel standing in desolation. On the latest cut surface lingered an overwhelming sword intent, as if narrating the tale of the recent earth-shattering strike. Have they departed? Master Ling Yun furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. Yet not a single figure was to be found. This sword intent, Chu Wang Yin fixated on the shattered steel, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. This intent felt strangely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Countless images flitted through his mind, striving to capture that familiar essence. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. It is Brother Mo. This is Brother Mo's sword intent. What? You mean this was the work of the Holy Son of Tian Xian? Master Ling Yun was taken aback. Indeed. Chu Wang Yin nodded with certainty. The sharpness and dominance embedded in this sword intent mirrored that of Brother Mo without a doubt. Master Ling Yun inhaled sharply, his mind buzzing with astonishment. MOU? Again, it's MOU. What trouble is he brewing this time? Ling Yun's swordmaster felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, an intense unease swelling within him. Just then, Lu Qianchen arrived on his sword, gracefully descending to the ground. He gazed at the sword monument, now shattered into 2 pieces. His expression one of surprise, though he quickly regained his composure. Another break? Twice in a day? Is your monument aging? Lu Qianchen jested. Ling Yun's swordmaster took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within him, and voiced their suspicions. It was done by Xiaoyu? It seems the monument is intact. Lu Qianchen laughed heartily, pride evident in his tone. Ling Yun's swordmaster remained silent for a moment. His gaze complex as he looked at the monument now in 4 fragments, his voice low and resigned. You 3 from the heavenly Xian sacred land have reduced our sword sect's monument, a legacy of millennia, into 4 pieces. The corners of Lu Qianchen's mouth lifted slightly. If your sword sect lacked the ability, had you possessed a genius, couldn't you have shattered the monument yourselves? Enough with the jesting. Ling Yun's swordmaster waved his hand, interrupting Lu Qianchen's banter, his expression turning serious. You should still recall the criteria for assessing sword intent on this monument. Yes? Lu Qianchen nodded. Years ago, your sword sect's ancestral master discovered this mysterious stone tablet underground, where varying intensities of sword intent could leave marks of differing depths. Less than 3 feet and 3 inches signifies the human grade, exceeding that indicates the earthly grade, and over 6 feet and 6 inches denotes the heavenly grade, with a maximum length of 9 feet and 9 inches. Ling Yun's swordmaster nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the fractured monument. Indeed. Your sects by Jianxin broke this rule, cleaving the monument with a single strike. At that time, countless sword cultivators believed the monument was faulty and rushed to test it, only to find that their sword marks remained unchanged. Ultimately, they concluded it was the sword technique of the immortal realm. Lu Qianchen elaborated. They believed by Shuangying was transcending tribulation, thus wielding an immortal grade sword technique capable of severing the monument. Yet Xiaoyu was merely in the nascent soul stage. Precisely. Above the heavenly grade, there exists an even more formidable sword intent. Ling Yun's swordmaster's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Qianchen pondered for a moment and replied, But what does that have to do with us? Such geniuses, of which there have only ever been 3, are not concerns for ordinary individuals like us. Ling Yun's swordmaster shook his head. It matters greatly. A great era is approaching, and our Tianyuan continent shall usher in its most prosperous golden age. Lu Qianchen lowered his head, contemplating this assertion. Chu Wangnin's gaze was fervent. He too wished to seize this opportunity to capture this golden era. Before they could speak further, Ling Yun's swordmaster suddenly declared, I must report to Elder Xiaodian. We shall meet again tomorrow. Before his words could fade away, the esteemed swordmaster Ling Yun, accompanied by Chu Wangyan, transformed into a fleeting ray of light, vanishing into the horizon. Upon returning to his chamber, Mou found himself engulfed in a sense of ennui. The sword monument indeed served as a precise gauge for the intensity of sword intent. With a gentle strike of his own sword intent, the monument shattered into 2 segments. He could now ascertain that his sword intent was of the utmost caliber, yet the precise degree remained elusive. In simpler terms, he had obliterated the testing apparatus. Nevertheless, regardless of its magnitude, it was more than sufficient within this realm, for only 3 individuals throughout history had ever attained such a level. Master. Just as Mou's thoughts meandered, a soft voice gently pulled him back to reality. Morongi, unbeknownst to him, had awakened, rubbing her drowsy eyes and murmuring softly. Mou quickly gathered his thoughts and sat down by the bed. You've awakened. How do you feel? I am fine, just a bit weary, murmured Morongi, rubbing her drowsy eyes, her voice soft and delicate. Here, this is the reward given by Baisu. Mou retrieved the Xian new needle and handed it to her. Morongi opened the wooden box and gazed at the silver needle that shimmered with a cold light, her eyes sparkling with delight. What an exquisite needle, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Thank you, master. This is something you have earned for yourself, Mou replied with a smile. By the way, could you teach me the art of medicine? Of course, I would be delighted to teach you. Morongi responded eagerly. She sat up from the bed and produced a thick stack of medical books. These are my compiled insights on the practice of medicine, master. Please take a look. Mou received the medical text and began to peruse its pages. Meanwhile, Morongi patiently elucidated the concepts contained within the book. He explained the intricacies of observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse diagnosis, as well as the application of medicinal herbs, acupuncture techniques, and moxibustion. While Mou comprehended the medicinal aspects with ease, He felt a certain pressure regarding the other complex medical skills. Mastering these intricate techniques within a limited time frame proved to be quite a challenge, especially considering that in his past life, medicine was regarded as one of the most arduous disciplines. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a wisdom elixir from his storage ring and consumed it. The elixir would remain effective for 3 days, perfectly aligning with his need to hone both his medical and swordsmanship skills. As the pill dissolved upon his tongue, a refreshing sensation swiftly enveloped his entire being. Mou felt an unprecedented clarity of thought, comprehending the teachings of Murongi with remarkable depth. After listening for half an hour, he seemed to undergo a profound transformation, elevating his understanding of medicine to an entirely new level. He could now be considered a third-tier physician. Such astonishing speed of learning would undoubtedly leave those seasoned doctors, who had dedicated years of their lives to arduous study, utterly astounded, perhaps even questioning their own existence. After all, it typically takes years, if not decades, of relentless effort for an ordinary physician to attain the third-tier rank. Yet, Mou accomplished this in merely half an hour. With a solid foundation established, he began to pose several inquiries, such as the common locations of cold toxins and the methods to conduct a thorough examination of the human body using spiritual energy. Through Murongi's explanations, he stumbled upon a significant revelation. The cold toxin in medicine and the cold toxin in poison are, in fact, entirely different entities. To his dismay, he realized he had no idea which cold toxin and snow referred to. Murongi appeared to discern Mou's genuine confusion. She turned to a specific page in the medical text, her delicate finger resting upon it. "Master, behold this, the spirit flame purging cold needle. Once the source of the cold energy is identified, employing this technique will provide a solution." Mou's eyes sparkled with excitement. He relished such a straightforward and unyielding approach. It is widely acknowledged that amputation can remedy all ailments related to the corresponding limb. This technique possesses a certain wild beauty. With this in mind, even if Ling Chu's chill was a medical affliction of cold energy, there would be no cause for concern. Moroni continued. This technique demands a significant level of skill and is influenced by the intensity of fire. Therefore, I am unable to assist with the cold poison afflicting my master. It must be addressed by him alone. However, should my master encounter such situations in the future, there is no need for embarrassment. Simply speak up. She winked playfully and added, "It is merely the cold energy entering the body due to a depletion of kidney yang. As a professional physician, I assure you, I will not mock you." Mou remarked, "At this point, even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse my name. Alas, let her think as she pleases. Sooner or later, she will come to realize that her master possesses boundless vitality." Subsequently, Mou attentively studied the intricate illustrations in the medical text while earnestly listening to Murongi's explanations. Unbeknownst to her, Murongi's voice gradually diminished until it fell into complete silence. Mou then realized that the girl had fallen asleep. However, he had already mastered this technique of acupuncture. Mou gazed at her serene sleeping face, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. He gently laid Murongi down and tucked her in with care, his movements tender, fearful of disturbing her slumber. At that moment, Yanshi's voice echoed in his mind. "That acupuncture technique is quite extraordinary. By taking on this disciple, you've truly stumbled upon a treasure." "Oh, is there something particularly special about it?" Mou hastily picked up the medical tome and meticulously examined the content regarding the acupuncture technique he had just witnessed. Perhaps due to his limited experience, he could not discern any remarkable aspects of this method. Yanshi spoke slowly. "This is the heart force needle technique." "Heart force?" Mou inquired, puzzled. Yanshi patiently elucidated, "In this world, there are countless cultivation systems, the most prevalent being the triad of spiritual energy, divine soul, and physical form. Beyond these, myriad branches exist, among which heart force is one. Though heart force cannot serve as a primary cultivation system, as it does not directly confer combat prowess, it can be pursued as a supplementary discipline to enhance one's capabilities. In the realm of immortals, the most renowned practitioner of heart force is undoubtedly the Sunset Immortal Emperor. It is said that when he first ascended to the realm of Immortal Emperor, he utilized heart force to slay 9 seasoned immortal emperors of the demon race." Mou's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it really that impressive? Indeed, it is unfortunate that there exists only the method of utilizing mental energy, but not one for its cultivation. Yanshi let out a gentle sigh, her eyes filled with deep regret. Does Sister Yanshi not possess it? Mou inquired with curiosity. Yanshi chuckled softly. "What are you thinking? How could I possibly have such a thing? In the realm of immortals, Mental energy represents an emerging system, with only a handful of practitioners possessing the means to cultivate it. Why would they ever be inclined to share? A wave of regret surged within Mou's heart. Such formidable power, yet it remained beyond his reach for the time being. Truly a pity. Perceiving Mou's sentiments, Yanxi offered a comforting smile. However, you are fortunate. There exists a universal method for cultivating mental strength. Quickly, tell me more, Mou urged with eagerness. Yanxi replied gradually, by pushing your mental strength to its utmost limit, it will experience a slight increase upon your next recovery. Your little apprentice, for instance, becomes exhausted and falls asleep only when her mental energy is entirely depleted. When she awakens, her mental strength will have improved. Such a method is utterly a waste of time in the celestial realm. Techniques that consume mental energy are inherently rare, and the increments in enhancement are exceedingly slow. For cultivators in the immortal domain, this minuscule improvement is akin to a drop in the ocean, utterly insignificant. Furthermore, following the enhancement, there will be a period of weakness, rendering the effort counterproductive. However, as you are only at the nascent soul stage, even a slight increase in mental strength will yield significant results for you. You can utilize this needle technique to ward off the cold for your mother-in-law. Given your capabilities, it is unlikely you will accomplish it in one go, thus providing you an opportunity to cultivate your mental strength. During the period of weakness following the completion of your mental cultivation, she can still protect you, achieving multiple benefits in one endeavor. Mou's eyes glimmered faintly. Coupled with the recent consumption of the enlightenment pill, my understanding of mental fortitude will surely be heightened. Indeed, it won't be long before your mental prowess reaches the threshold, Yanxi confidently asserted. What benefits arise once one reaches this threshold? Mou inquired with delight. Yanxi smiled sweetly. How would I know? I have never undergone such training. Mou was not disheartened. Rather, he was filled with enthusiasm as he delved into the study of the spirit flame purifying needle, preparing for Ling Chu's arrival. Outside the window, the moonlight was bright and pure, cascading like flowing water. It softly poured into the room, enveloping everything in a hazy silver glow, tranquil and serene. At the stroke of midnight, a gentle knock at the door arrived as expected, shattering the stillness. Xiaoyu, it is I. Mou hastily rose to open the door, revealing Ling Chu standing gracefully at the threshold. She was adorned in a delicate lavender gown, the hem swaying gently with the night breeze, enchanting in its beauty. The moonlight cascaded upon her, accentuating her exquisite form and adding a touch of allure. And Shui, please come in, Mou urged, stepping aside. Ling Chu entered the room, her gaze shifting between Mou and the slumbering Murong. A flicker of complexity passed through her enchanting eyes. Mou lightly coughed and explained, and Shui, Xiaoyi has exerted herself greatly today. It would be convenient for me to take care of her here. Rest assured, it will not affect us. How could he have forgotten that Murong had yet to be returned? Ling Yunshui nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and gently seated herself at the edge of the bed. Her posture exuded elegance, reminiscent of a blooming snow lotus, regal and dignified. Xiaoyu, you may begin, she said softly. Mou approached Ling Yunshui's side, extending his hand to gently rest upon her wrist. A chilling sensation emanated from her wrist as he slowly infused a stream of spiritual energy, meticulously sensing the condition within her body. After a brief moment, Mou furrowed his brow. This was indeed not a poison, but an exceedingly rare form of ice attribute spiritual energy, more accurately described as frigid essence. The heavenly poison pearl was rendered ineffective in this instance. It appeared that he would have to personally administer the needle. The cold energy had infiltrated various acupoints within Ling Yunshui's body, diffusing throughout her system, and her internal organs had suffered varying degrees of erosion. This frigid essence was remarkably tenacious, akin to a parasite that clings to the bone, proving exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Mou's expression grew solemn. And Shui, I can resolve this, but it will require several sessions. I will need to perform acupuncture on you every night for a while. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Ling Yunshui's eyes. At last, there was hope. She had awaited this day for a long time. As long as it can be cured, she would endure any duration. And Shui, allow me to mark the acupuncture points for you now. Mou grasped Ling Yunshui's icy wrist, simultaneously probing as he marked the locations of the chilling energy within her acupoints. After a brief interval, as the number of markings increased, Mou's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He discerned that the cold energy was widely dispersed, with certain acupoints positioned in rather unusual locations. Mou lightly cleared his throat and handed the chart to Ling Yunshui. Any Shui? This is the area where the acupuncture will be administered shortly. Do you find it acceptable? Ling Ching accepted the acupoint chart, her gaze drifting over the various marked points. Her expression gradually became intricate, a tapestry of shock, confusion, and shyness interwoven. She lifted her gaze to Mou. Her beautiful eyes filled with uncertainty. Annie Shui, I am a professional physician and would never deceive a patient, especially one of your esteemed status, Mou stated earnestly. Ling Ching studied the chart in her hands, lost in contemplation. Indeed, the locations where she often felt discomfort corresponded precisely with these marked points. However, these areas also. After a moment's hesitation, she could not restrain her curiosity. Is there an alternative method? Mou responded, yes. There is a fundamental approach involving acupuncture at the back acupoints to facilitate circulation. However, it certainly requires multiple sessions and a longer treatment course. This is the basic application of the Lingyan Dian needle. Although its efficacy may not match that of directly targeting the ailment, it can at least help to avert certain awkward situations. Upon hearing this, Ling Ching fell into deep contemplation. Ultimately, she opted for the more conservative option, acupuncture at the back acupoints. Mou nodded, finding no surprise in Ling Ching's choice. Annie Shui, please prepare. I need to administer acupuncture to your back. Ling Ching turned her back to Mou and began to undress. She noticed Murongi peacefully slumbering on the other side of the bed. With a delicate lift of her hand, her fingertips shimmered with spiritual energy. And a barrier was conjured, dividing the bed into two distinct realms. In that moment, the small double bed, separated by the formidable barrier of the Great Ascension stage, appeared as two separate worlds. Only then did she feel at ease. Once ready, she softly stated, we may begin. Mou took a deep breath, retrieving the azure blood divine flame needle, and began to perform the spirit flame purging needle technique. The silver needle pierced the acupoint as pure yang true energy. Entwined with flames, surged into Ling Ching's body, incinerating the stubborn coldness within. Ling Ching shivered slightly, sensing a gentle warmth spreading throughout her. Mou was entirely absorbed in the control of his spiritual energy, not daring to let his mind wander for even a moment. One silver needle after another pierced into the acupoints, as pure yang, true fire surged through the needles into Ling Ching's body. Ever since she began cultivating that particular technique, she had been plagued by cold energy, suffering immensely every night. Now, this warm current enveloped her, bringing a long-lost sensation of warmth and comfort. As time passed, fine beads of sweat began to appear on Mou's forehead. His spiritual energy and mental strength were rapidly depleting, a sensation starkly different from his usual spellcasting. He felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. After a brief moment, at last, the final silver needle was placed. Mou let out a long breath, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. His spirit was exhausted, and it felt as though his body had been completely drained. He strained to maintain his composure, channeling his spiritual energy, and all the silver needles vanished from Ling Ching's back. It's done. Exhausted, Mou uttered wearily. As soon as he spoke, darkness enveloped his vision, and his body uncontrollably lurched forward. Xiaoyu. Ling Ching sensed the anomaly. Turning with a gasp, she hastily reached out to catch the falling Mou. Snowflakes swirled through the air, dust settling like a silken garment draped over the terrace. Hidden blossoms buried their fragrance, while icy skin and jade-like bones blushed with vibrant red. This was the last scene Mou beheld before succumbing to unconsciousness. He felt the world spin chaotically, his consciousness fading into obscurity. Accidentally leaning forward, he found himself unexpectedly cradled in Ling Ching's embrace, reminiscent of a petal adorned with morning dew, exuding an alluring fragrance. Ling Ching felt a tremor coursing through her body, an unfamiliar sensation flooding her senses, leaving her mind blank. Xiaoyu actually. A surge of uncontrollable spiritual energy erupted within her, instinctively. She wanted to push Mou away. Yet, she halted herself, quickly restraining the force, fearing it would harm him. Looking down, she noticed Mou had inadvertently leaned against her. Her cheeks flushed instantly, resembling a ripe peach, radiant and dripping with allure. She wished to push him away. But gazing at his pale face and sensing his frail breath, a wave of compassion surged within her heart. Xiaoyu? Ling Ching called softly, her voice trembling. Yet, Mou remained unresponsive, clinging tightly to her as if she were his sole refuge. Her heart raced like a drum. She had never been so close to a man. Even if he was her fiancé, she attempted to break free, but her body felt utterly weak, yielding to Mou's embrace, unable to move. Perhaps it was out of compassion. Or perhaps she dared not ponder further, simply gazing at Mou's serene visage. Her heart a tumult of emotions, both touched and pained, accompanied by an ineffable complexity. Xiaoyu, you are such a fool, Ling Yunxue sighed softly. Exhaustion of spiritual energy should not manifest in this manner. It appeared that even his soul had sustained considerable damage. Such depletion would require an extended period for recovery. Moreover, this was merely the first day, and Mo would endure this every day henceforth. What was it to lend him her support, after all? Moonlight, like flowing water, filtered through the window, gently cascading upon the two, resembling a veil of misty silver. Time seemed to suspend in this moment, silent and tranquil. Only the soft breaths of the two intertwined in the air, creating a tender symphony. Suddenly, an unusual sensation washed over Ling Yunxue, jolting her back to awareness. Having lived for centuries, she had never encountered such circumstances, leaving her momentarily at a loss. So sweet. Mayu, in a state of confusion, uttered a soft phrase. Upon hearing his murmurs, Ling Yunxue felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the cracks of the earth. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. Little Yu was merely asleep. It was not intentional. Gently, she adjusted Mayu's head, allowing him to rest against her shoulder. Simultaneously, she summoned her magical power, causing the purple gown that lay scattered by the bed to gracefully rise and envelop her form. Only then did she exhale in relief, though her cheeks remained flushed. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. As Mou gradually awoke, her vision was enveloped in a warm and gentle hue of purple. Upon fully opening her eyes, she realized she was resting against Ling Yunxue. The sight of a purple silk gown gracing her view, Mou instinctively retracted his head. With this motion, a soft and warm sensation approached from behind. It was Aunt Shue's leg. Awake? At that moment, a clear yet gentle voice descended from above, akin to a heavenly melody. Mou did not respond immediately. He was taken aback to find that his vision was completely obscured, preventing him from seeing Ling Yunxue's face. Then, he took stock of his body and found everything to be in order. Moreover, his perception of the surrounding environment seemed to have sharpened considerably. Every gentle breeze, every subtle shift in light, was captured by his heightened awareness. This appeared to be the effect of an enhancement in his mental acuity. The garments before him became extraordinarily vivid. Every thread, every texture was rendered with exquisite clarity. Have you not yet fully recovered? Ling Yunxue inquired, leaning down. Her voice tinged with curiosity, yet a tender smile graced her lips upon seeing him awaken. I have fully recovered, he replied, as Mou was about to rise. A pair of delicate hands gently pressed him down. The hands softly rested on his forehead, frail yet tender, warm as jade. You exerted yourself too much last night. Do take a little more rest, Ling Yunxue softly advised. Mou did not decline, relishing the softness of the knee pillow. Suddenly, he discovered that his cultivation had inexplicably advanced. He was but a step away from breaking through to the 7th layer of the Yuanying stage. It was noteworthy that just a few days prior, he had relied on Su Meier to ascend to the 6th layer. What was the reason for this? From where did this newfound power originate? Had the law of energy conservation ceased to exist? It is understood that even a genius requires nearly 2 years of arduous training to reach such a realm. Yet he, after merely a brief slumber, had achieved this inexplicably. Suddenly, he recalled from the previous night that it seemed the spiritual essence from Ling Yunxue had nourished him. Mou couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. It has been detected that you have utilized Ling Yunxue's spiritual energy for cultivation, transcending 5 major realms and successfully breaking through. The villain's counterattack has succeeded. Reward, due essence. This substance can be used to enhance one's cultivation or to reshape the physical body. Current affection level of Ling Yunxue, 95. Automatic replenishment of fortune, 500. The emergence of the system thoroughly confirmed Mou's suspicions. He began to examine the dew flower rain essence provided by the system as a material for reshaping one's constitution. Such a resource would be a tremendous waste if used merely for cultivation. He resolved to inquire with Sister Yanxi whether she desired it. If she did not, he would reconsider using it for his own cultivation. Mou noticed that Ling Yunxue did not mention the embarrassing incident from the previous night. So he decided to feign ignorance and simply inquired, "Aunt Shui, how is your health?" "I am much better," Ling Yunxue replied softly. "Aunt Shui, during this period, I will come to you for acupuncture every night at midnight to ensure it is thoroughly addressed before it worsens. After the sword trial concludes, I will stay at your Tianxian sacred land for a while." Ling Yunxue pondered for a moment before agreeing. Just then, a series of loud crashing sounds erupted. Mou abruptly rose from Ling Yunshue's soft legs, only then noticing the barrier in the center of the bed. With a delicate lift of her hand, Ling Yunxue dispelled the barrier. In the next moment, Morong Yi's figure surged forth from within the barrier, wielding a longsword, evidently engaged in an assault on the barrier. Upon spotting Mou, a flicker of astonishment passed through her clear eyes, and she hastily sheathed her sword. However, due to the force of her motion, she could not control herself and ultimately tumbled into Mou's embrace. "Master, I apologize. Are you unharmed?" Morong Yi quickly disentangled herself from Mou, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She had initially thought herself trapped and had attacked the barrier with all her strength. To her surprise, as she thrust her sword, the barrier vanished unexpectedly. Now, it appeared that the situation was. Morong Yi suddenly noticed Ling Yunshue's disheveled attire, her eyes widening in shock. Sensing Morong Yi's gaze, Ling Yunxue instinctively adjusted her dress. Mou had just nestled in her embrace, leaving her clothes in disarray. Morong Yi's suspicions grew ever more resolute. She had not anticipated that her master and Ling Yunxue would progress so swiftly, so rapidly transforming into a married couple. Wait, a more pressing concern suddenly dawned upon her. Why was she here? Countless thoughts raced through her mind, ultimately converging into a conclusion that filled her with profound embarrassment. She had unwittingly become a participant in their play. Mou was unaware of Morong Yi's thoughts, simply stating, "It is getting late. We should head to the sword tomb." With that, he and Ling Yunxue made their way outside, while Morong Yi hurried to catch up, her mind swirling with thoughts. She stealthily glanced at Mou and then at Ling Yunxue. Her master and mistress had certainly indulged themselves last night. The trio arrived at the entrance of the sword tomb, located within the sacred realm of Tianxian. A considerable crowd had already gathered there. The sword tomb was the resting place of the ancestors of the sword sect, embodying the essence of the sect itself. It housed countless swords and the sword intentions of numerous sword cultivators. Those who attained enlightenment or ascended would leave their sword intentions here for future generations to comprehend. Standing at the forefront was the esteemed Jianyun swordmaster, his voice resonating powerfully, echoing in every corner. Ordinarily, the disciples from various sects would remain silent and attentive at such a moment. However, the atmosphere was rife with chatter, as the crowd engaged in lively discussions. "Did you see? The sword monument has been severed again. Who could it be this time? Who else could it be? I bet it was Fairy Xia." Finding the 3 stone monuments unsightly, so she simply sliced it into 4 pieces. "That's impossible. Fairy Xia is so aloof and proud. She would never do such a thing. I suspect it was the holy son of Tianxian. The sword mark left on the monument measures 9 feet and 7 inches. Yet he dared to challenge it directly. Aside from him, I can think of no one else." As opinions were voiced, the collective suspicion inevitably fell upon Mou, with many convinced he was the one who had severed the sword monument. "Master, did you secretly chop the sword monument yesterday?" Morong Yi leaned closer to Mou, whispering her inquiry. "No, I approached it openly. It just so happened that no one was around at that time," Mou replied candidly. "Really? You weren't deliberately choosing the moment?" Morong Yi blinked, clearly skeptical. She was well aware that the chosen one often preferred to conceal their true strength, masquerading as a fool to outsmart others. She herself occasionally employed such tactics to deceive. At that moment, Ling Wanqing stifled a laugh. "After you fainted yesterday, your master held you the entire time, never going anywhere, so naturally, he had no opportunity to visit the sword monument. Once the sword trials concluded, the monument was left unattended." Upon hearing this, Morong Yi's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her ears, her heart racing. Her master had been looking after her all along? He was truly wonderful. She even felt a surge of desire to pledge herself to him in gratitude for his kindness. Just then, Jianyun sword master raised his voice, cutting through the din of the disciples below. "Everyone, the time has come. We must enter." Mou accompanied Morong Yi, entering the sword tomb alongside a group of disciples from the heavenly mystic sacred land. At that moment, Mou noticed a familiar figure appearing beside him. It was Ling Yunxue. "Aunt Xue, are you not with the people from the Ta-Ching sacred land?" Ling Yunxue shook her head, her expression a mixture of complexity. Mou surveyed his surroundings and was astonished to discover that among the 500 disciples, ranging from chi refinement to spirit transformation, not a single disciple from the Tai-Ching sacred land was present. The decline of the Tai-Ching sacred land had reached such a lamentable state. Although this pertained merely to the path of the sword, it was sufficient to glimpse the overall weakening of the Tai-Ching sacred land's strength. A heavy sensation enveloped Mou's heart as she offered her consolation. "Aunt Xue, do not worry. things will surely improve in the future. Ling Ching managed a faint smile. Let us hope so. As they ventured deeper into the sword tomb, a mist began to rise. The air was thick with an overwhelming sword intent. A tangible sword aura intertwining and resonating with a low hum. Suddenly, a vast expanse unveiled itself before them. The voice of the sword master Ling Yun resonated once more, elucidating the rules for everyone. Esteemed guests, what lies before you is the sword domain. This domain bears resemblance to the realms of cultivators in the harmonization stage. However, the lethality of our sword cultivator's sword domain is far more formidable. This sword domain is a manifestation of the sword intent left behind by our predecessors, which has coalesced autonomously. The sword intent within will infiltrate your bodies, exerting comprehensive pressure on your physical forms, souls, and spiritual energies. You will also have the opportunity to comprehend the sword intent contained herein. The higher your realm, the greater the oppression you will experience. This is precisely why only the elite of each realm are permitted to enter this place. The deeper you go, the more refined the sword intent becomes, and the greater the benefits you will receive. You may enter. Should you find it unbearable, relinquish your resistance, and the sword domain will automatically teleport you out. There is no need to fear for your lives. The voice of Sword Master Ling Yun echoed within the sword tomb. Now, let us commence. With a command from Sword Master Ling Yun, hundreds of disciples streamed forth, stepping into the sword domain. Mou and Mu Rong walked side by side, delving deeper within. As soon as they stepped into the sword domain, Mou was astonished to discover that the surrounding sword intent actively avoided him. Could it be that his own sword intent was excessively powerful? Mou endeavored to perceive the sword intent surrounding him. He found himself at the periphery of the sword domain, where the sword intent was sparse and its power rather feeble. The quality of this sword intent could be categorized as inferior at the earth level. The realm of sword intent corresponded to his own level, which was at the nascent soul stage. Due to his profound mastery of sword intent, the energies within the sword domain instinctively shied away from him, hesitant to approach. However, the purpose of his journey was to observe and draw from the sword intents left by predecessors, to integrate their essence, and ultimately to comprehend his own unique sword intent. The reluctance of these sword intents to come near him posed a considerable challenge. Mou turned to gaze at Murongi. Her condition appeared to be stable, with faint strands of sword intent enveloping her. Logically, those at the chi refinement and foundation establishment stages would benefit the most from this, as they had yet to cultivate sword intent. How do you feel? Mou inquired. I am well. This sword intent is not particularly strong, and it is quite easy to resist, Murongi replied. That is reassuring. Let us hasten our pace towards the heart of the sword domain. Concluded his words and began to depart. Outside the sword domain, the leaders of several major sects congregated. Elder Baisu inquired of the sword master Ling Yun. Have there been any new discoveries? Sword master Ling Yun's expression grew solemn. After an entire day of research, we can ascertain that those cultivators hail from a nefarious sect that possesses at least one ascendant master. Furthermore, their devotion to their sect has escalated to a fanatical degree. They would not hesitate to self-destruct to fulfill their mission. At this juncture, Sword Master Ling Yun could not help but feel a deep sense of melancholy. A sect that can consistently maintain ascendant masters in every generation can truly be called a formidable power. Yet, our sword sect lacks such capability. We occasionally find ourselves without an ascendant master in a generation. I am one such case, bringing shame to our ancestors. Elder Baisu fell silent for a moment before responding. Isn't this something that could have been discerned at a glance yesterday? Sword Master Ling Yun cleared his throat awkwardly. They have never appeared on the Tianyuan continent, and their methods are beyond our capacity to counter. A heavy silence enveloped the gathering. Suddenly, Lu Qianchen spoke up. What of Xiao Tian? Why hasn't he arrived? Has there been any progress with that sword? Sword Master Ling Yun replied. The elder is still studying that sword. It will require more time. Lu Qianchen nodded and refrained from further commentary. Before long, and his companion arrived at the heart of the sword domain. Moroni followed closely behind, her delicate frame trembling slightly, her pearly teeth biting down on her crimson lips, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She fervently channeled her spiritual energy, striving to resist the omnipresent pressure of sword intent. Exhausting considerable effort, she barely managed to keep pace with. She lifted her gaze, and what met her eyes were two somewhat disheveled figures. One was Chu Wang-in, clutching a long sword, his steps unsteady, his entire body trembling as if he might collapse at any moment. The other was an unfamiliar man, seemingly more formidable than Chu Wang-in. presumably the foremost among those at the transformation stage. However, he was not in much better condition, appearing as though he could not endure for long. Muromi turned beside her, who maintained an air of calm indifference. "Master," she gasped, "why do you appear utterly unfazed?" Mou's lips curled into a subtle smile as he stretched languidly. "Perhaps my strength is quite formidable. You must strive earnestly as well, my second disciple." Upon hearing this, Muromi's mouth twitched slightly. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to concentrate, continuing to withstand the onslaught of the sword's intent. Upon witnessing this, Mou refrained from further words. He lifted his gaze towards the heart of the sword domain. There stood a platform, the true core of the sword domain. "Master, I find myself struggling," murmured Muromi, her voice tinged with frailty. She halted her steps, her delicate countenance pale. "I shall cultivate here." With that, she settled down onto the ground, legs crossed, and closed her eyes, beginning to comprehend the sword intent that enveloped her. Upon witnessing her halt, Mou, unencumbered by hesitation, transformed into a streak of luminous light, soaring ahead with remarkable swiftness. As he traversed the path, the sword intent instinctively parted, granting him passage toward the core. Meanwhile, Chu Wangyan struggled to advance, each step a laborious endeavor. His gaze fixated on the distant platform, his eyes brimming with yearning. Almost there, he was on the cusp of reaching the heart of the sword domain, the realm of the purest sword intent. In his previous attempt, he had failed to reach the center. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Yet, as he pressed onward, the pressure intensified, and he gradually felt himself nearing his limit. He pushed himself further. Despite his body nearing its breaking point, he refused to surrender, resolutely forging ahead. Just then, a gust of wind whisked past him. He instinctively halted, turning to behold the source, astonishment flooding his expression. Who could possess such speed in this place? Seemingly impervious to the mounting pressure? As he discerned the figure before him, his surprise diminished somewhat. It was Mou. If it were him, it seemed less extraordinary after all. Mou gracefully soared to the platform, landing with poise. Subsequently, the surrounding sword intent ceased its retreat, instead surging towards him like a tidal wave. Nevertheless, even in such overwhelming numbers, this sword intent remained largely ineffectual against him. Mou sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to deeply perceive the sword intents surrounding him. The sword intents of the stars, water and fire, slaughter, the lunar, and the solar. Countless forms of sword intent, akin to myriad stars, swirled around him. Mou delicately sensed the myriad sword intents, absorbing the profound meanings contained within each. He seamlessly integrated these insights into his own swordsmanship, thereby perfecting his art. Outside the sword domain, Ling Ching stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon the sword domain, a soft sigh escaping his lips. Truly, this sword domain seems to diminish with each passing year. I recall ancient texts indicating that during its zenith, not even high-tier immortal cultivators could hope to disturb this realm in the slightest. Ling Yunxuan nodded slightly in agreement. In this present day, not only high-tier immortal cultivators, but even she, given a modicum of time, could forcibly breach its defenses. Ling Yun's swordmaster shook his head with a bittersweet expression. Indeed, it has weakened significantly, and not by a mere fraction. He paused to elucidate. The sword steel harbors sword intents, yet only within the unique environment of the sword domain can it aid sword cultivators in comprehending these intents. The cost, however, is that the sword intents are subsequently depleted. Ling Ching furrowed his brow. But I recall that any disciple who has entered the sword tomb, upon achieving a certain level of cultivation, would return here to leave their own sword intent as compensation. Logically, the sword intents within the sword domain should be increasing. Should they not? After all, I too have once inscribed my own intent here. Hearing this, Ling Yun's sword master let out a bitter laugh and shook his head once more. It is a case of expenses exceeding income. If this continues, the sword tomb shall inevitably fall into desolation, and our sword sect will follow suit into decline. Perhaps, indeed, our sect's fortune is reaching its end. Why would expenses exceed income? Ling Ching asked in confusion. Ling Yun's sword master explained, in recent decades, the talents of sword cultivators in the Tianyuan continent have surpassed those of the past. One would think this to be a positive development. However, the activities of the demonic realm and its practitioners have surged alarmingly, resulting in the untimely demise of countless talented disciples. They have no opportunity to return. With fewer sword intents remaining, the sword domain naturally grows weaker. Perhaps one day, our sword sect will meet the same fate as those once glorious sects, vanishing entirely within the annals of history. Ling Ching gazed at the gradually waning sword domain, her expression a tapestry of complexities. Beyond the Ta-Ching sacred land, many sects faced a similarly grim outlook. Xia Ningbing listened intently to the dialogue, her mind deep in contemplation. The individual capable of orchestrating such a formation possessed considerable prowess. Yet, she harbored a vague intuition that the purpose of this formation was likely far more profound than merely facilitating the comprehension of sword intent for the younger generation. Ling Ching, however, remained unimpressed. Such minor disturbances scarcely constituted a pivotal concern, whether it was the sword sect or the Ta-Ching sacred land. Both ultimately survived until the very moment of the destruction of Tianyuan continent. Although the sword domain was indeed in a state of gradual decline, it had fulfilled its duty by nurturing countless sword cultivators for the world. At that moment, the sword domain underwent a sudden and violent transformation. The once stable sword intent began to dissipate at a visibly alarming pace. "What is happening?" Lu Qianchen exclaimed, his pupils constricting in shock as he realized that the sword intent was diminishing. Ling swordmaster's expression grew grave. Someone was rapidly comprehending sword intent. What sort of sword path had they grasped? "Your testing grounds are equipped with a retroactive formation. Surely, there is a projection formation here as well?" Lu Qianchen posited. Instantly, Ling swordmaster formed a seal with his hands, and images materialized within the sword domain before the eyes of the gathered crowd. At the center of the scene stood Mo. Everyone was taken aback, their expressions revealing a myriad of emotions. Lu Qianchen's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Ling Yunqiu's beautiful eyes glimmered with joy for Mo. Ling Ching wore a look of astonishment, vividly recalling that in her previous life, Mo had not caused such a monumental stir. Now, he had arrived earlier, reaping even greater rewards. Ling swordmaster sighed deeply, expressing a hope that the Holy Sun would one day return to the sword sect, leaving behind his sword intent. Otherwise, the sword sect would truly face ruin. Meanwhile, Xia Ningbing furrowed her brows, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her depths. Mo actually attempted to comprehend the chaotic sword intent through these feeble sword wills? The chaotic sword intent, one of the most formidable sword intents in existence, possesses the power to devastate the heavens and obliterate the earth. Regrettably, the sword wills surrounding him are too sparse and varied, insufficient to support the understanding of a complete chaotic sword intent, at best allowing him to coalesce a mere semblance. A thought crossed her mind, and she instinctively desired to enter the sword domain to provide him with some guidance through her own sword intent. Such an epiphanic opportunity is not easily encountered. However, she soon halted her steps. Her own heart's path was marred, rendering her incapable of offering Mo effective assistance. She felt a pang of regret within. This kind of opportunity is exceedingly rare, even in the upper realms. Should he succeed in mastering the chaotic sword intent and ascend to the status of an immortal emperor, he would be among the most formidable. If only she had acted with more resolve back then and kissed him directly, perhaps things would not have come to this. She had merely sacrificed a first kiss, whereas he was forfeiting the chance to grasp the supreme Tao. Suddenly, Xia Ningbing came to her senses, overwhelmed by a rush of embarrassment and indignation. The cracks in her heart's path indeed caused emotional turmoil, but this chaos felt excessive. Why were such thoughts invading her mind? Although she had been single for countless years, surely she wasn't that desperate? She quickly focused her energy to regain her composure. At that moment, the scene abruptly darkened. Ling swordmaster exclaimed in surprise. The ancestral spirit within the sword domain has severed the connection. It seems the Holy Sun is destined to receive the ancestral fortune. Within the sword domain, the sword intent that had once enveloped Mo suddenly receded like a tide, no longer approaching him in the slightest. Mo suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of anger flashing within them. He felt on the verge of comprehending an extraordinary sword intent. Why did it come to an abrupt halt? He abhorred stagnation. Just then, an ethereal figure materialized before him. The visage was indistinct, surrounded by a faint glow, resembling a wisp of blue smoke, elusive and transient. "Dear friend, do not let your temper rise." The figure spoke, its voice ancient and serene, instilling a sense of calm. "Who are you?" Mo's heart tightened, instinctively bracing himself. "I am Chenhenian, the founding patriarch of this sword sect," the apparition gradually revealed. "The founding patriarch?" Mo was taken aback, then quickly connected the dots. "You are the legendary sword god who established the sword sect and vanquished countless demons?" Chenhenian smiled gently. "Indeed. It is I. I never anticipated that after all these years, the world would still remember me." Mo clasped his hands and bowed, inquiring about the Elder's purpose. He had heard of this individual's esteemed title, the sword god of slaughtering immortals, a hero who had once saved the Tianyuan continent many years ago. A cultivator revered by countless souls, a true sage. It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to ask you to depart from this place, Chenhenian replied. Still smiling, his tone gentle. Mou furrowed her brow slightly, pondering why her senior would ask her to leave. Was it due to the excessive sword intent she had absorbed? Surely, the founder of the sword sect was not such a petty individual. If there were any challenges confronting her senior, she would be more than willing to assist, as her intuition suggested a side quest was at hand. Upon hearing her words, Chenheni's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, followed by a smile. You are quite an amusing fellow. However, my dilemma is beyond your capacity to resolve. How can you presume to know what I can or cannot solve, when you are not me? Aha, and you are not me either. So how can you be certain that I am unaware of your inability to resolve it? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Mou's eyes as an unparalleled sword intent erupted, resembling an extraordinary divine blade being unsheathed, its radiance piercing and all-encompassing. Casting a disdainful gaze upon the world, Chenhenian was momentarily taken aback. Your sword intent is indeed intriguing. However, your cultivation remains insufficient to resolve my predicament. Mou spoke softly, who said I intended to resolve your predicament. Once I unleash my sword intent, it becomes impossible for those energies to flee. Though this incessant wandering may be somewhat exhausting, it ultimately allows for continued comprehension. In your current state, you cannot forcibly expel me. Chenhenian paused momentarily, then chuckled. Very well, since your curiosity is so fervent, I shall permit you a glimpse. With a grand gesture of his hand, the center of the platform gradually parted, unveiling a profound passage. An unsettling chill and a malevolent aura began to seep from within the depths of the corridor. Mou pondered for a moment before plunging directly into the depths below. Chenhenian couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Are the youth of today so fearless? How could one dare to leap like that? Thud. With a muffled sound, Mou landed steadily on the ground. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in an immense underground chamber. At the center of the space stood a towering platform, upon which lay a pitch-black longsword, ensnared by countless chains forged from condensed sword intent. At that moment, Chenhenian also descended gracefully beside Mou. His gaze fixated on the cursed sword with a complex expression, his tone grave as he proclaimed, "This is the predicament I have encountered." Mou inquired, "What is this?" A flicker of reminiscence crossed Chenhenian's eyes, his voice turning somber. Once, there existed an immortal who descended from the upper realm to the Tianyuan. He proclaimed himself a deity, regarding the creatures of the lower realm as mere insects, indulging in reckless behavior, with the ambition to dominate the entirety of the lower realm. The cultivators of the Tianyuan continent, unwilling to endure such humiliation, rose in rebellion. However, they were utterly outmatched by the immortal, suffering devastating losses. With the formidable beings above the integration realm nearly exterminated, ultimately the entire Tianyuan continent chose to submit. Mou inquired. I recall that immortals cannot descend to the mortal realm, correct? Even if they were to descend, they would face suppression. How can he possibly survive under such circumstances? Chenhenian shook his head. Indeed, he is subject to suppression. However, he wields a demonic sword, a treasure that does not succumb to the overt constraints of the heavenly laws. Mou's gaze once again fixated upon the enchanted sword, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Thus, it must be the celestial sword wielded by the immortal, a divine artifact. Chenhenian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this blade is a divine instrument, and its rank among such artifacts is undoubtedly high. Master, master. At that moment, an urgent voice called from above. Chenhenian spoke. It is the little girl who entered with you. Mou looked up, only to find the sky shrouded in darkness, as if the view above obscured the one below, and vice versa. Suddenly, a figure in his sight enlarged rapidly. Morong had unexpectedly leapt down. In a swift motion, Mou appeared beneath Morong, securely catching her in his embrace. Morong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly wrapped her arms around Mou's neck, her small face pressed against his chest. Her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Master, I am so relieved you are unharmed. I feared you had been taken by a monster. Mou exclaimed. He is not Tang Sing. How could he possibly be captured by a monster? What brings you down here? Morong dismounted from Mou. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush as she explained. I noticed that Master was missing and feared something had befallen you. So I intended to seek out the Master's wife for assistance. However, I rushed into the very center and was not automatically transported away. In my haste, I spotted this pit and leapt down without a second thought. She surveyed her surroundings and was astonished to see the demonic sword upon the high platform. What a magnificent sword! The fortune of our master is truly extraordinary. Just by stumbling into a pit, one can encounter such remarkable treasures. A warm current surged within Mo's heart. That girl, Morongi, often appeared frivolous, yet in critical moments, she displayed such genuine concern for him. Without knowing that she was the child of fortune, destined to survive, she dared to leap down without hesitation. Such devotion is truly commendable. Shinhanea floated to Mo's side. Let us continue our discourse regarding this sword. Celestials are forbidden from remaining in the mortal realm. This holds true for both scattered immortals and true immortals. Scattered immortals face tribulations once every 10 millennia, while true immortals encounter them every millennium. In the 16th millennium since his arrival on the Tianyuan continent, we finally awaited our chance. Seizing the moment during his period of vulnerability after transcending his heavenly tribulation, we united our efforts and struck him down. Mo united. Realizing that this was indeed the origin of the esteemed title of the immortal slayer sword god held by his predecessor, Shinhenian chuckled softly, stating that this was the collective effort of the entire Tianyuan continent, and he was merely a trivial part of it, although he described his contribution as insignificant. Mo, you could sense the hardship behind it. Scheming to slay a genuine immortal was no simple endeavor. Your humility is commendable. Without your efforts, we cannot fathom the current state of the Tianyuan continent. Mou expressed with genuine admiration. Even in our absence, others would have risen to the challenge. Shinhenian waved his hand dismissively. However, after his demise, the calamity did not cease. That cursed sword had already quenched its thirst with the blood of countless beings and was further empowered by the blood of immortals. It had attained sentience and sought to escape. We exerted every ounce of our strength to capture it, yet we could not obliterate it completely. Ultimately, my friends and I devised this method. We joined forces to establish an immortal formation, converging the wills of countless beings to seal the cursed sword within. Mou understood clearly. Thus, the primary function of the sword domain is to suppress the demonic sword, by utilizing a small amount of sword intent to nurture sword cultivators. It allows them to grow, leaving behind their own sword intent to nourish the sword domain in return. This cyclical process not only fosters future generations, but also continuously suppresses the demonic sword, preventing it from unleashing chaos upon the world once more. Should I exhaust all the sword intent, it would lead to the demonic sword breaking free from its seal. Shinheineer nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. At this moment, Morong-i inquired, why not find a way to completely destroy this sword? Can't a loose immortal accomplish that? Alternatively, wouldn't it be better to ascend to the immortal realm together with the cultivators to handle it there? If one were to encounter a bomb in the life trajectory of a child of destiny, it would inevitably explode. Now, this demonic sword is on the verge of detonating. It is not that simple. Chunheineer shook his head. The demonic sword corrupts the mind. Whoever wields it becomes a mere machine driven by slaughter. As for destruction, that is even more implausible. The lower realms lack the means to obliterate an immortal artifact, and even loose immortals are powerless in this regard. I can attempt to destroy it, Mou declared. To release the demonic sword for the sake of comprehending sword intent is beyond his capabilities. Yet, if he could first resolve the demonic sword, wouldn't these sword intents then be free for him to comprehend? Shinheineer shook his head. In the past, several of us at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension attempted to destroy this demonic sword and failed. How could you possibly succeed? Mou countered. Over countless years, no one has managed to obliterate the sword intent within this sword domain merely through comprehension, have they? Shinheineer fell silent. This assertion held merit. Although he had sensed an overwhelming surge of sword intent from outside in recent decades, causing the sword domain to tremble, that individual never entered. Nonetheless, Shinheineer still shook his head, his aged face etched with concern. The demonic sword is exceedingly malevolent. Should we fail, it could corrupt our minds. If you were to fall into darkness, I truly cannot envision any hope for Tianyuan continent. At merely over 20 years of age, possessing such cultivation and swordsmanship talent. Though I am a nascent soul and he an immortal, his sword is swifter than mine. With a deft flick of his wrist, Mou unleashed a glimmering cold light. The frost-eager sword was drawn from its sheath. In an instant, the temperature plummeted, and an aura of frigidness enveloped the surroundings. This is a celestial artifact, Chunhenian exclaimed in astonishment. You actually possess a celestial artifact. It is worth noting that in his era, there were scarcely any celestial artifacts throughout the entire Tianyuan continent. To think that even those in the nascent soul stage now wield celestial artifacts? Murongi's eyes widened in awe. This sword is incredibly formidable and exquisite. Yinchi, however, had long grown accustomed to such sights and merely yawned lazily within the soul ring. After all, with the legacy of a celestial emperor, possessing several hundred celestial artifacts is hardly surprising. Holding the Frost Moon Sword, Mou addressed, "Esteemed Elder. This blade possesses the power to sever all malevolent entities in the world. With this sword in hand, the sinister aura of the demon's sword cannot corrupt my spirit. Might I, therefore, attempt to sever the demon's sword?" Upon hearing these words, Chun Henan fell into a contemplative silence once more. After a moment, he sighed deeply. "Though you wield a celestial artifact, your spiritual energy is ultimately insufficient to unleash its full potential. Alas, perhaps I have grown old, becoming overly cautious and hesitant. Since your resolve is unwavering, then take the plunge." With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, Chun Henan dispersed the sword intent that stood between the trio and the demon sword. Upon the high platform, a long sword, entirely black and exuding an overwhelming malevolence, vividly captured the attention of all present. The demon sword had finally revealed its true form. At that moment, the system's voice resonated, detection of the child of fortune. The bloodthirsty demon sword. Suppression will yield rewards. Name, Bloodthirsty Demon Sword Fortune, 10,000. A subtle tremor coursed through Mou's heart. The child of destiny? This demonic sword is also the child of destiny? However, at this moment, Mou had no time to ponder these thoughts. An oppressive force, as heavy as a mountain, bore down upon him, instantly enveloping his entire being. This was the pressure emanating from the bloodthirsty demon sword, infused with genuine celestial power. Though immensely weakened, it still possessed the essence of the divine. A malnourished camel is larger than a horse. As she sensed this overwhelming pressure, Murongi's delicate face turned pale, and her slender frame trembled slightly. Instinctively, she grasped Mou's arm. "Master!" The Frost Moon Sword in Mou's hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant blue light, its chill pervading the air and swiftly dissipating the oppressive force. Both individuals felt a profound lightness, returning to their normal state. Shinheni nodded slightly. He could assist Mou by utilizing the sword's domain, yet he refrained from doing so. If one could not withstand such a modicum of pressure, how could they speak of severing the demonic sword? He quietly awaited Mou's decisive strike against the sinister blade. Mou fixed his gaze intently upon the demonic sword, contemplating a solution. Chun Hedian was not mistaken. His spiritual power was insufficient. Even with the Frost sword, he could not sever the demonic blade. It appeared that at least the spiritual energy of the Great Ascension stage, combined with a formidable celestial artifact, was necessary to have any chance of success. Alternatively, could he persistently assault it, suppressing it until the system forced it to relinquish its equipment, and then continuously strike with newly acquired gear? After all, this was the conventional strategy of the villainous counterattack system. As Mou pondered, the bloodthirsty demonic sword suddenly spoke, its voice laced with temptation. "My two esteemed companions, if you assist me in breaking free, I shall recognize you as my masters and aid you in achieving immortality. You are remarkably strong, at such a tender age. You possess such cultivation, and I surmise you are among the most outstanding prodigies of this realm. You wield a celestial weapon, yet your cultivation is inadequate to unleash its full potential. The young lady beside you also exhibits considerable talent, but alas, her cultivation is still too shallow. Should she encounter formidable foes, she would struggle to protect herself. Just eliminate that old man and release me, and I shall grant you the power to dominate this lower realm. Even when you ascend to the celestial realm, I will continue to assist you in achieving supremacy." Mou wore an impassive expression, his heart devoid of any turmoil. He was well aware of what actions were permissible and which were not. Listening to this demonic sword was far less pragmatic than simply striking him down and reaping the rewards from the system. However, it appeared that Murongi was somewhat affected. Her gaze appeared dazed, and she unwittingly took a step forward. Mou raised his hand, and the Frost Ava sword instantaneously positioned itself before Murongi. A surge of chill infiltrated Murongi's body, instantly dispelling the tumultuous thoughts within her mind. Startled, Murongi abruptly awakened, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. And with lingering trepidation, she gazed at Mou. "Master, I am unharmed. I am here." Offered comfort while simultaneously becoming more vigilant. The demonic sword was indeed formidable, capable of silently influencing one's heart. Had it not been for the protective Frost Egret's sword, he would likely have been unable to escape its grasp. "Oh, this sword is quite impressive, able to withstand my spells." The bloodthirsty demon sword expressed a hint of surprise, quickly regaining its composure. Young one, if my senses do not deceive me, there are several stunning individuals beyond this realm. One of them has reached the pinnacle of the great ascension stage. By wielding me, you shall gain boundless power, and in due time, they will all become your vessels. Furthermore, beyond them, the entire world, whatever you desire, can serve as your vessel for your enjoyment. What mankind seeks, in the end, are merely fame, fortune, power, and beauty. The truth remains unchanged. If one does not cherish the kingdom, they will cherish the beauty. To have a nascent soul cultivate a great ascension as a vessel is a rare dream. No one can refuse such an offer. Upon hearing this, Murongi displayed a peculiar expression. The great ascension you speak of is my master's wife. The woman undergoing tribulation also seeks to seduce my master. As for the remaining one in the integration stage, she is my master's uncle. I was about to say that she will eventually be my master's as well. After all, in tales of harem and stallions, those described in appearance are typically the protagonists. However, recalling the terrifying pressure exerted by Xian Ningbing, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The bloodthirsty demon sword trembled slightly. A nascent soul has indeed found a great ascension as a partner? How is that possible? What merit does he possess? Why did none of my previous masters encounter such fortune? Those cultivators stronger than him would kill for such a chance. It is this very envy that forced me to flee from the celestial realm to the mortal world. Had I such backing, I would not have fallen to this state. Ensnared by a horde of insignificant beings, filled with jealousy, the bloodthirsty demon sword did not relent but continued to entice. In your dual cultivation, you must be at a disadvantage. However, with me, you can turn the tables and rise above her. Murongi was utterly astonished. Is this truly a valid reason for temptation? What difference does it make to be atop or beneath? S eyes glimmered subtly, not out of desire for the demonic sword, but because he had finally conceived a flawless solution to conquer it. How could he have forgotten the binding immortal rope? As long as an immortal artifact can be fully utilized, it becomes a conceptual level weapon in the mortal realm. By harnessing the celestial energy bestowed by the system, he could entirely seal the demonic sword within 10 seconds, seizing the opportunity to sever it. In the lower realm, he was the deity that governed the singularity. Although the binding immortal rope would deplete his remaining spiritual energy, utilizing the Frost Eater sword first would pose no issue. Lacking spiritual energy, the system would merely replenish it for him. The folly of desire. At that moment, he was only fixated on the binding play. It was only now that such a simple application dawned upon him. Henceforth, he would renounce the desires of name, profit, and power. The demonic sword, sensing the subtle shift in its expression, immediately understood. It appeared this young man had been swayed. With a little more persuasion, he could become a formidable ally in its ascent to supremacy. The bloodthirsty demonic sword, was no ordinary weapon. From the moment its sentience was born, it was equipped with a system. By slaying enemies or betraying its master, it could acquire slaughter points to grow ever more powerful. A few years prior, sensing a gradual decline in its strength, it resolved to exchange all its remaining slaughter points for fate, a staggering 10,000 points, utilizing fate to gamble for a sliver of survival. Furthermore, with the enhancement of fate, navigating this world would undoubtedly become more convenient. Unlike before when it had fallen prey to mere ants of the Great Ascension stage. Indeed, it had only been a few years since acquiring this fate when new individuals appeared. Next, it intended to manipulate this fool to slaughter the denizens of the Tianyuan realm, avenging the grievances of its seal. Then, it would ascend to the celestial realm, betray its master, and, as a sword, attain the pinnacle of existence. Contemplating this, it continued to entice. Young one, I perceive you lack a piece of celestial bone. Surely, you harbor great enmity in this world. Seize me, gain boundless power, and annihilate those adversaries. Subjugate all those women beneath you and indulge to your heart's content. You paid him no heed. He still had one final question. Was Chenhenian trustworthy? After utilizing the binding immortal rope, there was a period of complete void without spiritual power. If Chenhenian harbored ill intentions, he would be utterly powerless to resist. He believed that the sword god of extermination was a good person. Yet, after so many years, who could discern what this individual truly was? Soon, a solution dawned upon him. He seated himself cross-legged and gazed at Chenhenian. Senior, I can resolve this demonic sword, but it will require some time. I kindly ask you to keep an eye on my disciple. With that, Mou closed his eyes. His consciousness surged forth as he began to attempt an incursion into the sword domain formation. Once he gained control over this sword domain, He would no longer need to worry about Chen Henian. Although his current cultivation was insufficient, he was still an adept formation master. Fully mastering this formation was merely a matter of time. Chen Henian nodded slightly, his gaze resting upon Mou, revealing a hint of admiration. The steadfastness of this young man's spirit was indeed rare. Faced with such temptation, he remained unmoved, steadfast in his principles. Truly, he was a person of potential. Unable to discern Mou's intentions, he assumed the youth was merely preparing. With a wave of his hand, the sword intent surged, isolating the demonic sword anew. Then, Chen Henian spoke. If you truly can destroy this demonic sword, you may freely comprehend the sword intent within this domain. However, I have a small request. I hope that after you two young friends reach the integration stage and grasp the essence of this sword domain, you will return here to leave behind 10 distinct sword intents. Although the need to suppress the demonic sword will no longer exist, I still wish for this sword domain to continue nurturing the younger generations. Understood, Senior. I shall do so. As Mou responded, he simultaneously continued to seize control of the formation. Morong stood quietly beside him. Although she had no understanding of her master's intentions, she placed her unwavering trust in him. Chen Henian observed Mou in silence, his heart filled with both anticipation and curiosity. How exactly would this young man destroy the demonic sword? He held a profound trust in Mou, harboring no concerns about any ulterior motives. A swordsman embodies the sword. The sword reflects the swordsman. The sword of Mou is so pure, devoid of any trace of malevolence. The individual himself could not possibly be a wicked person. Suddenly, Chen Henian's gaze sharpened as he keenly sensed an anomaly. What is this? His eyes widened in disbelief. His control over the sword domain had unexpectedly weakened. He abruptly turned to Mou, only to discover that Mou was actually seizing control of the sword domain. This young man not only possessed terrifying swordsmanship talent, but also exhibited remarkable prowess in formations. A tempest of astonishment surged within Chen Henian. It is essential to note that this was an immortal formation. Several cultivators of the Great Ascension stage had expended considerable effort to establish this array. Yet now, a mere nascent soul youth was gradually mastering this celestial formation. While the formation may have weakened, even any one of them at that time would have found it impossible to wrest control of this formation. Was this young man truly attempting to sever the demonic sword in such a manner? However, could he succeed? Seizing a formation beyond one's level is immensely taxing. A moment of carelessness could lead to exhaustion, resulting in failure. Meanwhile, outside the sword domain, Ling Yun, the sword sovereign, held the control token of the sword domain. His brow furrowed. He noticed that his grip on the sword domain was gradually diminishing, and the radiance of the token was becoming dimmer. What was happening? Ling Yun pondered in confusion. He could sense that something had shifted within the sword domain, yet he was unable to discern the specifics. Lu Qianxian, standing nearby, noticed the unusual expression on Ling Yun's face and inquired, Ling Yun, what is the matter? Ling Yun shook his head, replying, it is nothing. Despite his words, turmoil brewed within Ling Yun. He harbored a foreboding feeling that the events occurring within the sword domain were likely connected to Mou. Could it be that the ancestor had passed the sword domain inheritance to that young man? This was the very foundation of their sword sect. Was it something that could be casually bestowed upon others? Would this not imply that his position as sect leader was in jeopardy? Within the sword domain, Mou rose to his feet and exhaled deeply. It was accomplished. With the aid of the Tian Shu formation plate, he had attained complete dominion over this sword domain. Fortunately, he possessed the art of endurance in battle, enabling him to engage in prolonged combat, and with his recent enhancement in mental fortitude, he would otherwise have succumbed to fatigue before achieving his goal. How could this be possible? Chen Henian's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely trust his own vision. This young man had truly accomplished the unimaginable. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage had actually infiltrated a celestial formation and successfully mastered it. This was nothing short of astonishing. He was barely in his 20s, was he not? Those formations, sword entities, celestial bodies, and Taoist forms, could one truly achieve such prowess? Absolutely not. He had encountered numerous prodigies in his time, yet none had exhibited such strength at this tender age. It seemed that Mou might be a reincarnated celestial being undergoing recultivation. After a considerable pause, Chen Henian regained his composure. Now that you have secured control over the sword domain, how do you intend to address the demon sword? If the formation alone could obliterate the demon sword, he would have accomplished it long ago, rather than waiting until now. Thus, he was keenly curious about Mou's methods. Mou faintly remarked, I ask you, esteemed elder, to observe closely. To sever the demonic sword, a single strike shall suffice. Simultaneously, he surmised that this Chen Hunyang was none other than the legendary sword god of slaughtering immortals, who would not pose any threat to him. Chen Hunyang was indeed determined to eradicate the demonic sword, regardless of the price to be paid. Moroni was left dumbfounded, her mind buzzing in disbelief. Could it be that her master had actually gained control over this sword domain? Is such a feat truly possible? Wasn't this the very foundation of their sword sect? Although she had long been aware of her master's prowess as an array master, the level of skill displayed was simply astonishing. Mou waved his hand, and the sword's intent unfurled, revealing the demonic sword. Young one, it appears you have made your decision. Take me up, and I shall aid you in becoming the strongest. The bloodthirsty demonic sword spoke once more as it sensed the weakening of its restraints. Mou infused all the spiritual energy within her into the frost moon sword. The blade shimmered with an increasingly resplendent blue light, emanating an intense chill. The frost moon sword resonated with a series of melodious sword cries. This marked her inaugural battle. She trembled with excitement, yearning to fight alongside her master, vanquishing demons and dispelling evil. Witnessing this, the bloodthirsty demon sword let out a disdainful snort. How absurd! With your meager cultivation, even wielding a celestial weapon, what can you possibly achieve against me? It will only serve to incite my wrath further. Mou paid no heed to the bloodthirsty demon sword, continuing instead to channel his spiritual energy into the frost ebon sword. The bloodthirsty demon sword, infuriated by Mou's obstinacy, felt its rage intensify. It believed that these two individuals must not have witnessed its formidable power, which explained their blatant disrespect. Since you were so ungrateful, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The voice of the bloodthirsty demon sword grew chillingly cold, infused with a palpable murderous intent. Today, I shall sever one of your arms as a light punishment. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the bloodthirsty demon's sword began to tremble violently. It managed to break free from some of the constraints of its sword intent. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, instantaneously enveloping the entire space. Its sinister and malevolent aura sending shivers down the spine. Chen Huanyan's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing this. Be careful, he exclaimed, utterly astonished that after being suppressed for so many years, this cursed sword could unleash such terrifying power. Moroni, frightened, hurriedly took refuge behind Mou, yet still found the audacity to raise her middle finger in defiance. Trash, watch as my master cleaves you. This worthless scrap, with a single strike. With a piercing gaze, Mou swiftly unleashed the Frost Eater sword, sending forth a fierce beam of sword light that surged towards the bloodthirsty demon sword. In response, the bloodthirsty demon's sword erupted into maniacal laughter. Huh, is that all you've got? Such trivial power cannot even graze me. Yet, despite its mocking words, it chose to evade. The purity of that sword's aura unnerved it. Observing this, Mou scoffed, trying to escape? In a brilliant flash of golden light, the celestial binding rope ensnared the bloodthirsty demon sword in an instant. A tremor of dread coursed through the demon's sword. It was engulfed in an overwhelming suppression. Its celestial energy entirely sealed away. What sort of bizarre technique was this? After years of navigating the celestial realm, it had never encountered such a phenomenon. A depleted nascent soul, wielding an unknown artifact, had managed to bind it? Then, the fierce sword light, imbued with an endless chill, hurtled towards it. No. The bloodthirsty demon sword let out a wretched shriek. It struggled desperately, attempting to free itself from the celestial binding rope's grasp. However, all efforts were in vain. The sword light struck with relentless force, the pure energy igniting a searing sensation within it. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the bloodthirsty demon sword was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground in utter silence. The overwhelming demonic aura was purified and dissipated into nothingness by the chill radiating from the Frost Eater's sword. Mou swayed slightly, his complexion as pale as parchment. He gripped the frost-eared sword tightly, its tip pressed against the ground, barely managing to steady himself. While the depletion of his spiritual energy could be tolerated, the significant drain on his soul power from previously seizing the sword domain had rendered him almost powerless. Beside him, Chen Henny was utterly stunned. One sword, merely one stroke had severed the demonic sword that even several seasoned cultivators of the Great Ascension stage had been incapable of overcoming. Why had Mou just seized the sword domain? A thought flickered through Chen Henny's mind. Could it be that this was his contingency against the escape of the demonic sword? A profound admiration for Mou surged within Chen Henny. Truly, he was a reincarnation of a formidable being, an exceptional talent. Murmuring Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the dissipating sword energy, a charming blush blooming upon her delicate cheeks. Master is so handsome. She felt her heart skip a beat. Fluttering like a startled fawn, her heart racing uncontrollably. At that moment, Murmuring Yi suddenly noticed Mou's weakened state, and the exhilaration on her face was swiftly replaced by concern. She hurriedly stepped forward, extending her hand to support Mou. Master, are you all right? I am fine. Merely experiencing a significant depletion, he replied. Mou gently shook his head, yet his gaze shifted towards the shattered bloodthirsty demon sword. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Hasten, that sword is a treasure, do not let it go to waste. Although the bloodthirsty demon sword lay in two broken halves, it remained an artifact of celestial caliber. The preciousness of its material far surpassed that of mundane objects from the lower realms. He turned to the still-dazed Chinhinian and inquired, Senior, this sword belongs to me. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing Mou's voice, Chinhinian awakened from his reverie and quickly waved his hand. No objections. That is your spoils of war and rightfully belongs to you. Murong Yi supported Mou as she collected the remnants of the broken demon sword. Subsequently, Mou sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate to restore his spiritual energy. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated within Mou's mind. Detection of your successful elimination of the Son of Fortune. Bloodthirsty Demon Sword reward. Strengthen any artifact of your choice. Awaken the artifact's intelligence and unlock the artifact growth system with the growth mode determined by the artifact's characteristics. Currently siphoning the fortune of the Bloodthirsty Demon Sword. Fortune increased by 10,000. Villain points increased by 10,000. Mou trembled with excitement. A new system feature. Such abundant luck and rewards for villain points. At that moment, Murong Yi gently placed her hand on his forehead, bringing a wave of coolness. Master, why are you trembling? Mou felt the gentle warmth on his forehead, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly as he suppressed the excitement within. It was merely a thrill at the thought of ridding the world of the great calamity that was the demon sword. Ah, as long as Master is unharmed. Murong Yi withdrew her hand, letting out a sigh of relief, her face blossoming into a sweet smile. Mou took a deep breath and began to contemplate which artifact to enhance. The system would determine the growth method based on the inherent characteristics of the artifact. For instance, a sword might grow stronger through wielding it or through acts of slaying. He currently possessed quite a number of artifacts, making it difficult to choose the most suitable one. After some deliberation, he resolved to enhance the Frost Ebon sword. His greatest proficiency lay in the way of the sword, and its likely growth method was through acts of killing, direct and forceful, aligning perfectly with his inclinations. Moreover, the Frost Ebon sword was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also boasted exceptional effects, delighting the beholder. Most importantly, the spirit of the sword had a gender. This single aspect allowed the Frost Ebon sword to surpass the Heavenly Poison Pearl and the Human Emperor banner. System, enhance the Frost Ebon sword. The enhancement of the Frost Ebon sword was completed, and the method of growth was being extracted. Killing, purification, cultivation. The Frost Ebon sword could grow stronger through the repetition of these actions. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, and Mou understood completely. Killing would allow it to grow stronger by slaying any living being. Purification would enhance its power through the cleansing of malevolent entities. Cultivation indicated that the spirit of the Frost Ebon sword could also practice techniques, akin to a cultivator. Mou opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within them. He could sense that the bond between him and the Frost Ebon sword had grown ever more intimate, as if their bloodlines were intertwined and their hearts in perfect harmony, leaving no space for separation. Concurrently, the Frost Ebon sword had also become significantly more formidable, though its precise rank remained unknown. It was unmistakably apparent that its edge had sharpened and its chill deepened. Mou extended his hand, gently caressing the blade of the Frost Moon sword. The sword emitted a series of clear, melodious chimes, akin to a joyful song, as if reveling in Mou's touch. Though the sword's intelligence had indeed increased, it would still require a few more days to fully awaken its spirit. He sheathed the Frost Moon sword and turned to Chen Henyang. Senior, do not forget the promise you made to me earlier. Chen Henyang gazed intently at the sword in Mou's hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could vividly sense that this sword had grown even more formidable than before. The palpable aura of its sharpness made his heart race. Upon hearing Mou's words, Chen Henyang snapped back to reality. Of course, I will not forget. The sword intent within this domain is ripe for comprehension. However, Since you have already attained control over this realm, there is no need to seek my counsel. After a brief pause, his tone softened with sincerity as he deeply bowed to Mou. I am grateful to you for alleviating a tremendous calamity for the Tianyuan continent. Mou hurriedly assisted Qin Henian to his feet. Senior, your words are too heavy. Were it not for your efforts to seal the demon sword back in the day, I would be powerless. He then sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closing. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of sword intent flooded into his body from the sword domain. Outside the sword domain, Ling Yun's swordmaster furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He realized that the connection between himself and the sword domain had been utterly severed. The sword intent began to dwindle again. Ling Yun, what on earth is happening? Lu Qianchen inquired. Before Ling Yun's swordmaster could respond, an unexpected change occurred. A colossal vortex materialized within the sword domain, voraciously devouring the surrounding sword intent. The intent rushed toward the center of the vortex at a visible speed, vanishing without a trace. What exactly is transpiring? Ling Yun's swordmaster exclaimed in shock. Xia Ningbing fixed her gaze on the sword domain, her demeanor serious. What is sealed within the demon sword array? She coldly asked. The demon sword array? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. I recognize this formation. Ling Ching suddenly spoke, clarifying the confusion among them. This is a sealing formation that can only be constructed using the sword intent of cultivators at the fusion stage or above. It is employed solely when facing an adversary in the sword Dao that cannot be entirely vanquished to seal them away. Ling Yun's swordmaster's brows knitted tightly as he pressed for clarification. So what you mean to say is, this is indeed a sealing formation? Xia Ningbing suddenly unleashed a torrent of violent spiritual power, pressing it toward Ling Yun's swordmaster. I ask you, what malevolent entity is sealed within this sword array? Her voice was as frigid as ice, piercingly cold. Ling Yunxue instantly grasped Xia Ningbing's implication. The pressure of the great ascension stage was unleashed without reservation, bearing down on Ling Yun's swordmaster. The diminishing sword intent signified that the sealed demon was on the verge of breaking free, while disciples from various sects remained trapped inside. Ling Yun's sect master, shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? Ling Yun's sword master was drenched in sweat. I am just as clueless. He lamented internally. What is happening here? Wasn't it the two of you who comprehended the sword intent of our sword domain? Why am I being blamed? He found it incomprehensible. Furthermore, these two individuals were terrifying. While Ling Yunxue was at the great ascension stage, Xia Ningbing, even at the fusion stage, could stifle his breath. The sword domain was established by a founding ancestor as a training ground for sword cultivators, and he had never heard of any malevolent entity being sealed within. Under immense pressure, Ling Yun's sword master revealed what he knew. Xia Ningbing slightly furrowed her brows, retracting her oppressive aura. Ling Yunxue followed suit, redirecting her inquiry. Ningbing, what do you know? The demon sword. Xia Ningbing uttered 2 words, her understanding of that historical episode allowing her to instantly deduce the nature of the seal within the sword domain. Ling Wanqing provided a timely explanation. Years ago, the celestial sword god, in alliance with several formidable cultivators of the Great Ascension, vanquished an otherworldly demon. However, the demon's sword had vanished. It appears that this sword was subsequently sealed within this location. Exhausted, the third senior sister remained taciturn, leaving Xia Ningbing to assume the role of translator. Fortunately, her extensive reading in her past life enabled her to keep up with the third senior sister's line of thought. Ling Yunxue urged with urgency, what are we waiting for? Quickly activate the formation and let us enter. Xiao Yu and the disciples are still inside. The esteemed Jianyun swordmaster was drenched in sweat. The formation has changed hands. I suspect our ancestor transferred control of the sword domain to a disciple in order to seal the malevolent spirit. However, there is no need for excessive concern, as a fragment of our ancestor's divine consciousness remains within the sword domain to ensure safety. The group fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing this. Xia Ningbing coldly declared, I shall dismantle this formation. Though not an expert in the intricacies of formations, she possessed sufficient knowledge to resolve this incomplete array with ease. With that, Xia Ningbing transformed into a streak of light, soaring directly toward the edge of the formation. The others, witnessing her determination, promptly followed suit. Within the sword domain, Mou hovered in the air, seated in a meditative posture, resembling a magnificent statue, surrounded by a swirling aura of sword energy that incessantly devoured the surrounding sword intent. Qin Henan and Mu Roni quietly stood by. Master is truly remarkable, Mu Roni exclaimed in admiration. Qin Henan nodded slightly. Your master is on the verge of comprehending an ultimate sword intent, Such talent is indeed fearsome, even among the celestial realms. Senior, what is ultimate sword intent? Mu Rongyi inquired. Shenhenan patiently elucidated. Above the heavenly tier lies the ultimate. The so-called ultimate sword intent is the fusion of supreme laws such as chaos, fate, causality, creation, destruction, and reincarnation into sword intent. Is it truly that formidable? Which one is master comprehending? Mu Rongyi asked. Chaos. Here, the variety of sword intents is vast. He aspires to merge them all, thereby grasping the chaotic sword intent. However, as he spoke, Shenhenan shook his head, a hint of regret evident. But what does that imply? Mu Rongyi pressed. Shenhenan sighed. To comprehend the chaotic sword intent is no simple feat if it were that easy. Would not the top powers of the celestial realm each possess a chaotic sword intent? Although the sword intents here have been accumulated over millions of years and are diverse, their quality ultimately falls short. What shall we do? Mu Rongyi asked anxiously. Surely, with such prowess, Master can rely on his own strength to comprehend the chaotic sword intent. Right? As she considered this, hope rekindled in her eyes. Shenhenan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. His sword is too immature as a forced out. It is akin to compelling a child to practice calligraphy. While they may form the characters, they lack the essence. How can it succeed? If he wishes to independently grasp the ultimate sword intent, he will likely need time to cultivate. If he seeks to achieve it quickly in such a sword domain, he will require at least 3 more experiences to comprehend the ultimate sword intent. Mu Rongyi's eyes widened in astonishment. 3. The entire Tianyuan continent has accumulated sword intent for countless years, and it still requires 3 more to grasp the chaotic sword intent. This seems exceedingly difficult. Difficult? Shenhenan chuckled. This is the chaotic sword intent. Many prodigies in the celestial realm spend their entire lives without comprehending it. Suddenly, a frown creased Shenhenan's brow. There is too much commotion here. Outsiders are coming in. Is it the martial uncles? Mu Rongyi asked. Shenhenan replied, fortunately, they did not directly attack the formation to enter. It will not disrupt your master's comprehension. He breathed a sigh of relief, but soon adopted a serious demeanor. I intend to use this thread of consciousness to assist your master. Thus, he will only need to utilize 2.5 sword domains to comprehend the chaotic sword intent. Shenhenan laughed heartily, his voice resonating with a sense of grandeur and relief. I once believed that the demon sword would eventually manifest, and thus I infused a considerable amount of sword intent into myself, solely to eradicate it. Little did I expect that. Though I could not vanquish the demon sword with my own hands, I would become a part of the chaotic sword intent. That is indeed worthwhile. Mu Rongyi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart swelling with an inexplicable emotion. Senior, you may depart in peace. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, I can assist you. Unfulfilled wishes? Shenhenan paused momentarily, then chuckled. This is merely a strand of divine consciousness. My true self remains in the celestial realm. Mu Rongyi, why didn't you say so earlier? You led me to squander my emotions unnecessarily. Your earlier musings on the challenges of comprehending chaotic sword intent. Were you merely inflating your own worth? Shenhenan chose not to elaborate further. With a flicker of his form, he transformed into a multitude of resplendent sword lights, all merging into MOU's being. In that instant, the sword energy surrounding MOU surged uncontrollably. A terrifying force emanated from within him, voraciously devouring the surrounding sword intent. At that moment, MOU was at a crucial juncture in grasping sword intent. He had initially sensed the surrounding sword intent becoming increasingly sparse, even beginning to doubt whether he could comprehend even the nascent form of chaotic sword intent. However, at that very moment, a torrent of magnificent and pure sword intent surged into his body. His heart leaped with joy. With this support, he could stabilize his grasp on the nascent form of chaotic sword intent. This pivotal step from nothing to something would ensure that fully comprehending chaotic sword intent was merely a matter of time. Simultaneously, his cultivation naturally progressed, breaking through to the 7th layer of the nascent soul, undergoing transformation. At this moment, his nascent soul resembled a youthful figure, embarking on its metamorphosis into the primordial spirit. Meanwhile, Xianbing and the others tirelessly deciphered the formation, edging closer to the core of the sword domain. This formation sealed away the malevolent spirits. Should they emerge, the disciples would be in peril. Therefore, she could not resort to brute force to breach the formation. Before long, they overcame the layers of sword intent, arriving at the inner sanctum of the formation. The sight before them left everyone utterly astonished. MOU sat cross-legged at the heart of the swirling sword intent, voraciously consuming the surrounding sword energy. Ling Yun's swordmaster was momentarily taken aback before being the first to speak. If he continues to absorb it like this, could the dark forces potentially emerge? Xia Ningbing gazed at Mou. Her voice as frigid as ice. The demonic sword is no more. She was inwardly astonished, realizing that Mou was still pursuing the comprehension of the chaotic sword intent. Regrettably, judging by the current circumstances, he was still somewhat lacking in refinement. However, he had at least managed to stabilize the nascent form of the chaotic sword intent. With this initial shape, a complete understanding was merely a matter of time. She let out a slight sigh of relief. Mou, still in the bloom of youth, is not short on time. The crowd, upon hearing Xia Ningbing's words, wore expressions of perplexity. Ling Yunxue furrowed her delicate brows, surveying the surroundings, her lips parting slightly. A fierce battle had transpired here, leaving behind traces of demonic energy and an aura of profound chill. The outcome was evident. The demonic sword had been vanquished. Yet, from whence did this chilling essence originate? Who had brought about the destruction of the demonic sword? After a moment of contemplation, the esteemed Ling Yun sword master spoke. This inquiry is not particularly arduous. I shall consult our ancestor for clarity. With that, he closed his eyes, fingers forming intricate gestures, his lips quivering as if engaging in communion with an unseen presence. Shortly thereafter, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his brow furrowing in distress. How could this be? Our ancestor, he is missing. Yet, at that moment, no one was concerned with the whereabouts of his ancestor. All eyes were fixed intently on Mou. They could sense that he was rapidly growing in strength, grasping an exceptionally formidable sword intent. Gradually, the surrounding sword intent began to dissipate. Mou sensed that the sword intent surrounding him gradually dissipated, leaving him somewhat disheartened. There is still a considerable distance to go, he murmured to himself. To fully comprehend the essence of the chaotic sword intent, he felt he had much more to achieve. As the last remnants of sword intent were absorbed into his being, a voice resonated in Mou's mind. Detection complete. You have successfully intercepted the fortunes of Mou, Morong-yi, Ling Ching, and other fated individuals. You shall consume the sword domain of the sword sect, and the ancestors of the sword sect shall refine it, ensuring that future fated individuals shall no longer have the opportunity to attain this fortune. Rewards: chaotic sword intent, yin-yang sword intent, sword Dao realm, perfected sword soul. In the depths of Mou's heart, a surge of ecstasy welled up. Just as he was troubled by his inability to fully grasp the essence of the chaotic sword intent, the system bestowed upon him this profound understanding, along with an additional yin-yang sword intent. Furthermore, it directly elevated his swordsmanship to the pinnacle of sword soul perfection. With this enhancement, his strength experienced a remarkable transformation. The sword soul represents a realm beyond the sword heart, typically attainable only by sword cultivators in the void returning stage. Following that lies the sword domain of the integration stage, culminating in the tribulation phase where one achieves unity with the sword. Yet here he was, merely in the nascent soul stage, already possessing the sword soul. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the realm of cultivation. Please choose whether to seize the fortunes of other fated children. Mou did not see Tang Xi's name, so he chose to decline, automatically adding 3,000 fortune and 10,000 villain points. Mou discovered a perplexing issue. System, how is the fortune of plunder calculated? It is based on a comprehensive assessment of the current fortune of the chosen one and the significance of the opportunity for plunder in their cultivation. Upon vanquishing an opponent, one seizes their entire fortune. Mou's eyes sparkled slightly. This implies that the higher his own fortune, the more luck and villain points he could acquire from seizing his own opportunities. Upon obtaining this fortune, the next time he would gain even greater luck. Stepping on his left foot with his right, he spiraled towards the heavens. Mou steadied his mind. He drew forth the frost ebon sword, his fingertips gliding along the blade, a profound sense of kinship surging within him, as if the sword were an extension of his very being. It resonated with his soul, intertwining in a harmonious symphony, allowing his essence to merge with the spirit of the frost ebon sword, amplifying its power to magnificent heights. This was the soul of the sword. In the present moment, when faced with Chu Wangyin, his mere aura was sufficient to make the opponent's sword tremble in submission, rendering it incapable of unsheathing. Even when sparring with Xia Ningbing or by Shuaqing, he possessed the strength to contend. With a thought, the frost ebon sword transformed into a streak of luminescence, seamlessly merging into his being. Mou gently descended beside Morong-yi. He turned, bowing deeply in the direction where Chun Hinyin had last vanished. Thank you, esteemed senior. He had overheard their conversation and was aware of the events that had transpired. His remarkable gains were inextricably linked to Chun Yan. At that moment, Xiaoning Bing and her companions finally arrived. Ling Yunshui was the first to reach Mou. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Mou shook his head, indicating that he was unharmed. Seeing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Yun, the swordmaster, hurriedly approached Mou and inquired, "Where is the master? What exactly transpired here?" Mou pondered how to respond, yet Ling Yun, the swordmaster, seemed to have an epiphany and spoke to himself. "I understand now. The master initially entrusted you with the sword domain, intending for you to join forces to vanquish the demonic sword. You succeeded, but in doing so, a fragment of his consciousness dissipated. The master promised you that as a reward for your assistance, the remaining sword intent within the sword domain would belong to you. Therefore, your recent bow to the void was an expression of gratitude towards the master, was it not?" He had never considered the possibility of Mou forcibly seizing the sword domain, for that would be an impossibility. The fact that Mou could attain the sword domain signifies the master's trust in him. Thus, what he articulated is the most plausible outcome. Mou nodded gently. The situation is more or less as such. There are slight discrepancies, yet the differences are negligible. He added, "I have also promised your ancestral master that I would leave 10 sword intents here in the future." At that moment, Ling Yun's sword master let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this is reassuring. The sword sect will not perish. Although the sword domain has vanished, it has not yet met its demise. Given the level of sword intent that Mou has previously demonstrated, it would not be a formidable challenge to attract sword cultivators once more. Curiously, he inquired, "May I have the privilege of witnessing the sword intents you have comprehended?" Mou raised his hand, and at his fingertips, a wisp of chaotic sword energy materialized. This sword energy seemed to have existed since the dawn of creation, ancient and enigmatic, exuding an indescribable pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. Lu Qianqian and Ling Yun's sword master felt their pupils constrict. What terrifying power! Even they could sense the overwhelming force. In Xia Ningbing's cold, clear eyes, ripples of astonishment emerged. The shock impossible to conceal. The essence of chaotic sword intent. The complete chaotic sword intent. Mou has truly comprehended the chaotic sword intent within this realm of swords. Such a talent is indeed formidable. While there are other prodigies in the celestial realm who have grasped the chaotic sword intent through the expenditure of considerable resources, none have achieved it without enduring the passage of countless years, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years is considered swift. Yet, what of Mou? How young is he? Not yet 30. This talent, in the upper realms, is unparalleled. Murongyu was profoundly shaken by this strand of chaotic sword chi. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind, as if she had grasped something elusive. She promptly closed her eyes, immersing herself wholly in contemplation. The others present, though not sword cultivators, could still perceive the terrifying power embedded within that strand of chaotic sword chi. Mou gently waved his hand, retracting the chaotic sword aura. "This is the insight I have gleaned from the sword domain. In the future, when I fully comprehend the sword domain, I shall leave this trace of sword intent here for sword cultivators across the world to ponder." Ling Yun's sword master was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. He had initially thought it a great fortune for Mou to attract even a few sword cultivators. Yet now, with this sword intent presented, who would not come? Henceforth, their sword sect would require no further promotion. Those who chose not to attend would only be depriving themselves. Would only 6 of the 9 sacred places visit? Such a scenario would never occur again. Their sword sect was destined to rise. Manfeng surveyed his surroundings. His brow furrowed in confusion. It was strange. Why were there no other disciples in sight? Mou explained that previously, the sword intent converged towards the center, overwhelming them and causing their expulsion. Although the formation has changed hands, its operational logic remains unchanged. Upon learning that no disciples had perished, everyone finally felt a sense of relief. Mou gazed at the esteemed sword master Ling Yun. Has the sect leader uncovered the origins of those individuals from yesterday? The sword master replied, "Elder Xiao Tian should soon have results. I will urge him to ensure a satisfactory response for the Holy Sun." Mou slightly nodded, a flicker of fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Those who dared to harm his disciple must pay the price. Ling Yun, the sword master, surveyed the crowd and spoke in a clear voice. "I apologize for the abrupt interruption of the sword trial. You may stay a few more days at the sword sect or return to your respective sections." The others expressed no discontent, for the sword trial was, after all, an act of charity by the sword sect. They would not forget their gratitude and display the shamelessness of biting the hand that feeds them. At the edge of the crowd, Xiaoning Bing gazed intently at the area thick with demonic and cold energies. Although no one raised the question, she distinctly remembered that the records in ancient texts described the slaying, immortal sword goddess, sword intent, and spiritual attributes as entirely different from what she observed before her. Moreover, aside from these two energies, the air still lingered with the unique aura of MOU's golden rope celestial artifact. All evidence seemed to point towards MOU as the one who destroyed the demonic sword. However, this was not surprising for the chosen one. Perhaps MOU had obtained a one-time use artifact of extreme coldness in a hidden realm, which enabled him to successfully obliterate the demonic sword. As Xiaoning Bing pondered, a wave of dizziness suddenly overcame her. Forcing her way through the formation was still too taxing for her current state. She must quickly seek the heart fruit. Meanwhile, Mu Rong-yi also awakened from her epiphany. Her understanding of the sword now significantly deepened. Seeing that there was nothing more to be done, the crowd gradually dispersed, each returning to their own homes. Once the crowd had completely scattered, Ling Yun, the swordmaster, called out to Lu Qianchen, who was about to leave. Lu Qianchen halted, turning to inquire, "Is there something else?" Ling Yun offered an awkward smile. "Well, old Lu, it's like this, stop." Lu Qianchen interrupted with a frown, "Don't call me that. It sounds awkward." Ling Yun cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "Master Lu, I have a request." "Speak." "I wish to join your Tianxian sacred land as an elder and would appreciate your recommendation." "Rest assured, I do not seek a salary from you. I can teach disciples and eliminate the demonic path without taking advantage of your hospitality. You, the esteemed sword master of the sword sect, wish to become an elder in my Tianxian sacred land? You already have 3 formidable sword cultivators. I wish to learn from them." "And what of the sword sect?" "I have already made proper arrangements for the sword sect. It will be settled in a few days." "What about the casting heaven sacred land?" "Ahem. Elder Xiao Tian has already communicated his stance to me. There are no issues there." Lu Qianchen pondered for a moment before slowly nodding.